Chapter 1 Countdown to Doomsday, Intelligence System Activated. Binhai City in midsummer is like a huge, scorching steamer. The scorching asphalt road created distorted air, blurring the outline of the entire city. Gu Chen rode his second-hand electric scooter, which was about to fall apart, through the suffocating traffic. Sweat had already soaked through his cheap hummingbird takeout work clothes, sticking sticky to his skin. The sun above his head was scorching mercilessly, making him feel dizzy and as if his soul was being roasted to death. Ding dong. You have a new takeout order, please process it promptly. The mechanical prompt sound from the phone woke Gu Chen from his semi-drowsy state. He suddenly squeezed the brakes, and the electric bike made a sharp squeak and stopped at the side of the road. He swiped the screen of his phone and the order information popped up. An order for afternoon tea from the World Financial Center, a top-tier office building in the city's CBD, came with a condescending note: "I need lots of ice. Must be delivered within 5 minutes, otherwise I'll give you a bad review. Don't even think about ordering it early. I have plenty of time to waste." A hint of bitterness appeared at the corner of Gu Chen's mouth. The World Financial Center, a name he was all too familiar with. Upon graduating from university, he had enthusiastically submitted his resume to several financial and technology companies there, but without exception, all of them fell on deaf ears. The ordinary undergraduate major he studied could not even buy him an admission ticket to that magnificent building. Now, he can only look up at the towering glass curtain wall building as a delivery man. Life is a cruel joke. For years ago, he was a child of destiny, dreaming of a bright future in an ivory tower. For years later, he has become an ant in this steel forest, struggling to make a few dollars in delivery fees. Rent and bills weighed on him like mountains, suffocating him. His so-called ideals and ambitions had long been worn away by the daily grind. Gu Chen cursed softly, turned the ignition switch, and merged into the rolling traffic again. 5-minute delivery? A normal bike ride from here to the World Financial Center takes 15 minutes. This customer was clearly being deliberately difficult. But Gu Chen had no choice. A bad review would mean that most of his hard work today would be in vain. He could only take shortcuts, scrambling frantically through narrow alleys, nearly bumping into pedestrians several times, earning him glares and curses along the way. When he rushed into the lobby of the World Financial Center, sweating and panting, carrying his afternoon tea, the timer on his phone had already jumped to 7 minutes. "What's wrong with you? Don't you know I'm busy?" A woman in a sophisticated office lady suit and heavy makeup was standing at the elevator entrance with her arms folded and an impatient look on her face. When she saw Gu Chen, her brows immediately furrowed, her eyes filled with undisguised disgust, as if she was looking at a moving piece of garbage. Sorry, the road is a bit congested." Gu Chen hurriedly nodded and apologized, handing over the takeaway. The woman took the takeaway, glanced at the time on it, and sneered, "Traffic jam? I think you are just lazy, right? Forget it, I am too lazy to bother with people like you." As she said, in front of Gu Chen, she directly clicked the bad review button on her mobile phone. Gu Chen's heart sank suddenly. "You?" He wanted to say something, but swallowed it back when it came to his lips. Arguing with her? Would it be any use? It would only bring more humiliation. In this place, he didn't even have the right to speak loudly. The woman seemed to enjoy Gu Chen's expression of being angry but not daring to speak. She gracefully shook the coffee in her hand and said in a condescending tone, "Okay, get out of here. Standing here affects the image of our company." After she finished speaking, she turned and walked into the elevator. Her bright and beautiful back formed an extremely glaring contrast with the soaked work clothes on Gu Chen. Gu Chen clenched his fists, his nails digging deep into his palms, causing a stinging pain. An indescribable feeling of humiliation and anger surged wildly in his chest. Why? Why should he be treated like this? Was it because he was born ordinary that he deserved to be trampled underfoot? He walked out of the building in a daze. Outside, the world was still noisy and hot. He looked blankly at the hustle and bustle of traffic and for the first time felt utter despair about his future. At this moment, a cold, emotionless mechanical voice sounded in his mind without any warning. The host's mental fluctuations have reached a critical value. The desire for survival and the desire for destruction are intertwined, meeting the conditions for activating the daily intelligence system. The system is binding. 10%. 50%. 100%. Binding successful. Host, Gu Chen. Welcome to the daily intelligence system. This system is updated daily to provide the host with 3 pieces of the most valuable future intelligence. Today's intelligence has been released, please check. Gu Chen was stunned and looked around subconsciously. Where did the sound come from? Was it an auditory hallucination? Was it because of heat stroke? He shook his head vigorously, trying to get rid of the strange sound. But the next second, a virtual screen emitting a pale blue light, visible only to him, appeared clearly before his eyes. On the screen, 3 lines of shocking text exploded in his consciousness like thunder. Intelligence 1 Legendary, tonight at midnight, an unprecedented zombie virus will break out globally. 90% of humanity will be infected in their sleep, transformed into flesh-eating zombies. Civilization will collapse, and doomsday is upon us. Intelligence 2 Gold Level, the reborn Yi Bufan, leveraging his rebirth advantage, has found the precious space ring and stockpiled tens of billions worth of survival supplies and tens of thousands of tons of food. Tonight at 10 p.m., he will travel to the Donggang Wharf to receive a shipment of heavy arms worth billions, anonymously ordered from overseas. The contact only recognizes the codename, not the person. Codename, Night Owl. Intelligence 3 Gold Level, Binhai University's campus beauty, Su Yueshi, was scratched in dormitory 402 after the zombie crisis broke out. She was originally going to awaken the SSS-level superpower, Divine Healing, which could cure the zombie virus. However, she was betrayed by her best friend and tragically passed away. When Gu Chen saw the first piece of information, his pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a needle tip. A zombie crisis? Doomsday? This sounds like a fantasy. His first reaction was disbelief, thinking it was a prank, that he was insane. But the cold mechanical sound and the clear virtual screen were so real that it made his scalp tingle. He forced himself to calm down and stared at the second piece of information. Yi Bufan. He had an impression of this name. The man of the hour at Binhai University, the president of the student union, looked very decent and his family was said to be well connected. He was the Prince Charming in the hearts of countless girls. An ordinary student like Gu Chen naturally had no connection with him, having only seen him a few times from a distance. Reborn? Space ring? Stockpiling supplies? Ordering munitions? If the first piece of intelligence was a vague prophecy of disaster, then the second piece of intelligence was specific to someone he knew. This instantly made the authenticity of the whole thing soar. Chapter 2 Crazy Plan. And the third one, Su Yueshi. Binhai University's recognized #1 campus beauty, the goddess of the medical department, her suitors could line up from the east gate to the west gate of the school. Gu Chen had also seen her photo countless times on the school forum. She would be scratched by zombies and her life would be in danger. If he could save her, her ability would be the guarantee of his own safety. In an instant, Gu Chen's back was completely wet with cold sweat. He no longer doubted it. This isn't an illusion. This is the future that's about to happen. The end of the world is really coming. It is now 6 o'clock in the afternoon, and there are only 6 hours left until the end of the world. A tremendous fear, like icy seawater, instantly flooded his heart. He could already see the horrific scene of this bustling city transformed into a living hell after midnight. Countless people were torn apart, their wails echoing through the sky, and everything familiar to him would be reduced to ruins. And how can he, a penniless delivery man, survive? No. That's not right. Gu Chen's gaze suddenly refocused on the second piece of information. Yi Bufan. Arms. Space ring. A crazy thought, like a thunderous lightning, tore through the fear and confusion in his mind. Since Yi Bufan can be reborn and can prepare in advance, he can also intercept it. What he possesses now is an advantage that is even more powerful than rebirth information. Yi Bufan thought he had grasped the future opportunities, but he didn't know that all his cards were now exposed in front of Gu Chen. He looked at Intelligence 2 with a burning gaze. Tonight at 10 o'clock, Donggang Wharf, warehouse number 7. The consignee's codename is Night Owl. The contact only recognizes the codename, not the person. These words, like the whisper of a devil, kept echoing in Gu Chen's ears. An extremely bold plan began to grow wildly in his mind. Fuck morality. Fuck conscience. When that woman contemptuously pressed a negative review in front of him when he walked around the city like a dog for a few dollars in delivery fees when all the resumes he submitted were ignored, had the world ever been gentle to him? Now, the end is coming, order is about to collapse. This is a brand new beginning. Why can Yi Bufan, a rich second generation who was born with a silver spoon in his mouth, continue to act tyrannically by relying on rebirth, while he has to become a cannon fodder in the Doomsday? He is not convinced. My neighbor stores grain, and I store guns. My neighbor is my granary. Gu Chen muttered this sentence unconsciously. His eyes gradually changed from the initial fear to a cold determination with a hint of madness. He wanted to intercept. He wanted to steal Yi Bufan's arms, and then use these arms to steal all the supplies he had stockpiled. He wanted to take everything from this favored child of heaven for himself. This is not just to survive, but also to change the fate of this ox and horse. He glanced at the time on his phone, 6:15 p.m. There are less than 4 hours left before Yi Bufan takes delivery of the goods. Time is running out. Gu Chen took a deep breath and forced himself to suppress the emotions churning in his heart. He knew that from now on, every step he took would determine his own life and death. He didn't immediately rush to the Donggang Wharf. Instead, he turned the ignition switch and rode in the opposite direction, towards the urban village. He needed to disguise himself and prepare. Yi Bufan was no fool. Those who could be reborn were definitely more intelligent than ordinary people. He had to be absolutely sure. He first went to a labor protection store and bought a peaked cap, a large black mask, and a pair of labor gloves, completely covering his facial features and fingerprints. He then changed into an inconspicuous black sportswear, and the disguise was complete. After doing all this, he turned the car around and sped towards Donggang Wharf, dozens of kilometers away. The electric scooter wasn't going very fast, but to Gu Chen, it felt like a race against death. The city's neon lights gradually lit up, illuminating the sky with a gorgeous spectacle. The streets were still bustling with people, laughing and talking happily. No one knew that a disaster, powerful enough to overturn the world, was quietly approaching. This feeling of changing one's own destiny made the crazy ambition in Gu Chen's heart grow even more. He, Gu Chen, will no longer be the delivery man who was bullied by others. He will become the fire thief of Doomsday, intercept the so-called Son of Destiny, and seize all the tremendous opportunities that belong to Yi Bufan. Tonight, he will go to Donggang Wharf to pick up the express delivery that should belong to the reborn person. An express delivery that is enough for him to become the king in the Doomsday. Tens of thousands of tons of food, tens of billions of supplies, and billions of dollars worth of arms. It's 8 o'clock in the evening. 4 hours until the end of the world. In the most upscale residential area in the center of Binhai City, in a top-floor duplex mansion. Yi Bufan was standing in front of a huge French window, overlooking the dazzling nightscape of the city below, a controlled sneer on his lips. His eyes held a trace of vicissitudes that didn't belong to his age, and a smug arrogance that looked down on everyone. A bunch of pathetic ants. Yi Bufan's lips curled up in a cold, compassionate arc. You're still running around for so-called fame, fortune, and a bright future, but you don't know that in 4 hours, everything you cherish will vanish. Money, status, beautiful women. In the end times, they will all become worthless. In his previous life, when the end of the world came, he was also one of these ants. Although he came from a wealthy family, his billions of assets and so-called connections were completely vulnerable in the sudden catastrophe. He himself struggled in the Doomsday, lived like a dog, witnessed all the evil of human nature, and finally died in a tide of corpses. But God gave him a chance to start over. With the memory of the apocalypse, he was reborn and returned to 1 month before the apocalypse. At that moment, he was ecstatic. He knew that his time had come. The first thing he did was to use his memory of the future to make a fortune crazily, increasing the family's assets tenfold and turning it into a huge cash flow of tens of billions. The second task was to find the legendary treasure, a seemingly ordinary space ring that actually held a world of its own. The ring's interior was the size of a football field. This was the treasure he had coveted in his previous life, and after his rebirth, he had finally obtained it. With money and space, Yi Bufan began his crazy Doomsday preparation plan. He purchased supplies worldwide under the guise of establishing a multinational logistics company. Food was a top priority. He directly purchased the entire stockpile of several large granaries, from rice, flour, fresh fruits and vegetables to various meats, canned goods, and compressed biscuits, totaling tens of thousands of tons. This amount of food was enough to feed 1,000 people for 10 years. He also didn't skimp on daily necessities. From drinking water, medicine, and clothing to generators, fuel, and solar panels, everything imaginable, he procured them by the container. Tens of billions worth of supplies filled a corner of his space ring. And all of this is just an appetizer. Yi Bufan knew very well that in Doomsday, the most reliable thing would always be only one thing: weapons. Therefore, he spent hundreds of millions of dollars to contact a notorious international arms smuggling group through the dark web and ordered a whole ship of big guys. Assault rifles, sniper rifles, body armor, these were just the standard equipment. What he really wanted were 20 RPG-7 rocket launchers that could reduce any vehicle to scrap metal, along with hundreds of boxes of accompanying ammunition and grenades. At the beginning of the apocalypse, when others are still fighting zombies with fire axes and kitchen knives, he will have a whole arsenal. This batch of arms will be the real foundation for him to establish the Doomsday Order and become the Overlord. He has planned everything for the future. Seize all opportunities, subdue all the strong, and possess all the beauties. He, Yi Bufan, is the only protagonist of this era. He is the emperor destined by heaven to reign at the end of the world. He looked at his wrist and recalled with embarrassment that his $1 million Patek Philippe had been sold off and he had invested all his funds in stockpiling. The clock on the wall pointed to 9:30. It's almost time. He walked to the underground garage, got into an inconspicuous black Volkswagen, drove out of the mansion, merged into the traffic, and sped towards the intersection of Destiny Warehouse number 7 of Binhai Port. Chapter 3: Intercepting the Arms. The night at Binhai Port is a world away from the vibrant lights of the city center. A salty, damp sea breeze wafts through rows of silent shipping containers, like steel behemoths. The dim searchlights cast huge shadows on the yard, dividing it into countless corners of light and darkness, full of the coldness and desolation of the industrial age. Guchen hid the electric scooter behind an abandoned container, his heart beating wildly in his chest. He is not a killer or an agent. Half an hour ago, he was a delivery man worried about bad reviews and fines. But now, what he is about to do is to intercept a batch of arms worth hundreds of millions of dollars, and then kill people. Fear was like icy seawater, constantly assaulting his sanity. But when he thought of the cold countdown to the end of the world, and the tragic fate of becoming food for zombies after the end of the world, a fierce desire to survive overwhelmed all other emotions. He took a deep breath and pulled his cap down on his head, the shadow of the brim obscuring the crazy light in his eyes. Following the instructions on the port map, he sneaked on foot, like a ghost, quietly approaching warehouse number 7. A truck loaded with a huge container drove into warehouse number 7 and stopped under the dim light. The car door opened and two burly men jumped out, one with a bald head and the other with a scarred face. They looked around cautiously, then leaned against the front of the car, lit a cigarette, and waited silently. The flame of the cigarette but flickered in the darkness. Guchen did not rush forward. He hid behind a pile of rusty steel and observed carefully. What to do? He forced himself to calm down, his mind racing. Intelligence said the contact only recognized code names. This meant his identity, appearance, and clothing were unimportant. What mattered was that word Night Owl. Guchen's heart was beating violently in his chest, but he forced himself to calm down. He knew that from the moment he decided to intercept, there was no turning back. He waited for about 5 minutes, letting his breathing and heartbeat return to normal, before walking out of the shadows. He lowered the brim of his hat, put his hands in his pockets, and walked towards the truck with steady steps. Who is it? Scarface immediately became alert, and his hand subconsciously reached for his lower back, where there was a bulge, obviously a weapon hidden. Guchen stopped 10 meters away from them and uttered the code name worth billions in a deliberately low and hoarse voice. Night Owl. The two strong men looked at each other, their tense bodies relaxed a little, but they remained vigilant. Guchen was already prepared. He didn't panic like in the movie, nor did he show any extra emotions. He just took out his phone from his pocket. On the screen was a text message he had just edited. The content was a string of bank account numbers and the words "funds are on the way and will be credited within an hour." He pointed his phone at them and said coldly, "My boss doesn't like all that red tape. The money will arrive on time. I need to inspect the goods first." His tone was cold and professional, with an undeniable business aura. This attitude was far more convincing to these people who were on the brink of death than bluffing arrogance. They only cared about money, and Guchen showed the most direct sincerity. Scarface and the bald man looked at each other again, hesitating for a few seconds. Ultimately, their desire for the vast sum of money overwhelmed their procedural caution. Scarface nodded and said, "Follow me." He walked to the end of the container and opened the heavy iron door. With a clatter, the sensor light inside the container lit up, and rows of neatly stacked military wooden boxes instantly came into Guchen's sight. Scarface jumped into the car and pried open the top box with a crowbar. He pulled out a pitch-black AR-15 automatic rifle and expertly pulled the bolt, making a crisp metallic clang. He then pried open another, smaller box, revealing neatly stacked magazines and rows of yellow bullets. 100 AR-15 automatic rifles, Desert Eagle pistols. Remington shotguns. Over there are M24 sniper rifles, and even Barrett anti-material sniper rifles. We have all kinds of firearms, and a full 5 million rounds of ammunition. We also have 1,000 high-explosive grenades and 200 sets of Kevlar body armor. Scarface was like a diligent salesperson, introducing his products. Finally, he patted the two largest dark green boxes in the corner, a smug look on his face. And this, big guy. 20 RPG-7 rocket launchers, equipped with 200 high-explosive rockets. One shot from these can blow up a small building. Guchen stood on a high place, looking at the box full of killing weapons, his pupils suddenly contracted. He could clearly hear the sound of his blood rushing. It was the excitement of extreme tension, and even more so, the ultimate excitement. These things would be his means of survival, no, the capital to become king and dominate. Very good. Guchen's voice remained steady. The money has been transferred to the designated account. You can leave. Boss, you're straightforward. Scarface smiled, took out a small satellite phone from his pocket, and said a few words, as if confirming the payment. After a few seconds, he nodded with satisfaction and clasped his fist towards Guchen. It's a pleasure to work with you, Mr. Night Owl. See you later. After saying that, the two of them jumped into the cab without hesitation, started the truck, and sped away with the huge roar of the engine. They don't care how the buyers transport the goods, their mission is accomplished. It was not until the truck's taillights completely disappeared in the darkness that Guchen's whole body went limp and he almost collapsed to the ground. He slowly calmed his rapid heartbeat, breathing heavily, his back already drenched in cold sweat. Success! He had successfully snatched this batch of arms, enough to overturn everything, from the hands of this group of desperate criminals. After a brief period of exhaustion, there was great ecstasy. He rushed into the open container and looked at the weapons inside with a cold metallic gleam, his eyes flashing with greed and passion. He didn't have time to move everything. Guchen pried open the box containing the RPG, wrapped a bazooka and 3 rockets in cloth, and carried them on his back. He also took an AR-15 automatic rifle and 4 magazines full of bullets, and finally put on a Kevlar bulletproof vest. After doing all this, he closed the door of the container again and took out a cheap smartphone from his pocket. This was the backup phone he usually used to take orders. He dialed Yi Bufan's number. This number was also provided to him directly by the intelligence system. The phone rang a few times before being connected. A young but slightly arrogant male voice came over. Who is this? Night Owl. Guchen lowered his voice and said only 2 words. Chapter 4, Kill the Reborn Hoarder, Seize the Space Ring, and tens of billions of supplies. Yi Bufan on the other end of the phone was obviously stunned for a moment, and then his tone became a little anxious. Are you there? In warehouse number 7? There are some temporary changes. Guchen followed the expected script and said in a deep voice, the police are checking closely, and warehouse number 7 is not safe. You drive alone and go straight in along the Southport Road. I will wait for you under the lighthouse at the end. Remember, come alone. After saying that, he hung up the phone without waiting for the other party to reply. He wanted to seize the initiative and not give Yi Bufan any time to think or question. After doing all this, Guchen, carrying the heavy weapons, quickly disappeared into the shadow of the container. He didn't go to the lighthouse that was just a cover. His real destination was a small hill beside the Southport Road, built from a dozen stacked containers. It was the commanding height of the road and an ideal sniper position. On the other side, in the black Volkswagen, Yi Bufan hung up the phone and frowned slightly. A temporary change of venue? This made him a little unhappy. In his opinion, everything should proceed strictly according to his script, and any variables beyond his control would make him feel a little irritated. However, he did not have too many doubts. Arms transactions were full of variables and cautions. It was reasonable for the other party to ask him to go alone. Humph, a bunch of rats who can't stand the light. Yi Bufan sneered disdainfully. He had absolute confidence in himself. Not to mention that the other party is just an arms dealer, even if it is a regular army, as long as he gets the weapons, combined with his rich combat experience in his previous life, he will be invincible. Moreover, he still had his biggest trump card, the space ring. If there was any danger, he could instantly store all the weapons in the ring and then leave calmly. He started the car and, following Night Owl's instructions, drove deep into the harbor's south road. Towering container walls lined the road, obscuring both the moonlight and the lights, making it appear exceptionally dark. Yi Bufan's mood became more and more cheerful. He seemed to have seen himself holding a rifle, followed by a team of well-equipped younger brothers, building his own kingdom in the end times. He wanted to trample all his enemies from his previous life under his feet and embrace all the most beautiful women in his arms. All the regrets of the previous life will be made up for. He, Yi Bufan, will become the god of the new world. Just as his Volkswagen turned a corner, the faint light of a lighthouse could be seen in front of him. Whoosh! A shrill scream pierced the night sky. Yi Bufan's pupils suddenly contracted. As someone who had struggled in the end times, he was very familiar with this voice. It's RPG. No! He let out a horrified roar. The arrogance and confidence that had controlled everything since his rebirth were completely shattered in that instant. He couldn't understand why the weapon that was supposed to be traded to him would be used to attack him. He frantically urged his mental strength to put the entire car into the space ring, but it was too late. Boom! An orange-red fireball exploded on the front of the black Volkswagen. The terrifying shock wave and high temperature instantly engulfed the cab. Even a bulletproof car was as fragile as paper in the face of absolute violence. The car doors were blown off, the window glass was turned into powder, and the entire car was overturned to the ground by the huge kinetic energy, rolling and burning, turning into a twisted ball of steel scrap. A few dozen meters away, on top of the container, Guchen expressionlessly put down the RPG-7 rocket launcher on his shoulder that was still emitting smoke. The huge recoil made his shoulders hurt and his ears were still buzzing, but Guchen didn't care. His eyes were fixed on the burning fire below, and his heart was beating violently with nervousness and excitement. He succeeded. He used the weapon purchased by the Reborn himself to send this arrogant son of destiny to hell. The intelligence system did not indicate Yi Bufan's death, so Guchen did not dare to be careless. He quickly switched to a second rocket and aimed it at the center of the pile of scrap metal. At this moment, a figure covered in flames and blood struggled to climb out from the wreckage of the cab. It was Yi Bufan. Half of his body had been blown to pieces, one arm missing, and his face covered in burn marks. But his instinct for survival kept him squirming on the ground, his eyes filled with malice and disbelief. Why? He roared with all his strength. He couldn't figure out what went wrong. Guchen had no interest in answering his question. Goodbye, Reborn. He whispered to himself and pulled the trigger. Whoosh boom! The second rocket landed accurately on Yi Bufan, and the explosion illuminated Guchen's cold face again. This time, there was no sound, complete death. Ding! It has been detected that the reborn Yi Bufan has died. His space ring is ownerless and has been dropped. Intelligence update: Yi Bufan's space ring containing 10,000 tons of food and tens of billions of supplies has fallen next to the burning car wreckage. Guchen let out a long breath, and his tense nerves finally relaxed. He put away the rocket launcher, picked up the AR automatic rifle, and skillfully turned on the safety. In just a few minutes of waiting, he had already figured out the basic usage of the gun by recalling countless gun battle movies and games. He carefully slid down from the container and approached the pile of still burning scrap metal step by step. The air was filled with a sickening mixture of gasoline and burning flesh. 5 meters away from the wreckage, he stopped and searched in the firelight with his eyes as sharp as torches. Soon, he saw an ancient ring lying quietly on the ground. It emitted a faint halo under the reflection of the flame, and the high temperature around it seemed to have no effect on it. That is Yi Bufan's greatest reliance and also his biggest trophy now. Guchen walked forward and used the barrel of the gun to push the hot ring aside. After it cooled down a little, he grabbed it in his hand. The moment his finger touched the ring, the system prompt sounded again in his mind. Detected that the host has obtained an ownerless space ring. Do you want to bind it? Bind. Guchen said silently in his heart without hesitation. The next second, a cool breath flowed from the ring into his body, and he felt a wonderful spiritual connection between himself and the ring. A thought flashed through his mind, and an immense storage space appeared in his consciousness. In the space, supplies are piled up like mountains. Rice, flour, canned luncheon meat, compressed biscuits. Small mountains almost reached the top of the space. On the other side, there were boxes of mineral water, medicine, clothing, tents, generators, a dazzling array of everything. Yi Bufan was reborn and returned, and all the family property he had accumulated was now presented in front of Guchen in its entirety. Ha 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 ha. Guchen could no longer suppress his inner ecstasy and burst into laughter in this quiet harbor area. His laughter was filled with the release of a long-suppressed feeling and the pleasure of revenge. He is not seeking revenge, he is avenging this unfair fate. From now on, he, Gu Chen, is no longer the delivery man who is bullied by others. He controls the arsenal, owns mountains of supplies, and even has an intelligence system that can see into the future. He is the only protagonist in this Doomsday. He put all the wreckage and scrap metal from the scene into his space ring and then destroyed the bodies and all the evidence. These were all basic operations. Then, he quickly returned to warehouse number 7 and took away the entire container of arms, along with the container itself. After doing all this, he got on his old electric scooter and disappeared into the deepest darkness before dawn as if nothing had happened. On his phone screen, the countdown to Doomsday was on, with only 2 hours left. Chapter 5, Doomsday is coming, save the school beauty at full speed. Countdown to Doomsday, 0 hours, 58 minutes, and 12 seconds. The night is as dark as ink, swallowing up the prosperity of Binhai City. Gu Chen rode his loyal but horse-electric scooter, madly traveling through the city roads. He turned the accelerator to the bottom, and the hum of the motor seemed particularly harsh in the silent midnight street, as if it was an insignificant elegy for this dying world. For him, this last hour is a matter of every second. Intelligence 3, the school beauty with healing powers must be rescued. This is of strategic significance for survival in the Doomsday. It is a long journey from the remote port area to Binhai University in the city center. Along the way, he saw too many strange sights. A valuable Porsche crashed into the pier of an overpass at a twisted angle, the owner missing, and only the piercing alarm blared in the abnormal silence. A few blocks away, the shrieks of ambulances came closer and then hurried away, with a frequency far greater than usual. He even saw several people in hospital gowns staggering out of the side door of a hospital. Their eyes were empty and their movements were stiff, like puppets on strings. The virus's incubation period has passed, and the zombie virus is silently disintegrating the human nervous system, though the final outbreak has not yet arrived. However, the order of this city has already begun to show visible cracks. Gu Chen's heart is half fire and half ice. The flames originated from the interstellar ring quietly lying in his pocket, connected to his spirit. Within it, he held enough weapons and supplies to become king in the apocalypse, everything he had snatched from the reborn Yi Bufan. This power gave him a sense of unprecedented confidence and ambition. The ice comes from the constantly beating bloody countdown in the mind and the instinctive fear of the unknown Doomsday. Intelligence 3 Gold Level, Binhai University's campus beauty, Su Yueshi, was scratched in dormitory 402 after the zombie crisis broke out. She was originally going to awaken the SSS-level superpower, Divine Healing, which could cure the zombie virus. However, she was betrayed by her best friend and tragically passed away. The weight of curing the zombie virus is extremely heavy. Gu Chen is very clear that in a doomsday where everyone can be infected and scratching is equivalent to death, the value of a person who can cure the zombie virus is immeasurable. She is not a weapon, not a material, she is hope itself. He must rescue her at any cost. Just like he seized Yi Bufan's weapons and supplies. In this world that is about to collapse, kindness and compassion are luxuries, and the reason for being kind is only because it is profitable. Only the most primitive and cruel law of the jungle is the only truth for survival in the Doomsday. When he finally arrived at the iconic and magnificent gate of Binhai University, it was 11:55 p.m. The campus was silent. The students sleeping in the dormitories had not yet realized that their lives were about to be frozen forever. Gu Chen hid the electric scooter in an unnoticed forest, took out the cold AR automatic rifle from the space ring, and put on a Kevlar bulletproof vest. He put 4 spare magazines on his waist and instantly turned into a well-equipped warrior. Instead of entering through the main gate, he relied on his memory to go around to the side wall of the school. There was a fence here that was temporarily damaged due to construction, which was a secret passage he had discovered in the past to take a shortcut to deliver food. He expertly slipped through, crouching like a hungry wolf sneaking into a sheepfold, and sprinted towards the school dormitory area. His steps were light, his breathing steady, and his mind was highly focused, like a taut string. Countdown to Doomsday, 0 hours, 00 minutes, 0 seconds. Binhai City, 12 a.m. Time has reached the predicted endpoint. It was as if the universe had flipped a switch, and in an instant, the whole world changed. The student who was sleeping in the dormitory suddenly stiffened his body, then let out a roar that was not like that of a human, and pounced on his defenseless companions beside him. A couple secretly met in the woods at night, and their sweet kiss turned into a bloody bite. Their brains were instantly invaded by the virus, and they became zombies who only knew how to bite in the movie. Ah! A shrill scream, like the first lit firecracker, instantly set off the entire campus. Immediately afterwards, the chorus of screams, cries, shattering glass, and the crashing of tables and chairs intertwined into a terrifying symphony of doomsday. The once peaceful campus, in just a few seconds, was transformed into utter savagery. Gu Chen was sneaking downstairs to the dormitory and witnessed this hellish scene with his own eyes. He saw a girl running down the stairs screaming, followed by another girl wearing the same pajamas, but with a bruised face and staggering steps. Perhaps that was her roommate who was chatting and laughing a few minutes ago. He saw several boys trying to resist with baseball bats, but they were knocked to the ground by 3 or 4 zombies who had completely lost their sense of pain and were eaten instantly. The air was filled with a strong smell of blood. Gu Chen's heart was beating wildly, but there was no panic in his eyes. Instead, there was a flash of almost cruel calmness. He knew that from this moment on, the old rules were invalid and the new order would be written by strong men like him with blood and bullets. He no longer hid and rushed directly to the dormitory building's main door. The electronic lock on the door had long been disabled, and the glass door was shattered by a mad zombie. Gu Chen raised the muzzle of his gun without hesitation and aimed it at the back of the zombie that was gnawing on the corpse of the dormitory manager. Bang! A dull gunshot announced his arrival. Without stopping for a moment, he stepped over the pool of warm blood and broken glass and rushed into the corridor. His target, dormitory 402 on the 4th floor. At the same time, in dormitory 402. Hell has already arrived. Su Yueshi woke up in a burst of pain. She felt as if her calves were being clamped tightly by the iron pincers of a wild beast, with sharp teeth piercing her skin and tearing her flesh frantically. Ah! She screamed in pain and suddenly opened her eyes. What came into view was a familiar yet extremely terrifying face. It was her roommate, Lin Wei. At this moment, Lin Wei was lying on top of her, her eyes rolled back, her face purple, saliva and her own blood hanging from the corners of her mouth. Her mouth was biting Su Yueshi's calf tightly, and a ho-ho growl came from her throat, like a beast. Lin Wei. Are you crazy? What are you doing? Su Yueshi was horrified and pushed the other person hard. But Lin Wei's strength was astonishing, and her body was as heavy as iron. No matter how Su Yueshi struggled, she remained motionless. The excruciating pain and fear made Su Yueshi's mind go blank. The other 2 roommates, Wang Li and Zhang Ya, who were awakened by the noise here, turned on the dormitory light tremblingly. When the lights illuminated the bloody scene before them, the 2 girls let out eardrum-piercing screams. Oh my god! Lin Wei! She's biting! Zombies! They're zombies from the movies! Run! They saw Lin Wei's horrific, inhuman appearance, and also saw the deep scratches on Su Yueshi's bloody calves and arms. Help me! Wang Li, Zhang Ya. Come and help me push her away. Su Yueshi used all her strength to call for help from her roommates, who were like sisters to her. A hint of trust and friendship still lingered in her eyes. However, what responded to her was ruthless despair. Wang Li and Zhang Ya were frightened out of their wits. They looked at Lin Wei, who had completely turned into a monster, and then at Su Yueshi, who was bleeding. Fear overwhelmed everything. She was bitten too. She will become a monster too. Wang Li's voice became sharp because of fear. Let's go. Otherwise we will all die. Zhang Ya grabbed Wang Li's hand and crawled towards the dormitory door. No. Don't go. Save me. Please. Su Yueshi's voice was filled with tears. She couldn't believe that her former best friend would be so indifferent at this moment. Wang Li and Zhang Ya had already rushed to the door. They glanced back, their eyes devoid of sympathy, only endless fear and a resolute determination to protect themselves. Without hesitation, they flung open the door and rushed out. Then, under Su Yueshi's desperate gaze, the dormitory door was slammed shut. Click. A crisp sound of locking came from outside the door. That voice, like an ice-cold key, not only locked the door, but also completely locked the last glimmer of hope in Su Yueshi's heart. They locked her in this small space with a zombie, treating her like an abandoned child, a sacrifice destined to die. Chapter 6, Zombie Surround. Despair, like cold seawater, instantly drowned Su Yueshi. He. Lin Wei on his body seemed to have lost her new target, and focused all her attention back on her, starting to bite her even more frantically. The sharp pain woke Su Yueshi from her despair. She didn't want to die. She couldn't just die here in such an unclear way. A strong desire to survive erupted from the depths of her heart, and her eyes instantly became fierce. She gave up pushing and, with all her strength, stretched out her arm and reached for the lamp on the bedside table. It was a heavy metal lamp. She grabbed the base of the lamp, used all her strength to lift it high, and then smashed it hard on the back of Linwei's head. Bang! There was a muffled sound, and Linwei's movements paused for a moment. Efficient. Tsuyoshi saw hope. She endured the severe pain in her legs and arms and smashed the lamp down again and again. Bang! 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 She didn't know how many times she hit her until Linwei's body softened and became completely motionless. Then she used all her strength to push the corpse like Linwei off her. The dormitory returned to dead silence, with only Tsuyoshi's heavy breathing as the only sound. She looked down at her bloody calf and the blackened scratches on her arm, and a feeling of dizziness washed over her. She knew she was infected. My body started to feel scorching hot, and my vision started to blur. She struggled to crawl to the door and banged on it hard, her voice hoarse. Open the door. Is there anyone? Help! Outside the door, it was dead silent. She could hear more and more roars and chaotic footsteps coming from the corridor, and the whole world seemed to have gone crazy. Her strength was rapidly fading, and the high fever was eroding her consciousness. She leaned against the cold door and slowly slid to the ground. Before her consciousness completely fell into darkness, she seemed to hear a dull gunshot from downstairs, followed by the sound of rapid and powerful footsteps coming upstairs. Is it an illusion? She smiled bitterly and slowly closed her eyes. Just then. Bang! With a loud bang, the dormitory door of room 402, which was locked from the outside, was kicked open from the outside with a huge force. A tall and straight figure, holding a ferocious automatic rifle, appeared at the door against the light, like a god descending to the earth. Gu Chen's eyes were as sharp as a knife, sweeping across the entire dormitory in an instant. The smell of blood, smoke, and death mixed together, making people sick. His gaze was fixed on Tsuyoshi, who had fallen to the ground. Her face was pale with an abnormal flush. The wounds on her arms and calves were shocking. Black lines were spreading from the edges of the wounds to the surrounding areas like poisonous snakes. Not far from her was the corpse of the female zombie whose head was deformed by the lamp. There is no time to think, and even less time to hesitate. He could clearly hear the hair-raising roars and dragging footsteps in the corridor approaching from afar, like a tide. The noise of him kicking the door and firing a gun had attracted all the predators in the building. Gu Chen rushed forward, squatted down, and probed for Tsuyoshi's carotid artery with his fingers. There was a pulse, weak but beating rapidly. Her body was burning like a branding iron, a sign that the virus was raging inside her. She's still alive. Moreover, the intelligence system didn't indicate her death, which means she will definitely survive. If no one came to rescue her, she would be trapped and die in the dormitory. Ho ho ho! 2 or 3 staggering figures appeared in the shadows at the entrance of the corridor. They smelled the scent of fresh flesh and blood and were rushing towards room 402 excitedly. Must leave immediately. Gu Chen acted decisively. He quickly pulled over a clean bedsheet and tied the unconscious Tsuyoshi tightly in front of him with a professional and efficient movement. This will keep her in place while freeing up your hands. After doing all this, he turned around and rushed to the dormitory window without any reluctance. He leaned over and looked down. In the small garden downstairs, a dark mass of zombies had already gathered, no fewer than 40 or 50 of them. They all raised their heads and let out unconscious roars, as if waiting for a feast. Going down from here is like walking into a trap. The only way to survive is up there. Rooftop. As long as he reaches the rooftop, Gu Chen is confident that he can rely on the powerful munitions in the space to clear out all the zombies. Roar! At the dormitory door behind him, the first zombie staggered in. Gu Chen no longer hesitated, feeling Tsuyoshi's hot body temperature and heavy weight on his chest, and began to act. Gu Chen hugged the hot girl tightly in his arms and rushed out of the dormitory with big strides. Facing the wriggling wall of rotten flesh consisting of more than a dozen zombies at the stairs, he didn't even slow down. He held Tsuyoshi steadily with his left hand, and with a shake of his right hand, the AR-15 automatic rifle appeared out of thin air in his hand. Da! 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 He did not choose full automatic fire, but instead started the one-sided massacre with short bursts of fire that were shockingly calm and rhythmic. Each bullet penetrated the head of a zombie accurately, exploding into a ball of smelly black blood and brain matter. Because there are a lot of bullets, it doesn't matter if you can't hit the target. Gu Chen walked forward, firing steadily. The shells jingled and jumped, and the brass shells kept rolling under his feet. The girl in his arms frowned slightly in her coma, as if disturbed by the apocalyptic noise, and he subconsciously hugged her tighter. The staircase on the 5th floor. Gu Chen emptied his first magazine expressionlessly. The corpses under his feet had already covered the entire staircase, but from the corridors on the 5th and 6th floors, more zombies heard the noise and rushed over fearlessly. In the narrow corridor, the length of the rifle seemed a bit of a hindrance. Gu Chen put the automatic rifle back into the space ring without hesitation. Instead, he took out a Remington M870 shotgun with a rugged shape and a large barrel. He held the gun in one hand, pointed at the crowded group of zombies in front of him, and pulled the trigger. Boom! A dull and violent roar, completely different from that of a rifle, exploded in the corridor. What the shotgun sprayed out was not a single bullet, but a fan of death composed of dozens of steel balls. The upper bodies of the 3 or 4 zombies in the front seemed to be hit by an invisible giant hammer, and instantly turned into a blurry mixture of flesh and blood, spraying backwards and knocking the zombies behind them to the ground. Boom! Gu Chen took a step forward and pulled the trigger again. Boom! Another step. Every time he took a step forward, he fired a shot. Each shot cleared all obstacles within a 1-meter radius. This unparalleled aesthetic of violence brought a thrilling pleasure. He didn't even need to aim, just point the muzzle of the gun in the general direction and watch the world in front of him being suddenly purified. He didn't dare to take a moment to breathe and ran towards the stairs leading to the top floor. The last flight of stairs leading to the top floor on the 6th floor. This is where the zombies are most concentrated. More than 20 zombies have blocked the last road leading to the iron gate on the rooftop. The narrow space also limits the power of the shotgun. Chapter 7, Rooftop Horror. Gu Chen's brows furrowed slightly for the first time. He stopped and put the shotgun back into the ring. He still held Suyueshi in his left hand, and with his right hand, he took out a dark green fragmentation grenade from the tactical bag on his waist. He bit off the safety pin with his teeth, swung his arm back, and threw the grenade into the crowded crowd of zombies in front of him in a standard throwing posture. Then, holding Suyueshi, he swiftly retreated to the corner of the stairs, using his back and the solid wall to protect the girl in his arms tightly. Boom! An unprecedented roar erupted, as if it was going to collapse the entire dormitory building. Finally, after a hard fight, he reached the top floor. The heavy iron door leading to the rooftop is right in front of you. The door was locked tightly from the inside. Through the small square observation window on the door, several terrified young faces huddled together could be seen. Hope is right in front of us. Open the door. Open the door quickly. Gu Chen's voice was hoarse due to the intense exercise. He slammed the cold iron door hard, making a loud bang-bang sound. Behind the door, there was a dead silence at first, and then a burst of horrified discussions. It's not a zombie, it's a man? How did he get up here? Oh my god, who is that in his arms? It's Suyueshi. She is injured. A sharp-eyed girl saw the horrifying black scratch on Suyueshi's arm and let out a shrill scream. This discovery is like a drop of water dropped into a boiling oil pan. She's been captured by zombies. Don't open the door. A boy wearing glasses, who looked like a student leader, immediately shouted in a stern voice, "If you open the door, we'll all die." Yes. It can't be opened. If you leave her behind, we might be able to let you in alone, another voice echoed, its words full of cold rationality. These words made Gu Chen's eyes instantly cold. Through the small window, he saw the dozen or so faces behind the door that were filled with selfishness and fear. He knew that there was no point in reasoning with this group of frightened people. Behind him, at the end of the stairs, the roars of the zombies were already deafening. The dark mass of zombies was surging up the last step by step. Time no longer allowed him to talk nonsense. I'll say it again, open the door. Gu Chen's tone was filled with undisguised murderous intent. Don't dream. We won't. Before the boy with glasses could finish his words, a deafening bang interrupted him. Bang! Gu Chen took 2 steps back, raised the AR-15 automatic rifle behind him, and without hesitation, pointed it at the lock core of the iron door and pulled the trigger. The powerful kinetic energy of the bullet, accompanied by dazzling sparks, hit the lock core hard. The metal twisted and deformed, and door lock parts flew out. Bang! 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 Gu Chen had an expressionless face as he emptied most of the bullets in the magazine in one breath. The dense firepower turned the sturdy iron lock into a pile of scrap metal. The students behind the door were terrified by the sudden violence. They screamed and retreated, huddled together. Guchen threw away the empty magazine, quickly replaced it with a new one, then kicked open the shaky iron door, holding the hot Tsuyueshi in his arms, and rushed in with big strides. He didn't stop, but turned around and used a discarded metal table and a few sandbags to block the door tightly. Outside, countless zombies' claws were frantically scratching at the iron door, making a teeth-grinding noise. Safe for now. Guchen turned around and swept his cold eyes over the dozen or so survivors on the rooftop. Most of them were in disheveled clothes, with tears and fear on their faces. At this moment, they looked at Guchen as if they were looking at a devil crawling out of hell. The source of fear was not only the infected Tsuyueshi in his arms, but also the rifle in his hand that was still emitting smoke, and the undisguised bloody aura emanating from him. You lunatic! The boy with glasses mustered up his last bit of courage and pointed at Guchen tremblingly. You brought a time bomb up here. Do you want to kill all of us? Guchen was too lazy to pay attention to him. He carefully placed Tsuyueshi in a relatively clean corner and untied the sheets. The girl's breathing was rapid and weak, her brows were furrowed, and she seemed to be fighting a fierce war with the virus in her body. At this moment, something strange happened. In the corner of the crowd, a short-haired girl with a pale face who had been keeping her head down suddenly trembled and let out a suppressed hoarse sound from her throat. She raised her head suddenly, and her eyes had turned gray. Be careful! Guchen shouted sternly. These naive college students had no idea that someone in their team had already concealed the fact that they had been bitten. But it was too late. The short-haired girl pounced on the boy closest to her like lightning and bit his neck. Ah! The heart-wrenching screams became the second fuse that ignited the panic. The rooftop, which seemed to be the last refuge, exploded in an instant. She's changed too. There are still infected people among us. Run! A chain of suspicion was formed in an instant, and everyone looked at the person next to them in horror, as if the other person would turn into a monster that would devour anyone at any time. Trust completely collapsed at this moment. In the chaos, the boy who was bitten completed the transformation in just over 10 seconds, stood up shakily, and joined the ranks of the predators. Panic, like the most violent virus, completely destroyed the survivors' psychological defenses. The two girls screamed and rushed to the edge of the rooftop in a state of mental collapse. Under the horrified gaze of everyone, they jumped down without hesitation, using death to escape this hellish reality. On the rooftop, cries, screams and the roars of zombies mixed together, showing the despair of Doomsday to the fullest. Stop the fuck right there! A thunderous roar, like a bomb, exploded above the chaotic rooftop. All the survivors, including the two newly transformed zombies, froze in their tracks. They turned their heads in horror and saw a scene that they would never forget. Guchen had stood up straight without knowing when. He held a rifle in one hand, and with the other hand, he unexpectedly took out a dark green, ferocious-looking, and violently beautiful metal tubular object from thin air, the RPG-7 rocket launcher. He skillfully carried the huge rocket launcher on his shoulder, and the cold firing port slowly swept across the two staggering zombies and the terrified faces of all the survivors. If you don't want to die, just be quiet. Guchen's voice was not loud, but it carried a coldness and majesty that was enough to freeze the soul. The entire rooftop fell into deathly silence in an instant. Everyone was stunned by the surreal scene before them. The rocket launcher appearing out of nowhere was 10,000 times more visually impactful than the zombies. This was beyond their comprehension. They looked at Guchen's young but cold face that was not human, as if they were looking at an apocalyptic god who held the power of life and death. The boy with glasses opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but no word came out. His legs went limp and he collapsed to the ground. Chapter 8. From now on, I have the final say. Guchen didn't give anyone time to think, he directly pulled the trigger. Whoosh boom! A high explosive rocket, with a long tail flame, hit the feet of the two zombies with unmatched accuracy. The extremely violent explosion set off a hot and violent airwave, pushing everyone around to the ground. At the center of the explosion, the two zombies and the large area of concrete ground beneath their feet were blown to pieces, turning into blood, flesh and rubble flying all over the sky. Absolute violence brings absolute silence. The surviving students crawled up from the ground in a panic, trembling all over and with buzzing in their ears. They looked at the huge hole in the middle of the rooftop that was still emitting black smoke, and then looked at the figure standing like a mountain carrying a rocket launcher. In their eyes, there was only the most primitive awe and submission. Guchen slowly put down the bazooka that was still emitting green smoke, and his cold eyes swept across the faces of every survivor. In an unquestionable tone, he announced the birth of the new rules. From now on, here, I have the final say. There was deathly silence on the rooftop. The unique smell of gunpowder and blood stimulates the nostrils of every survivor, imprinting the cruel reality of the end of the world on their senses in the most direct way. The huge crater with charred edges blasted by the rocket launcher was like an eye of the abyss staring at everyone, silently telling the only outcome of resisting the man in front of them. Guchen, this man was just a vague stranger not long ago. His clothes stained with black blood, the cold automatic rifle in his hand, and his calm eyes, as if he regarded human life as worthless, were like a heavy mountain, weighing on everyone's heart. He didn't look at the gradually cooling body on the ground, nor did he pay attention to the other students' faces twisted with fear. All his attention returned to the still unconscious girl in the corner. Tsuyueshi's body was still burning hot, her brows were furrowed, as if she was waging a silent war against the horrible virus in her body. Protecting her is Guchen's only goal at the moment. They're all dead. A boy shuddered, his words filled with disbelief. The classmates who usually surrounded them vanished in the blink of an eye. Guchen didn't even look back, but took out a bottle of mineral water and a pack of compressed biscuits from the space ring, carefully unscrewed the bottle cap, and moistened Tsuyueshi's chapped lips with clean water. His movements were gentle and focused, completely different from the killer god just now. This extreme contrast made the remaining 4 students feel a chill deep in their bones. They finally understood that in this man's world, only the girl named Tsuyueshi was a human, and they, perhaps not even things, were just obstacles that needed to be cleared. What should we do now? The surviving girl broke the oppressive silence with tears in her voice. There are monsters everywhere downstairs. We are trapped here. Please, save us. Another boy mustered up his courage and pleaded to Guchen's back, don't you have guns? Give us some, we can hold on here together and wait for the army to come to rescue. This suggestion sparked a glimmer of hope in the eyes of the remaining 2 boys. Yes, he was alone, and no matter how powerful he was, he needed to rest. If they could get weapons, not only would they be able to protect themselves, but they would also be able to speak to him on an equal footing. Guchen finally stood up slowly, turned his head, and swept his cold eyes across their faces full of expectation. Weapons? He seemed to have heard a joke, and a hint of sarcasm appeared on the corner of his mouth. Why? We are students, we are compatriots, the boy said anxiously. Compatriot? Guchen sneered, his voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone. When I blasted a bloody path with a grenade, rushed to the rooftop with her in my arms, and begged you to open the door, did you treat me as a compatriot? With just one sentence, the 4 of them instantly turned pale and speechless. In my opinion, the only difference between you and those zombies downstairs is that you can still think for the time being. Guchen's tone was flat, but it was more hurtful than any humiliation. He ignored these people and walked to the edge of the rooftop, looking down carefully. A huge crowd of zombies had gathered downstairs of the dormitory. The earth-shattering explosion and continuous gunfire just now were like lighting the brightest bonfire in the dark night, attracting all the zombies within a 1-kilometer radius. They were crowded downstairs, with their rotten heads raised and roaring unconsciously. There were at least hundreds of them. What's worse is that they had begun to surge up the stairs, floor by floor. The iron door that he had propped up with the table was being hit again and again, making muffled bang, bang, bang sounds, as if it would be knocked open at any time. This place has become a Jedi. The door is about to be kicked open, the girl screamed in horror. Guchen frowned. He knew that once the iron gate was breached, even if the rooftop space was open, he would be exhausted to death sooner or later by the endless stream of zombies. He had to find a way. Let us help you guard the door. A quick-witted boy immediately expressed his willingness, trying to gain trust. No need. Guchen refused coldly. He took out one heavy military wooden box after another from his space ring. Under the horrified gaze of the remaining 4 people, as if by magic, he stacked these wooden boxes behind the iron door with a clang, forming an extremely solid barrier. Taking things out of thin air. This mysterious and unpredictable method completely shattered their last bit of hope. They finally understood that what they were facing was not just a lucky person who had obtained a weapon, but a monster with power that they could not understand. After doing all this, Guchen did not stop at all. He came to the edge of the roof again, took out a heavy M24 sniper rifle from the ring, placed it on the wall, and opened the scope. What he had to do was not to escape, but to clean up. He knew very well that carrying an unconscious Tsuyueshi and walking through the campus filled with corpses was tantamount to seeking death. Now, this rooftop, which was easy to defend but difficult to attack, was actually the safest place. All he had to do was use the terrain advantage and his unlimited ammunition to minimize the threat from downstairs. The crosshairs of the scope were placed on the head of a zombie. Bang! A dull sniper rifle sounded, and the zombie's head exploded like a watermelon, and black blood splattered all over the surrounding zombies. Chapter 9 solved in 3 seconds. Gu Chen's expression did not change at all. He calmly pulled the bolt, ejected the hot shell, aimed again, and fired. Bang! Bang! He was like a tireless killing machine, accurately killing the zombies downstairs at an average rate of 1 shot every 3 seconds. Every gunshot would inevitably take away a wandering soul. On the rooftop, the remaining 4 students stared blankly at this scene. They were completely shocked by Gu Chen's terrifying strength and cold will, and they didn't even dare to breathe. But when fear is suppressed to the extreme, it often breeds even crazier thoughts. While Gu Chen was concentrating on the downstairs, the 3 surviving boys quietly gathered together, communicating with their eyes and in the lowest voice. He doesn't seem to be going to care about us anymore. What should we do? We're out of ammunition and food. Sooner or later, we'll starve to death here. Besides, he's constantly using up his ammunition, and he'll eventually run out. When he gets tired, or runs out of bullets, we'll all die. Look at him, all his thoughts are on Su Yueshi. He has so many weapons, all hidden in that. I don't know what space is. As long as we can get them. A taller boy's eyes flashed with greed and cruelty. He's only one person, and we have 3. Let's attack him together while he's not paying attention. This crazy proposal shocked the other 2. Rob a killer who could conjure up weapons out of thin air and had godlike marksmanship? You're crazy. We'll be killed by him. Just like Li Wei. No, the tall boy lowered his voice and said provocatively, all his attention is now on the downstairs, and he has to divert his attention to taking care of Su Yueshi. This is our only chance. Think about it, if we can control him, we will have the entire arsenal. By then, not only can we not survive, we may even be able to become a local tyrant in this apocalypse. Do you want to take a gamble? The immense temptation began to erode their sanity. They looked at the godlike figure, then at the unconscious, utterly threatening, stunning girl in the corner, and the balance in their hearts began to tilt dramatically. The greed and luck in human nature eventually overcome fear. The 3 of them looked at each other and nodded slowly. They picked up a few discarded steel bars and sticks from the ground and silently formed a fan shape, surrounding Gu Chen, who was concentrating on sniping. The surviving girl saw their actions and covered her mouth in fear, her eyes filled with terror. She wanted to warn him out loud, but when she met the warning and threatening eyes of the tall boy, she swallowed her words and curled up in the corner, trembling. Gu Chen was still sniping in an orderly manner. Bang! Another zombie was shot in the head. Just as he pulled the bolt and prepared to shoot again, the 3 boys behind him moved. They roared like wild beasts, brandished the crude weapons in their hands, and pounced on Gu Chen's back from 3 directions. They calculated that Gu Chen had a sniper rifle that could not be used in close combat. As long as they could get close, they would have a chance. However, they underestimated Gu Chen's vigilance and knew nothing about his abilities. Just before they pounced, Gu Chen, who had been concentrating on the world in the mirror, curled up a cold, mocking smile at the corner of his mouth. He didn't pay any attention to the people downstairs. From the moment these people started whispering, their every move was under his control. He didn't even look back. At the moment when the 3 steel bars were about to hit the back of his head, the M24 sniper rifle in his hand disappeared out of thin air. Instead, there is a silver Desert Eagle pistol full of ferocious beauty. With an agility unimaginable to the 3 people behind him, Gu Chen's body suddenly moved half a step to the left and turned around like lightning. He had been on guard. At this moment, the greed, madness and ferocity on the faces of the 3 boys were clearly reflected in Gu Chen's cold pupils. Bang! The first gunshot rang out. The tall boy at the front had a bloody hole right between his eyebrows. His expression froze instantly, and his body, driven by inertia, rushed forward 2 more steps before falling heavily to the ground. The other 2 boys were so frightened by the bloody scene that their attacks were halted. Bang! The second gunshot rang out. Before the boy on the left could react to his companion's death, a ball of blood exploded from his chest. The powerful kinetic energy of the large-caliber magnum bullet directly shattered his heart into pieces. Bang! The third gunshot rang out. Only the last boy was left. He was so frightened that he dropped his stick and turned to run. But the bullet was faster than he could move, piercing the back of his head with pinpoint accuracy, blowing off half of his crown. 3 seconds. The entire process, from the start of the sneak attack to the killing of all 3 people, took less than 3 seconds. Guchen stood in the middle of the 3 corpses, shaking off the blood on his hands, his face expressionless, as if he had just casually swatted 3 annoying flies to death. He slowly walked up to the girl, who was so frightened that she had lost control of her bladder and was huddled in the corner, trembling. The girl raised her head and looked at the devil-like man with extreme fear in her eyes. She shook her head desperately and made meaningless whimpering sounds from her mouth. A complicated look flashed in Guchen's eyes. He finally went on a killing spree again. Only he and Su Yueshi were left on the rooftop. He walked back to the edge of the rooftop, and the M24 sniper rifle appeared in his hand again. As if nothing had happened, he continued his boring but efficient cleaning work. Bang! Bang! The gunshots rang out again in a rhythmic pattern. But this time, no one on the rooftop dared to entertain any inappropriate thoughts. Time passed by little amid the monotonous sound of gunfire and the continuous roar of zombies downstairs. Guchen didn't know how many zombies he had killed. 1,000? Or 2,000? The bullet shells at his feet had piled up into a golden mountain. The zombie corpses downstairs had piled up like a mountain, and the black blood had formed a stream, soaking the entire foundation of the dormitory building. But he finally felt tired. Maintaining a posture for a long time and being highly concentrated put a huge strain on his body and will. Although he had cleared most of the zombies downstairs, there were still sporadic zombies wandering from farther away. The most crucial thing is that the iron door leading to the rooftop has been severely deformed after being continuously hit, and the ammunition box barrier behind the door has also begun to groan under the heavy burden. Just then. Roar! A terrifying roar, completely different from that of ordinary zombies and full of power and wisdom, came from downstairs. That voice, carrying a king's aura of dominance, even silenced the roars of other zombies around it. Guchen's heart sank suddenly, and he quickly looked down through the scope. The zombie swarm automatically made a path for itself, and a gigantic creature, much larger than an ordinary zombie, slowly emerged from the shadow of the dormitory building. It was a mutant zombie that was nearly 3 meters tall. Its body was a strange dark red color, its muscles were as hard and tangled as steel, and one of its arms had transformed into a huge bone blade that gleamed with metallic luster. The other hand had transformed into a shield made of mutated bones, which looked very strong. Its head was a whole circle larger than that of an ordinary zombie, and its cloudy eyes, flashing with a violent red light, were staring intently at Guchen on the rooftop. Chapter 10: Defeat the Mutant Zombies and Gain S-level superpowers. The mutant zombies discovered him. Trouble. Guchen whispered to himself. He could feel an unprecedented sense of oppression from this mutant zombie. Without hesitation, he put the crosshairs on the mutant zombie's head. Bang! The armor-piercing bullet of the M24 sniper rifle is enough to penetrate a 10mm thick steel plate, but when it hits the head of the mutant zombie, it only produces a string of sparks and leaves a faint white dot. The mutant zombie shook its head, seemingly enraged. Holding its bone shield in front of it, it took heavy steps and charged directly towards the dormitory wall. Boom! 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 Its massive body was like a battering ram, shaking the earth with every step. It actually wanted to crash down the building. Guchen's expression finally changed. He quickly put away the sniper rifle, flipped his right hand, and the ferocious RPG-7 rocket launcher appeared in his hand again. He loaded the ammunition as quickly as possible, shouldered the rocket launcher, and aimed at the charging behemoth. Whoosh boom! The first rocket, with a long tail flame, hit the mutant zombie accurately. The flames and shock waves of the explosion instantly engulfed it. However, when the smoke cleared, the giant figure only stumbled a few steps, its body covered in a charred black mass, but it had not suffered any fatal damage. The bone shield in its hand blocked most of the impact. It was completely enraged. It roared loudly and sped up even faster. Guchen's heart sank to the bottom. He knew that ordinary attacks were no longer effective against this monster. Without any hesitation, he began to load, and fire again at an almost crazy speed. Whoosh boom! Whoosh boom! Whoosh boom! He fired all the rockets stored in his space ring at the mutant zombie one after another as if they were free. For a moment, the entire dormitory building was filled with flames and explosions, as if it had become a real battlefield. After enduring 9 consecutive rocket attacks, the mutant zombie's bone shield was finally shattered into pieces. Its body was also left in tatters, with one arm blown off and its body covered in horrific wounds. But it still didn't fall. It dragged its broken body and stubbornly launched a final charge towards the dormitory building. A trace of cruelty flashed in Guchen's eyes. He took out the 10th rocket and loaded it. He concentrated his mind highly and aimed at the only remaining huge head of the mutant zombie. Just when the mutant zombie was less than 10 meters away from the dormitory building, it let out an unwilling roar and threw the extremely sharp bone blade towards Guchen on the rooftop with all its strength. The bone blade tore through the air, making a sharp scream, like a deadly missile. Guchen's pupils suddenly contracted. He subconsciously wanted to dodge, but his body was already a little stiff due to the long battle. The only thing he could do was to try his best to dodge the attack in a split second. At the same time, he pulled the trigger. Whoosh! The last rocket whizzed out. Puff! Almost at the same time, the huge bone blade fiercely pierced Guchen's left shoulder. Severe pain instantly spread throughout his body. Boom! This time, the explosion landed precisely on the mutant zombie's head. After enduring 10 devastating bombardments, that incredibly hard skull finally reached its limit and exploded like a ripe watermelon. Due to inertia, the huge body rushed forward a few steps, and finally fell heavily to the ground with a boom, and there was no sound anymore. Ding! Kill the first order mutant tyrant and drop S-level energy crystal Eye of Time delay. Guchen listened to the prompt sound in his mind, but his vision began to darken. He could feel that a mutated virus that was 100 times more powerful than the ordinary zombie virus was frantically destroying his vitality. He used up his last bit of strength, looked at Tsuyueshi who was safe and sound, and a bitter smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. After all, I miscalculated. Consciousness began to become blurred. The world before his eyes began to double, and he could feel his vitality rapidly fading away. His consciousness fell into complete darkness. What he didn't know was that the girl who had been unconscious in his arms had never really fallen asleep. Tsuyueshi felt like she was trapped in a warm and noisy deep ocean. Her body could not move and her eyes could not open, but she could hear everything outside. She heard the ruthlessness of Guchen as he killed people to protect her, heard his tireless gunfire, and felt the tremors of every explosion. She could clearly feel that there was a strong arm and a warm chest that always kept her in the safest place, shielding her from all wind, rain and danger. This feeling is her only support and light in this doomsday. When Guchen's life force was about to go out like a candle in the wind, an unprecedented panic and heartache instantly broke through the shackles that imprisoned her consciousness. Tsuyueshi's body began to emit a faint, holy white light. That light was brighter and warmer than any time before. SSS-level superpower Holy Healing awakened successfully. An extremely bright white light, filled with a strong breath of life, burst out from Tsuyueshi's body. She suddenly opened her eyes, her clear eyes filled with anxiety and heartache. Without the slightest hesitation, she stretched out her hands that emitted a soft white light and gently covered the hideous wound on Guchen's shoulder. Holy Healing! She whispered it softly, as if it was an instinct. The holy light poured into Guchen's body like a tide. In the face of the holy energy, the violent mutant virus was like ice and snow encountering the scorching sun, and was rapidly purified and dispelled. The wound healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and even the huge bone blade was slowly forced out of the body by the holy light. After a few minutes, the light faded. Guchen suddenly opened his eyes and breathed in the fresh air. He immediately looked at his shoulder, which was intact. He raised his head and met Tsuyueshi's clear eyes, which were filled with tears but also full of joy. You're awake. Guchen's voice was hoarse. I've been awake the whole time. Tsuyueshi's voice was choked with sobs. Thank you, for everything you've done for me. Guchen was stunned, and then a warm feeling surged in his heart. He stood up, gently pulled the girl up, and wiped the tears from her eyes. Let's leave here. Tsuyueshi said softly, with a hint of fear and fatigue in her voice, find a safe place and rest for a while. Guchen nodded, he stood up, stretched his recovered body, and then cast his gaze towards the huge mutant zombie corpse downstairs. There was an S-level energy crystal waiting for him. Chapter 11 The Eye of Time Delay. On the rooftop, Guchen slowly stood up. The feeling of being resurrected from the brink of death was both strange and heart-pounding. He could clearly feel that his body had not only recovered, but was even stronger than before. Every muscle and every bone seemed to be tempered by a warm and sacred energy, full of explosive power. He clenched his fists, feeling an unprecedented sense of fulfillment, and gained the most intuitive and profound understanding of Tsuyueshi's ability called divine healing. SSS-level supernatural power. This is no longer a simple treatment, but a miracle close to creation. He turned his head and looked at Tsuyueshi. The girl's face was still a little pale, and it was obvious that the miraculous treatment just now had exhausted her greatly. She was leaning against the wall, looking at him quietly, her eyes as clear as water reflecting his figure at the moment. After experiencing the tremendous changes from heaven to hell and then back to the world, her delicate and otherworldly temperament that belonged to a school beauty has faded, replaced by a kind of heartbreaking calmness that is a mixture of fragility and tenacity. "Thank you." Gu Chen's voice was a little hoarse, but extremely sincere. This was the first time he said these two words to someone other than himself. Tsuyueshi shook her head gently, forcing a smile on her lips. "You saved me first." Her eyes swept across the three corpses on the rooftop that were already emitting a foul smell, across the pile of brass bullet casings, and finally landed on his clothes that were stained with black blood and gun smoke and could no longer see their original color. She couldn't imagine what kind of sky this man had held up for her during the time she was unconscious. Their eyes met, and silence spread between them. But this silence was not awkward, but rather a tacit understanding that needed no words to flow. He walked to the edge of the rooftop and looked down. The corpse of the huge mutant zombie tyrant was still lying quietly downstairs, like a small hill in the gradually falling night. And in the place where its head was blown to pieces, a faint blue light was faintly visible, emitting a deadly temptation. S-level supernatural energy crystal Eye of Time lag. He had to get it. "Wait for me here and don't move," Gu Chen said to Tsuyueshi. His tone was unquestionable, but there was also a hint of gentleness that he himself had not noticed. Tsuyueshi nodded obediently. She knew that the only thing she could do now was not to cause him any trouble. He turned and walked towards the severely deformed iron door. He didn't choose to climb from the outside of the building, which was too dangerous. He wanted to walk down from the dormitory building that he had cleaned with his own hands. He easily moved the stacked ammunition boxes, opened the iron door, and quickly disappeared into the dark stairwell leading downstairs. The corridor was a mess. The walls and ceiling were covered with traces of explosions and dried blood. The air was filled with thick smoke and a disgusting stench. Gu Chen carried an automatic rifle and explored carefully downwards. Although he has carried out a round of cleaning, no one can guarantee whether there are still some fish that have escaped the net hidden in some corner of the building. He walked lightly, and with each step he took, he carefully observed his surroundings, like an experienced hunter patrolling his hunting grounds. The journey was uneventful. When he finally walked out of the dormitory building and stepped onto the ground again, a stronger smell of blood mixed with the scent of soil hit his face. The small garden in front of the building has completely turned into a sea of corpses and blood. Hundreds of zombie corpses piled up on top of each other, forming a visually impactful painting of hell under the hazy moonlight. Gu Chen's gaze was directly locked on the body of the tyrant. He held his gun cautiously and approached step by step. Even though he knew it was dead, the oppressive feeling brought by its huge body still made him feel uneasy. He walked up to the blown-up head and saw it in a pile of smelly, charred flesh and brain matter. An irregular diamond-shaped crystal, about the size of a baby's fist, lay there quietly. The source crystal emits a faint blue light, flickering like breathing. This crystal is crystal clear, and it seems to contain a deep starry sky inside. Countless tiny points of light slowly flow in it, full of mystery and power. This is the S-level supernatural energy crystal. Gu Chen suppressed his nausea, reached out his hand, and picked up the still slightly warm source crystal from the minced meat. The moment his fingers touched the source crystal, a huge and pure energy, mixed with countless chaotic and mysterious information about time, suddenly rushed into his mind. Gu Chen groaned, feeling as if his brain was hit hard by a heavy hammer, and instantly fell into a blank. He immediately sat down cross-legged and focused his mind. He knew that this was the critical moment for absorbing and fusing the source crystal. In his spiritual world, the energy belonging to that Eye of Time delay was like an unruly blue dragon, rampaging and trying to occupy his consciousness. Gu Chen's own mental strength turned into a barrier, resisting stubbornly and trying to tame and digest the dragon. This is a battlefield of wills. If his will is not strong enough, he may be overwhelmed by this huge flow of energy and information and become an idiot. Time passes by every second. Beads of sweat the size of beans oozed out of Gu Chen's forehead, and his face turned a little pale. But he always gritted his teeth and relied on his own strong will to gradually dissipate the wildness of that energy. After an unknown amount of time, the blue dragon finally ran out of strength, uttered an unwilling wail, and eventually turned into the purest energy and information fragments, which were completely devoured and integrated by Gu Chen's mental power. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have successfully fused the S-level energy crystal Eye of Time Delay. Ability name, Eye of Time Delay. Superpower level, S level. Ability effect, after activation, the host's world will see a significant slowdown in the flow of time. The faster the host's mental energy is consumed, the more pronounced the slowdown. This ability will continuously consume mental energy. A sense of enlightenment surged into Gu Chen's heart. He slowly opened his eyes. The world, in his eyes, has become different. He could see the trajectory of falling leaves in the distance. Every twist and every inch of their descent became incredibly clear. He could see the dust particles floating in the air, and their falling speed became very slow. The movement laws of all objects are at your fingertips. Chapter 12, Heading to Safety. Gu Chen's mind moved, and he took the initiative to activate the full power of the Eye of Time Delay. Buzz. In an instant, the whole world seemed to be pressed in extreme slow motion. He watched a mosquito fly past him. Every vibration of its wings was like playing a frame-by-frame animation, slow and clear. He could even make out the subtle lines on the wings. He slowly stood up and tried to wave his arms. In his perception, his arm movements were still at normal speed, but everything around him was so slow that it seemed to be frozen in amber. Is this the power of an S-level ability? A storm surged in Gu Chen's heart. This ability makes you almost invincible in battle. Any high-speed attack, whether it is a bullet, a claw, or a superpower, will become a snail's crawl in his eyes, and he will have enough time to dodge, block, or even counterattack. This is simply a magical skill tailor-made for him. He suppressed his ecstasy and deactivated his supernatural power. A slight dizziness spread through his brain, a sign of mental exhaustion. He understood that while this ability was powerful, it couldn't be used indefinitely. He also put the tyrant's huge corpse into the space ring. The flesh and blood of a high-level mutant is itself a material of great research value. After doing all this, he turned around and walked towards the dormitory building. When he returned to the rooftop, Su Yueshi immediately came up to him, her eyes full of concern. Are you okay? It's okay. Gu Chen shook his head, then looked at her and said seriously, let's go, leave here. Without further explanation, he took out a bundle of tough climbing rope from his ring, fixed one end to the railing of the rooftop, and tied the other end around his and Su Yueshi's waist. He wanted to take her and rappel down directly from the back of the building to avoid the messy sea of corpses and blood at the main entrance. Su Yueshi did not have the slightest hesitation or fear. She just held Gu Chen's arm tightly and gave all her trust to this man. The two of them slid down to the ground silently along the rope, like elves in the dark night. The night on campus is quiet and dangerous. Gu Chen held Su Yueshi in one hand and a rifle in the other. Relying on his memory and extraordinary vigilance, he quickly moved through the shadows of the buildings. Along the way, they encountered several groups of wandering zombies. Every time, Gu Chen would open the Eye of Time Delay in advance. In his slow-motion vision, the zombies' ferocious attacks, like hungry tigers pouncing on their prey, became a comical pantomime. He could always easily dodge all attacks with the smallest movements and the most precise angles, and then, with the dagger in his hand, calmly and efficiently, he would cut through their throats or pierce their eyes. The whole process is smooth and full of artistic beauty. Su Yueshi was held in his arms and didn't even feel the big bumps. She only saw the ferocious monsters passing by them and then falling silently. She looked at Gu Chen's profile, which looked particularly cold in the moonlight, and the dependence and admiration in her heart almost overflowed. The destination of their trip was the school library. There are few zombies in the library, and no one stays in the library when the zombie crisis breaks out. The location is relatively independent, easy to defend and difficult to attack. It is the most ideal temporary safe house at this stage. While passing through a small forest, Gu Chen's footsteps suddenly stopped. He opened the Eye of Time Delay and saw a dark shadow rushing towards them at an extremely fast speed a few dozen meters ahead. That's not a zombie. It was a mutant dog. It was much larger than an ordinary wolfhound, its hair had fallen off, revealing its muscular build, and it was as fast as lightning. Under normal circumstances, Gu Chen might need to work hard to solve it. But now. In Gu Chen's slow-motion vision, the mutant dog's pounce was broken down into hundreds of static images. He could even see the saliva dripping from its mouth, drawing a crystal trajectory in the air. He held Su Yueshi and calmly moved a step to the left. This step just happened to avoid the mutant dog's attack route. Then, he casually swung the sharp dagger in his hand to the right. The mutant dog slammed its throat hard against Gu Chen's motionless blade. During the entire process, Gu Chen did not even initiate an attack. He just appeared in the right place at the right time and made the right move. As Guchen drew his sword, the mutant dog whimpered, fell heavily to the ground, twitched a few times, and then stopped moving. Let's go. Guchen didn't even look at the corpse, holding Tsuyoshi, and continued forward. A few minutes later, the magnificent library finally appeared before their eyes. Guchen used a tool to pry open the door lock, and the two of them slipped in, then quickly locked the door from the inside and propped it up with a heavy bookshelf. Guchen turned on the tactical flashlight, and the beam of light swept through the darkness. Rows of tall bookshelves stood quietly like silent giants. After confirming that it was safe, the two of them could finally relax their tense nerves. Guchen gently put Tsuyoshi down, then took out 2 soft camp beds, clean bedding, a few bottles of water and some self-heating food from the space ring. Soon, this cold corner of the library was transformed into a simple yet warm temporary camp. Guchen was finally able to communicate with this beautiful school beauty, and he introduced himself. Eat something and then have a good sleep. Guchen handed a bowl of steaming self-heating rice to Tsuyoshi. Tsuyoshi took the rice but didn't eat it immediately. She looked at the man in front of her and everything he had done for her. Her eyes reddened and she whispered, "Guchen, thank you. If it weren't for you, I might have already." "No ifs." Guchen interrupted her, his tone calm but firm, "Eat. Staying alive is the most important thing." After saying that, he sat down and began to replenish his energy. After dinner, Tsuyoshi lay on the camp bed, but she felt no sleepiness at all. She looked at Guchen's profile, feeling his warmth. Tsuyoshi showed a relieved smile on her face. She moved to Guchen's bed, and then, under Guchen's surprised gaze, she took the initiative to lean over and gently rested her head on his shoulder. "Guchen," she said softly, her voice like a dream, calming when it's dawn. "Okay." Guchen's body stiffened slightly, then relaxed. He reached out and took the girl into his arms, allowing her to lean more comfortably. No words were spoken that night. This doomsday is hell for others. But for Guchen, who has an intelligence system, and the girl beside him, everything has just begun. Chapter 13: The enemy is attacking. The air in the library was cold and quiet, with a unique smell mixed with old papers and dust. This place is isolated from the noise and blood of the outside world, like a forgotten island, providing a moment of respite for those who survived the disaster. Guchen woke up to a light touch, like the brush of a feather. He suddenly opened his eyes, and the extraordinary perception brought by the S-level ability Eye of Time Delay instantly woke him up from his deep sleep and put him into a state of absolute alertness. However, what caught his eye was not a hideous zombie or a cold weapon, but a pair of eyes as clear as water that were filled with concern and a little shyness. It's Tsuyoshi. She had woken up without knowing when, and was half kneeling beside his cot, holding a towel soaked in clean water, carefully wiping the blood off his face. Seeing him wake up, she withdrew her hand like a frightened deer, as if she had been electrocuted, and a touching blush flew across her fair cheeks. I saw you were sleeping soundly, and there was blood on your face, so I wanted to help you wipe it off," she explained in a low voice, her voice particularly clear in the silent library. "Did I wake you up?" Guchen sat up, and the vigilance in his heart slowly dissipated, replaced by a gentleness that he himself had not even noticed. He shook his head, "No." He looked at Tsuyoshi. A night of good sleep had restored her spirit. Although she was still wearing the pajamas that seemed a little thin in the doomsday, her temperament had subtly changed. Those beautiful eyes were less confused and fearful than they had been yesterday, and more peaceful and clear. Clearly, the sense of security this makeshift camp had given her was far greater than she had imagined. "I'll go check out the situation outside." Guchen stood up and stretched his recovered body. After a night's rest, the fatigue brought by the battle with the tyrant had been swept away, and his mental strength had fully recovered to its peak state. He did not check the system information immediately, but walked to the door that was blocked by the bookshelf and listened attentively. Outside the door, there was a deathly silence. No zombies roaring, nor any unusual noises. But this silence, on the contrary, made Guchen feel a little uneasy. He sank his consciousness into his mind, and the cold mechanical synthesized sound arrived as expected. Daily intelligence system has been updated. Updating today's information for you. 3 messages emitting different lights, like 3 oracles, appeared clearly before his eyes. Intelligence 1 Diamond, due to unknown factors, cyclone activity in the western Pacific has intensified abnormally. A super typhoon codenamed Leviathan formed last night and is moving rapidly toward Binhai City. It is expected to make landfall in 72 hours and trigger a super tsunami. Within a week, the entire city of Binhai will be completely submerged in tens of meters of water. Seeing this information, Gu Chen's pupils suddenly contracted. Typhoon? Tsunami? Flood the whole city? This news was even more despairing than a zombie outbreak. He could kill zombies and destroy enemies. But in the face of such a devastating natural disaster, the power of an individual seemed so insignificant. 1 week. He only has 1 week to escape from this dead city that is about to sink to the bottom of the sea. He forced himself to suppress the shock in his heart and turned his gaze to the second piece of information. Intelligence 2 Silver, your battle on the dormitory rooftop was witnessed in its entirety by a small group of survivors using high-powered binoculars. They've become extremely greedy for your ability to reclaim objects from thin air and your vast arsenal of weapons. This group consists of 5 people, led by Zhang Pang, a level 1 psychic possessing the B-level optical invisibility ability. They surrounded the library at 6 a.m. this morning and are awaiting an opportunity to hunt you. Note, optical invisibility cannot circumvent thermal imaging detection. It turns out that the abnormal silence is not safety, but the calm before the storm. Gu Chen's eyes instantly turned cold. A group of ignorant hyenas actually set their sights on him, a tiger. B-level invisibility ability? In front of him who possessed the intelligence system, any concealment was useless. He did not act immediately, but calmed down and looked at the last piece of information that might determine how they escaped from the tsunami. Intelligence 3 Gold Level, Survivalist Qin Yong, after 3 years and hundreds of millions of dollars, successfully built the ultimate Doomsday RV, the Land Cruiser, before the apocalypse. Modified from a top-tier man heavy-duty truck, the Land Cruiser is fully armored and boasts an independent life support system, weapon platform, and powerful off-road capabilities, sufficient to withstand the zombie horde and escape the tsunami. Currently, the Land Cruiser is parked in the underground garage of the International Convention and Exhibition Center in the west of the city. Note, the owner, Qin Yong, is a suspicious individual with exceptional archery skills and possesses a high-powered compound crossbow. Note, this vehicle has no fuel. Doomsday RV. An unprecedented brilliance burst out from Gu Chen's eyes. This is simply a tailor-made escape arc for him. With this car, not only can he escape Binhai City, but even roam the entire apocalyptic wasteland with ease. He must seize this opportunity. The 3 pieces of information, like a precise map, planned a clear course of action for Gu Chen. First, get rid of the group of flies outside the library who didn't know how to live or die, then immediately set off to the west of the city to intercept the Doomsday fortress called Land Cruiser. What's wrong? Is there something wrong outside? Su Yueshi asked with concern when she saw Gu Chen's expression change. It's okay, it's just a group of flies. Gu Chen's tone returned to normal. He turned around and said to Su Yueshi, you stay here. Remember, no matter what sound you hear, don't go out or open the door. I'll be back soon. Are you going to fight? Su Yueshi's heart suddenly tightened. Solve some troubles, Gu Chen said, taking out his equipment from the space ring. He first put on a Kevlar bulletproof vest, then took out an M24 sniper rifle, skillfully removed its original optical sight, and replaced it with a dark sight that was slightly bulky and had a large lens on the front. That is the thermal imaging sight equipped in the arsenal, which is specially designed for night and complex environment combat. After doing all this, he looked at Su Yueshi's eyes that were still full of worry, thought for a while, took out a small Luger pistol and 2 magazines from the ring, and handed them to her. Use it for self-defense. His voice was undeniable. Although you probably won't need it. Remember, hit the head. Su Yueshi looked at the gun in her hand, hesitated for a moment, and finally held it tightly. She nodded and said solemnly, You must be careful. Chapter 14, Ridiculous Invisibility, No Match for Technology. Gu Chen hummed, then turned and walked towards the lobby on the first floor of the library. He didn't choose to leave through the iron door of the underground library, as that would put him in a passive position. He wanted to occupy the high ground and turn these so-called hunters into his prey. The hall on the first floor of the library was empty and messy. Sunlight streamed through the huge French windows, illuminating the dust particles dancing in the air. Gu Chen's figure, like a ghost, silently passed through rows of collapsed bookshelves and arrived at the second floor of the hall. He chose a corner with an excellent view and perfect hiding of his body, and set up the M24 sniper rifle in his hand. He put his eye close to the thermal imaging scope. In an instant, the whole world changed. The normal field of vision was replaced by a bizarre, variegated scene. Gray represented objects at normal temperature, such as walls, bookshelves, and the floor. Living things radiating heat appeared in striking bright yellow or red. He slowly moved the muzzle of his gun and scanned the square outside the library. Soon, he caught sight of 5 striking, heat-emitting human silhouettes in the field of view of the scope. 4 of them were hiding behind flower beds, sculptures, and abandoned cars, forming a circle around the library entrance. Their figures were crystal clear in the world of thermal imaging. And the 5th one. The corner of Gu Chen's mouth curled up in a cold arc. He saw an independent humanoid heat source approaching the main entrance of the library at an extremely slow speed. However, in his normal field of vision, there was nothing in that location. That was Zhang Peng. That idiot with the B-level invisibility ability. He thought his abilities were flawless, but he didn't know that in the eyes of his enemies, he was like a firefly in the dark night, eye-catching and ridiculous. How pathetic. Gu Chen muttered to himself, the crosshairs firmly fixed on the head of the moving humanoid heat source. Outside the library, Zhang Peng's heart was filled with confidence and greed. He approached the massive glass door cautiously, step by step. His ability could distort light, making his body completely invisible to the eye. This was his trump card for survival and hunting since the apocalypse. Last night, he and his team, from a distant high-rise building, witnessed the thrilling battle on the rooftop of Building 7. They saw the man's unpredictable means of retrieving objects, the mountains of munitions, and the devastating fire of RPGs. After fear comes endless greed. In their view, while the man was powerful, he was only one man. As long as they could use their invisibility to quietly approach and deliver a fatal blow, then everything he possessed would become their spoils. Boss, we're in position. The voice of teammates came from the headset. Very good. Zhang Peng lowered his voice, a cruel smile on his face. Wait for my signal. Once I cut his throat, you rush in immediately and control that woman. Remember, don't hurt that pretty face. He was less than 10 meters from the glass door. He could even see the collapsed bookshelves in the hall. Everything was just as he had expected. The man seemed to be still in the basement, unaware of the danger outside. The opportunity is right in front of you. He pulled out a sharp dagger from his waist, took a deep breath, and prepared to make the final sprint. However, what he didn't know was that in the darkness on the second floor of the library, a pair of cold eyes had locked onto him through the thermal imaging sight. Goodbye, invisible man. Gu Chen whispered, and gently pulled the trigger with his index finger. Bang! A dull and sudden gunshot broke the tranquility of the early morning. Zhang Peng, who was sneaking around, suddenly froze. He felt as if his forehead had been hit hard by a high-speed train. The pain was so severe that it didn't even have time to reach the brain. His consciousness instantly fell into eternal darkness. An armor-piercing bullet, carrying unparalleled kinetic energy, precisely blew off the top of his head. His invisible body, the moment it lost its life force and supernatural powers, was revealed, and then, like a puddle of mud, it fell limply onto the steps in front of the library. The red blood and white brain matter flowed all over the ground, which was particularly eye-catching. Boss? Boss! What's going on? There's a sniper. The boss was shot in the head. Run! The horrified roars of teammates were heard through the headphones. The other 4 team members who were lying in ambush were terrified by this sudden scene. They couldn't understand how their boss, who had been hiding so well, was discovered. But Gu Chen did not give them time to think. At the moment of killing Zhang Peng, he didn't even pause for a moment. He turned the muzzle of the gun and quickly locked onto the second target hiding behind an abandoned car. Bang! Another gunshot. The bullet penetrated the car window at a tricky angle and hit the unlucky guy's temple accurately. He's on the second floor. He's on the second floor of the library, near the window. Find shelter. A man who looked like a deputy was roaring hysterically. Gu Chen's figure, like a ghost, shuttled through the shadows of the second floor. He used the bookshelf as a cover and kept changing his sniper point. Every gunshot will inevitably take the life of an enemy. Bang! The third enemy hiding behind the flower bed fell down. Bang! The deputy who was still roaring wildly was shot in the middle of his eyebrows, his body leaned back, and he followed the same fate as the previous few people. In less than a minute, 4 of the 5 members of Zhang Peng's team had died. Only the last person is left. It was a thin man, terrified by the hellish scene. He threw away his weapon and scrambled out from behind the sculpture, crying desperately as he ran, "Don't kill me! I surrender! I surrender!" Gu Chen looked coldly at the fleeing figure through the scope, without a trace of pity in his eyes. From the moment they decided to turn their greedy eyes towards themselves, their fate was already doomed. Bang! The last bullet accurately ended the farce. The whole world returned to silence again. Guchen slowly put down the M24 sniper rifle in his hand, his chest rising and falling slightly. Although the battle process was easy, the continuous high-precision sniping still consumed a lot of mental energy. Ding! Kill the first-level Psychic Zhengpang, drop, B-level Psychic Energy Crystal Optical Invisibility. Ding! New source crystal energy detected. Do you want to absorb it? Option 1, Fusion. This replaces the existing S-level ability Eye of Time Delay and grants the B-level ability Optical Invisibility. Option 2, Absorb. This can convert the source crystal energy into pure energy, which can be used to increase the level of the host's own source crystal. It can provide 1/10 of the energy. Chapter 15 Emotional Heating. Absorb. Guchen made the choice without hesitation. Are you kidding me? Trading an S-rank supernatural skill for a B-rank rubbish ability that can't even protect against thermal imaging? He's not that stupid. Following his choice, he felt a pure and gentle energy surge from the void into his body, merging into the S-rank source crystal representing the Eye of Time Delay deep within his brain. The light of the source crystal seemed to be slightly brighter than before. It turns out that absorbing 10 points of energy from the source crystal can make one's own source crystal evolve. This discovery gave Guchen a clearer plan for his future growth path. He did not go downstairs immediately, but waited quietly on the second floor for more than 10 minutes. After confirming that there was no threat around, he slowly walked down the stairs and came to the outside of the library. He looted all the valuable materials from the 5 corpses and stored them all in his space ring. These things were precious resources in the apocalypse. After doing all this, he returned to the library. Is it over? Tsuyueshi came up to him immediately and breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that he was safe and sound. Well, it's over. Guchen nodded. The short battle just now made him feel a little tired. You look very tired. Tsuyueshi looked at his slightly pale face, and a trace of heartache flashed in her eyes. She hesitated for a moment, and then, as if she had made up her mind, she took the initiative to stretch out her hands and gently held Guchen's arm. I'll help you. Without waiting for Guchen to react, a warm, holy, and life-filled white light slowly flowed into Guchen's body from her palm. Guchen felt an indescribable warmth flow through his body. The fatigue and dizziness he felt from exhausting his mental energy rapidly dissipated under the impact of this energy. He could even feel that every cell in his body was cheering and greedily absorbing this sacred energy. After a few minutes, the light faded. Guchen felt that he had not only recovered to his peak state, but even his mental strength had increased slightly. His physical strength had also been slightly strengthened again. Holy healing, can it also restore physical and mental strength? Guchen looked at Tsuyueshi in surprise. Tsuyueshi's cheeks flushed slightly, and she nodded. I don't know, just now, I was thinking about making you recover, and then, this happened. Guchen's heart was deeply touched again. He looked at the girl in front of him. She was not only his ultimate insurance for survival, but also his best assistant for becoming stronger. Possessing her was equivalent to having unlimited endurance. The thoughts in his mind became more determined than ever before. The crisis was over, and the two returned to their temporary camp. The tranquility after surviving the disaster brought their hearts closer than ever before. Guchen, Tsuyueshi hugged her knees, sat on the camp bed, and asked softly, "The end of the world has come, your family?" Guchen's eyes dimmed for a moment, and he shook his head. "I have no family, I am an orphan." This answer made Tsuyueshi's body tremble slightly. She looked at Guchen, and her beautiful eyes revealed a complex emotion, sympathy, pity, but more of a resonance of kindred spirits. I'm about the same. Tsuyueshi's voice also became low. My father died when I was very young. My mother, she has always been in poor health and has a serious kidney disease. I studied hard and was admitted to medical school just because I wanted. I wanted to cure her with my own hands. Her eyes were red, and her voice was choked with sobs, but, before I could graduate, she left me 2 years ago, too. When she left, I couldn't even raise enough money for a kidney transplant. Having said this, she could no longer hold back, buried her head in her knees, her shoulders shaking, and began to cry and suppress tears. Although she was the campus beauty of Binhai University and had countless suitors, beneath her glamorous exterior, she was a poor girl who had to work part-time to cover her mother's medical expenses and her own tuition. She had no one to rely on, and all her strength was just a facade. Gu Chen looked at her quietly, without saying a word or trying to comfort her. He just silently took out a pack of tissues from the ring and placed it next to her hand. He himself was no exception. Growing up in an orphanage, he had witnessed the cruelty of the world. To survive, he had learned independence and indifference earlier than anyone else. The same life experience and the same loneliness made the two hearts cross all barriers and stick closely together at this moment. After crying for a long time, Su Yueshi gradually calmed down. She raised her head and looked at Gu Chen with her red and swollen eyes, but her eyes became more firm than ever before. "Gu Chen, from now on, I will follow you," she said word by word, as if she was swearing, "Wherever you go, I will go. I will not have any unrealistic kindness towards anyone other than you. In this world, you are the only one I can rely on." She recognized the reality and human nature. After experiencing the betrayal of her roommate and the indifference of those people on the rooftop, she knew that Gu Chen's selfishness was the greatest protection for her. Gu Chen looked at her pretty face, which was tearful but full of determination, and the softest part of his heart was deeply touched. He reached out and gently wiped away the remaining tear marks on her cheek with his rough fingertips. "Okay." He only said one word, but it was heavier than any promise. From this moment on, their relationship is no longer simply that of savior and rescued, but of partners who truly depend on each other. After a short rest, Gu Chen stood up, and a sharp light rekindled in his eyes. "We should leave," he said. "This city is about to sink to the bottom of the sea. We must find our Noah's Ark before that." He told Su Yueshi the information about the Doomsday RV called Land Cruiser. A glimmer of hope for the future also lit up in Su Yueshi's eyes. The two of them quickly packed up the camp, and Gu Chen put all his things into the space ring, leaving no trace. Then, he took Su Yueshi's hand, walked out of the library that had witnessed the sublimation of their emotions, and embarked on a new journey to intercept the Doomsday RV. Their destination, the west side of the city, the International Convention and Exhibition Center. Chapter 16, Going to Intercept the Doomsday RV. The thin sunlight struggled to penetrate the thick clouds, and the strange clouds indicated that a storm was coming. This coastal city on the verge of collapse was covered in a lifeless, gray light. Gu Chen held Su Yueshi's hand and walked in this silent city of death. Don't ask why you don't ride an electric bike, the answer is that it was stolen. Their target is the International Convention and Exhibition Center on the west side of the city. From Binhai University to the west of the city, one needs to cross most of the city. It is a long and dangerous journey. Along the way, they saw too many horrific scenes after the end of the world. The once bustling commercial street is now left with only broken windows and looted shops, with luxury goods and banknotes scattered all over the ground, but no one is interested. Instead, some inconspicuous hardware stores and pharmacies were turned upside down. On the road, the wreckage of cars that had rear-ended or collided could be seen everywhere. The coagulated black blood and the mutilated bodies that had been gnawed away silently told the story of the despair and chaos that had occurred not long ago. The air was filled with an indescribable, complex smell mixed with decay, blood, and dust. Su Yueshi subconsciously grasped Gu Chen's hand. That strong, warm palm was her only source of support and security in this hell. She looked at the man walking half a step in front of her. His back was straight and steady, and the cold automatic rifle in his hand complemented his calm eyes. He took every step extremely cautiously, his eyes scanning the surrounding environment like a radar at all times. No possible threat could escape his eyes. Roar! At an intersection, 7 or 8 wandering zombies, attracted by the scent of living people, roared and rushed out from the shadows of the street corner. Su Yueshi's heart suddenly tightened, and she subconsciously grasped Gu Chen's hand. "Don't move." Gu Chen's voice was not loud, but it was reassuringly calm. He didn't even stop, but just gently pulled Su Yueshi behind him. A barely perceptible blue light flashed in his eyes. The S-level ability, Eye of Time Delay, is activated instantly. In his slow-motion vision, the ferocious attacks of the 7 or 8 zombies turned into a ridiculous slow-motion performance full of flaws. He could clearly see the trajectory of each zombie's movements and could predict where they would land next. Holding Su Yueshi's hand, he moved effortlessly through the gaps between the zombies' attacks with a seemingly leisurely but in fact profound pace. Every time he leaned sideways, he dodged a zombie's claws. Every time he ducked, he precisely avoided another zombie's bite. During the entire process, he didn't even fire a shot and didn't waste a single bullet. Those zombies were like bulls being teased, missing their targets again and again, and even crashing into each other due to their violent movements, causing them to fall to the ground. When the two of them walked through the zombie swarm unscathed and walked more than 10 meters, the zombies finally reacted and roared again, trying to catch up. But Gu Chen and Su Yueshi had already disappeared at the end of the next street corner. Su Yueshi looked back at the group of monsters left behind, her heart filled with shock. She looked at Gu Chen's profile, which looked particularly cold in the morning light, and a feeling of admiration and love grew wildly in her heart. Strong, calm, decisive, and gentle. Such a man, in the end times, is poison enough to make any woman fall for him. After nearly 2 hours of trekking, a magnificent, modern, silver-white building finally appeared before them. Atop the building, the words Binhai International Convention and Exhibition Center gleamed with a metallic sheen even under the dim sky. This is the destination of their trip. The area around the convention center was equally devastated, but the number of zombies was far fewer than in the commercial district. Apparently, during the apocalypse, this place, far from the city center, wasn't crowded with people. Intelligence shows that the RV is parked in the underground garage. Gu Chen whispered to Su Yueshi, the underground garage has a complex environment and limited vision, so it may be dangerous. You wait here for me and find a safe place to hide. No. Su Yueshi shook her head, her eyes determined. I want to be with you. My abilities may not allow me to fight, but if you get hurt, I can immediately heal you. She didn't want to wait helplessly like before. She wanted to be a helper to him, not a burden. Gu Chen looked at her eyes full of determination, was silent for a moment, and finally nodded, okay. But follow me closely and obey my instructions. Yeah. Su Yueshi nodded heavily. Instead of going through the main entrance, the two of them went around to the side of the convention center and found the entrance to the underground garage. The huge roller shutter door was half open, as if there had been a power failure in the apocalypse. Gu Chen was in front and Su Yueshi was behind. The two of them bent over and squeezed into the underground garage through the gap in the rolling door. A cold, damp smell with a hint of gasoline hit my face. The underground garage was pitch black, with only the green emergency lights of the distant emergency exits emitting a faint glow, outlining the rows of stationary vehicles like silent tombstones. Gu Chen took out a high-brightness tactical flashlight from the ring, and the beam of light was like a sharp sword, piercing the darkness ahead. Let's look for it together and stay within each other's sight. Gu Chen lowered his voice. Good. The two began searching for the legendary Doomsday RV in this huge, maze-like underground parking lot. Their footsteps were amplified several times in the silent garage, becoming exceptionally clear. Occasionally, an unknown liquid would drip from the pipes in the ceiling, making a tick-tick sound that added a touch of eeriness and tension. Just when they searched Area B2, Su Yueshi suddenly pulled the corner of Gu Chen's clothes and pointed to a corner in front. Chapter 17, Come to Cheat. Come to Attack. Gu Chen looked in the direction she pointed, and the beam of the flashlight moved accordingly. At the end of the parking lot, in the largest parking space, a giant steel beast was lying quietly there. Its appearance makes all the luxury cars and SUVs around it look like cheap toys in an instant. It was a behemoth converted from Man Group's top-of-the-line heavy truck. Its body is no longer an ordinary metal paint surface, but is covered with a thick layer of matte black composite armor full of rivets and welding marks. The front part of the car is equipped with ferocious horns and anti-collision guardrails, which are enough to crush any obstacle in its way into pieces. Every window of the car body is protected by thick steel plates, leaving only narrow observation gaps. Behind the gaps are bulletproof glass of astonishing thickness that gleams with a faint light. On the roof, there is a large area of solar panels, and there is even a reserved weapon platform that can rotate 360 degrees. The whole car looks like a mobile fortress straight out of a science fiction movie, full of violent aesthetics and industrial power. It is the Land Cruiser. An unprecedented, fiery light burst out from Gu Chen's eyes. He could even feel his heartbeat accelerating violently the moment he saw the car. No man can resist the ultimate temptation of steel and strength. He must get it. Intelligence shows that the owner of the car, Qin Yong, is in the car. Gu Chen lowered his voice and said to Su Yueshi, he is very cautious and armed. Leave the next thing to me. You step back and hide behind the pillar over there. Don't make any noise. Su Yueshi knew that what was about to begin would be a more dangerous interpersonal struggle. She nodded vigorously, tightened her grip on the gun, and quickly retreated behind a thick support column several dozen meters away, completely concealing herself. Gu Chen took a deep breath and put all his weapons back into the space ring. He only kept a 20-liter bucket of diesel in his hand. He will play the role of a harmless ordinary survivor who wants to exchange precious diesel for food. He carried the oil barrel and walked slowly towards the sleeping steel giant, step by step. His footsteps echoed clearly in the silent garage. When he was 20 meters away from the RV, he stopped. "Is anyone in the car?" he shouted, his voice echoing in the empty garage. "I mean no harm. I'm just a survivor passing through, and I want to make a deal." Inside the RV, there was dead silence, no response. Gu-chan was not surprised. A survivalist who could build such a fortress in the apocalypse must be extremely vigilant. He placed the oil barrel on the ground, then raised his hands, making an internationally accepted gesture indicating that he had no weapons. "I have diesel here," he shouted again, his voice full of sincerity. "A full barrel. I think you must need it. I don't want your weapons or your medicine. I just want to exchange it for some food, just a little. I haven't eaten in 2 days." He deliberately made his voice sound weak and tired. This time, there was finally a response in the RV. With a light click sound, a small firing port on the side of the RV cab was slowly pushed open from the inside. A pair of eyes full of vigilance and scrutiny stared at Gu-chan from behind the firing port. "Diesel?" A hoarse and cautious male voice came from the car. "Give it here, let me see it." Gu-chan sneered in his heart, but on the surface he looked hesitant and afraid. I don't dare go over there," he said. "Do you have any weapons in your car? I'm afraid if I go over there, you'll kill me and steal my diesel." The man in the car was silent. Obviously, Gu-chan's words hit the mark. "Then what do you want?" Shin Yong's voice had a hint of impatience. "How about this?" Gu-chan seemed to have thought it over carefully before speaking. "I'll put the oil barrel between us, about 10 meters away. Then, you put the food there too. We'll keep our distance and take turns taking what we need. This way, it's fair and safe for both of us." This sounds like a reasonable proposal. Shin Yong in the car fell silent again. He was weighing the options, wondering if there was a trap in this proposal. Gu-chan did not urge him, but just stood there quietly, like a truly hungry and timid survivor. A full minute passed before Shin Yong's voice rang out again. "Okay. But I won't give you too much food. 2 cans of food and a bottle of water, no more." "Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much." Gu-chan immediately showed a look of gratitude. He carried the oil barrel and walked forward 10 meters carefully, put the barrel on the ground, and then slowly retreated to his original position. Shin Yong's voice came. "Now, you retreat 20 meters first. Then, I'll go get something." "Okay." Gu-chan agreed without hesitation. He began to back away slowly. The distance of 20 meters was quickly retreated. "Now, it's okay." Shin Yong's voice came from the crack of the door, with a hint of imperceptible urgency. "Okay." Gu-chan responded and stood where he was. At the same time, the heavy, sturdy door of the RV finally creaked open. A man of medium build, wearing a tactical vest and with eyes as sharp as an eagle, stepped out of the car. He is the owner of this Doomsday RV, Shin Yong. In his hand, he tightly grasped a sleek, mechanically beautiful compound crossbow. He did not immediately approach Diesel, but instead held the crossbow upright with extreme caution, aiming the deadly, cold-gleaming, high-strength carbon fiber crossbow arrow at Gu-chan. Shin Yong slowly began to move forward. All the muscles in his body were tense, like a cheetah about to attack. As long as Gu-chan made any threatening movements that were beyond his prediction, he would pull the trigger without hesitation, allowing this crossbow arrow that was powerful enough to penetrate steel plates to pierce his opponent's head. The distance between the two people is constantly shortening. 20 meters, 15 meters, 12 meters. In the empty underground garage, only the sound of Shin Yong's footsteps remained. The atmosphere was extremely oppressive. Tsuyueshi, hiding in the distance, was so nervous that her palms were covered in cold sweat and she almost forgot to breathe. 10 meters. Shin Yong arrived at the transaction location with canned food and water. A flash of greed flashed across Shin Yong's eyes. That full barrel of diesel was what he desired most. He bent down, aiming the crossbow with one hand. However, at the moment he bent down, his vision, which had been locked on Gu-chan, inevitably shifted for a few tenths of a second. For ordinary people, these few tenths of a second are enough to do nothing. But for Gu-chan, these few tenths of a second are everything that determines life or death. Chapter 18 successfully killed the car owner and intercepted the RV. At the moment Qin Yang bent down, a faint blue light suddenly burst out from Gu Chen's eyes like a nebula. S-level ability, Eye of Time Delay, activated with full force. Buzz. In Gu Chen's eyes, the whole world was instantly dragged into an extremely viscous, almost solidified sea of time. He saw that the muscles on Qin Yang's face, which was full of vigilance and greed, were twitching at an extremely slow speed. Qin Yang stretched out his hand towards the oil drum, and every bend of his joint seemed to be broken down into countless static images. The finger that is about to touch the trigger exerts force as slowly as a snail. But in Qin Yang's eyes, Gu Chen's figure suddenly made a move that he could not understand at all at this moment. Qin Yang could only see that Gu Chen slowly raised his right hand in an extremely calm, even elegant, posture. Then, a silver Desert Eagle pistol with a tough shape and full of metallic texture suddenly appeared in his hand out of thin air. What? Qin Yang's brain frantically sent out warnings to his body. Danger! Fatal danger! His adrenaline surged instantly, and he wanted to straighten up immediately and pull the trigger of the crossbow. But it was too late. His mind was still functioning at a normal speed. But his body seemed to be trapped by invisible shackles, and every movement was desperately slow. He could only watch as Gu Chen slowly raised the pistol that appeared out of thin air, and the black muzzle, like the eyes of the god of death, calmly pointed it at his brow. He could even see that the corner of Gu Chen's mouth was curled up in a cold arc, as if he was mocking his arrogance. At this moment, time seemed infinitely stretched for Qin Yang, and he felt the most extreme fear and despair in his life. Then, he saw Gu Chen's index finger gently pressing back in an extremely slow and powerful manner. Bang! The sound of a gunshot sounded crisp and pleasant to Gu Chen, but in Qin Yang's world it was infinitely stretched and eventually turned into nothingness. In the slow-motion vision of the Eye of Time Delay, Gu Chen clearly saw a large-caliber magnum bullet spinning, whistling, and dragging a faint trail. Accurately and without any suspense, it penetrated into the center of Qin Yang's eyebrows, which were wide open with horror. The bullet's powerful kinetic energy explodes instantly. Qin Yang's head suddenly exploded from the back of his head, like a watermelon hit by a hammer. Red blood and white brain matter sprayed out backwards in a magnificent yet cruel slow-motion posture, forming a strange picture in the air. Gu Chen slowly exhaled a breath of foul air and released the Eye of Time Delay. Buzz! The flow of time returns to normal. The world becomes alive again. Qin Yang, his body still bent over, froze as if he had just received the signal of death. The light in his eyes instantly faded, and the compound crossbow in his hand fell to the ground with a clang. Then, his whole body, like a sack with its bones pulled out, fell heavily to the ground, splashing a cloud of dust. The battle was over the moment it began. This was a hunt that was unequal from the very beginning, a complete dimensionality reduction attack. Gu Chen calmly put the Desert Eagle back into the space ring, then bent down, picked up the bucket of diesel that was of no importance to him with one hand, and with the other hand, he picked up the 2 cans of food and a bottle of water on the ground and put them into his bag. He walked over to Qin Yang's body and put the sophisticated compound crossbow and a pot of crossbow arrows into the space ring. Then, he destroyed Qin Yang's body, leaving no trace. After doing all this, he raised his head and looked at the steel behemoth that was lying quietly in the same place, as if waiting for its new owner. His eyes were filled with undisguised possessiveness. Yueshi, come out, it's over. He called softly. Su Yueshi slowly walked out from behind the load-bearing pillar in the distance. She looked at the empty venue and the safe and sound Gu Chen, and the huge rock in her heart finally fell to the ground. She quickly ran to Gu Chen's side and looked at him, her eyes filled with joy of surviving a disaster and deep admiration. Let's go, Gu Chen took her hand and walked towards the Noah's Ark that belonged to them. I'll show you our new home. Gu Chen held Su Yueshi's hand and walked step by step towards the steel behemoth that was quietly crawling in the darkness. The closer you get, the more you can feel the oppressive feeling of industrial power and violent aesthetics. The matte black composite armor reflected a cold and deep luster under the flashlight. Every hideous rivet and every rough weld seemed to speak of its unparalleled strength. Su Yueshi looked up at this huge vehicle that was taller and more powerful than an ordinary bus, her beautiful eyes filled with shock and disbelief. She couldn't imagine that before the end of the world, someone would actually spend so much effort and financial resources to build a doomsday fortress that only existed in fantasy. Our new home? She repeated Gu Chen's words softly, with a hint of unreality in her voice, as if in a dream. Yes, our new home. A satisfied smile appeared on Gu Chen's lips. He walked to the heavy door controlled by a hydraulic rod and found the electronic code lock beside the door. He learned the RV password through the intelligence system and followed Gu Chen to enter the password. With a click, the door lock popped open. Chapter 19. The luxurious Doomsday RV only has one bed? Guchen pushed open the armored car door that weighed at least 200 kilograms, and a mixture of leather, wood, and brand new electrical appliances smelled from inside the car. It formed two completely different worlds compared to the cold, damp underground garage outside the car, which was filled with the stench of decay and death. Come in. Guchen turned sideways and walked in first. Tsuyoshi followed in with a hint of uneasiness and anticipation. When the car door slowly closed behind them, completely isolating all the darkness and danger from the outside world, Tsuyoshi felt her heart calm down. Guchen pressed the main lighting switch next to the car door. Pa! The soft and bright LED light strip instantly lights up the entire car. The scene before her completely stunned Tsuyoshi. She even subconsciously covered her mouth, her eyes filled with disbelief. This place doesn't look like the interior of a car at all, but more like a luxurious single apartment that is extremely exquisitely decorated and full of technology and warmth. The front half of the car houses the driver's seat and the passenger area. The driver's seat resembles an airplane cockpit, filled with a complex array of instrument panels, display screens, and control buttons. Behind the driver's seat is a small living room with an L-shaped sofa covered in premium leather, a liftable coffee table crafted from a single piece of walnut, and even an ultra-thin LCD TV mounted on the wall. In the middle of the train car, there's an open kitchen and bar. It's fully equipped with an induction cooktop, microwave, built-in refrigerator, and coffee maker, all neatly stored in shock-resistant storage compartments. Next to the bar, there's a small bio-incubator housing several lush mint and basil plants, emitting a delicate fragrance. At the rear of the carriage, it is divided into two areas by a thick soundproof door. Guchen pushed open one of the doors, revealing a bathroom with separate wet and dry areas. Although the space wasn't large, the layout was extremely reasonable. It had a smart toilet, a thermostatic shower system, a mirror with a defogger function, and even a small washing and drying machine. Can we take a shower here? Tsuyoshi looked at the sparkling shower head, her voice trembling slightly. For someone struggling to survive in the Doomsday, a place where he can take a hot bath is even more tempting than a full meal. Of course. Guchen smiled and pointed to the roof. There are high-power solar panels on the roof, as well as a rainwater collection and purification filtration system. As long as there is light and rain, we will have endless electricity and clean water. Even if there is no light, my space ring has enough diesel generators and purified water for us to use for a very long time. As he spoke, he opened the refrigerator again. It was filled with all sorts of vacuum-packed fresh meats, vegetables, and dairy products. In the freezer, there were even steaks, salmon, and various expensive ice creams. What are these? Tsuyoshi was shocked again. In the apocalypse, fresh food was a luxury more precious than gold. The owner, Shin Yong, must have prepared it before the apocalypse. He seemed to be planning to drive this car to a caravan exhibition. Guchen explained, so, everything in the car is kept in perfect condition. Fortunately, the car ran out of gas, otherwise he would have driven away. Guchen closed the refrigerator and looked at the last door. His eyes became a little subtle. Tsuyoshi followed his gaze, her cheeks flushing slightly. She knew that behind that door should be the only rest area in this RV. Guchen walked forward and opened the bedroom door. As they'd expected, the space inside wasn't large, but it was incredibly cozy and comfortable. A double bed, at least 1.8 meters wide and seemingly incredibly soft and comfortable, took up most of the bedroom space. It was covered in clean, high-thread count Egyptian cotton. The wall at the head of the bed was designed as a built-in storage cabinet and bookshelf, filled with several books on mechanics and survival techniques. One bedroom, one bed. This realization caused Tsuyoshi's heartbeat to accelerate uncontrollably. A faint, ambiguous aura seemed to permeate the air. She lowered her head, not daring to look into Guchen's eyes. Her hands were twisted together nervously, and her ears became hot. Guchen also felt a little embarrassed. He cleared his throat and said, there are some design flaws. But it doesn't matter, I can just sleep on the sofa tonight. No. Tsuyoshi blurted out almost subconsciously. After she finished speaking, she realized that her reaction was a bit too intense. Her cheeks turned even redder, and her voice became as thin as a mosquito's hum. I mean, it's too dangerous outside. We should stay together, it's safer. And, the bed is quite big. The more she spoke, the softer her voice became, and in the end she almost buried her head in her chest. Guchen looked at her shy and cute appearance, and his heart warmed. He knew that this girl was expressing her absolute trust and dependence on him in her own way. He didn't continue the topic, but smiled and said, "Okay, don't think about it for now. We still have things to do." He took Tsuyoshi back to the cockpit. "The biggest problem with this car right now is that it's out of gas." Guchen pointed to the fuel gauge on the dashboard that was already pointing to the red line. Shin Young probably wanted to fill up the tank before the exhibition, but he didn't have time. As he spoke, he took out several large military green barrels filled with diesel from his space ring. These were all found among the supplies Yi Bufan had stockpiled. "Let's go, let's fill our RV and fill our stomachs first." The two got out of the car, and Guchen found the huge fuel tank opening on the side of the RV and poured bucket after bucket of diesel into it. After adding nearly 500 liters of diesel, the huge fuel tank was finally filled. After doing all this, Guchen returned to the cockpit again. He put his hands on the steering wheel, and then gently pressed the red button that meant start. Buzz boom! A dull yet powerful roar of an engine, like a wild beast awakening, rang out in the silent underground garage. Chapter 20: Precious Seeds and Information. The entire car shook slightly. All the indicator lights on the dashboard lit up in sequence before returning to normal. The large screen on the center console displayed various vehicle data and a 3D simulation of the surrounding environment. This steel giant comes alive. Guchen's eyes flashed with unprecedented excitement and excitement. He could feel that a wonderful connection had been established between him and the car. It was no longer a pile of cold steel, but an extension of his body and the embodiment of his will. "Hold on tight," he said to Tsuyoshi beside him. He put the car in gear and tapped the accelerator. With a tremendous roar, the Land Cruiser, a fortress of doom, slowly drove out of its parking space. Its massive bulk seemed particularly oppressive in the narrow underground garage. Guchen drove it and easily knocked aside several abandoned cars blocking the road. Those obstacles that were insurmountable in the eyes of ordinary people were as fragile as paper in front of it. Finally, with the roar of the engine and the sound of breaking glass, the RV broke through the half-open rolling door and returned to the ground bathed in the dim sunlight. "We succeeded," Tsuyoshi muttered to herself as she looked at the rapidly receding, dilapidated city scene outside the window. She turned her head and looked at the man beside her who was concentrating on driving. His profile, illuminated by the faint blue light emitted by the car's screen, looked particularly calm and charming. At this moment, she was absolutely certain that as long as she could stay by this man's side, in this mobile fortress, no matter the zombies, the tsunami, or this collapsing world, could hurt her anymore. Guchen did not drive away from Binhai City immediately. He knew the typhoon wouldn't make landfall for nearly 3 days, so he still had plenty of time. Before that, he needed to explore and utilize the RV in greater depth. He drove the RV to an extremely hidden loading and unloading area behind the convention center. It was surrounded by high walls on 3 sides and had only one exit. It was easy to defend and difficult to attack, making it an excellent temporary resting point. After parking the car, the two returned to the warm interior of the car. This time, the mentality is completely different. They are no longer just passers-by, but the real owners here. Guchen began to carefully examine the legacy left by Qin Yong. In the secret compartment under the bed in the bedroom, he found a large number of family planning supplies. In addition to those supplies, there was also a laptop and more than a dozen high-capacity hard drives. Obviously, Qin Yong was also a fan of learning materials. In the lockers on the other side, he found sealed and labeled boxes. When I opened it, I found that there were various kinds of specially processed vegetable and fruit seeds inside. Potato, corn, tomato, lettuce, even apple and strawberry seeds. This is... Tsuyoshi looked at the seeds in surprise. It seems that Qin Yong has great ambitions. Guchen said, he not only wants to survive the apocalypse, but also wants to restore agriculture and achieve self-sufficiency. This discovery gave the two more confidence in their future plans. As long as they could find suitable land, they could even eat the freshest fruits and vegetables they had grown themselves during the apocalypse. After exploring the supplies in the car, Tsuyoshi's gaze once again fell on the bathroom with a shower. An unconcealable desire appeared on her face. "Go ahead." Guchen saw what she was thinking and said with a smile, "Take a good bath and relax. I'll prepare dinner." "Yeah." Tsuyoshi nodded heavily, took her clothes for change, and ran into the bathroom almost excitedly. Soon, the sound of running water could be heard in the bathroom. Guchen smiled and started to get busy in the kitchen. He took out the top-grade Wagyu steak from the refrigerator, paired it with fresh asparagus and mushrooms, and prepared to make a real feast. When Tsuyoshi finished her shower and came out wearing a clean, loose t-shirt and shorts that Guchen had prepared for her, with moisture and fragrance all over her body, this was the scene she saw. Guchen was standing in front of the bar, frying a steak with concentration. The sizzling sound of oil and the rich aroma of meat, under the warm light, formed a moving picture full of the flavor of fireworks. Tsuyoshi looked a little dazed. She walked to Guchen and gently and tentatively hugged his broad waist from behind. Guchen's body stiffened slightly, but then relaxed. He didn't look back, but used his free hand to gently pat her hand around his waist. "It will be ready soon," he said softly. "Yeah." Tsuyoshi gently pressed her cheek against his broad back, feeling his body temperature and heartbeat, her heart filled with unprecedented peace and happiness. At this moment, outside the car is a doomsday wasteland with zombies everywhere, but inside the car is a warm and secluded paradise that belongs only to the two of them. After dinner, it was already late at night. Outside the window, the wind began to grow louder, signaling a typhoon was approaching. However, the thick armor and soundproofing kept all the wind and rain out, and the interior of the car remained warm and quiet. Both of them tacitly agreed not to mention sleeping on the sofa again. Guchen took a shower first and changed into clean pajamas. When he came out of the bathroom, he saw Tsuyoshi lying on the large double bed, but she only took up a small space beside the bed. Her body was even a little stiff, obviously she was extremely nervous. She wrapped herself tightly in the quilt, revealing only her pretty face that was red as if bleeding, and a pair of nervous big eyes that didn't know where to put. Guchen felt amused in his heart, but he didn't say it out loud. He turned off the headlights in the car, leaving only a dim bedside lamp. He walked to the other side of the bed and lay down gently. Although the bed was large, the distance between them was inevitably shortened. He could even smell the lingering scent of shampoo on the ends of her hair. Neither of them spoke, and all they could hear was each other's rapid heartbeats. After a long time, Guchen said softly, "Go to sleep, we will be on the road tomorrow." "Yeah." Tsuyoshi responded in an almost inaudible voice, and then, as if mustering up all her courage, she moved a little bit towards Guchen. Then, a slightly cool and soft little hand carefully and tentatively held his big hand outside the quilt. Guchen's heart trembled suddenly. He did not pull his hand back, but instead used his broad and warm palm to tightly wrap her small hand. Feeling the warmth and strength coming from his palm, Tsuyoshi's heart, which had been hanging in the air, finally let go completely. She closed her eyes, a sweet smile on her lips, and soon, she fell into a deep sleep, immersed in the incomparable sense of security brought to her by this man beside her. Guchen turned his head and looked at her peaceful sleeping face in the dim light, his heart softened. Chapter 21 New information: the cross-sea bridge is about to collapse. The land cruiser's cabin is tranquil and tranquil. Thick composite armor and top-tier soundproofing completely isolate the chaos and dangers of the outside world, leaving only the faint hum of the onboard air purification system, like the gentlest lullaby. Tsuyoshi woke up in an atmosphere that made her a little obsessed. She opened her sleepy eyes and found herself still gently embraced by Guchen's strong arms. His chest was broad and warm, and his even and steady heartbeat was clearly transmitted to her ears through the body pressed against her, giving her an unprecedented sense of security that was enough to withstand the entire doomsday. Guchen had woken up. He stood up slowly and gently. Soon, Guchen had prepared breakfast, and Tsuyoshi felt that her feet exposed outside the quilt were grabbed and caressed by Guchen. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and she raised her head cautiously, seeing Guchen leaning against the head of the bed, looking at her white and round body. Guchen brought the food, which was delicious. He brewed a cup of fragrant coffee with a portable coffee machine. On the bedside table, there were 2 heated croissants and fried eggs that smelled of butter. Awake? Guchen lowered his head and met her eyes as clear as a deer, a gentle smile on his lips. "Eat something quickly, we have a long way to go today." "Yeah." Tsuyoshi's voice carried a hint of laziness from just waking up. She didn't get up immediately. Instead, like a cat clinging to its owner's warmth, she snuggled into his arms again and took a deep breath of the air that was a mixture of his pleasant scent and the aroma of coffee. The warmth and peace at this moment were so beautiful that she almost forgot what a broken and cruel world was outside the car window. After breakfast, Guchen sank his consciousness into his mind. The cold mechanical synthesized sound arrived as expected. Daily intelligence system has been updated. Updating today's information for you. Intelligence 1 Gold, heavy rain has begun falling outside Binhai City. Continued heavy rainfall will cause urban flooding and a dramatic rise in sea levels. As a result, the underwater piers of the Binhai City Cross-Sea Bridge, the only link between Binhai City and the mainland, will collapse due to uncertain factors by 10 o'clock tonight at the latest. If the bridge collapses, Binhai City will be completely reduced to a deadly island, isolated from the rest of the world. Gu Chen's heart sank suddenly. 10 o'clock tonight at the latest. It may also collapse prematurely. This urgent time point, like a sword of Damocles, hung high over his head. He glanced at the car clock. It was 7 o'clock in the morning. He had less than 15 hours left to cross this dangerous city and pass through the cross-sea bridge that could collapse at any time. Time is life. He suppressed the urgency in his heart and looked at the second piece of information. This piece of information would directly determine whether he could successfully cross the bridge. Intelligence 2 Silver, at the entrance to the cross-sea bridge, a small group of survivors, led by Lu Yan, are conducting an armed blockade. They intend to intercept all passing vehicles and plunder supplies. The group's leader, Lu Yan, is a first-class psychic with the A-class explosive bomb ability, which transforms any object it touches into a powerful remote-controlled bomb limit of 3 per day. His deputy, Ma Tian, possesses the first-class B-class acute hearing ability, allowing him to detect vehicle engines in advance. They have set up multiple roadblocks and military-grade tire shredders at the bridgehead. Blocking a bridge? And possessing a superpower that can make bombs? A cold murderous intent flashed in Gu Chen's eyes. This group of people was undoubtedly the biggest obstacle to his escape from Binhai City. Moreover, the other party's A-level ability had the potential to threaten the land cruiser. If they were allowed to get close to the RV and turn part of the vehicle into a bomb, the consequences would be disastrous. This threat must be completely eliminated from a distance before they notice and react. He finally looked at the third piece of information, which was about the destination of his trip. Intelligence 3 Gold, a second-level intelligent zombie king has appeared in Donyang City. This zombie king possesses a rare psychic ability, Command the Zombie Tide, which allows it to command all zombies within its control through a psychic network. Its body is extremely fragile, no different from ordinary zombies. It is currently hiding in the signal tower atop Manhwa Mountain in the southern suburbs of Donyang City, gathering strength to unleash a massive zombie tide that will sweep across the entire Donyang region. Level 2 Zombie King. Psychic powers. This information gave Gu Chen a clearer understanding of the challenges ahead. Donyang City was not a paradise, but a more dangerous hunting ground ruled by higher-level monsters. However, he did not feel the slightest fear, but instead felt a hint of excitement. Because the intelligence has pointed out the Zombie King's weakness, his body is fragile and his location is clear. This means that the Zombie King, who is extremely terrifying in the eyes of others, is just a moving experience package and source crystal library lying at the end of the treasure map, waiting for him to harvest. But right now, the most important thing is to get out of Binhai City. We have to set off immediately. Gu Chen stood up and said to Su Yueshi in a serious tone, "This city will be flooded soon." He briefly told Su Yueshi about the typhoon and tsunami. Shock instantly filled the girl's face, and she realized the extreme urgency of the situation. "Before we set off, I need to teach you something." Gu Chen brought Su Yueshi to the cockpit. He pointed to a series of the most basic and crucial buttons on the center console and said to her, "This is the start button, this is the electronic parking brake, and this is the master door lock. Remember their positions. If I'm not in the car and there's any emergency, start the car immediately, lock all the doors, and then, don't worry about anything else, just crash into it." He was making final preparations for his upcoming battle with the bridge blockers. He had to ensure that Su Yueshi and the RV had the most basic self-protection capabilities while he was away from the vehicle. Su Yueshi knew the seriousness of the matter, and she nodded vigorously, memorizing the location and function of each button firmly in her mind. She knew that learning these was not only for herself, but also to prevent Gu Chen from being distracted by her during the battle. "I remember it," she said seriously. "Okay." Gu Chen nodded with satisfaction. He sat in the driver's seat, gripped the steering wheel, and started the steel behemoth. "Hold on tight, we're about to charge." Chapter 22, City Storm, Take Out the Killer Weapon Barrett. Accompanied by a dull but powerful engine roar, the Land Cruiser, like a prehistoric beast that had broken free from its shackles, suddenly rushed out of the hidden loading and unloading area and drove onto the empty city main road. A wild race across the city of death begins now. Gu Chen's driving style was wild and domineering. He didn't choose those narrow streets that required careful avoidance of obstacles, but directly chose the widest and straightest city expressway. He ignored anything that stood in his way: abandoned cars, collapsed billboards, wandering zombies, and simply stepped on the accelerator to the floor, using the RV's ferocious horns and heavy armor to forcibly carve out a path. Bang! Bang! A white car that was blocking the road was hit by the huge front of the RV and flew to the side like a piece of paper, rolling and crashing into a roadside shop. Roar! A dozen zombies gathered together and were crushed into meat paste by the huge wheels before they could even react. Tsuyoshi sat in the passenger seat, clutching the safety armrest tightly, watching the apocalyptic scene zooming by outside the window. Her heart was in her throat. But at the same time, an unprecedented, wonderful feeling of excitement and safety also rose from the depths of her heart. She looked at the man beside her who was concentrating on driving. His eyes were calm and sharp, and his hands on the steering wheel were as steady as a rock. It seemed that nothing could stop him from moving forward. As the RV was speeding past the World Financial Center in the city center, Guchan's eyes accidentally swept across a group of zombies gnawing on corpses on the side of the road. One of the figures made him subconsciously step on the accelerator a little harder. It was a female zombie wearing a tattered, blood-stained business suit. One of her high heels was missing, and the other hung precariously from her foot. Her face, once delicately made up, was now covered in corpse spots and rotting flesh, as she frantically tore at the arm of a corpse. Guchan recognized her at a glance. It was this woman who, when he was still a delivery driver, not only gave him a vicious bad review because he was 5 minutes late in delivering food, but also used the most harsh language to humiliate him in front of all his colleagues. That humiliation was still fresh in Guchan's memory. And now, this once high-ranking urban white-collar worker has turned into a walking corpse who only knows how to gnaw on flesh and blood. The corner of Guchan's mouth curled up into a cold, pleased arc. He didn't slow down at all, but instead suddenly turned the steering wheel, and the huge front of the car rolled over the group of zombies accurately. Bang! There was a dull thud. The OL female zombie, along with several of her companions, were knocked into the air by the unparalleled impact of the Land Cruiser, drawing a parabola in the air and falling heavily to the ground more than 10 meters away, with their bodies twisted and their bones broken. Guchan didn't even look back. The humiliation that had once bothered him disappeared at this moment along with the dull sound of impact. He felt that his state of mind seemed to have become much clearer. The end of the world is indeed a disaster, but for people like him, it is also a carnival that completely reshuffles all the old order, all the injustice and humiliation. After several hours of racing, it was 4 o'clock in the afternoon. The dark clouds in the sky grew even lower, and the rainstorm had arrived as expected. Bean-sized raindrops clattered against the bulletproof glass of the RV, quickly gathering into streams. At the end of their sight, a magnificent cross-sea bridge, lying across the sea like a giant dragon, finally appeared before their eyes. At the entrance to the bridge, several abandoned trucks and containers were stacked together, forming a solid roadblock, leaving only a narrow passage wide enough for just one car. On the ground beneath the passage, rows of sharp, flashing tire shredders lay quietly, awaiting their prey. "We're here." Guchan slowly parked the RV at a corner about 1 kilometer away from the roadblock at the bridge head, perfectly hiding the body of the car. He turned around and said to Tsuyoshi, "Next, it's my turn to clear the roadblocks." "Yeah." Tsuyoshi nodded, her beautiful eyes filled with trust. She didn't say anything like "be careful" because she knew this man didn't need it. All she had to do was give him 100% support. She took the initiative to stretch out her hands and gently held Guchan's arm. "Let me help you." A warm, holy, white light full of life once again surged from her palm, enveloping Guchan. Guchan closed his eyes and quietly felt the energy. He could clearly feel that his body was being deeply nourished and strengthened by this sacred energy. His muscle fibers became tougher, his bone density increased, and his nerve reaction speed became sharper. As a first-level psychic, his physical fitness was already twice that of an average person. And with Tsuyoshi's relentless, divine healing power, he felt his strength, speed, and endurance had permanently reached a whole new level, at least 4 times that of an average person. The light dissipated, and Guchan felt stronger than ever before. He opened his eyes and looked at Tsuyoshi's slightly pale face due to exhaustion. His heart ached. He took out a bottle of energy drink and a piece of high-energy chocolate from the ring and handed them to her. "Replenish it. Wait for me to come back." After saying that, he no longer hesitated and turned to walk towards the armory at the rear of the carriage. He donned a full set of tactical gear, strapped a modified M24 sniper rifle with a silencer to his back, and hung a Desert Eagle pistol and several stun grenades on his waist. Finally, from a massive weapons box, he pulled out a powerful and destructive anti-material sniper rifle, the Barrett M82A1. The length of this gun is almost the same as Gu Chen's height, and the huge muzzle is large enough to fit an adult's thumb. It uses a 12.7mm large caliber armor-piercing incendiary bullet, which is powerful enough to penetrate a light armored vehicle. This is the real gift he prepared for the A-level mutant. After being fully armed, Gu Chen's figure, like a nimble cheetah, disappeared silently in the wind and rain. Instead of taking the main road, he chose to sneak towards the bridgehead through the rugged mudflats and reefs under the bridge. He was going to go around the enemy's flank and launch a deadly sniper attack from a position they absolutely did not expect. Chapter 23: Barrett shot in the head. The wind is getting stronger and stronger. The raindrops as big as beans were like countless cold whips, hitting the weathered bridge of the cross-sea bridge fiercely, making a dense crackling sound. The gray sea surface, stirred by the strong wind, surged up layers of white waves that were full of ominous atmosphere. The sky was so gloomy that it seemed to be collapsing, merging with the turbid seawater, making this giant steel dragon connecting life and death look particularly lonely and sad. At the entrance of the cross-sea bridge, the atmosphere in the simple fortress built of containers and abandoned trucks seemed a little anxious. Damn it! This awful weather! A burly bearded man slammed his fire axe down on the table, cursing, with this much wind and rain, who would be so blind as to drive out here and die? That's right. We've been waiting since morning until now, but haven't even seen a wheel. Boss, we haven't waited in vain, have we? Another thin man rubbed his hands and complained. The man known as Boss was a young man with a sinister face and a glint of violence in his eyes. He was the leader of this team, a Class A, Level 1 psychic Lu Yen. He glanced irritably at the worsening weather outside the window and snorted coldly, "What's the rush? The worse the weather gets, the more desperate those trapped in the city, desperate to escape, will be to rush out. Cheer up, everyone. Especially you, Ma Tian." He turned his gaze to a man in the corner of the fortress who had his eyes closed and a device similar to a hearing aid on his ear. That man was none other than Ma Tian, who possessed the B-level acute hearing ability. He slowly opened his eyes and said, "Don't worry, boss. Within a 1-kilometer radius, any engine noise, even from a motorcycle, will escape my ears." Lu Yen nodded with satisfaction. He was confident in his team's configuration. Ma Tian's hearing was a perfect early warning system, while his own explosive bomb was the most powerful means of attack. Any vehicle attempting to break through would end in destruction and death. Stop complaining. Lu Yen pulled out a pack of rain-soaked cigarettes from his pocket, took out one, lit it, took a deep breath, and slowly blew out smoke rings. Think about those fat sheep we killed before, and those boxes of canned food and compressed biscuits in the car. How long will they last us? As long as we make another big move, grab a high-performance off-road vehicle and enough gasoline, we will immediately leave this damn place and go to a small mountain village inland to become the local landlord. Then, we will have all the food, drinks, and women we want. When they thought of the bright future, greedy smiles appeared on the faces of the men in the fortress again. However, none of them noticed. About 800 meters away from them, among the jagged reefs shrouded by wind and rain under the bridge, a ghostly figure had quietly taken position. Gu Chen lay in the crevice of a huge reef, letting the cold rain wash over his body. He used a waterproof cloth to cover the Barrett M82A1 sniper rifle, which was full of destructive aura, and his body, perfectly blending into the surrounding slippery, dark reef environment. He coldly observed the crude fortress on the bridge through the high magnification scope. Intelligence is the most powerful weapon in the apocalypse. He knew that the other party had super hearing, so he parked the land cruiser 1 kilometer away. He knew that the other party had an A-level ability, so he chose Barrett, wanting to completely wipe him out outside the range of the other party's ability attack. He knew all of the other party's deployments, but the other party knew nothing about him. The outcome of this battle was doomed from the very beginning. Gu Chen did not rush to shoot. He was waiting for the best opportunity. The wind and rain were the best cover, not only hiding his figure, but also covering up the huge sound of Barrett's gunshot. He adjusted his breathing, his heartbeat slowed, and he entered a state of calm, absolute composure. His eyes, his hands, he and the large caliber sniper rifle in his hands seemed to have completely merged into one at this moment. In the fortress, Lu Yen finished a cigarette in annoyance, threw the cigarette butt on the ground and crushed it with his foot. Damn, still no movement. He stood up and walked to the observation tower, which was converted from a container and had shooting holes. He picked up a telescope and looked in the direction of Binhai City. In the rain, the vision was obstructed and all that could be seen was a gray, ghostly outline of the city. Just as he picked up the telescope and exposed his head completely in front of the shooting hole, Among the reefs, a cold light flashed in Guchen's eyes. Now is the time. His index finger, steady and without a tremor, pulled the trigger back. Boom! A dull, heavy roar, like the roar of an ancient beast, exploded under the cover of a violent storm. A 12.7mm caliber special sniper bullet with armor-piercing and incendiary effects, spinning and whistling at a terrifying speed of 3 times the speed of sound, tore through the rain curtain, crossed a distance of 800 meters, and accurately and without suspense, shot towards the small shooting hole. Inside the fortress, Liu Yan was holding a telescope. He suddenly heard a sharp whistling sound that seemed to pierce his eardrums. He didn't have time to react to what the sound was. The next second, his entire world was completely engulfed by a ball of blazing, destructive fire. The bullet's powerful kinetic energy instantly pierced through the thin metal sheet of the container, then accurately drilled into his head. Immediately afterwards, the incendiary agent inside the bullet exploded. It was as if a high-explosive grenade was stuffed into Liu Yan's head, and it suddenly exploded from the inside. Red blood, white brain matter, mixed with shattered skull, sprayed backwards like fireworks, dyeing the entire wall behind him into a bloody, abstract painting. His headless body even maintained the posture of holding the telescope. It swayed for a moment before falling heavily backwards. The other 4 people in the fortress were frightened out of their wits by this sudden scene. They didn't even hear the gunshot clearly, they just saw their boss's head suddenly exploded right in front of them. Boss? What's going on? What happened? It's a sniper. There's a sniper. Ma Tian, with his keen hearing, was the first to react. The terrifying roar had caused his ears to ache so badly they were practically bleeding. He pointed in horror toward the distant sea. The enemy is over there. Under the bridge. Chapter 24, Clearing Obstacles, Bridge Collapse, Life and Death Speed. The remaining 3 team members instantly fell into extreme panic. They lay on the ground, not daring to even raise their heads, fearing that their heads would be blown off next. Among the reefs, Guchen calmly pulled the huge bolt, and a hot shell, thicker than his thumb, was ejected and fell into the accumulated water with a light sizzling sound. Without any hesitation, he locked onto the fortress again through the sight. He knew that once he got rid of the leader, the rest would just be a group of lambs to be slaughtered. But he was not in a hurry to kill them all. What he wanted was not only their lives, but also the source crystals on them. He quickly put away the Barrett and took out the M24 sniper rifle with a silencer. This type of rifle was more suitable for accurate and silent roll calls. He placed the crosshairs of the scope on a relatively weak connection in the fortress. Call out. An extremely slight gunshot was heard, almost completely covered by the sound of wind and rain. A 7.62mm sniper bullet accurately hit the wire of an emergency light hanging inside the fortress. Bang! The emergency lights went out, and the light inside the fortress dimmed instantly. Ah! He's still there. He's still staring at us. Someone inside the fortress screamed in despair. This unknown fear of being watched in the dark by the god of death can torture one's will far more than direct death. Ma Tian! Listen! Listen to where he is, a team member shouted in despair. Ma Tian covered his aching ears and shook his head palely. No! The wind and rain are too loud. And that shot he just fired seemed to have a silencer. I can't hear anything. I can't hear anything. Despair spread like a plague in the hearts of the remaining 3 people. They didn't know how many enemies there were or where they were, they only knew that the god of death was outside. Let's fight him. A team member who was pushed to the limit by fear suddenly jumped up from the ground with red eyes, raised the pistol in his hand, and fired several shots randomly outside. Bang! Bang! These gunshots seemed particularly abrupt on the empty bridge. But it also completely exposed his position. Among the reefs, a cold arc appeared at the corner of Guchen's mouth. Call out. Another soft gunshot rang out. The team member who had just fired the shot suddenly shook his body, and a tiny blood hole appeared between his eyebrows. The madness in his eyes froze instantly, and he fell straight down. No! Don't shoot! We surrender! We surrender! The remaining 2 men's psychological defenses completely collapsed. One of them even threw away his weapon, knelt on the ground, and raised his hands high. But Guchen did not give them a chance to surrender. He never spared anyone who tried to rob him. Call out! Call out! 2 more slight gunshots accurately ended the last 2 lives. Among them is Ma Tian, a B-level mutant with acute hearing. At this point, the five-man team blocking the bridge was completely wiped out. Guchen waited quietly among the reefs for more than 10 minutes. After confirming that there was no more threat around, he put away his sniper rifle and quietly moved towards the fortress at the bridgehead. He walked into the crude fortress filled with the smell of blood, and collected the spoils from the bodies of Lu Yan and Ma Tian with an expressionless face. Ding! Obtained the first order a level supernatural energy crystal explosive bomb. Ding! Obtained the first order B level supernatural energy crystal acute hearing. Ding! New source crystal energy detected. Do you want to absorb it? Absorb. Gu Chun chose to absorb all without hesitation. Ding! Absorbing the A-level source crystal explosion bomb, energy increased by 5 points. Ding! Absorbing B-level source crystal acute hearing, energy increased by 1 point. Ding! The host's current source crystal energy has reached 710. A hint of satisfaction flashed in Gu Chen's eyes. The energy provided by the A-grade source crystal was indeed far superior to that of the B-grade. According to this conversion ratio, he only needed to find one more A-grade, or 3 B-grade source crystals to successfully evolve his S-grade source crystal to the second stage. Gu Chen cleared the tire breaker on the bridge. He looted the fortress of all valuable supplies, including the pistol and remaining ammunition, and then quickly returned to the land cruiser. Are you back? Su Yueshi immediately came up to him when she saw him appear safe and sound. Well, the roadblock has been cleared. Gu Chen nodded and took off his wet tactical equipment. Let's go. He got in the driver's seat and started the steel behemoth. The land cruiser roared, ran over the abandoned cars, knocked away the containers blocking the road, and drove steadily onto the cross-sea bridge leading to the road to life. Outside the car window, there was wind, rain, lightning, and thunder. Inside the car window, it is warm as spring and as safe as a mountain. Su Yueshi looked at the turbulent black ocean outside the window that seemed to swallow everything, and then looked at the man beside her who was concentrating on driving and giving her endless sense of security. Her heart was filled with gratitude for surviving the disaster. Just when the RV reached the middle of the bridge. Boom! A loud noise suddenly came from behind them, at the end of the bridge close to Binhai City. Gu Chen saw a scene through the rearview mirror that made his scalp tingle. Beneath the sea, an indescribable, immense black shadow slammed into one of the bridge's piers. Constructed of specialized cement and steel, the massive pier, over 10 meters in diameter, was shattered like a biscuit. The bridge deck, having lost its support, made a teeth-grinding sound of metal twisting, and then collapsed with a loud bang, falling into the turbulent black ocean, splashing huge waves tens of meters high. The intelligence came true. However, it arrived nearly 5 hours earlier than the scheduled time. If they had delayed for a moment, they would have been eaten by the fish along with the broken bridge. Su Yueshi was so frightened that her face turned pale, and she subconsciously grabbed Gu Chen's arm. Hold on tight. A trace of fear flashed across Gu Chen's eyes, but he stepped on the accelerator even deeper. The engine of the land cruiser roared to its limit, and like an arrow shot from a bow, it rushed madly towards the other end of the bridge. Behind them, more bridge decks were collapsing and falling one after another. The destructive scene was like the footsteps of death, chasing them relentlessly. Finally, just 1 second before the entire bridge completely collapsed, the huge body of the land cruiser, with an indomitable momentum, successfully rushed onto the solid land on the opposite bank. They successfully escaped from Binhai City. Gu Chen drove the car forward for several kilometers, and only after confirming that it was completely safe did he slowly stop by the roadside. He leaned back in his chair and let out a long, deep breath. The feeling of surviving a disaster makes his heart still beating wildly. He turned his head and looked at Su Yueshi, who was also in shock. They looked at each other and saw a hint of relief and joy in each other's eyes. They survived. At the last moment before the sinking city of death completely closed its doors, he successfully escaped. We have arrived in Dongyang City. Gu Chen looked at the sign on the side of the road and said softly. A new city and new challenges are waiting for them. Chapter 25, Formulate a plan to fight the Zombie King. The night enveloped the entire Dongyang City in dead silence and darkness. Only the strange cloud light that appears and disappears on the horizon due to the typhoon reminds the survivors that the world is no longer what it used to be. The land cruiser was quietly docked in an abandoned industrial park, far from the city's main roads. It was a sparsely populated area, where tall factories and warehouses provided perfect natural cover for the steel behemoth. Inside the carriage, under the warm lights, there is a warm scene that is completely different from the outside of the car, full of the atmosphere of human life. A steaming hot pot, made with premium ingredients, sat on a small dining table. The fat from the beef melted in the scalding broth, emitting a mouth-watering aroma that blended with the sweetness of the vegetables, filling the small carriage. Gu-chan and Su Yueshi sat opposite each other, enjoying the rare and luxurious tranquility in this doomsday. After escaping from the thrilling life and death race on the cross-sea bridge, they did not rush into Donyang City, but chose to rest temporarily. Gu-chen needed time to calm down the tension of his brush with death and to make the most thorough preparations for the next action. On the other hand, Su Yueshi completely relaxed in this absolutely safe environment. She even studied the recipe with great interest, using the existing top-quality ingredients to add more variety to their dinner. Try this. Su Yueshi picked up a piece of beef that was just right in the soup and had a hint of pink color, and carefully put it into Gu-chen's bowl. Her beautiful eyes were sparkling under the warm light, full of anticipation. Gu-chen picked up the beef and put it in his mouth. The extremely tender and melt-in-the-mouth texture, along with the sweet gravy bursting on the tip of his tongue, made him squint his eyes. Delicious, he praised sincerely. Su Yueshi, who received the affirmation, smiled with her eyes curved, like a little fox who had stolen candy, and started to eat it happily. This warm and peaceful daily life made them feel as if they had returned to a peaceful era. But they both knew in their hearts that this tranquility was built on absolute strength and sufficient preparation, a moment of respite before the storm. After dinner, Su Yueshi took the initiative to clean up the dishes. Meanwhile, Gu-chen took out a detailed map of Donyang City he had found at the convention center, spread it on the table, and began to study it. His finger finally touched a circled location on the map, Manhwa Mountain. According to intelligence, the real ruler of Donyang City, a second-level intelligent zombie king, is hiding on the top of this mountain. Gu-chen's tone became serious. Su Yueshi also walked over and looked at the inconspicuous hill on the map. Her beautiful face was filled with solemnity. A second-level zombie king. Is it much more powerful than the tyrant we encountered on the rooftop yesterday? She asked worriedly. What's so powerful isn't its combat power. Gu-chen's eyes were as sharp as a knife, but its ability, commanding the zombie tide. Intelligence shows that it is a zombie king with psychic powers. It can command all the zombies within its control through the mental network. This means that the millions of zombies in Donyang City are its soldiers, its eyes, and its ears. Su Yueshi took a breath of cold air. Millions of zombies. What a terrifying force. Personal strength is nothing compared to a sea of corpses that is comparable to a natural disaster. Its perception must be extremely sharp. Gu-chen's finger slowly slid across the map, simulating various attack routes. Any intention that threatens its body will be detected by it instantly. At that time, it will not hesitate to mobilize all the forces around it to protect itself. Even in normal times, there must be thousands or even tens of thousands of elite zombies guarding the signal tower where it hides day and night. It is impossible for us to approach quietly. Then what should we do? Su Yueshi's heart couldn't help but tighten. This sounded like an unsolvable dead end. Break through. Gu-chen's eyes flashed with a crazy yet confident light. Use the land cruiser to forcibly break through the tide of corpses and carve a bloody path to the top of the mountain. He raised his head, looked at Su Shi, and said word by word, but I can't do it alone. This time, I need you to drive it. Me? Su Yueshi was stunned. Yes, you. Gu-chen's plan has become extremely clear in his mind. My mission is to use the weapon platform on the roof to use rocket launchers and sniper rifles to clear out those high-level mutant zombies that threaten the RV, and eventually hunt down the zombie king. And your mission is to drive this steel behemoth, obey my instructions, and follow the safest route I have planned for you, all the way to the top of the mountain. We must cooperate in the battle. This is an extremely bold, even crazy plan. It will test the land cruiser's extreme performance and even more so the tacit understanding and trust between the two of them. Su Yueshi looked at Gu-chen's eyes full of trust, and the tension and fear in her heart were replaced by an unprecedented courage. She knew that she could no longer hide behind him and passively accept his protection. She also wanted to be a strength that he could rely on. Okay. She nodded heavily, her eyes filled with unprecedented determination. I'll drive. In the following time, Gu-chen began to give Su Yueshi a high-intensity crash course in driving. He simplified the RV's complex operating system to the most essential instructions, repeatedly teaching her how to accelerate, steer, and brake in an emergency. They conducted several short driving drills in this abandoned industrial park. Su Yueshi has a strong learning ability. Under Gu Chen's guidance, she quickly changed from being flustered at the beginning to being able to do it properly. Although she is still far from being proficient, at least she has the ability to drive this steel behemoth on the road. Everything is ready. The moment of decisive battle is approaching. Chapter 26: School Beauty Driving Crazy. Gu Chen and Su Yueshi were already fully armed and in their positions. Su Yueshi sat in the high-tech driver's seat, her hands tightly gripping the steering wheel, her palms full of sweat, but her eyes were unusually focused. Gu Chen, on the other hand, climbed up the ladder inside the car and reached the roof of the RV. He opened the armored shield of the 360-degree rotating weapon platform and placed an RPG-7 rocket launcher and the Barrett anti-material sniper rifle firmly on the platform. Beside him, there were more than a dozen ammunition boxes filled with rockets and sniper bullets. He put on his tactical helmet and said to Su Yueshi in the car through the built-in radio, "Yueshi, can you hear me?" "Yes. Very clear." Su Yueshi's voice came from the headset, with a hint of unconcealable nervousness. "Don't be afraid." Gu Chen's voice was steady and powerful. "Remember what I taught you. Believe in me, and even more so, believe in our car. Now start the engine, target Nanhua Mountain. Let's go and pull that so-called king off his throne." "Yes." Su Yueshi took a deep breath and pressed the red start button. Buzz boom. The engine of the Land Cruiser roared like a beast again. The Doomsday rush towards the zombie throne has officially begun. The RV drove out of the industrial park and soon entered the main urban area of Dongyang City. Almost at the moment they entered the city, an invisible, malicious spiritual wave swept over from the direction of Nanhua Mountain. "It discovered us," Gu Chen said calmly through the radio. Before he finished speaking, the zombies that were wandering aimlessly on the streets around them all stopped, as if receiving some kind of command. Then, they all turned their heads, their empty eyes filled with murderous desire, staring intently at their high-speed steel behemoth. Roar! Thousands of zombies rushed towards the Land Cruiser from all directions like a tide. "Yueshi, speed up. Don't pay attention to them, just crash into them." Gu Chen's voice came clearly through the radio. "Receive." Su Yueshi gritted her teeth and stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. The RV's huge engine roared at its maximum speed, and like an angry bull, it plunged into the surging tide of corpses. Bang! 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 A series of dull, teeth-grinding crashes echoed incessantly. Countless zombies, crushed to pieces by the RV's ferocious horns and thick armor, were sent flying through the air. Black blood and shattered limbs splattered against the bulletproof glass like a torrential rain, quickly staining the view ahead a bloody crimson. The car's automatic wipers swung wildly, constantly scraping away the bloodstains, but soon they were covered with new bloodstains. Su Yueshi's face was pale. She gripped the steering wheel tightly, suppressing the uncomfortable feeling in her stomach. She followed Gu Chen's instructions and drove forward firmly. Left front, 30-degree angle. There are 2 climbers. Very fast. Gu Chen's voice came calmly from the roof of the car. Su Yueshi immediately turned the steering wheel sharply to the left. They saw 2 mutant zombies that were like spiders, crawling on all fours and moving extremely agilely, crawling towards them at high speed from the wall of a building. Gu Chen didn't hesitate at all. He quickly turned the muzzle of the Barrett and fixed the scope on one of them. Boom! With a loud bang, the body of the climber was directly hit by a large-caliber armor-piercing incendiary bomb in mid-air, and turned into an exploding fireball. The other one had already pounced on the side of the RV, and its sharp claws drew a string of harsh, teeth-grinding sparks on the composite armor. "Don't worry about it. Keep moving forward," Gu Chen roared. He put away the Barrett, grabbed the RPG-7 beside him, and without even aiming, he pulled the trigger directly at the climber that was clinging to the car body. Boom! A violent explosion occurred right next to the car body. The violent shockwave shook the entire RV violently. The climber was shattered to pieces, leaving not a trace of wreckage. The Land Cruiser's armor bore only a charred mark and a few harmless scratches. Pretty. With the tacit cooperation of the two, this giant steel beast fought its way through the tide of tens of thousands of corpses and continued to approach the direction of Nanhua Mountain. They were getting closer and closer to the foot of the mountain. And at the top of Nanhua Mountain, inside the towering signal tower, a skeletal figure, seemingly no different from an ordinary zombie, sat atop a throne constructed from countless human bones. Within its eye sockets burned 2 dark blue soul fires, brimming with wisdom and brutality. It is the ruler of this area, the second-level zombie king. At this moment, the fire of its soul is beating violently. Through the mental network, it can clearly see the steel monster that is rampaging in its territory, as well as the human standing on top of the monster, who makes it feel a huge threat. An emotion mixed with anger and a hint of fear spread throughout its consciousness. It could not tolerate such an ungrateful and dangerous prey challenging its royal authority. It opened its silent mouth and let out an invisible spiritual roar filled with murderous intent. Kill them. At any cost. As this order was issued, the entire Manhwa mountain seemed to come alive. In the mountains and forests, and on the ground, thousands of elite zombies, stronger and more agile than ordinary zombies, awakened from their slumber. They are the Zombie King's personal guards. At the foot of the mountain, several huge mutants exuding a terrifying aura slowly opened their bloodthirsty eyes. A huge web woven of death and despair has been spread. And the land cruiser was rushing towards the center of the net. Boom! Landcruiser was like an angry black rhino, violently crashing through the iron fence leading to the Manhwa Mountain Road, and officially stepped into the Zombie King's guard territory. Almost at the same time, dense, hair-raising rustling sounds were heard on both sides of the forest. Thousands of elite zombies with red eyes and movement speeds far exceeding those of ordinary zombies rushed out from the woods and behind the rocks like a black tide, launching a suicidal charge towards the RV on the winding mountain road. They're coming! Yueshi, hold the steering wheel steady, maintain the speed, don't stop. On the roof, Gu Chen's voice came through the radio, clear and calm. The strong wind blew the corners of his clothes, and the heavy rain washed over his body, but his whole body was like a sculpture welded to the weapon platform, as steady as a rock. Got it. Su Yueshi's answer, although with a slight tremor, was filled with unprecedented firmness. She gripped the steering wheel tightly, putting all her fears behind her. Her eyes were only focused on the winding mountain road ahead, which was flooded with corpses. In her mind, only Gu Chen's instructions remained. Chapter 27, Rushing to the Peak. Bang! 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 The RV's massive body became a terrifying battering ram. Countless elite zombies were crushed into pulp the moment they collided with the RV's front end. But they remained undaunted, charging forward one after another, some even clinging to the RV's body with their sharp claws, attempting to climb onto its roof. Left. At 3 o'clock. There's a spitter. Gu Chen's warning sounded in time. Su Yueshi subconsciously turned the steering wheel sharply to the right. Several mutated zombies with throats swollen like tumors rushed out from the hillside and sprayed streams of dark green acid with a strong corrosive smell towards the RV. Sizzle! The acid splashed onto the composite armor of the RV, sending up bursts of pungent white smoke. The coating on the surface of the armor successfully blocked the corrosive acid. Go to hell! Gu Chen roared, and the barret in his hand roared for revenge. Boom! A 12.7mm armor-piercing incendiary round accurately struck a spitter's head. The bullet's powerful kinetic energy not only shattered its skull, but the incendiary agent inside also detonated the acid sac stored in its throat. Boom! The body of the spitter exploded like a burning chemical barrel, and green acid splashed everywhere, corroding and melting its companions. Without any pause, Gu Chen pulled the bolt, turned the muzzle, and began to kill with precision in a rhythm that was almost artistic and full of violent beauty. Boom! Boom! With every gunshot, a mutant zombie that poses a threat to the RV will be wiped out from a distance. Under his command, Su Yueshi drove the land cruiser, maneuvering on the narrow winding mountain road, avoiding fatal attacks again and again. Under the extreme pressure of life and death, the cooperation between the two became more and more tacit. He is the eyes and claws of the RV, responsible for eliminating all long-range threats. She is the heart and legs of the RV, responsible for carrying their hopes and rushing to the finish line. They are like a top-notch combat partner who have cooperated with each other thousands of times. Roar! Just as the RV reached the middle of the mountain, a roar filled with brutality came from the bend ahead. 3 first-level mutants, as big as tyrants and holding huge stones or tree trunks as weapons, formed a V shape and completely blocked the road ahead. They are the Zombie King's last line of defense. Yueshi! Get ready! Use maximum horsepower and hit the one in the middle. Gu Chen's voice was filled with an unstoppable madness. Understood. Su Yueshi's eyes flashed with determination. She stepped on the accelerator to the floor. The land cruiser's engine roared with overwhelming force. The entire vehicle, like a black cannonball, slammed fiercely into the 3 behemoths. On the roof of the car, Gu Chen half knelt on the ground, carrying the RPG-7 rocket launcher steadily on his shoulder. The faint blue light burst out from his eyes again. Eye of time delay, open. In his vision, which was slowed down dozens of times, the mutant in the middle raised the huge rock high, and the movement of preparing to smash it down became slow and clumsy. Whoosh, boom. A rocket, with a long tail flame, was launched later but arrived first, hitting the huge rock accurately. The boulder exploded with a loud bang, and countless pieces of rubble, mixed with the shock wave of the explosion, hit the mutant back, causing its movements to pause for a few tenths of a second. And these few tenths of a second are enough. Boom. The indestructible front end of the land cruiser slammed into the stiffened mutant with unmatched force. The terrifying force of the impact shook the entire RV violently. Tsuyoshi felt as if she had crashed into a mountain, the seatbelt tightly gripping her body. The mutant's hard bones, under the sheer force of the force, cracked with a piercing sound. Its massive body flew backward like a sack, knocking down another of its companions. Now! Guchen seized the opportunity and loaded and fired the second and third rockets as quickly as possible. Boom! Boom! Two balls of fire exploded precisely on the bodies of the two remaining mutants, completely engulfing them in flames of destruction. Land cruiser successfully broke through the last line of defense. The towering signal tower on the top of the mountain is right in front of us. Inside the signal tower, on the throne, the soul fire in the eyes of the second-level zombie king was beating violently, and for the first time, it revealed a trace of an emotion called fear. All its guards and all its defenses were torn to pieces by that terrible human and his ion vehicle. It felt that death was approaching it. It no longer hesitated and let out a final spiritual roar filled with despair and madness. Retreat! All units, return to defense. Protect me! In an instant, all the zombies at the foot of the mountain and on the mountainside that were still besieging the RV seemed to have received an oracle. They gave up the attack and instead rushed back to the signal tower on the top of the mountain at an even faster speed to defend. They will use their own flesh and blood to build the last wall for their king. They are going back to defend. Ueshi, hurry! Get to the bottom of the signal tower before they form an encirclement. Guchen shouted. Tsuyoshi drove the RV, the front of which was slightly deformed but still powerful, and successfully rushed to the base of the signal tower before the zombies surrounded her. Stop! It's right here! Tsuyoshi stepped on the brakes, and the RV made a harsh sound of tire friction and stopped steadily. Lock the car door. No matter what happens, don't come out. Guchen left the last words, then hugged the RPG and Barrett and jumped down from the weapon platform on the roof. He rolled onto the ground to relieve the impact, then looked up at the signal tower that was nearby. He could feel that the malicious spiritual fluctuations belonging to the zombie king were right at the top of the tower. But he, too, was surrounded. Thousands of elite zombies were rushing towards him, the only living target, from all directions, forming an impenetrable and desperate encirclement. Guchen took a deep breath. He knew that the next battle would be the most dangerous one he had ever had. He threw the Barrett back into the space ring, leaving only the RPG and an automatic rifle. As he rushed towards the gate of the signal tower, he fired bursts of fire with his rifle, clearing out the zombies in the front. He entered the signal tower, closed the heavy iron door with his backhand, and propped it tightly with the debris inside. Bang! 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 Countless zombies began to bang on the iron gate frantically. Guchen ignored him. He picked up the RPG and started rushing towards the top of the tower, floor by floor. Inside the signal tower, dozens of zombies were also wandering around. They were the last bodyguards of the zombie king. Guchen did not make any fancy moves. He just dealt with the small fry that blocked his way in the simplest and most brutal way. Boom! With one rocket, all the zombies on the stairs were cleared out. He went up all the way with unstoppable force. Finally, he came to the last door leading to the platform at the top of the tower. He could clearly feel that the source of the evil spirit was behind the door. He kicked open the iron door and rushed in. Chapter 28: Defeat the Zombie King, Evolve Superpowers, and Pause Time. On the platform at the top of the tower, there was a strong wind and heavy rain. In the center of the platform, on a throne made of countless human skeletons, a skinny body that looked no different from an ordinary zombie was sitting there quietly. It slowly raised its head, and its eyes, burning with the dark blue fire of the soul, locked onto Guchen. It is the second-level Zombie King. Roar! The Zombie King opened his mouth and let out a silent roar full of mental shock. Guchen only felt that his brain was pierced by an invisible steel needle. He felt a sharp pain in an instant, his vision went black, and he almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, he was strong-willed and calmed down in an instant. At the moment when the zombie king launched the mental attack, its seemingly fragile body disappeared from the throne at a speed beyond the limit of human dynamic vision. It knows its own weaknesses, so it chooses to take the initiative. Gu Chen's heart was filled with alarm. Without even thinking, he activated the Eye of Time delay. But it's too late. The zombie king's speed is too fast. Although its body is fragile, it is a second-level life form after all. Its explosive speed far exceeds that of a first-level tyrant. A black shadow instantly flashed in front of Gu Chen. Gu Chen only saw a dry claw flashing with black energy, and his pupils rapidly enlarged. He subconsciously put the RPG in front of him. Puff! That sharp claw easily pierced through the hard metal shell of the RPG and passed by Gu Chen's chest. Sizzle! The Kevlar bulletproof vest on his chest was torn open easily like paper, leaving a huge hole. Under the tough fibers, a wound deep enough to see the bone appeared on his chest. Severe pain spread throughout the body in an instant. Gu Chen groaned, and with the force of the impact, his body retreated violently backwards, creating some distance between him and the zombie king. He looked down at the deep wound on his chest that was visible to the bone, and his heart turned cold. He miscalculated. He underestimated how swift and deadly a second-level intelligent zombie's dying counterattack would be. The zombie king succeeded in his attack, and without any pause, he transformed into a black shadow again and pounced towards the injured Gu Chen. His eyes were filled with cruel pleasure. He wanted to tear this insect that dared to challenge his kingship into pieces. A hint of madness and determination flashed in Gu Chen's eyes. He knew that conventional means were no longer effective. He had to take a gamble. He gave up all his defenses and poured all his mental strength into the S-level, Eye of Time lag, source crystal deep in his brain with a desperate gamble. What he wants is to slow down the time limit. Give it to me, stop. He roared hysterically in his heart. Buzz. An invisible wave that cannot be described in words and transcends the laws suddenly erupted with Gu Chen as the center. The zombie king who was rushing towards him at an extremely fast speed suddenly froze. Its ferocious expression, its waving claws, the raindrops blown up by the wind behind it, the lightning streaking across the sky, the whole world, everything, was slowed down at this moment. Only Gu Chen can still move. He looked at the zombie king who seemed to have slowed down to a standstill and was so close to him, and his eyes burst into unprecedented ecstasy of surviving the disaster. He succeeded. Slow down time to the point of almost stopping. Without any hesitation, he threw away the scrapped RPG in his hand, flipped his right hand, and the Desert Eagle appeared out of thin air, firmly pressing against the defenseless and vulnerable temple of the zombie king. Then, calmly, he pulled the trigger. Bang! Time to return to normal flow rate. The zombie king's body had just received the command to charge forward when its head exploded. The skinny body fell powerlessly at Gu Chen's feet. Ding! Kill the second-level zombie king, drop, second-level S-level supernatural energy crystal mind control. Ding! A second-order S-class energy crystal has been detected. Do you want to perform fusion evolution? Fusion. Gu Chen did not hesitate. Ding! The S-level ability Eye of Time delay begins to merge with the second-tier S-level ability mind control. Ding! Fusion successful. Congratulations, host. Your ability has evolved into a first-order SS-level ability, Time Manipulation. Ability name, Time Manipulation. Superpower level, SS level first order. Ability effect, 1, passive effect, Eye of Time lag. 2, active effect, time pause can be specified for a single or multiple targets, or can be applied to a range, consumes a huge amount of mental energy, pauses for 1 second. Current source crystal energy, 710. A stream of profound information about time and spirit that was dozens of times more powerful than before poured into Gu Chen's mind. His mental strength, under the impact of this energy, underwent a drastic transformation. He felt as if he had become the master of time. He slowly exhaled, looked down at the horrific wound on his chest, and then looked at the endless tide of corpses below the tower that was like a black ocean. He knew that the crisis had not yet been resolved. He covered his wound and walked to the edge of the tower. He looked at the zombie army below, which had fallen into chaos and violence again because of the loss of the king's command. A cold and indifferent look flashed in his eyes, as if he was looking down on all living beings like a god. He slowly raised his hand. Time. His voice was particularly clear in the wind and rain. Still. Buzz. Everything within a radius of 100 meters, centered on the signal tower, stops instantly. The raindrops stopped in mid-air. The zombies kept roaring. The whole world turned into a still and strange picture. Gu Chen's figure jumped down from the top of the tower and walked calmly towards the land cruiser among the still raindrops and zombies as if walking on flat ground. 1 second later, time resumed. He was safe and sound and had returned to the door of the RV. He opened the car door and walked in. Gu Chen. You are injured. Su Yueshi screamed when she saw the horrific wound on his chest, and tears instantly welled up in her eyes. Don't be afraid. Gu Chen looked at her and gave her a reassuring smile. I'm back. He knew that as long as he returned to this girl in this fortress, no matter how severe the injury was, it would not be a problem. The most powerful zombie king and the largest zombie tide in Dongyang City were completely eliminated by him in a way that was almost a miracle. And he also underwent a tremendous transformation. Chapter 29, Healing a Serious Injury, Tasting Milky Bread, the First Warmth. Bang! The heavy and sturdy armored door of the land cruiser slowly closed, completely isolating the endless roars of the zombies and the violent storm from the outside world. Inside the carriage, Su Yueshi's cry of surprise, mixed with tears, broke the silence. Gu Chen. He's seriously injured. She looked at the horrific wound on Gu Chen's chest that stretched from his left shoulder to his right abdomen, deep enough to see the bone. Her heart felt as if it were being gripped by an invisible hand, the pain so severe that she could hardly breathe. Blood had already soaked through his tattered tactical vest and clothes, and was still seeping out, staining the carpet inside the car a glaring crimson. She couldn't imagine what a brutal and dangerous battle this man had just experienced. Tears, like pearls from a broken string, rolled uncontrollably from her beautiful eyes. Don't cry. Gu Chen looked at her pretty face, which was tearful and full of heartache and fear. He stretched out his hand, wanting to wipe away her tears as usual, but because of the pain on her wound, he gasped in pain and his face became even paler. Don't move. Su Yueshi reacted immediately. She wiped away her tears with the back of her hand, her eyes flashing with unprecedented determination and resolve. Hurry. Lie down. I'll help you heal. Her voice was no longer weak and dependent as before, but now had the calmness and professionalism that a medical student should have when facing an emergency. Gu Chen nodded and lay down on the large leather sofa in the living room. Excessive blood loss made him feel cold and dizzy. Su Yueshi knelt beside him, looking at the hideous wound where one could even see the white bones. Her heart was bleeding. She took a deep breath and transformed all her heartache and fear into an endless desire to heal him. She slowly closed her eyes, folded her hands, and gently covered the horrible wound. In my name, with my everything. Her voice was soft and pious, as if she was offering the most sacred prayer to the gods in the dark. Holy healing. Buzz. A golden holy light that was brighter, purer, and more magnificent than any previous one suddenly burst out from her palm. This time, the light was no longer a soft milky white, but a dazzling golden color with a supreme, inviolable majesty. The SSS-level supernatural power, driven by her strong will and emotions, showed its true power for the first time. The golden holy light, like a small sun, instantly illuminated the entire carriage with a brilliant glow. Within this light, there was an indescribable, extremely rich breath of life. Gu Chen only felt an unprecedented vast energy that warmed the depths of his soul pouring into his body. The cold energy that remained in the wound on his chest, which belonged to the second-level zombie king and was full of destructive aura, was like ice and snow encountering the scorching sun under the illumination of this golden holy light. It could not even offer a trace of resistance and was purified and evaporated completely in an instant. Then, miracles began to happen at an unimaginable speed. The writhed flesh, nourished by the holy light, began to wriggle and heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. The torn muscle fibers, as if possessed of life, reconnected and grew. Even the broken ribs quickly mended and connected with a soft, crackling sound, becoming stronger than before. The whole process takes less than a minute. When the light gradually faded, the horrible wound on Gu Chen's chest, which was enough to kill him, had disappeared without a trace. The new skin was as smooth as jade, without even a trace of scar left. And his body, under the impact of this vast life energy, once again received a deep and completely transformed strengthening. He could clearly feel that his strength, speed, endurance, and even the upper limit of his mental strength had once again reached a whole new level during this treatment. If his physical fitness was 4 times that of an average person before, then now it has reached at least 5 times, or even higher. However, Su Yueshi, who performed such a miracle, was not in a good situation. She was drenched in sweat, as if she had just been pulled out of the water. Her beautiful face was pale and bloodless. Her body swayed, and she almost collapsed. Clearly, this extreme treatment, regardless of the cost, had taken a tremendous toll on her. Guchen felt a pain in his heart, and he immediately turned over and sat up, holding her soft and weak body in his arms. "Yueshi. How are you?" he asked anxiously. I'm fine." Suyueshi leaned on his broad and warm chest, her voice weak, but with a hint of satisfaction on the corner of her mouth. As long as you're okay, that's all." After she finished speaking, she could no longer hold on, her head tilted, and she fell into a deep sleep in his arms. Guchen tightly hugged the girl who had given everything for him in his arms, his heart filled with unprecedented emotion and pity. He knew that from this moment on, protecting her, preventing her from any harm, and allowing her to sleep peacefully in his arms forever like she was now, had become something more important than his own life. He carried Suyueshi back to the large bed in the bedroom and tucked her in. Then, he walked back to the cockpit and started the land cruiser. Before the endless horde of zombies could completely encircle them, he used his powerful performance to forge a bloody path. Instead of going deeper into Dongyang City, he chose the opposite direction and drove towards the more sparsely populated suburbs. He needed to find a place that was absolutely safe where Suyueshi could have a good rest. Finally, he drove the RV into an abandoned botanical garden surrounded by high walls. This place was once a base for botanical research, far from human habitation and with only one exit. Guchen used his RV to block the only exit, then took out a large number of chevaux de frise and barbed wire from his space ring, completely arranging the surrounding area into a simple, yet extremely effective defensive position. Only after doing all this did he feel completely relieved. Outside the car is a doomsday wasteland filled with wind and rain and zombies everywhere. Inside the car, it was a quiet and warm world belonging only to the two of them. Suyueshi recovered quickly under Guchen's meticulous care. After the exhaustion, her body seemed to have grown in some way. She found that her control over her divine healing ability had become more handy, and her recovery speed was much faster than before. That night, the two enjoyed a sumptuous dinner as usual. Guchen used the beef in the refrigerator to make her a fragrant black pepper beef fillet. And Suyueshi used flour in an oven, clumsily but successfully, to bake 2 plump, snow-white, milky buns. "Try it." Suyueshi handed a small piece of bread that was still a little hot to Guchen a little embarrassedly. Guchen took it and took a bite. The snow-white bread had a very soft and glutinous texture. Although it was not as fluffy as the ones made by professional bakers, the pure, heartfelt aroma of wheat and milk made him feel that this was the most delicious thing he had ever eaten in his life. "It's delicious." He looked at Suyueshi's eyes full of anticipation and said seriously. A smile as bright as a flower immediately bloomed on Suyueshi's face. After dinner, the rain outside gradually stopped, but the strong wind brought by the typhoon was still howling. The two of them snuggled on the sofa in the living room, enjoying this rare leisure time. "Let's watch a movie." Suyueshi leaned on Guchen's shoulder and said softly. Guchen's heart moved. He remembered that among the things left under the bed, there seemed to be a large-capacity mobile hard drive full of movies and TV series. He found the hard drive in the locker and connected it to the car's audio and video system. Soon, the ultra-thin LCD TV on the wall lit up. The hard drive contains thousands of high-definition movies, ranging from classic black and white films to the latest science fiction blockbusters. "What do you want to see?" Guchen asked softly. Suyueshi slid through the movie list on the screen, and finally, her finger stopped on a classic love movie. "That's it," she said softly. Guchen nodded and pressed the play button. The headlights in the car were turned off, leaving only the light from the screen, flickering in the darkness. Suyueshi watched with great concentration. She was moved by the selfless love. When that romantic love was swallowed up by the ruthless disaster, her eyes also became moist. Guchen didn't watch the movie. He just tilted his head and looked at the girl beside him quietly. Watching her smile, watching her tears, watching her little hands subconsciously grabbing her arm because of nervousness. Suyueshi couldn't bear it anymore, leaned in Guchen's arms, and sobbed softly. "What's wrong?" Guchen patted her back gently. "Nothing." Suyueshi shook her head, her voice thick with nasal sounds. I just feel that they are so pitiful. They clearly loved each other so much, but, because of a disaster, they were separated forever." She raised her head, looked at Guchen with her tearful eyes, which looked particularly moving under the light of the screen, and asked seriously, "Guchen, if one day, we also encounter such danger, will you let go of my hand?" Gu Chen's heart was stabbed hard by these words. He didn't answer immediately. He reached out his hand and gently held up her beautiful face, which was covered with tear marks. Then he lowered his head and pressed his lips against the girl's slightly open lips, which were a little surprised. Su Yueshi responded to the first kiss awkwardly. Gu Chen's forehead rested against hers, looking at her eyes that were wide open due to shock and shyness, and he said in an unprecedented hoarse but firm voice. I won't let go of your hand. Ever. Nothing in this world can separate us. Not zombies, not tsunamis, not even death. These are not sweet words of love. But to Su Yueshi, it was the most beautiful and reassuring oath in the world. Her tears burst out again, but this time, it was no longer sadness, but extreme happiness and touching. She stretched out her arms, tightly wrapped them around Gu Chen's neck, and buried her face deeply in the crook of his neck. Yeah. She responded heavily, as if she wanted to melt all her emotions into this hug. Outside the car, the wind and rain continued. Inside the car, it has been forever. That night, after exercising, they slept quietly in each other's arms, feeling the hard-earned warmth that belonged only to the two of them and that they experienced for the first time in the sound of each other's heartbeats and breathing. That night, they played poker, and Su Yueshi got a cut, leaving a red mark on the bedsheet. Gu Chen comforted her and continued playing poker. Su Yueshi gradually found her feeling and played cards crazily until spring came. Chapter 30 New Intelligence, The Crisis at Hand. The morning sun, after a night of raging storms, seemed especially gentle and precious. Its golden rays fell upon the cozy carriage. The first thing Gu Chen saw when he woke up was Su Yueshi, who was sleeping soundly in his arms. The girl's sleeping face is peaceful and beautiful, her long eyelashes tremble gently like butterfly wings, and there is a hint of healthy blush on her fair and flawless cheeks. Perhaps she was dreaming about something. The corners of her mouth turned up slightly, a sweet arc appeared. One of her hands was still tightly grasping the corner of his clothes, as if she was afraid that he would suddenly disappear. Gu Chen's heart was instantly filled with an indescribable tenderness. He carefully pulled his arm out from under her neck, trying not to disturb her. Then, he leaned over and placed a gentle kiss full of pity and love on the girl's smooth forehead. After doing all this, he got up quietly, covered her with the quilt, and walked out of the bedroom. A new day has begun. While cooking breakfast, Gu Chen immersed his consciousness in his mind. The cold mechanical synthesized sound rang out on time. Daily intelligence system has been updated. Updating today's information for you. 3 pieces of glowing information, like 3 thunderclaps, exploded in his consciousness. Intelligence 1 gold level, the largest survivor base in Dongyang City, the Rock Base. Its leader is Yi Wu, who is Yi Bufan's father. Through information shared with him by his son, Yi Wu foresaw the apocalypse and established a powerful group of survivors. The base's psychic composition is extremely strange. The leader, Yi Wu, has somehow achieved a breakthrough to the 3rd level. However, within the base, there are no 2nd-level psychics, only a few 1st-level psychics. Reason: Yi Wu is a tyrannical and selfish individual. To rapidly increase his own strength, he secretly hunted down all newly awakened and promising 2nd-level psychics within the base, forcibly plundering their source crystals. Through this coup-breeding method, he fostered his own deformed 3rd-level strength. The worldview of this book is relatively dark. Those who awaken first can dominate those who awaken later at will. By plundering the source crystals of their own kind, their strength can be rapidly improved. Therefore, one step faster, one step faster. The more inhumane the demon, the more powerful it will be in this doomsday. Intelligence 1 continued. Yi Wu has learned of his son Yi Bufan's death and is heartbroken. He is mobilizing all forces at the base to frantically search for his son's murderer. He has set his sights on all survivors who have recently fled from Binhai City to Dongyang City. Any survivors with powerful firepower or suspicious whereabouts will become his main suspects and targets for elimination. A level 3 psychic. Yi Bufan's father. Revenge. A series of keywords caused Gu Chen's pupils to suddenly shrink into the most dangerous needle-like shape. An unprecedented sense of crisis, like an icy tide, instantly overwhelmed him. He knew that from the moment he killed Yi Bufan, he was destined to forge an irreconcilable blood feud with the Yi family. But he didn't expect the other party's revenge to come so quickly, and what's more, the other party's strength had actually reached a terrifying 3rd level that he was currently completely unable to contend with. The 3rd stage is a completely new level of life. It has already begun to touch the core of the source crystal energy. The strength is a world apart from the 2nd stage. Stay away from the spotlight for now. Gu Chen immediately made the most rational judgment. Before his strength was improved enough to crush the other party, he must not have any direct conflict with this crazy avenger. He forced himself to suppress the throbbing in his heart and turned his gaze to the second piece of information. Intelligence 2 Silver, warning. The botanical garden you are in is not a safe place. A first-level mutant plant, the poisonous ivy monster, has taken root here. It possesses the A-level paralysis toxin ability, which can continuously paralyze creatures within a range through colorless and odorless spores spread in the air. Its vines possess a powerful regenerative ability, making physical attacks nearly ineffective. The only way to completely eliminate it is to destroy its root core, located in the abandoned underground laboratory of the botanical garden. What? Gu Chen's heart sank suddenly. Outside the RV, vines have tied up the Doomsday RV and released toxins silently. He immediately felt a subtle numbness in his limbs, as if being gnawed by countless ants. He tried to mobilize his strength, but found that his body's reaction was at least 30% slower than usual. He was poisoned. What worries him even more is that Su Yueshi also. He turned around suddenly and looked towards the bedroom. At this moment, the third piece of information also emerged. Intelligence 3 Silver level, a black mamba attack helicopter belonging to a private security company in Binhai City successfully escaped the core area of the typhoon and rainstorm tonight, but when entering the airspace of Dongyang City, it was attacked by a large group of mutant birds. The aircraft was severely damaged and was about to crash. Estimated crash site, southern slope of Mount Nanhua. The Vulcan Gatling gun mounted on its fuselage, along with tens of thousands of rounds of ammunition, will be intact. This weapon is ideally suited for installation on the land cruiser's rooftop weapon platform. Vulcan Gatling. This was undoubtedly a huge temptation. This powerful weapon was enough to elevate the land cruiser's firepower to a higher level. But now, he no longer had the mind to think about intercepting the helicopter. The crisis before us is the most deadly. He must get rid of this damn mutant plant immediately, otherwise, when the poison takes full effect, both of them will become fish on the chopping board, at the mercy of others. He immediately rushed back to the bedroom. Yueshi! Wake up! He shook Su Yueshi, who was still sleeping soundly. Well, what's wrong, Gu Chen? Su Yueshi rubbed her sleepy eyes and sat up in a daze, with a hint of lazy nasal sound in her voice. We are poisoned. Quick! Feel your body. Gu Chen's tone was filled with unprecedented urgency. Su Yueshi was stunned for a moment, then she closed her eyes and carefully felt it. Soon, her pretty face, still sleepy, was filled with panic. My hands and feet are so numb, my body is out of control. She was horrified to find that even the simple action of raising her arms had become extremely difficult and slow. At this moment, Gu Chen felt that the numbness in his body was rapidly increasing. He even felt that his vision was beginning to become slightly blurred. Chapter 31, Toxins Removed, Overcoming Difficulties. The intelligence was right, the toxin had begun to take effect. Yueshi. Use your ability. Help me remove the toxins first. Gu Chen made a prompt decision. He knew that only if one person could maintain his fighting ability would they have a chance of survival. Su Yueshi also understood the seriousness of the matter in an instant. She looked at Gu Chen's anxious face, and all the panic in her heart was replaced by a strong belief. She couldn't let anything happen to him. She bit the tip of her tongue, using the severe pain to stimulate her nerves that were about to be paralyzed, and forcibly summoned the last bit of mental strength. She stretched out her hands, which had begun to tremble slightly and were emitting a faint golden light, and pressed them heavily on Gu Chen's chest. Holy, healing. She used all her strength. The brilliant golden holy light burst out again. But this time, the light seemed a little unstable, flickering, as if it would go out at any time. A stream of pure life energy poured into Gu Chen's body. The paralyzing poison, like a cancer attached to the bones, was washed away by the holy light, as if it had met its nemesis, and was quickly purified and dispelled. Gu Chen felt that his body, which had become sluggish, was rapidly recovering strength and perception. However, Su Yueshi's condition was getting worse and worse. Her face turned pale as paper at a visible speed, and her body was shaky. Detoxifying Gu Chen had almost exhausted all her remaining mental energy. When the toxins in Gu Chen's body were completely cleared, Su Yueshi's eyes were filled with fatigue. Her body softened and she fell backwards. Yueshi. Gu Chen was quick-witted and quick-handed, and he took her soft body into his arms. At this moment, she had completely fallen into a deep coma, breathing weakly, like a sleeping beauty who was about to wither. Gu Chen's heart seemed to be grabbed by an invisible big hand, and the pain made him almost suffocate. He looked at the girl in his arms who had given up everything to save him, and a surge of rage erupted from the bottom of his heart. That damn mutant plant! It must die. Gu Chen carefully laid Su Yueshi flat on the bed and covered her with a quilt. Then, he stood up, with only endless cold murderous intent in his eyes. He walked to the car door, looked back at the girl sleeping quietly on the bed, and a trace of extreme tenderness flashed in his eyes. "Wait for me," he whispered, as if making a vow. Then, he pushed open the car door, and his figure disappeared like a vengeful ghost into the botanical garden outside the car, which seemed peaceful but was actually full of murderous intentions. The first thing he did was not to look for some underground laboratory. Instead, he first took out a military gas mask from his space ring and put it on his face firmly. Then, he took out all the spare barrels of gasoline. Intelligence shows that the vines of this mutant plant have super regenerative abilities, making physical attacks almost ineffective. Then, use the most primitive and effective way to deal with it. Fire. He picked up the oil barrel and began to sprinkle the gasoline evenly in circles along the ground around the RV. While he was doing all this, he keenly noticed that the seemingly ordinary mutant plant vines around him that were crawling all over the walls and the ground were silently extending towards him at an extremely strange and imperceptible speed. They regarded him as their new prey. "You're just in time." A cruel sneer flashed across Gu Chen's eyes. He poured out the gasoline from the last barrel, then took out a lighter from the ring. Click! With a crisp sound, a cluster of orange-red flames jumped out from Gu Chen's fingertips. He looked at the vines that were already close at hand and were wriggling like poisonous snakes, and casually threw the lighter in his hand to the ground. Whoosh boom! In an instant, the flames, like an angry dragon, burst into flames. A huge wall of fire composed of gasoline and flames, several meters wide, suddenly erupted with the Land Cruiser as the center, forming an insurmountable, hot circular cage. Those mutant plant vines that were sneaking over quietly, the moment they came into contact with the flames, were like encountering their natural enemies. They made a sizzling sound similar to that of grease being ignited, and quickly curled up, charred, and turned into ashes. The air was filled with an extremely unpleasant smell of burning plants. Further away, the vines that were not directly affected by the flames seemed to feel immense pain and fear. They began to twist and twitch wildly as if they had life, leaving deep marks on the ground and walls. The entire botanical garden seemed to come alive and turned into a green monster struggling in pain. Gu Chen watched all this coldly. He knew that this was just the beginning. If the core was not destroyed, these vines would soon grow back. Carrying a machete and an RPG-7 rocket launcher, he rushed out of the protective circle of the firewall and rushed towards the direction of the abandoned underground laboratory shown in the intelligence. Along the way, countless vines, like a group of dancing snakes, swept towards him from all directions. Some vines became as hard as steel, turning into sharp spears and stabbing at him. Some vines became as flexible as whips, and whipped him fiercely with a sound of breaking through the air. Gu Chen activated the Eye of Time delay and maneuvered amidst the siege of countless vines. The machete in his hand turned into a series of cold lights, cutting off the attacking vines one by one. But he soon discovered that these severed vines began to grow and heal again at a speed visible to the naked eye almost the moment they hit the ground. Endless, as if they could never be killed. This is not a solution. Gu Chen no longer lingered in the fight. Relying on his superior physical fitness and the prediction of the Eye of Time delay, he fought his way out of the encirclement of vines and rushed to the abandoned laboratory building that had long been covered by vines and only had an outline left. He found the entrance to the underground that was tightly entangled by vines. Without any hesitation, he shouldered the RPG, pointed it at the entrance, and pulled the trigger. Boom! The violent explosion shattered the vines and cement rubble at the entrance, revealing a dark, deep passage leading underground. Gu Chen leaped up and jumped in. Chapter 32, Blast the Poisonous Ivy Monster and Advance to Level 2. It was pitch black in the underground laboratory. The space was filled with the smell of decay and dampness. Countless thick, python-like vines drooped from the walls and ceiling in all directions, turning the place into a green demonic cave. In the very center of the laboratory, a huge culture chamber made of glass had been stretched to the point of bursting. A huge tumor with a diameter of more than 3 meters was beating slowly like a heart. A huge tumor formed by countless vines was entwined there. It is the root core of this mutant plant. Countless thick, translucent roots extended from the tumor, penetrating deep into the ground, absorbing unknown energy. And on the surface of the tumor, a human face outlined by vines, full of pain and resentment, was faintly visible. The moment it saw Gu Chen, the face let out a silent scream full of mental shock. The vines in the entire underground laboratory seemed to be injected with violent hormones, and they swept towards Gu Chen, the invader, frantically. "I found you!" Gu Chen's eyes flashed with cold, murderous intent. He loaded a rocket and aimed at the huge beating heart. "Go to hell!" He roared and pulled the trigger. Swoosh, boom! The rocket, with a long tail flame, hit the huge root core accurately and without any suspense. Grumble! The human face made of vines let out a scream that pierced the eardrums and was full of pain and despair. The violent explosion blew the entire tumor into pieces, and green, blood-like juice splattered everywhere. Without the control of the core, all the vines in the entire underground laboratory and even the entire botanical garden stopped dancing wildly in an instant. They quickly withered and decayed, and in just a dozen seconds, they turned into lifeless black ashes. The crisis is completely resolved. Ding! Kill the first-order mutant plant poisonous ivy monster and the reward will be first-order a-level energy crystal paralysis toxin. Ding! New source crystal energy detected. Do you want to absorb it? Absorb. Ding! Absorbing the A-level source crystal paralysis toxin, energy increased by 5 points. Ding! The host's current source crystal energy has reached 1210. Energy overflow, meeting the evolution conditions. Ding! Evolving your source crystal. An unprecedented and extremely huge energy suddenly exploded deep in Gu Chen's brain. He felt as if his spiritual world had experienced a cosmic explosion. The already dazzling SS-grade source crystal shattered under the impact of this energy. Then, at its core, it recondensed into a deeper, more mysterious, brand new crystal that seemed to contain the laws of time and space. A mysterious golden pattern appeared on the surface of the crystal. Ding! Congratulations, host! Your SS-level energy crystal has successfully evolved to the second level. Ding! Your ability time manipulation has been enhanced. Ability name, time manipulation. Superpower level, SS level second order. Ability effect, 1, passive effect, Eye of Time lag effect greatly enhanced. 2, active effect, time pause can specify single or multiple targets, or range. Pause duration extended to 2 seconds. Mental energy consumption reduced. Current source crystal energy, 2100. Ding! The host's physical fitness has been greatly improved due to the feedback from the evolution of the source crystal. The current basic physical fitness has reached 10 times that of an ordinary person. An indescribable, extremely powerful feeling surged throughout Gu Chen's body. He could feel that his strength, speed, and perception had all undergone earth-shaking changes. If he was a sharp dagger at the first level, then now, at the second level, he was an indestructible battle axe. Coupled with the continuous improvement brought by Su Yueshi's holy healing, which is almost a bug, his overall physical fitness has now reached a terrifying level of 15 times that of an ordinary person. He was confident that if he met a first-level tyrant again, he wouldn't even need to use firearms. He could easily tear it apart with his physical strength alone. Is this the power of the second level? Gu Chen clenched his fists, feeling the terrifying force that seemed to be able to crush steel, and his eyes burst into an unprecedented brilliance. He didn't stop and quickly rushed out of the underground laboratory and ran towards the land cruiser. His speed was so fast that it left a trail of afterimages in the air. When he returned to the RV and saw the pale girl still sleeping on the bed, all his strength and joy turned into endless tenderness and heartache. He knew that he was able to escape danger time and time again because of her. He sat down gently on the edge of the bed and held her cold little hand. What he wants to do is not just wait for her to wake up. He wants to make her become stronger. Inside the car, Gu Chen sat on the edge of the bed, holding Su Yueshi's cold little hand tightly, his eyes full of self-blame and fear. Although he had successfully dealt with the terrifying mutant plant and had turned a disaster into a blessing, achieving a breakthrough in his strength, he felt no joy at all as he looked at the girl lying on the bed, deep in a coma from exhaustion. Instead, he felt a heavy, mountain-like sense of responsibility. He realized that he had made a fatal mistake before. He had always treated Su Yueshi as a treasure that needed to be protected with utmost care and hidden in the deepest part of the fortress, but he ignored the fact that in this cruel doomsday, no one could be absolutely and foolproof. Just like the crisis in the botanical garden this time, the colorless and odorless toxin spores easily broke through the land cruiser's solid physical defense, putting both of them in danger. If Su Yueshi didn't have the ability to remove toxins, the consequences would be unimaginable. He could no longer allow her to be just an assistant who needed to be protected. He must give her the ability to protect herself. Even the ability to fight alongside him. Just when Gu Chen was lost in thought, the long eyelashes of the girl who had been sleeping in his arms trembled slightly. Chapter 33. Su Yueshi recovers and goes to intercept the god of fire Gatling. Su Yueshi let out a slight moan with a hint of confusion and slowly opened her eyes. Gu Chen. The first thing she saw was the man standing by her bed. His clear eyes were instantly filled with peace of mind and joy. She struggled to sit up. Don't move. Gu Chen immediately held her down, his voice filled with unquestionable tenderness. You've consumed too much energy, lie down well. I'm fine. Su Yueshi shook her head. She could feel that the weakness in her body was quickly fading away. The recovery ability brought by the SSS level superpower is far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. She looked at Gu Chen and asked with concern, that monster, is it solved? Well, it's solved. Gu Chen nodded, and then, as if he remembered something, his face became serious. Yueshi, feel carefully, is there any numbness in your body? Upon hearing this, Su Yueshi closed her eyes and carefully examined her body. After a moment, she opened her eyes in surprise. It's gone. It seems that while I was unconscious, my own ability cleansed away all the toxins. When Gu Chen heard this, the biggest stone in his heart finally fell to the ground. That's good. He breathed a sigh of relief. I'm sorry. Su Yueshi suddenly lowered her head, her voice full of apology. I'm dragging you down again. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't. Don't say that. Gu Chen interrupted her. His fingers gently lifted her small chin and made her look directly into his eyes. His eyes were more serious than ever before. Yueshi, remember, you've never been a burden to me. You're my most precious treasure, the one I'm willing to protect with my life. He spoke each word with emphasis. Furthermore, you've saved me more than once. Without you, I would have died on the rooftop long ago. This time is no different. I was wrong. A trace of deep self-blame flashed in Gu Chen's eyes. My mistake was that I only thought about protecting you, but forgot that the most reliable defense in the Doomsday is always your own strength. It was me who ignored your growth. Su Yueshi listened quietly. She could feel the heavy, unquestionable sincerity and love in Gu Chen's words. Her eyes were wet again. Gu Chen wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. From today on, we will become stronger together. He looked at her, his eyes full of encouragement and expectation. Powerful enough to crush all dangers underfoot. Powerful enough to allow us to live the life we want in this Doomsday. Su Yueshi looked at Gu Chen's eyes full of trust and made up her mind. She no longer wanted to be the girl who could only hide behind him, worry about him, and even overdraw herself to help him when he was in danger. She wants to be a partner who can stand shoulder to shoulder with him and face the ups and downs together. Yeah. She nodded heavily. Gu Chen began to plan his next move. Dongyang City is now a huge hunting ground full of opportunities and dangers. Although he had dealt with the second-tier zombie king, the millions of zombies under its command had not disappeared. They simply lost their unified command and returned to a chaotic, independent, wandering state. But among them, there must be a large number of first-level mutants hidden, and there may even be other new second-level zombies that have evolved intelligence. In the eyes of others, these are deadly threats. But in Gu Chen's view, they were all mobile experience packs that could help Su Yueshi level up quickly. The purpose of this trip was very clear. First, head to Manhwa Mountain and recover the Vulcan Gatling gun from the crashed helicopter. This powerful weapon will completely fill the gap in the land cruiser's firepower. Second, with Nanhua Mountain as the center, launch a large-scale hunting. Utilize the mobility and defense of the RV to actively and efficiently hunt down those mutant zombies that possess source crystals, and help Su Yueshi reach the second level as quickly as possible. Only when both of them become second-level mutants and possess the strength to protect themselves or even crush those of the same level, can they truly begin to consider how to deal with Yi Wu, the terrifying Avenger who has reached the third level and is far away in the rock base. When Su Yueshi initially mastered the method of absorbing source crystals and completely recovered from her weakness, the two set off again. The engine of the land cruiser roared, crushing the barbed wire blocking the door, and drove out of the botanical garden that had witnessed their crisis, speeding towards Nanhua Mountain. This time, their mentality is completely different. It is no longer a simple escape and rest. It is a proactive attack to become stronger, a doomsday hunt. The RVs soon arrived at Manhwa Mountain. Here, a large number of zombies remained from the earth-shattering battle. They wandered aimlessly through the forests and mountains, but upon seeing the giant steel car, they were immediately drawn to the presence of the living and began to roar and swarm around it. Ueshi, do you remember what I taught you? Guchen sat in the co-pilot seat with a relaxed expression, as if he was not facing a tide of zombies, but on an outing. Yeah. Ueshi sat in the driver's seat. Although she was still a little nervous, there was an extra excitement in her eyes as she was eager to try. Very good. Guchen smiled. Then, our hunt begins now. The target is 300 meters ahead, the 2-meter 5-meter tall crasher that is hitting the tree. Don't be afraid, step on the accelerator to the bottom and crash directly into it, and feel the power of the Doomsday RV. Yes. Ueshi took a deep breath and pushed hard with her feet. Boom! The RV was like a tiger out of the cage, rushing towards the first-level mutant impact with unmatched momentum. The crasher seemed to have sensed the danger. It gave up hitting the tree and instead took heavy steps, launching a counterattack towards the RV. Boom! A deafening bang. Chapter 34, Ueshi advances to the second level and gains a body immune to all poisons. Ueshi felt the entire car shake violently, and a huge reaction force came from the steering wheel. However, the Land Cruiser's powerful performance allowed her to keep steady control of the car. However, the arrogant crasher was like hitting a real mountain in this head-on confrontation. Its hard, rock-like body was knocked backwards, and the bones in its chest made clear cracking sounds. Although the blow was not fatal, it completely deprived it of its combat effectiveness. It fell to the ground and struggled in pain. Well done. Guchen did not hesitate to praise. He opened the weapon platform on the roof and didn't even use the Barrett. Instead, he used an ordinary automatic rifle to fire a round of precise shots at the head of the still struggling rammer. Day. Soon, the impactor stopped moving completely. Ding! Kill the first-order mutant impactor and receive the reward, first-order D-level mutant energy crystal hardened skin. I'm going to collect the spoils, you stay alert. Guchen said, and was about to get out of the car. Wait! Ueshi stopped him. She closed her eyes, stretched out her hand that was emitting a faint golden light, and gently pressed it on Guchen's shoulder. A stream of pure life energy poured into Guchen's body, causing his blood and chi, which had been shaken by the previous collision, to instantly return to normal, and his spirit was also lifted. Now, go ahead, she said, opening her eyes and smiling. Guchen looked at her and smiled. He knew that their hunting would become extremely easy and efficient. He got out of the car, quickly retrieved the D-level source crystal, and handed it to Ueshi. This is your first loot, he said. It's low level, but it adds up. Take it. Ueshi took the source crystal and felt like she had found a treasure. Guchen began to instruct Ueshi on how to meditate and how to guide the energy in the source crystal to temper the SSS level source crystal in her brain, which represented divine healing and was naturally extremely brilliant. Ueshi's talent is astonishingly high. Perhaps because the SSS level superpower itself has a very high affinity with energy, she successfully guided a trace of source crystal energy with almost no effort and slowly integrated it into her own source crystal core. As energy was injected, she could clearly feel that her mental strength was growing at an extremely slow but incomparably firm pace. And Guchen stood by, protecting her. In the following time, the two began a crazy hunting in Nanhua Mountain in this new Intacid mode. Ueshi was behind the wheel. Her skills improved rapidly during this blood and fire battle. From her initial nervousness and awkwardness, she became increasingly bold and confident. She even began to enjoy the thrill of piloting the steel behemoth, crashing through the horde of corpses and crushing everything in its path. Guchen, on the other hand, became the top hunter and observer. He stood on the roof, using his superhuman perception and the assistance of his time delay to accurately guide Ueshi's direction, and used various weapons in his hands to eliminate those powerful mutants that posed a threat to the RV or that Ueshi could not kill with one blow. Every time a battle is over, Ueshi will use her own abilities to restore Guchen to his best condition, allowing him to always stay at his peak. And Guchen will give all the spoils, those colorful source crystals, to Ueshi, allowing her to absorb and grow. Their cooperation is seamless. In this vast hunting ground, they plundered the resources that belonged to them wantonly. Time passed quickly. When night fell again, they had cleared nearly half of the area outside Nanhua Mountain and hunted down more than 20 first-level mutants. After Tsuyoshi absorbed more than 10 source crystals ranging from D to B, the SSS level source crystal core in her brain finally accumulated enough energy. That night, when the RV stopped in a secluded valley again, Tsuyoshi sat cross-legged on the bed and completely absorbed the energy of the last B-grade source crystal. Buzz! A golden light, more powerful than any before and filled with the breath of holiness and life, suddenly burst out from her body. The entire carriage was illuminated by this golden light, as if it were daytime. Guchen, standing aside, clearly felt that Tsuyoshi's life level was undergoing a huge, essential leap. Her skin became even more translucent, as if carved from the finest white jade. Her hair took on a faint, sacred golden glow. Her entire aura became even more otherworldly, even more holy, like a true goddess who had accidentally fallen into the mortal realm. Ding! Your partner Tsuyoshi has successfully evolved into a second-level mutant. Ding! His SSS level ability, Holy Healing, has been enhanced. Ding! His physical fitness has been greatly improved, reaching 10 times that of an ordinary person. Ding! Successfully obtained a new ability invulnerable to all poisons, immune to all second-level and lower toxins, curses, mental pollution, and other negative states. The light slowly dissipated. Tsuyoshi slowly opened her eyes. Those beautiful eyes were now as deep as a golden ocean, full of wisdom and compassion. She felt the unprecedented, surging power in her body, and looked at the man in front of her who had always protected her. A beautiful smile appeared on her face, enough to make everything else pale in comparison. Guchen, she said softly, her voice ethereal and beautiful, now, I can protect you too. While Guchen was sincerely happy for her, he also absorbed all the source crystals that belonged to the enemy that he had harvested today. Ding! The host's current source crystal energy has reached 13,100. Their strength is growing rapidly. And the attack helicopter carrying the Vulcan Gatling gun that is about to crash is also waiting for its new owner. Chapter 35 Black Mamba, crashed. The starry sky outside Dongyang City should be bright and magnificent. But at this moment, the thick dark clouds formed by the typhoon's outer circulation covered the sky tightly, and not even a trace of starlight could penetrate. There was pitch darkness between heaven and earth, with only the ghostly howls of the strong wind as it passed through the mountains and forests, and the faint and heart-pounding roars of the corpses in the distance. The land cruiser rested quietly in a high valley on the southern slope of Manhwa Mountain, perfectly shielded by several boulders. Its wide view afforded a bird's-eye view of the surrounding area below, while remaining relatively undetectable, making it an ideal observation and ambush point. Inside the carriage, under the warm lights, the atmosphere was completely different from the previous warmth and leisure, and was filled with a solemn and exciting sense of anticipation before a major battle. Guchen and Tsuyoshi stood side by side on the 360-degree rotating weapon platform on the roof of the car, their eyes both looking towards Binhai City. In Guchen's hand, he held a high-magnification military night vision telescope. And Tsuyoshi, after successfully advancing to the second level, took the initiative to stand beside him as a combatant for the first time. She also held a telescope in her hand. Although she was not used to it yet, she was trying hard to learn how to become his most reliable observation post. The intelligence shows it's 8 o'clock tonight, right? Tsuyoshi asked softly. Her voice seemed a little vague in the whistling wind, but she was extremely firm. Yes, exactly at 8 o'clock, right in the airspace in front of us. Guchen nodded, his eyes not leaving the eyepiece of the telescope, less than 10 minutes. He could clearly sense that the girl beside him, though her body slightly stiffened with nervousness, was incredibly focused. Her beautiful eyes, like a golden ocean, stared unblinkingly at the distant night sky. After experiencing the Doomsday hunt, her mentality has undergone a complete transformation. She was no longer the delicate daughter that needed constant care, but gradually began to transform into a tough pine tree that could stand shoulder to shoulder with him and withstand the wind and rain together. This change made Guchen feel extremely relieved and proud. Time passes by minute by minute. When the numbers on the car clock accurately jump to 19 hours and 58 minutes. An extremely faint buzzing sound, completely different from the sound of the wind and the roar of corpses, came faintly from the distant sky. Here it comes. Guchen's spirit tensed up instantly. Tsuyoshi also immediately held her breath and pointed the telescope in the direction where the sound came from. Soon, with their far superior vision and the help of high-powered telescopes, a blurry black dot the size of a mosquito appeared in the dark night sky. That black spot was approaching them at an extremely fast speed. That's a Black Mamba attack helicopter. Its shape is smooth and agile, full of the violent aesthetics of modern industry. Even in the darkness, its iconic dragonfly-like outline can be vaguely discerned. It actually managed to escape from the devastating typhoon and rainstorm that was enough to flood the entire city. However, before Gu Chen could sigh at the helicopter's luck, he clearly saw the abnormality around the helicopter through the night vision telescope. All around the helicopter, there was a dense group of terrifying black shadows with a wingspan of more than 2 meters, red eyes, and an appearance like a combination of vultures and bats. It's a mutant bird. Grumble. Waves of shrill, aggressive screams, even across a distance of several kilometers, still penetrated the wind and came over. Those mutated birds, like the craziest suicide squad, launched suicide attacks on the Black Mamba helicopter again and again. They pecked at the helicopter's rotors with their sharp beaks, tore at the helicopter's fuselage with their hard claws, and some even slammed their bodies into the cockpit glass. The helicopter pilot, clearly an extremely experienced veteran, piloted the damaged aircraft, performing various difficult evasive maneuvers in the air, trying to shake off the throng of intruders. The gun barrel extending from the side of the fuselage was also constantly spewing out tongues of fire, turning the mutant birds that swooped down one after another into flying pieces of flesh and blood. But the number of mutated birds is really too many. They are fearless and keep coming one after another, consuming the life of the steel bird in the most primitive and barbaric way. Finally, after another concentrated collision, a thick black smoke came out of the tail of the helicopter. Its fuselage began to shake and spin violently in the air, losing its balance, like a drunkard, no longer able to maintain a stable flying posture. "It's going to crash," Su Yueshi exclaimed. Gu Chen was not surprised at all. All of this was within the predictions of the intelligence. He quickly climbed the ladder from the weapon platform back to the interior of the car and sat in the driver's seat. "Yueshi, you come down too and sit in the co-pilot seat," he commanded calmly through the radio. Su Yueshi also took action immediately and returned to the car. Gu Chen's eyes were fixed on the Black Mamba helicopter that was emitting black smoke and spinning as it fell towards them, accurately calculating its falling trajectory. Boom! A few seconds later, a deafening bang exploded in a dense forest about 1 kilometer away from them. A massive orange-red fireball shot up into the sky, instantly illuminating the entire night sky. The violent shockwave from the explosion even caused the land cruiser to feel a slight vibration. The crashed helicopter, like a huge torch, ignited the surrounding trees and formed a blazing sea of fire. This huge movement and the flames rising into the sky are like the most eye-catching lighthouse to the zombies in this dark forest. Ho 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 ho! From all directions, in the mountains and forests, and on the plains, countless zombies were attracted by the movement here and began to rush madly towards the crash site. Target, crash site. Let's go! Chapter 36, Close at Hand, Vulcan Gatling. Gu Chen's eyes flashed with a determined light. He stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and the engine of the land cruiser roared and rushed towards the burning sea of fire. He must get what he wants before the tide of zombies completely submerges the crash site. Vulcan Gatling. The RV can travel on the rugged mountain road as if it were flat ground. Gu Chen's driving skills have reached a superb level. He constantly adjusts his route according to the terrain, approaching the target at the fastest speed. Soon, they arrived at the outskirts of the crash site. Before my eyes was a forest that was ablaze like hell. Countless trees were burning fiercely, making crackling sounds, while the earth and aircraft wreckage overturned by the shockwaves of the explosions were scattered everywhere. In the center of the sea of fire, the armed helicopter, which had been broken into 2 pieces and only the main frame remained, was lying there quietly, with thick smoke still billowing from the fuselage. What made Gu Chen's eyes focus even more was that he clearly saw that on the side of the relatively intact fuselage, a ferocious weapon consisting of 6 barrels, full of cold metallic texture, was quietly hanging there. That is the Vulcan Gatling gun. Scattered around it were several huge, army green ammunition boxes. Apparently, the intelligence was completely correct. This powerful weapon and its ammunition miraculously survived the crash. But at the same time, thousands of zombies have poured into the fire scene from all directions. They ignored the flames around them, roared, trampled on the bodies of their companions, and madly surrounded the pile of plane wreckage that was still emitting heat. They will eat up any roasted food that may be inside. Yueshi, stay in the car and lock the door. Gu Chen's tone left no room for doubt. Leave the rest to me. This time, Su Yueshi did not ask to follow. She knew that the situation outside was far more complicated and dangerous than any previous time. Her current ability is not enough to help in such a large-scale melee. All she can do is to protect their home and let Gu Chen have no worries. You must be careful, was all she could say. Gu Chen nodded, then he walked to the back of the carriage. Instead of going out immediately, he began to make preparations for war. He first left the Barrett rifle and its accompanying ammunition in the car. In such a close-quarters melee, such a powerful weapon would become a burden. He chose two P-90 submachine guns. These had a high rate of fire, a large magazine capacity, and a compact, powerful barrel, making them ideal for breakouts and close-range fire suppression in complex environments. He hung a dozen 50-round magazines filled with bullets on his tactical vest. Then, he hung 5 high-explosive grenades and 4 smoke bombs around his waist, which were specifically used to create confusion and cover. Finally, he put on a gas mask not to protect himself from the gas, but to prevent the thick smoke in the fire from affecting his breathing and vision. After being fully armed, his entire demeanor changed, transforming into a cold and efficient killing machine that had walked out of hell. He walked to the car door and looked back at Tsuyueshi for the last time. There was a hint of confidence in his eyes that made her feel at ease. Then he opened the car door, and his figure flashed out like a ghost, quickly blending into the shadows around the fire. He did not choose to rush directly towards the wreckage of the plane, which would be tantamount to seeking death. He opened the eye of time delay, and the entire world was once again under his absolute control. He circled the perimeter of the fire and began moving at high speed, his figure appearing and disappearing among the burning trees and billowing smoke, like a real ghost. The P-90 submachine gun in his hand was set to short burst mode. Dud-did-day. Dud-did-day. Every time a gunshot rang out, 3 to 5 zombies' heads would be accurately blown apart. He was like a highly efficient farmer, using his sickle to harvest the wheat field of zombies piece by piece. His goal is not to kill all the zombies, that is unrealistic. His goal was to create chaos, attract the attention of most zombies, and create a short safe passage for himself to rush to the wreckage of the plane. Soon, his actions attracted the attention of the zombies. A large number of zombies gave up their siege on the wreckage of the plane and instead roared and chased after him, the constantly moving source of harassment that was full of the breath of life. Just in time. A sneer flashed in Guchan's eyes. He seized the opportunity and threw a smoke bomb into the open space between himself and the group of zombies. Laugh. Thick, grayish-white smoke spread out instantly, forming a thick wall of smoke that completely blocked the zombies' vision. Then he threw a high-explosive grenade into the smoke. Boom! A violent explosion rang out in the smoke. Countless zombies were blown to pieces, their flesh and blood flying everywhere. The surviving zombies, having lost their target, began to attack each other chaotically and violently in the smoke. Chaos was successfully created. Guchen took advantage of this opportunity to increase his speed to the limit. He was like a black lightning, bypassing the chaotic battlefield from the other side and rushing towards the wreckage of the plane that was still emitting thick smoke. His target was extremely clear. It was the god of fire Gatling with its ferocious barrel, representing absolute firepower. The firelight cast a rapidly moving, distorted black reflection of Guchen on the ground. His lungs, like an efficient blower, greedily breathed in the air. At this moment, his physical fitness, which was 15 times greater than that of an ordinary person after reaching the second stage, was unleashed without reservation and to the fullest extent. His speed was so fast that it almost surpassed the limit of human vision. To the slow-moving zombies, he was just a fleeting afterimage, carrying the breath of death. It was only a distance of 100 meters, and Guchen took less than 5 seconds to successfully rush to the wreckage of the plane that had been broken into 2 pieces. The strong smell of aviation fuel and burning metal hit me in the face. Guchen's eyes immediately locked onto the ferocious killing weapon consisting of 6 gun barrels hanging quietly on the fuselage. Chapter 37: Defeat the Fire Zombies, seize the Vulcan Gatling gun, and unleash your violent firepower. God of Fire Gatling. It was clearly visible in the light of the fire. A burst of ecstasy surged in Guchen's heart. Without any hesitation, he immediately stretched out his hand, ready to put this powerful weapon and its accompanying ammunition into the space ring. However, just as his hand was about to touch Gatling, roar! A roar filled with brutality and hunger suddenly came from the other side of the wreckage. Immediately afterwards, a huge, terrifying figure with flames all over its body broke through the twisted cabin wall and pounced towards him. It was a terrifying fire zombie that had undergone a secondary mutation due to being burned by flames in a plane crash explosion. Its body size is a whole circle larger than that of an ordinary zombie. The original flesh on its body has been burned into charcoal, but in the cracks of the charcoal, dark red flames like magma are flowing. Its speed is amazing. Guchen's heart was filled with alarm. Without a second thought, he immediately gave up collecting the Gatling gun and fell backwards at an extreme angle. Call! The flaming claws whizzed by, almost brushing the tip of his nose. The scorching heat even slightly deformed the gas mask on his face. That was close. Guchen did a backflip and distanced himself from the flaming zombie. He steadied himself and fired the P-90 submachine gun in his hand, spewing out angry flames without hesitation. Da-day-day-day. Dense bullets, like a violent storm, poured down on the fire zombies. However, a shocking scene happened. Bullets powerful enough to pierce steel plates, upon striking the charred body of the flame zombie, merely sent a string of sparks flying before being easily deflected. Its flame-forged body's defenses were even more terrifying than those of the first-tier tyrant it had encountered previously. The flame zombie seemed to be completely enraged by Guchen's attack. It beat its burning chest, let out a deafening roar, and once again turned into an out-of-control flame chariot, rushing towards Guchen. At the same time, the zombies that were temporarily lured away were once again attracted by the movement here and began to surround them again. There are powerful mutants that are invulnerable to swords and guns in front, and an endless tide of zombies behind. Guchen instantly fell into the most dangerous situation where he was attacked from both sides. Troublesome guy. A hint of cruelty flashed in Guchen's eyes. He knew that conventional physical attacks were no longer effective against this monster. He no longer retreated, but instead rushed towards the oncoming fire zombie. Just before the two were about to collide, a faint blue light burst out from his eyes like a supernova. Second-order SS-level superpowered time manipulation, fully activated. Still. Buzz. With Guchen as the center, within a radius of 100 meters, the entire world, including the raging flaming zombie and all the zombies around that were roaring and rushing towards them, were paused at this moment. The flame solidified in mid-air, maintaining a jumping posture. The zombie was frozen in the moment of charging forward, with a hideous yet funny expression on his face. The whole world turned into a strange static oil painting full of violence and destruction. And Guchen is the only god in this still picture. He has 2 full seconds of absolute control. He didn't use his submachine gun to attack the flame zombie that was so close to him because he knew that even if time was frozen, his physical attacks might not be able to break through its abnormal defense. His figure, like a ghost, passed directly through the frozen fire zombie and came behind it, that is, next to the wreckage of the plane. His right hand pressed on the icy Vulcan Gatling gun like lightning. A thought came to my mind. Buzz. The huge Gatling gun, along with its heavy support, disappeared instantly and was put into his space ring. Then, his hands were like phantoms, and he took up all the huge ammunition boxes on the ground, which were filled with hundreds of thousands of bullets. All this took less than a second and a half. He only has 0.5 seconds left. The corner of Guchen's mouth curled up into a cold, devilish smile. He took out the 4 high-explosive grenades, pulled out the safety pins, and then, in an extremely freehand manner, gently placed them at the feet, head, and left and right sides of the frozen, defenseless fire zombie. After doing all this, he retreated slowly towards the direction of the land cruiser. 2 seconds, here. Time, resume flow. Roar. The flame zombie's mind was still lingering in the excitement of about to tear its prey to pieces. But it was horrified to discover that its prey had disappeared. What made it even more frightened was that 4 cold iron lumps suddenly appeared around its body, emitting blue smoke. Its not so high intelligence allowed it to understand what it was at the last moment. But there is no chance anymore. Boom, 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 boom. 4 high explosive grenades exploded from 4 directions at the same time. The terrifying power of the explosion, focused at one point, formed a devastating death cross. The indestructible charcoal body of the fire zombie finally reached its limit in this terrifying explosion at close range that was enough to blow a tank into pieces. Roar! It let out the most miserable and unwilling scream of its life, and its entire body was torn into countless pieces of burning, broken flesh and blood by the violent shock wave. Guchen's figure had already appeared in front of the door of the land cruiser 100 meters away. He opened the car door and slipped in. Close the door. Ueshi, drive. Let's go. He shouted loudly to Su Ueshi, who was in the driver's seat. Receive. Su Ueshi didn't hesitate at all, immediately shifted gears and stepped on the accelerator. The engine of the land cruiser roared again, crushing the zombies around it that were in chaos because they had lost their target, and rushed down the mountain. We succeeded? Su Ueshi looked at the man beside her, who was a little embarrassed but safe and sound, her voice full of joy. No. Guchen shook his head, with an almost crazy light flashing in his eyes. We are only halfway successful. Now, prepare to meet our final weapon. He gave Tsuyoshi an order via the radio: keep driving straight and don't slow down. Give me 5 minutes. After saying that, he stopped explaining, turned around, and rushed onto the weapon platform on the roof again, holding the Vulcan Gatling gun that he had just obtained and was full of destructive aura, as well as a huge ammunition box. Outside the car, there was a storm and the roars of corpses were deafening. On the roof, Guchen's figure was as steady as a mountain. He quickly put the Barrett and RPG on the platform back into the ring, and then began to install the Vulcan. The weapon platform of the Doomsday RV itself has a high degree of compatibility. Before the Doomsday, Guchen was also a man who was full of interest in various machines and weapons. Disassembly, docking, fixing, connecting the ammunition supply system. His hands moved so fast that they seemed to be dancing. Every movement was precise and efficient. Just 5 minutes later, a hideous killing weapon consisting of 6 black gun barrels, filled with the breath of death, was firmly installed in the center of the roof of the Land Cruiser. A huge ammunition box was fixed to the side, and a thick ammunition belt composed of countless metal ammunition links connected the ammunition box and the machine gun's feed port. Land Cruiser, the steel behemoth that was already powerful enough, was finally equipped with its sharpest fangs at this moment. Yueshi! Guchen lay on the back of the weapon platform, gripped the Gatling gun's joystick, and roared through the radio, "Turn around. Let's go back and give a big gift to those bastards who are chasing us." Clear. Tsuyoshi blood seemed to be ignited. She suddenly turned the steering wheel and stepped on the brakes at the same time, doing a beautiful drift that could only be seen in racing movies. The huge body of the Land Cruiser drew a perfect arc on the mountain road, and aimed the front of the car back at the endless tide of zombies that were still chasing them. Now! Guchen looked at the dark army of zombies that were surging like a tide in front of him, his eyes flashing with a cold pleasure that looked down on all living beings like a god. He pressed the red button that meant fire. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The 6 barrels of the Gatling gun, driven by the motor, began to spin rapidly, making a sound like the buzzing of death, which made people's scalps tingle. The speed of rotation is getting faster and faster. When the speed reached its limit, Guchen pulled the trigger. Feel the roar from hell. Ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta. In an instant, a visible, crimson torrent of steel composed of metal, fire, and death suddenly gushed out from the 6 rotating gun barrels. 6,000 bullets per minute. What a terrifying and extreme outpouring of firepower. The bullets were no longer fired one by one, but formed a beam of light. A beam of death that was powerful enough to tear apart everything in sight. The hundreds of zombies rushing in the front were wiped out from this world as if by an invisible and most efficient eraser almost the moment they came into contact with this beam of light. Their bodies didn't even have time to disintegrate before they were smashed into flying flesh and blood by the densely packed bullets containing huge kinetic energy. Guchen held the joystick and slowly swept the beam of death from left to right as if he was painting with a brush. The entire world in front of him was cleared. Whether it is an ordinary zombie or a first-level mutant with thick skin and flesh, there is only one ending in front of this unstoppable steel storm composed of bullets. All evaporated. Tsuyoshi was in the cockpit, looking at the scene outside captured by the camera and displayed on the car screen, and was completely stunned. She looked at the man lying behind the weapon platform, wantonly pouring out death and destruction, and at the crimson torrent that tore a huge gap in the tide of corpses. She felt as if she was looking up at a god who wielded the power of war and destruction. The roar of God of Fire Gatling is the only main theme in this doomsday wasteland. Guchen lay on the back of the weapon platform, holding the Gatling gun's joystick tightly with both hands. He could clearly feel the huge recoil forces, like an angry beast, constantly impacting his body and the entire weapon platform. But after the second stage, the physical fitness is as terrifying as 15 times that of ordinary people. He was like a reef in the deep sea, steadily enduring this violent force. His eyes were cold and focused. He drew a straight line, and all the zombies on the straight line were evaporated instantly. Completely wiped out from this world, leaving only a charred path paved with flesh, blood, and bullet casings. He drew a circle, and all the zombies in the circular area were torn into pieces by the violent rain of bullets. A short-lived vacuum zone without any life was formed. This is no longer a battle, but a one-sided cleanup filled with violent aesthetics. Chapter 38. The school beauty drives the RV and the two have a passionate fight. Yueshi. Guchen's voice came clearly through the radio, interrupting her distraction. Forward. Advance slowly. Crush all those fish that have escaped the net. Yes. Tsuyoshi came back to her senses immediately, and a raging fighting spirit burned in her eyes. She took a deep breath and stepped on the accelerator. The Land Cruiser's engine roared deeply, symphonying with the Vulcan on the roof as it moved forward with unwavering determination. The RV's huge wheels rolled over the zombies that were caught by the edge of the bullet storm and were still struggling and twitching on the ground, making a series of teeth-grinding, bone-breaking crackling sounds. Left front. Those climbers. They want to climb the mountain wall. Gu Chen's voice came again. Su Yueshi immediately understood what he meant, and suddenly turned the steering wheel while stepping on the accelerator to the bottom. The RV's huge body did a beautiful tailspin, and the huge rear end, like a dragon's tail, swept fiercely towards the mutant zombies that were trying to escape from the fire coverage. Bang! 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 With a few dull thuds, those agile climbers were directly smashed into pools of blurred flesh and blood by the hard composite armor. The cooperation between the two has become more tacit and more passionate. One, on the roof of the car, wielded the devastating fire of divine punishment, carrying out large-scale, destructive, and blanket attacks. One, driving an indestructible Doomsday fortress in the car, carries out precise crushing and cleaning to check for leaks and fill in the gaps. On this Manhwa mountain, they set off an unprecedented bloody hunting feast that belonged only to the two of them. Time seemed to have lost its meaning in this crazy killing. Gu Chen didn't know how many bullets he had fired. All he knew was that the enormous ammunition box, filled with tens of thousands of rounds, was emptying at a visible rate, and the small mountain of scorching shell casings beneath his feet was almost above his ankles. Su Yueshi didn't know how many zombies she had crushed to death. She only knew that the view ahead, which was completely submerged by the tide of zombies at the beginning, was becoming wider and wider. The endless black tides that once made her feel fear and despair were receding and disintegrating at an incredible speed. Finally, when the Gatling gun barrel overheated, the originally hot and red muzzle was almost emitting blue flames. Gu Chen slowly released the launch button that had become hot from being pressed for a long time. Buzz. The rotating barrel of the Vulcan Gatling gun turned dozens of times under the action of inertia before slowly stopping. The 6 gun barrels, which had turned red due to the extremely high load shooting, emitted a hissing sound of white steam in the cold rain, emitting a strong, burnt metallic smell. The whole world seemed to have lost all sound at this moment. Dead silence. As silent as a grave. Gu Chen slowly stood up and looked around. The scene before them was enough to shock anyone who had experienced mountains of corpses and seas of blood. In the fan-shaped area with a radius of nearly 1,000 meters centered on the Land Cruiser, there is no longer a single standing zombie to be seen. The ground was completely covered with a thick, sticky black carpet made of a mixture of bullets, shell casings, and the flesh, blood, and broken bones of zombies. Countless mutilated limbs were scattered everywhere, and the air was filled with an extremely strong, sickening smell of gunpowder, blood, and burnt flesh. A terrifying zombie tide consisting of tens of thousands of zombies, enough to overwhelm any small or medium-sized survivor base, was completely wiped out from this world by the two of them in a car in just over 10 minutes. We did it? Su Yueshi's voice came through the radio, with a slight dreamlike and unreal vibrato. Yes. A tired but extremely satisfied smile appeared on the corner of Gu Chen's mouth. We did it. He returned to the carriage, and as soon as he entered, a soft and delicate body with a fragrant breeze suddenly threw itself into his arms. Su Yueshi hugged him tightly, as if she wanted to rub her whole body into his. She didn't say anything, just buried her face deeply in his chest, her shoulders shaking constantly. Gu Chen knew that she was releasing herself. Releasing the tension, excitement, fear that had been pent up in my heart since the beginning of the battle, as well as the ultimate joy of surviving the disaster. He patted her back gently and said softly, "Okay, it's over. We won." After a long time, Su Yueshi slowly raised her head. Her beautiful eyes were sparkling with excitement, and her face had a touching blush. Just now on the roof, you were so handsome," she said softly, her voice full of undisguised, little girl-like admiration. Upon hearing this, Gu Chen couldn't help but burst into laughter. He pinched her delicate face and said, "Okay, stop being so crazy. Our battle is only half over. Next, it's time to clean up the battlefield and harvest our spoils." The two smiled at each other, and all their fatigue seemed to disappear at this moment. This time, their goal is to clean up the battlefield that has been baptized by the god of fire and reclaim the fruits of their victory. Gu Chen drove the RV slowly across the devastated battlefield. "There's an energy reaction in front of us, 50 meters to the left. Intensity. Sea level," she reported. "Receive." Gu Chen drove the RV over and saw a spitter with only the upper body among a pile of incomplete corpses, still wriggling tenaciously. Guchen didn't even get out of the car, he just lowered the window a little and used his pistol to shoot accurately, ending its last pain. Then, he got out of the car, took out a C-grade source crystal from the pool of rotten flesh, and threw it to Tsuyueshi. "This is yours." In the next few hours, the two began a carpet search in this efficient manner. This battlefield is simply a huge, unimaginable treasure trove. Right front, 100 meters. 2D class and 1C class. Right in front. Something's moving under that pile of corpses. Energy reaction. B level. Wow. Guchen, look. There are actually 2 source crystals in the brain of this ripper. Tsuyueshi's exclamations echoed one after another. Her beautiful face was filled with pure excitement and joy, as if she were playing a treasure hunt game. Guchen, on the other hand, patiently collected all the spoils. Chapter 39. Two people bathing together, a new SSS-level superpower. Among them, most of the C-level and D-level source crystals were given to Tsuyueshi, allowing her to absorb them and use them to improve her own rank. As for those of grade B and grade A, he absorbed them himself and used them to accumulate energy for his second-level source crystal. Finally, after they cleared the entire battlefield, Guchen came to the remains of the flame zombie that he had blown into pieces with 4 grenades. In the largest piece of charred meat that was still emitting a trace of heat, he found a unique A-level source crystal that was dark red in color, with magma slowly flowing inside and full of violent fire energy. Ding! Obtained the first order A-level supernatural energy crystal lava shell. After he absorbed the energy of this source crystal, the system's prompt sounded clearly in his mind. Ding! The host's current source crystal energy has reached 69,100. On the other hand, after absorbing all the spoils of today, Tsuyueshi also felt the surging life energy in her body. Ding! Your partner Tsuyueshi, current source crystal energy has reached 19,100. Although the next advancement was still a long way off, her strength had undoubtedly been greatly consolidated and improved. The two looked at each other and saw satisfaction and joy in each other's eyes. This Doomsday hunt brought them huge gains. It is not only a leap in strength, but also a sublimation of emotion and tacit understanding. Guchen put the last batch of supplies into the space ring, then took Tsuyueshi's hand and returned to their warm and safe mobile fortress. Guchen returned to the RV, and then Tsuyueshi pulled him into the bathroom where he could take a shower. With unquestionable tenderness and a touch of arrogance, she personally took off his tactical equipment, which was stained with blood and gunpowder. Then she turned on the shower and used warm water to carefully and gently wash over every inch of his muscles that were tense from fighting. Guchen leaned against the wall, enjoying the girl's meticulous care. He looked at her pretty face, which looked even more charming and attractive because of the steam rising from it, and her eyes that were full of love and tenderness, and his heart was at peace. The crisis in Dongyang City is far from over. Yiwu, the terrifying Avenger who has reached the 3rd level and is far away in the rock base, is like a sword hanging over their heads, which may fall at any time. But now, he has the confidence and strength to meet all challenges in the future. A long night passed. The morning sun shines again. Guchen slowly opened his eyes, feeling the soft and well-proportioned body in his arms and the steady and peaceful breathing in his ears, and his heart was at peace. Last night, after experiencing the devastating and satisfying firestorm, they did not go hunting again, but chose a more secluded valley as a temporary resting point. The unilateral massacre led by the god of fire Gatling not only completely cleared the tide of corpses outside Manhwa Mountain, but was more like a grand declaration, showing this Doomsday world the unparalleled terrifying power possessed by their 2-man fortress. Tsuyueshi woke up in Guchen's arms. When she opened her eyes, she met Guchen's eyes, which were as deep as the starry sky and filled with smiles. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and she subconsciously shrank into his arms, like a lazy kitten that had not yet woken up. Good morning. Guchen's voice was a little hoarse from just waking up. Good morning. Tsuyueshi's voice was as soft as a mosquito's hum. The two of them were not in a hurry to get up, but just hugged each other quietly, enjoying the tranquility and warmth after the storm that belonged only to the two of them. After experiencing so many life and death tests, this ordinary daily life where they can feel each other's heartbeat and body temperature has become the most precious time for them. I'll go make breakfast. After a long time, Guchen gently patted her back. Guchen stood up and skillfully began to prepare breakfast. Tsuyueshi, on the other hand, lay lazily on the bed, leaning sideways, one hand supporting her cheek. Her beautiful eyes, unblinking, followed the figure busy in the kitchen for her, making her feel extremely at ease. Her heart was filled with an unprecedented sense of happiness. She knew that she had found the man she could entrust her life to, the man who was worth everything she had to follow, whether in peacetime or in this apocalyptic wasteland. After breakfast, Gu Chen immersed his consciousness in his mind as usual and began to check today's intelligence. Daily intelligence system has been updated. Updating today's information for you. Intelligence 1 Diamond level, hidden inside the Tianchi Auto Repair Shop in the western suburbs of Donyang City is a survivor with the SSS level ability, Mechanical Heart, Cheng Shui. Her special ability allows her to form a soul bond with any mechanical creation, especially vehicles, not only repairing and modifying them at an unimaginable speed, but also guiding them to undergo incredible evolution, giving them the potential for growth similar to that of a living organism. However, the mechanical heart itself lacks any direct combat capabilities. Cheng Shui's presence has been discovered by Lei Hong, the leader of the Thunder Base, another major survivor force in Donyang City and a second-level S-class psychic. Lei Hong is a brutal man with an extreme thirst for power. He has regarded Cheng Shui as the source crystal that can help him break through to the third-level SSS level. Source crystal can provide 625 points of energy, which is enough for his S-level ability Summon Thunder to complete the advancement. He has dispatched his most elite Thunderstorm squad to launch a general attack on the auto repair shop at 12 noon today. By then, Cheng Shui's life will be hanging by a thread. SSS level ability. Mechanical Heart. Can evolve vehicles. Gu Chen's heart suddenly jumped. His eyes subconsciously flickered to the wall of the carriage. He could feel the steel behemoth beneath his feet, the Land Cruiser, humming with eagerness and excitement. This girl named Cheng Shui is simply the perfect third member for him in this Doomsday RV. She is not just a simple repairman, she is the soul that can make their Doomsday RV continue to grow and evolve. If Su Yueshi's divine healing was the shield of life for their small team, guaranteeing their survival, then Cheng Shui's mechanical heart would become their sharpest spear of evolution, determining their future limit. Get her. You must get her at all costs. Chapter 40 Ironbeak Crow Attacks. This thought became extremely clear and firm in Gu Chen's mind. This is not just to save an innocent girl, but also to fill in the most critical and indispensable piece of the puzzle for his grand vision of building the ultimate Doomsday Fortress. Moreover, the opponent's leader Lei Hong is only a second-level S-level mutant. Although powerful, the threat level is not on the same level as Yi Wu, who has reached the third level. This risk is worth taking. He suppressed his excitement and looked at the second piece of information. Intelligence 2 Silver, warning. Last night's frenzied strafing of the Vulcan Gatling gun and the bloody odor from the plane crash have attracted all the mutant scavenger birds in the Manhwa mountain area. A huge flock of hundreds of Ironbeak crows has targeted your Land Cruiser. They will launch a continuous attack on you in a short period of time. Note, the beak of the Ironbeak crow is hard and penetrating enough to pierce the special tires of the Land Cruiser. The threat from the sky. Gu Chen's brows furrowed slightly. He knew that in the apocalypse, the most troublesome enemies were often not the enemies on the ground, but the enemies from the sky. No matter how thick the RV's armor is, it cannot defend against attacks from all directions and without any holes. Tires, in particular, are the most fatal weakness of all vehicles. It seems that before setting out to rescue Cheng Shui, we must first completely clear away these annoying crows above our heads. He finally looked at the third piece of information, which was like an invisible whip, lashing his tense nerves. Intelligence 3 White level, the threat from the rock base is approaching. Yi Wu has successfully found an awakened person with the First Order C-level scent tracking ability through his influence. Currently, he was letting the Awakener familiarize himself with the scent of Yi Bufan's belongings. Once familiarization was complete, he would conduct a carpet search of the entire Donyang City. According to the system's deduction, your whereabouts will be completely locked down within 48 hours at most. 48 hours. There is not much time left for him. He must complete the rescue of Cheng Shui within 2 days and find a new and more hidden hiding place. Used to temporarily avoid Yi Wu's impending, thunderous rage of revenge. What's wrong? Is there any new information? Su Yueshi saw Gu Chen's expression change, walked over and asked with concern. Gu Chen nodded. He did not hide anything and told Su Yueshi the contents of the 3 pieces of intelligence in detail. He already regarded her as a true partner who could share everything with him. After hearing this, Su Yueshi's beautiful face was filled with solemnity. That girl named Cheng Shui, we must save her, she said almost without hesitation. She immediately understood how important Cheng Shui's ability was to their Doomsday RV. That Yi Wu, he is so scary. Su Yueshi felt a chill when she thought of the brutal enemy who hunted down his own companions for power. Don't worry, Guchen held her little hand and gave her a reassuring look. He can't find us yet. When he does, it'll be hard to say who's the hunted and who's the hunter. At the second level, he might not be a match for the third level. But Guchen was confident that as long as he was given enough time and resources, his future achievements would definitely leave Yu far behind. Then, let's solve the trouble above our heads first? Tsuyueshi raised her head, as if she could see through the roof of the car and see those malicious eyes lingering in the sky. That's right. A cold smile appeared on the corner of Guchen's mouth. It just so happens that our new weapon has not really been used in air combat. Let's use these ignorant flat-haired beasts to test our swords. He glanced at Tsuyueshi and suddenly said, "Do you want to experience the joy of controlling the god of fire yourself?" Me? Tsuyueshi was stunned for a moment, and then a glimmer of eagerness to try lit up in her eyes. During yesterday's hunt, she had already experienced the thrill of driving a steel behemoth to crush everything. And now, Guchen actually wanted her to personally control the ultimate killing weapon that could tear everything apart. Yes, it's you. Guchen pulled her and walked towards the ladder leading to the roof of the car. Come on, I will teach you how to make the sky rain down a bloody rain for us. The two came to the weapons platform on the roof again. The cold wind in the early morning blew their hair. Guchen stood behind Tsuyueshi, put his arms around her slender waist, held her somewhat cold little hand, and then placed her hand on the joystick of the Vulcan Gatling gun, which was about to become hot and full of power. Don't be afraid, relax. His warm breath blew against her ears, calming her nervous mood a lot. It's easier to operate than you think. This controls the rotation and pitch. This is the safety. And this red one. He guided Tsuyueshi's hand and gently pressed the most conspicuous button. It is the switch of the gate to hell that makes all enemies tremble. He patiently explained to her the key points of each operation. Tsuyueshi snuggled in his broad and warm arms, feeling his steady heartbeat and learning how to control this devastating weapon. Just then, grumble! A sharp, shrill scream filled with tyranny came from the sky. They saw huge black shadows breaking through the clouds above their heads and swooping down towards their land cruiser parked in the valley. It's the iron-beaked crow. There were hundreds of them. Each one had a wingspan of over 2 meters. The bird's beak, which seemed to be made of steel, flashed coldly in the sunlight, looking particularly ferocious. They formed a huge black whirlwind, circling continuously and covering the entire sky. Here it comes. Guchen's eyes instantly became sharp. Ueshi, are you ready? Yeah. Tsuyueshi nodded heavily, her hands tightly gripping Guchen's joystick. The soft touch of the little hand reached Guchen's nerves, making him unable to help but exclaim in admiration. Hiss. Very good. Guchen's voice was filled with a hint of crazy laughter. Then, let them see what is called absolute firepower. Chapter 41. Hold the joystick tightly and bullets pour out. Guchen put his hand on Tsuyueshi's hand, and slowly tightened the control lever with her. With a slight movement, the 6 black gun barrels were aimed at the huge black curtain composed of mutant flying birds in the sky. Then, he used his thumb and Tsuyueshi's slender fingers to press the red button. Buzz buzz buzz. The buzzer of death sounded again. The 6 gun barrels began to spin rapidly. Fire! Ta-da-ta-da-ta-ta-da-ta. This time it was more violent and lasted longer than any other time before. The crimson steel torrent composed of metal, flames, and death suddenly gushed out towards the dark sky like an upstream volcanic eruption. Tsuyueshi only felt a huge recoil coming from the joystick. But with the support of Guchen's rock-solid arms, she steadily controlled this earth-shattering power. In her eyes, the crimson line of fire that tore through the sky was reflected. Her ears were filled with a deafening roar like the roar of Thor. In her hands, she could feel the fiery beating, and the pulsation in her blood vessels could be heard clearly, gradually synchronizing the rhythm. At this moment, all the tension and fear in her heart were replaced by an unprecedented, extreme sense of control over everything. Blood rain began to fall from the sky. Those swooping iron-beaked crows were like hitting an invisible wall of steel the moment they came into contact with the impenetrable death barrage consisting of 6,000 bullets per minute. Their bodies were easily torn, pierced, and smashed into pieces. Black feathers mixed with red flesh and blood poured down from the sky like a rainstorm. Grumble! The surviving iron-beaked crow let out a scream of extreme terror. Their simple minds, dominated by the killing instinct, could not understand why the small iron box below could erupt with such a terrifying and unreasonable attack. They want to escape and hide back above the clouds. But it was too late. Chase them and beat them. Gu Chen growled in Su Yueshi's ear, "Don't give them any chance to breathe. Clean up this sky completely." "Yes." Su Yueshi shouted excitedly. Her hands began to move up and down on their own initiative, and she became more skilled in controlling the joystick of the god of fire, chasing after the fleeing black shadows, and filling the entire sky with a barrage of death. This one-sided massacre lasted for a long time, and Su Yueshi's hands were trembling slightly. Her control was precise and elegant, and Gu Chen trembled all over, unable to bear it, and was impressed by it. When the last bullet blew up the last Iron Beach crow in mid-air, Su Yueshi just released the launch button. Buzz. The rotating gun barrel slowly stopped, and thick hot white smoke was still coming out of the muzzle. In the sky, the terrifying black cloud composed of hundreds of mutant birds has disappeared without a trace. Instead, feathers and blood rain fell from the sky like black snowflakes. The entire sky was cleaned by them. Ding! You have successfully eliminated a colony of ironbeak crows, but this species is too low level and did not drop any source crystals. The system's prompt sounded in Gu Chen's mind. He didn't care. The purpose of this trip wasn't for the source crystal. It was simply to eliminate the threat and allow Su Yueshi and himself to train. He turned his head and looked at the girl beside him, whose cheeks were flushed and she was panting because of extreme excitement and stimulation. His eyes were full of admiration and pride. "How does it feel?" he asked with a smile. Su Yueshi opened her mouth and felt her heart still beating wildly. She felt the ferocious weapon still emitting heat, looked at her still trembling hands, and finally uttered two words. "So cool." Upon hearing this, Gu Chen burst into laughter. He knew that his girl had truly begun to enjoy this doomsday, and to enjoy the absolute power that could crush all threats under her feet. Okay, the trouble with the sky is solved. Gu Chen put away his smile, his eyes became sharp again. "Next, we should go meet our new partner." He glanced at the time and it was 9 o'clock in the morning. According to the intelligence, there are only 3 hours left before Changshui is besieged. Target, Tianqi Auto Repair Shop, western suburbs of Dongyang City. Gu Chen jumped off the weapon platform and sat back in the driver's seat. "Yueshi, you open it." "Me?" "Yes, you come." Gu Chen's tone left no room for doubt. "The road from here to the western suburbs is relatively simple, and I need to hurry up to recover the energy I just consumed and prepare for the next battle." "Okay." Su Yueshi took a deep breath and nodded vigorously. She sat in the driver's seat, and her hands gripping the steering wheel were no longer trembling, but full of confidence. Under her control, the land cruiser smoothly drove out of the valley and sped towards its new destination. Tianqi Auto Repair Factory, western suburbs of Dongyang City. This was once the city's largest heavy truck and construction machinery maintenance center, covering a vast area with dismantled car parts and huge tires scattered everywhere, like steel skeletons. But now, this place has become a bloody hunting ground shrouded in the atmosphere of despair and death. Dozens of men wearing uniform black combat uniforms, holding machetes and steel pipes, with eyes full of brutality and greed, have surrounded the largest repair workshop in the repair shop. They are the most elite members of the Thunder Base, the thunderstorm team that has terrified countless survivors. In the center of their encirclement, a petite, pitiful-looking beauty in an oil-stained blue overalls was shivering against a half-finished modified truck. Her face was pretty, even cute, but at this moment, that face that should have been full of youthful vitality was filled with fear and helplessness. In her hand, she tightly grasped a heavy wrench, but this tool, which she could use with ease under normal circumstances, could not give her any sense of security at this moment. She is Changshui, who possesses the SSS-level superpower, Mechanical Heart. Opposite her, a burly man with a hideous scar on his face was approaching her step by step. In the man's hand, he held a machete that flashed with cold light, and on the corner of his mouth hung a cruel smile like a cat playing with a mouse. "Little sister, stop struggling." The scarred man's voice was full of undisguised desire. "Our boss, Lei Hung, has specifically requested to see you. Do you want to go with us immediately, or do you want the brothers to break your arms and legs and then drag you back?" I won't go with you." Cheng Shui's voice trembled with fear, but her eyes flashed with a stubborn determination to die rather than surrender. "You bunch of demons." Chapter 42 arrived in time to save Cheng Shui. Not long ago, Cheng Shui and the few remaining survivors in the repair shop were struggling to maintain a small group of survivors. But just this morning, the thunderstorm team descended from the sky. With the force of thunder, they brutally killed all her companions, leaving only her alone. She didn't understand why such a terrible disaster had befallen her, a weak girl like her. She herself did not know the precious value of the SSS-level supernatural power. It is a top-level source crystal that can provide 625 points of energy, and it is also the path to heaven that allows a first-level psychic to directly advance to the third level. She was targeted by the reconnaissance mutant from Thunder Base and was struck by misfortune. The enemies around them were slowly approaching, and the scarred man in the lead heard her innocent words and responded with disdain. "Devil?" The scarred man laughed wildly as if he had heard some huge joke. "Ha ha ha. Little sister, don't you understand the situation yet? In this world, power is everything. Our boss is one of the strongest men in Dongyang City. It's an honor for you to be favored by him." He suddenly put away his smile, his eyes turning cold. "I'm asking you one last time, are you coming with us? Even if I die, I will never let you succeed." Cheng Shui gritted her teeth, raised the wrench in her hand, and made a final, futile resistance. "If you don't accept my toast, you'll have to drink for me." The scarred man's patience was finally exhausted. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. "Brothers," the boss said, "as long as she's still breathing, it's fine. Go! Whoever catches her first will be the first one back at night." Before he could finish his filthy words, the members of the thunderstorm team around him burst into evil, beast-like laughter, waving their weapons and rushing towards the petite figure who was forced into a desperate situation like a tide. Cheng Shui closed her eyes in despair. She could already smell the nauseating stench of sweat and blood coming from those men. She knew that her end had come. However, at this critical moment, buzz boom! An unprecedented roar of an engine, filled with endless power and domineering aura, like a prehistoric monster awakening, suddenly came from the direction of the repair shop's gate and resounded throughout the sky. Then, a giant steel beast appeared, completely black, full of rivets and armor, larger and more ferocious than any truck they had ever seen. With an unmatched and overwhelming attitude, he smashed the heavy iron door of the repair shop and rushed in. "What the hell is that? Truck? No. Is this a tank?" All members of the thunderstorm team were shocked by this sudden and domineering appearance like a god descending from heaven. They subconsciously stopped and looked in horror at the steel giant that was rushing towards them at high speed. The scarred man who was about to attack Cheng Shui suddenly had his pupils shrink. Because he saw that on the roof of the steel giant, a hideous killing weapon composed of 6 black gun barrels, full of the breath of death, was slowly turning, pointing the abyss-like muzzle at them. An extreme sense of death crisis, which made his soul tremble, instantly enveloped his whole body. "Quick! Scatter! Take cover!" He let off the most miserable and desperate roar in his life. But it was too late. On the land cruiser's weapon platform, Su Yueshi's beautiful face was icy cold. Her finger pressed firmly on a red button. And in her ears, Gu Chen's voice, without a trace of emotion and like a god's judgment, came clearly. "Fire! Ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta!" The roar of the god of death once again resounded through the world. A visible and unstoppable crimson torrent of metal, fire, and death, composed of metal, fire, and death, suddenly gushed out from the 6 rapidly rotating gun barrels. Time, at this moment, seemed to slow down. Cheng Shui saw a scene that she would never forget in her life. She saw that the members of the thunderstorm team, who had been ferocious and arrogant just now, were suddenly exposed to the crimson torrent. Just like the snow burned by the scorching sun, the butter melted by the high temperature, and the pencil marks wiped out by the invisible eraser, they evaporated from this world silently and in pieces. Their bodies didn't even have time to react before they were turned into the most primitive, flying pile of flesh and blood by the impenetrable death barrage consisting of 6,000 bullets per minute. The scarred man who was the first to be hit didn't even utter a scream before he and a dozen or so companions around him turned into a brilliant and bloody red firework. Su Yueshi's hand calmly and slowly aimed the beam of death at all enemies. The entire world in front of me was cleared. No matter whether they are ordinary team members or a few scattered first-level psychics, there is only one ending in front of this steel storm that represents absolute firepower and does not follow any reason. Complete annihilation. Just a dozen seconds. More than 90% of the dozens of arrogant thunderstorm team members have completely disappeared from this world from a physical perspective. Only the last few were left, and they managed to escape because they were far away or hiding behind large machinery. But they had already been frightened by this hellish scene, and were terrified to the point of pissing and shitting. They threw away their weapons, knelt on the ground, and called out desperately for mercy. "Devil, devil! This is the devil! Don't kill me! Please! Don't kill me!" The roar of the god of fire slowly subsided after killing the last remaining enemies. The Land Cruiser, like a king who had finished inspecting his territory, slowly stopped in the center of the maintenance workshop. The entire repair shop fell into a deathly silence, the air filled with thick smoke and the nauseating smell of blood. Chang Shui knelt on the ground in a daze. She looked at the steel fortress in front of her that looked like a divine weapon dropped from the sky, and then looked at the messy, bloody ruins around her that looked like a Shura field. Her mind went blank. She was saved. In the most shocking and domineering way she could never have imagined in her dreams. Just then. Boom! A thunder filled with endless rage suddenly exploded from the sky outside the repair shop. I saw that the originally clear sky had been covered with dark clouds at some point, and lightning like silver snakes was piercing and roaring through the clouds. A terrifying pressure filled with a sense of destruction descended from the sky and enveloped the entire repair shop. Who is it? Who dares to kill my Lei Hung? A roar filled with brutality and madness, like rolling thunder, came from the clouds. Chapter 43, Kill the enemy instantly. Then, there was a huge, dazzling lightning that was thicker than a bucket. Like a spear of God, it tore through the sky and slashed down fiercely at the roof of the Land Cruiser with the power to destroy the world. S-level superpower, summon thunder. Inside the carriage, Su Yueshi saw the terrifying thunder that fell from the sky, as if it was going to split the whole world in two. She was so scared that her face turned pale and she screamed. However, there was no trace of fear on Gu Chen's face. He just raised his head coldly, looking at the lightning that was rapidly enlarging in his pupils at the speed of light, with a mocking arc at the corner of his mouth. The speed of light? In my world, no matter how fast it is, what's the use? In his eyes, a deep, dark blue light that seemed to contain the laws of the universe suddenly burst out. Second order SS level supernatural power time manipulation, fully activated. Still. Buzz. The world has been paused again. The violet lightning, which was powerful enough to split a building into charcoal, came to an abrupt stop less than half a meter away from the roof of the RV. It froze in midair, its fangs bared and claws bared. Countless tiny arcs of electricity, like still silver snakes, danced and solidified across its surface. The whole world, except Gu Chen, is silent. Not bad power. Gu Chen's voice seemed particularly clear in the absolutely still world. Unfortunately, you chose the wrong opponent. He stood up calmly from the driver's seat, and even had the leisure to pour himself a glass of water. Then he climbed up the ladder inside the car and slowly walked onto the weapons platform on the roof. Gu Chen stood in front of the solidified, huge thunder that was so close at hand, and could even feel the violent destructive energy contained in it. He ignored the thunder. He just raised his head and cast his gaze towards Lei Hung in the distance. In his vision, a figure surrounded by electric light, suspended in mid-air, was waving his hand downwards and casting a spell. That person is undoubtedly the leader of the Thunder Base Lei Hung. A hint of cold murderous intent flashed in Gu Chen's eyes. He took out the Barrett M82A1 anti-material sniper rifle, which was full of domineering aura, from the space ring. He didn't even use the weapon platform, but just casually held this heavy weapon with huge recoil in his hand. He pointed his gun at the figure of the S-class psychic who was frozen in mid-air in the distance. Then, calmly, he pulled the trigger. Bang! In the absolutely still world, the gunshot made no sound. A 12.7mm armor-piercing incendiary bomb, spinning and whistling at 3 times the speed of sound, flew towards Lei Hung, who was hundreds of meters away. After doing all this, Gu Chen slowly took Barrett back into the ring, then returned to the car and sat back in the driver's seat. 2 seconds, here. Time, resume flow. Boom! The huge thunder that was suspended finally completed its final mission and struck the roof of the Land Cruiser fiercely. A violent electric current instantly flowed through the entire car body. The lights inside the car suddenly flickered several times, making a sizzling sound. However, the Land Cruiser's thick composite armor and carefully designed, top-level circuit protection system successfully withstood this devastating attack. Apart from a charred patch on the roof, the entire car did not suffer any structural damage. The durability of the Doomsday RV has dropped from 42-100 to 35-100. Having seen action in many major battles, it needed repairs. In the distant sky, Lei Hung's consciousness was still lingering on the excitement of launching a thundering attack and about to see the hateful tin can being smashed into pieces. But the next second, an indescribable, heart-wrenching pain suddenly erupted from his chest. He lowered his head in horror, only to see a huge, transparent hole that had appeared on his chest at some point. A bullet pierced his heart without him noticing, and turned all the organs in his body into a paste with the high temperature. How is it possible? The light in his eyes quickly went out, like a candle blown out by the wind. His body, having lost its life support, fell powerlessly from mid-air like a kite with a broken string, and landed heavily on the ground. A powerful second-level S-class mutant who was able to call the wind and rain in Dongyang City died in such an extremely frustrating way that he couldn't even see the enemy's movements clearly. Ding! Kill the second-level S-class Esper Lei Hon, dropping, second-level S-class Esper Energy Crystal, summon Thunder. Ding! Kill the members of the Thunderstorm team and obtain a first-level Source Crystal. New Source Crystal energy detected, do you want to absorb it? Absorb it all. Absorb 5 first-order C-grade Source Crystals and 1 first-order B-grade Source Crystal. Absorbs the second-order S-level Source Crystal, summon Thunder, increasing energy by 25 points. Ding! The host's current Source Crystal energy has reached 96,100. A hint of heat flashed in Guchen's eyes. 96,100. He only needs the last 4 points of energy to break through to the 3rd level. By then, his strength will have undergone another earth-shaking change. He will truly have the capital to compete head-on with the Avenger Yi Wu. He suppressed his excitement and slowly drove the car to the girl who was still kneeling on the ground, stunned by the miraculous scene before her. The car door slowly opened. Guchen got out of the car. He stood in front of Cheng Shui against the light and extended a hand to her. My name is Guchen. His voice was gentle yet full of irresistible charm. From now on, you are safe. Cheng Shui raised her head and stared blankly at the man who came like a god in front of her, and then looked at the steel fortress behind him that was full of security. She could no longer hold back her tears, which burst out. But this time, it was no longer fear and despair, but the ultimate joy and emotion of surviving the disaster. She stretched out her white but dusty little hands, and without hesitation, held the warm and strong big hand that was extended to her. Guchen's hands were broad and warm, full of reassuring strength. His eyes were deep and calm, which made Cheng Shui deeply fascinated. Chapter 44 New member joins. It was this man and his steel vehicle who pulled her back from the brink of hell in the most domineering and shocking way she could never have imagined. Thank you. Cheng Shui's voice was filled with gratitude. A sincere smile appeared on Guchen's face. With a gentle pull, he pulled the petite, shivering girl up from the cold ground. Guchen opened his mouth and said to Cheng Shui, would you like to join us and become a member of our family? Home. Hearing this word, Cheng Shui's body trembled violently. Her tears flowed even more violently. For her, home is a word that is both warm and full of pain. This repair shop is her home. Her father is the owner, an honest man with a passion for machinery. Her mother is a gentle and virtuous housewife. Since she was a child, she was not like other girls who liked dolls and beautiful dresses. Instead, she followed her father all day long, running around among these big steel machines that smelled of motor oil. She has an innate, almost demonic talent for machinery and cars. In her eyes, any complex mechanical structure is like the simplest building blocks. If there is any engine failure, she only needs to listen to the sound and feel the temperature to accurately determine the problem. Her father always told others with pride that his daughter was a true master craftsman born for machinery. His biggest dream is to watch his daughter design and build a unique, best car in the world that belongs to her in the future. However, the coming of Doomsday ruthlessly tore all this beauty apart. Her parents had died tragically in the first wave of zombies trying to protect her, and she watched them being devoured by the monsters while she could only hide in the repair shop, crying helplessly. From that day on, home was gone. The companion she met later also died tragically, leaving her alone. She relied on the remaining food reserves, hiding in the cold factory, and living like a walking corpse. She had no idea what her special abilities were for, and the cars in the repair shop were all nearly scrapped and defective. She thought that she would die alone in this place full of memories and pain. Until he appeared. Not only did he save her life, but more importantly, he said to her, will you be part of our family? I do. Her voice was nasal, but full of unprecedented determination. Cheng Shui raised her head and looked at Guchen with her red and swollen but unusually bright eyes, and then looked at the Doomsday RV behind him that looked like a prehistoric behemoth and full of oppression. Can I take a look at it? There was a hint of cautiousness and almost pilgrimage-like piety in her voice. As a top mechanical enthusiast, the moment she saw the Land Cruiser, her soul was completely captured by this perfect work of art full of violent aesthetics and industrial power. Even in the battle just now, she felt desperate about her situation, but at the same time, in her heart, she was madly admiring and cheering for the car's unparalleled performance and powerful firepower. Of course. Gu Chen smiled. He could see the purest love and obsession from the girl's eyes, which came from the heart without any impurities. It is your home now. He took Cheng Shui's hand and walked slowly around the Land Cruiser. The Man Group's 8x8 heavy-duty truck chassis has been strengthened and reinforced at least 3 times. Cheng Shui stretched out her slender fingers and gently stroked the cold composite armor of the car body. Her eyes were focused and blurred, as if she was caressing her lover's skin. The armor plates are connected using military-grade shock-resistant riveting technology, and the joints are reinforced with tungsten steel. With this kind of defense, let alone a first-level mutant, there would be absolutely no problem even if it were to withstand the full force of a second-level tyrant. Her hand slid across the area on the roof that was charred by Lei Heng's Summon Thunder. This place has been attacked by high-intensity lightning. She closed her eyes, as if she could feel the armor plates wailing. The internal circuit protection system is very well designed. It must have used military-grade electromagnetic pulse protection technology to prevent the entire vehicle circuit from being paralyzed under such a severe attack. However, the instantaneous high temperature and electrical shock have also caused numerous tiny, invisible metal fatigue cracks within the armor. If not promptly repaired and replaced, the next time an attack of the same magnitude occurs, the defense of this area will drop by at least half. She only needed to touch it with her hands and use her unique, mechanical heart to sense it, and she was able to analyze the damage to the RV clearly, even more thoroughly than Gu Chen himself. There was a storm in Gu Chen's heart. SSS-level superpowers. Is this the terrifying power of an SSS-level, mechanical heart? This is no longer a simple repair, it is simply a miracle doctor who can look, listen, ask, and feel. Cheng Shui didn't notice Gu Chen's shocked look. Her entire mind was attracted by the perfect work in front of her. She walked to the front of the car again and looked at the hideous horns that were somewhat deformed due to repeated collisions. Instead of disgust, her eyes were full of admiration. The modular cam design is detachable and replaceable. It's made of a special alloy steel with rare metals added. It's a fantastic design idea. However, the hydraulic buffer device at the connection was severely damaged in the previous battle, and its durability is probably less than 30%. She walked, looked, and talked all the way. From the special anti-puncture material of the tires, to the independent suspension system of the chassis, to the God of Fire Gatling gun on the roof that is full of destructive aura. She was like a most discerning connoisseur admiring a famous painting. It is also like a most devout believer, worshipping the God in his heart. She looked at the brutal battle damage with an expression of great heartache on her face, as if those were wounds cut into her own heart. Too rough. She murmured to herself, how can such a perfect work of art be treated in such a rough way? Chapter 45 Repairing the RV. Gu Chen now finally understood why Mechanical Heart was an SSS-level ability of the same level as Su Yueshi's Holy Healing. Having Su Yueshi is like having a mobile fountain with unlimited power. With Cheng Shui, you can repair and modify the RV at any time, and even let it evolve infinitely to become a real mobile fortress. These two girls will be his strongest right-hand men in his future fight for dominance in this apocalyptic wasteland. Can I go in and take a look? Cheng Shui finally came back to her senses from her infatuated state. She looked at Gu Chen and asked a little embarrassedly, her eyes full of the desire of a little girl seeing her favorite toy. Of course. Gu Chen smiled and made a pleased gesture. Welcome, new member of our family and Chief Engineer. Chief Engineer? Cheng Shui was stunned for a moment, then her cheeks turned slightly red, a little shy, but more of it was the joy from the heart and the excitement of being recognized. She walked into the carriage with a pilgrimage-like mood. When she saw the interior of the car, which was full of technology and warmth and decorated like a luxury apartment, she was once again deeply conquered. She was like a curious cat, looking and touching everything in the carriage. She stroked the adjustable coffee table made of a whole piece of walnut wood and admired its craftsmanship. She opened the small ecological incubator and praised the automatic lighting and water circulation system inside. She even took a look at the internal structure of the smart toilet. It's perfect. She finally stood in the middle of the living room and exclaimed sincerely, this is no longer a car. This is a perfect home. In the apocalypse, there is no better place to live. Gu Chen said, I believe that this car will be pleased to have you take over. Let me take over? Cheng Shui couldn't believe it. Believe in yourself. Gu Chen's tone was extremely certain. Cheng Shui, now I have a task for you. Our RV sustained considerable damage in the previous battle. Its durability is now only 35-100. I need you to use your abilities and all the available materials to completely repair it. Can you do it? Able. After being encouraged by Gu Chen, Cheng Shue's face showed unprecedented confidence. It's more than just repairs. The materials here are more than enough for upgrades. The chassis armor of those heavy trucks, the hydraulic systems of those construction machinery, and those explosion-proof tires of those special vehicles. She turned around a few times excitedly, then suddenly ran to Gu Chen, looking at him with her big, sparkling eyes. Leave it to me, she said with a look of confidence. I promise. Not only will I restore it to its original state, I will make it even stronger. Seeing her full of energy and confidence, Gu Chen's mood also became more cheerful. Okay. He said with a smile, if you need me to do anything, just let me know. Everything here is under your control. Cheng Shui nodded heavily, and then immediately got down to work. The first thing she did was to gently place her slender, fair hands on the center console of the Land Cruiser. She closed her eyes. Mechanical heart, bind. Buzz. An invisible wave filled with mysterious laws suddenly burst out from her body. Gu Chen and Su Yueshi both clearly saw that streams of light blue data were pouring out from Cheng Shue's palm like computer program codes. Then, as if it had life, it quickly integrated into every corner, every line, and every screw of the RV. At this moment, the huge body of the Land Cruiser emitted a buzzing sound that resonated with joy and submission. It seems to be welcoming the arrival of new members. After a few minutes, the light faded. Cheng Shui slowly opened her eyes. Her gaze became deeper and brighter. I can feel it. Her voice was full of surprise and joy. I can feel the emotions of every part of it and hear its heartbeat. It's like it's become a part of my body. She turned her head, looked at Gu Chen, and said excitedly, Brother Gu Chen. I found that our RV has greater potential than I thought. The supernatural power has given birth to an evolution module in the RV. As long as there are enough high-quality materials and energy, it can continue to evolve. Evolution. Both Gu Chen and Su Yueshi showed shocked expressions on their faces. They both understood what an evolving RV meant. Yes. Evolution. Cheng Shui waved her fist excitedly, just like a mutant absorbing source crystals. It can also strengthen itself by devouring other machines. A Doomsday RV that can evolve infinitely. This is the true and terrifying aspect of the SSS level ability, Mechanical Heart, which is enough to defy the heavens. Then, let's get started. A raging fire burned in Gu Chen's eyes. Let our RV complete its first transformation. In the next few hours, the entire Tianqi auto repair shop turned into a bustling construction site. Cheng Shui became the well-deserved commander-in-chief. She was like the most experienced and picky craftsman, directing Gu Chen to move the most valuable materials in the repair shop one by one. That excavator's hydraulic suspension system. Its load-bearing and shock-absorbing capabilities are 3 times that of an ordinary truck. Use it to upgrade the chassis of our RV. And those special explosion-proof tires over there. With them, our tires won't be afraid of ordinary punctures anymore. Gu Chen, relying on his terrifying physical fitness that was 15 times stronger than that of an ordinary person, easily moved the armor plates and mechanical parts to the RV like moving building blocks. And Su Yueshi became the most caring logistics minister. Whenever Cheng Shui or Gu Chen felt tired, she would promptly use her divine healing to restore their physical and mental strength, allowing the entire renovation project to proceed efficiently and uninterruptedly. The 3 people, each doing their own job, cooperated seamlessly. Finally, before dusk fell, the first evolution of the Land Cruiser is complete. When Cheng Shui finished installing the last armor plate, he dusted off his hands and proudly announced, "Mission accomplished." Gu Chen and Su Yueshi were completely shocked and speechless when they saw the brand new Land Cruiser in front of them. Chapter 46 Herb Roast Chicken. The appearance of the Doomsday RV has become more ferocious and more streamlined. The height of the car body seemed to have been raised a bit. The composite armored roof and the brand new huge explosion-proof tires gave it a muscular look, making it look like a prehistoric behemoth ready to attack. Hurry! Go in and take a look. Cheng Shui pulled the 2 of them into the carriage as if she was presenting a treasure. There were also earth-shaking changes inside the carriage. The most obvious thing is that the space has become bigger. The originally somewhat compact living room and kitchen area had been expanded outward by at least 1/3. Cheng Shui had used the telescopic structure of those engineering machinery to add a sliding expansion compartment to the RV. Moreover, next to the original bathroom, there was a brand new, technologically advanced metal door. "Where is this?" Gu Chen asked in surprise. Ding ding dang dang dang. Cheng Shui pushed open the door with a proud look on her face. "This is the exclusive studio and bedroom I prepared for myself." Behind the door was a small room of about 7 or 8 square meters. Half of the room was occupied by a foldable single bed, while the other half was filled with various sophisticated mechanical modification tools. In this way, I won't have to bother you two anymore." Cheng Shui's voice became much softer as she spoke, and a lovely blush appeared on her face. Upon hearing this, Su Yueshi immediately walked forward and gave her a big hug. "Silly girl, we are a family, what's the point of disturbing or not disturbing?" Gu Chen looked at this harmonious scene and felt warm in his heart. "And this?" Cheng Shui pointed to the center console in the cockpit as if she was presenting a treasure. "I saw a new, larger radar scanning display screen next to the original screen. This is the vital signs scanning radar I developed myself," Cheng Shui said proudly. "Its effective scanning radius is 5 kilometers. It can detect any moving target with vital signs within range. Whether it's a zombie, a mutant beast, or a human. With it, we have a pair of clairvoyant eyes." Gu Chen's heart was once again filled with great surprise. This ability is simply the perfect supplement to his intelligence system. Ding! Your vehicle, Land Cruiser, has completed its first evolution after being transformed by the SSS level ability, Mechanical Heart. Current status, Mobile Fortress Primary. Durability, 150-150. Armor strength, increased by 50%. Weapon system, all weapons equipped have their power increased by 100%. New modules, Vital Signs Scanning Radar, Wing Expansion Cabin, Independent Studio. Looking at the series of luxurious improvement data on the system panel, Gu Chen knew that their RV had truly transformed into a veritable, Doomsday base vehicle. Night falls again. But tonight is completely different from any night before. The interior of the Land Cruiser was brightly lit and warm like spring. A large dining table that can accommodate 6 people at the same time was filled with an astonishingly sumptuous dinner. There was the roast chicken with herbs that Su Yueshi had carefully baked in the oven, and there was also a large dish of stewed potatoes and beans that Cheng Shui had made using the potatoes and beans she had found in the repair shop. 3 people sat around the dining table, each with a bright smile on their face that came from the heart. "Come on! To celebrate the completion of our RV's first evolution. And to welcome our newest member, Chief Engineer Cheng Shui, to the fold." Gu Chen raised the goblet in his hand, which was filled with top-quality red wine with a mellow color. "Cheers!" Su Yueshi and Cheng Shui also smiled and raised their cups. In Su Yueshi's cup was sweet juice, while Cheng Shui poured herself a glass of iced cola, the bubbles dancing happily in the cup, just like her mood at the moment. Bite! 3 cups clinked gently in the air, producing a clear, melodious sound. This sound, in this apocalyptic wasteland, seemed so precious, so beautiful. "Try it. This used to be my specialty." Cheng Shui scooped a piece of potato with a spoon and put it into Gu Chen and Su Yueshi's plates respectively, her big eyes sparkling with anticipation. Gu Chen took a bite. The potatoes had a dense and delicate texture. The method was simple, yet full of touching homely flavor. "It's delicious," Gu Chen praised sincerely. He. Cheng Shui's face flushed, and she waved her hands a little embarrassedly, but she couldn't hide the smile on her lips. She looked at Su Yueshi again. "Sister Yueshi, what do you think?" It's so delicious." Su Yueshi squinted her eyes happily, like a cat that had eaten delicious dried fish. "Cheng Shui, you're amazing. Not only can you repair such a complicated big thing, but you can also cook such delicious food." After receiving the affirmation from her 2 family members, Cheng Shui's heart was filled with an unprecedented sense of happiness. She looked at the heartwarming scene in front of her, the sumptuous dinner on the table which was a rare sight in the apocalypse, and the man beside her who had saved her from the brink of hell. Unconsciously, her eyes became moist again. Just before, she was a poor thing hiding in a cold repair workshop, holding her parents' portraits, waiting for death alone and desperately. And now, not only did she survive, she also lived in an indestructible Doomsday RV and had a family. This huge transformation from hell to heaven made her feel as if she was having a beautiful dream from which she did not want to wake up. The atmosphere of dinner was relaxed and pleasant. They talked a lot. Gu Chen and Su Yueshi told Cheng Shui about their thrilling experiences of fleeing from Binhai City. From the bloody battle on the rooftop to the hunting of tyrants, from the life and death race on the Cross Sea Bridge to the battle for the gods on the top of Nanhua Mountain. Cheng Shui sometimes exclaimed in surprise, sometimes became nervous, and sometimes cheered for their victory. She was like a little girl listening to a heroic epic, her eyes of admiration never leaving Gu Chen. Cheng Shui also opened her heart to them. She told about her past. It tells the story of her loneliness and fear as she hid alone in a repair shop after the apocalypse. It also tells the tragic story of how the Thunderstorm team discovered her and brutally killed several companions she met. When she was sad, Su Yueshi would gently hold her hand and give her silent comfort. And Gu Chen told her in a calm and firm tone, "Don't worry, those people have paid the price they deserved. From now on, no one can hurt you anymore." These words, like the warmest sunshine, dispelled the last trace of haze in Cheng Shui's heart. Chapter 47: Snow Eavesdrops, Sleepless Night. After the meal, Su Yueshi took the initiative to clean up the dishes, while Gu Chen took out a brand new map of Dongyang City and began to plan their next route. Cheng Shui came closer to Gu Chen with a curious look on her face. "Brother Gu Chen, where are we going next?" She addressed Gu Chen in a more intimate manner. "For now, we're not going anywhere." Gu Chen drew a circle on the map at their current location. Yi Wu's threat is like a knife, ready to strike at any moment. Until we are absolutely certain, we must lie low. This place is well hidden, and long enough for us to rest for a while. Then, do we have enough food and water? Cheng Shui asked worriedly. Upon hearing this, Gu Chen smiled mysteriously. He stood up, walked to the open space in the middle of the living room, and then he waved his hand. Clatter. Like a landslide in tsunami. Boxes of mineral water, bags of rice and flour, mountains of canned meats and compressed biscuits, a wide variety of snacks and drinks. In an instant, the entire spacious living room was filled to the brim. The amount of supplies is enough to drive any survivor base crazy. Cheng Shui's eyes widened instantly, and her big eyes were filled with disbelief and shock. This. Cheng Shui pointed at the mountain of supplies in front of her that was enough to make her drop her jaw, stammering and unable to utter a word. She only then knew that Gu Chen had the ability to take things out of thin air, but she never expected that his space actually stored such a huge amount of supplies, enough for the three of them to live luxuriously for decades. Su Yueshi couldn't help laughing at her cute and adorable appearance. She walked forward, took Cheng Shui's hand, and explained, all of these were snatched from a reborn person by Gu Chen. Reborn? Cheng Shui felt that her worldview was being refreshed again and again tonight. Gu Chen smiled and didn't explain too much. He just said, "So, Cheng Shui, you don't have to worry about supplies at all. Your only task now is to have a good rest, and then give full play to your talents to turn our RV into an indestructible Doomsday base vehicle." Yeah. Cheng Shui nodded heavily, and the look in her eyes when she looked at Gu Chen had evolved from simple gratitude and admiration to an almost fanatical trust. This man is her only support. Following him, perhaps, I can really live a different life in this damn Doomsday. The night gradually deepened. Su Yueshi and Cheng Shui each returned to their own bedrooms. In the new bedroom, Cheng Shui lay on her soft and comfortable little bed, but couldn't fall asleep for a long time. Her heart was filled with excitement, and a hint of inexplicable throbbing. She could hear that although the carriage had excellent sound insulation, there was still a very slight sound coming from the master bedroom next door. That was the sound of Su Yueshi washing up, and the intimate whispered conversation between her and Gu Chen. "Gu Chen, you are tired today, come and rest." "Well, wait a minute, I'll get these things sorted out." "I'll help you." "No, you go to sleep first. Tomorrow, we will continue hunting and help you improve your strength." "But..." Obedient. Although she couldn't hear the specific content, the tenderness and intimacy between the lines were like a small feather, gently scratching Cheng Shui's heart that was just beginning to fall in love. Her cheeks became hot involuntarily. She could imagine the warm scene in the next room. They were such a perfect match. One was as powerful as a god, the other as holy as an angel. And I. Cheng Shui's mind couldn't help but emerge Gu Chen's cold yet handsome face, the gentle yet powerful look in his eyes when he stretched out his hand to her, and his domineering figure who was the enemy of the entire Thunder Base in order to protect herself. Her heartbeat, uncontrollably, skipped a beat. A feeling she had never experienced before, sour, sweet, and with a hint of shyness, quietly took root in her heart. She pulled the quilt over her head and buried herself in the soft blanket. Her cheeks were so hot that she could almost fry an egg. Shang Shuat, what are you thinking about? She said to herself in frustration, they are your saviors, your family. How could you? How could you have such thoughts? However, the more you suppress it, the more the emotion grows like bamboo shoots after rain. She knew that she seemed to have fallen. In the master bedroom. Guchen didn't know what kind of inner struggle the new girl in the next room was going through. At this moment, he was enjoying Su Yueshi's gentle service. Su Yueshi was using her soft little hands, which emitted a faint golden light, to gently massage his shoulders and neck, which were a little tense due to a day of fighting and fatigue. Pure life energy slowly seeped into his body along her fingertips, soothing every inch of his muscles and nourishing every cell. This feeling is 10,000 times more comfortable than any top SPA in the world. Yueshi, your ability seems to have become stronger again. Guchen closed his eyes and said with enjoyment. Su Yueshi's voice was filled with a hint of pride. After advancing to the second level, my control over divine healing has become even more handy. Now, I can not only heal injuries, but also use it to restore physical strength and spirit. I can even nourish and strengthen it deeply like this. Her small hand slid slowly from his shoulders to his chest. Also, I feel like there seems to be something different in my body, she said curiously. Guchen opened his eyes, held her little hand, and said with a smile, you have a body that is immune to all poisons. From now on, any poisons and curses below the second level will be ineffective against you. You don't have to be afraid of being ambushed by the enemy like last time. Really? Su Yueshi's eyes were full of surprise. Of course. Guchen gently pulled her into his arms. He lowered his head, looking at her breathtakingly beautiful face that was so close to him, looking at her eyes that were as bright and moving as black gems immersed in water, and smelling the girl's body fragrance mixed with the light fragrance after her bath. In his heart, a burning flame of manliness was quietly ignited. He said no more, lowered his head, and kissed the soft cherry lips that made him so addicted. This time the kiss was no longer as gentle and tender as before. Instead, it is full of domineering, undeniable aggression and possession. Su Yueshi's body trembled slightly, and then she completely softened in his arms. She stretched out her arms and hugged him tightly, responding to him awkwardly but passionately. The temperature inside the car is rising rapidly. The dim lamp at the head of the bed seemed to be shy, and the light became softer. Outside the window, the wind is still blowing. Inside the window, there is already a beautiful room. This night was destined to be a sleepless night for everyone. Chapter 48 New Intelligence, Impending Crisis, The Only Way to Survive. The sunlight, shining through the thick bulletproof glass, gently fell on Su Yueshi's peaceful and tranquil sleeping face, coating her beautiful face with a layer of holy golden halo. Guchen slowly opened his eyes, turned sideways, and looked quietly at the girl lying in his arms. The beauty and tenderness of last night made the relationship between the two even closer. He could clearly feel that Su Yueshi subconsciously moved closer to him in her dreams. That completely defenseless dependence and trust made the emotion called responsibility in his heart become heavier and more resolute. He gently placed a kiss on her forehead, then quietly got up, not wanting to disturb her sweet dream. A new day has begun. While preparing breakfast for the three of them, he immersed himself in his thoughts. Daily intelligence system has been updated. Updating today's information for you. The three new pieces of information, like 3 death spells, caused Guchen's pupils to shrink to the extreme in an instant. Intelligence 1 Gold level, Yi Wu has successfully tracked you down using his scent tracking ability. He set out alone from the rock base at 6 this morning and is currently moving towards your location at high speed. Expected to arrive within 24 hours. Warning! Yi Wu, a 3rd level psychic, possesses the extremely rare SS level spatial ability, space slicing. His physical fitness is 100 times greater than that of an ordinary person. He possesses extremely strong physical defenses, and conventional firearms cannot inflict any damage to him. Even the Vulcan Gatling gun struggles to track his movements through space. With the host's current strength, his chance of survival against him is less than 1%. Please improve your strength as soon as possible. The survival rate is less than 1%. The number given by the system was almost a death sentence, like an invisible sharp ice cone, piercing Guchen's heart fiercely. SS level spatial ability. A 3rd level ability holder has a physical fitness 100 times greater than that of an ordinary person. Guchen's heart sank to the bottom. For the first time, he felt such a huge gap in strength and the suffocating threat of death. He knew that Yi Wu, this madman whose rage for revenge had burned away all his rationality, was completely different from all the enemies he had encountered before. This is not a battle that can be fought with intelligence and strategy, but a pure crushing of absolute strength. Want to escape? Gu Chen knew that facing a crazy pursuer with space-related abilities, where could he escape to? As long as the other party locked onto his scent, he would be caught up even if he fled to the ends of the earth. Passive escape is just chronic suicide. Gu Chen was forced into a desperate situation, and a touch of madness and cruelty rose up from Gu Chen's bones uncontrollably. Since there is no way to retreat, then, live towards death. He forced himself to suppress the turmoil in his heart and turned his attention to the second piece of information. The other information might be his only chance of survival. Intelligence 2 silver level, the Thunder Base has been plunged into complete chaos following the death of its leader, Lei Heng. Several first-level psychics are engaged in internal strife and slaughter, vying for control of the base. The base's defense system is paralyzed. They have identified you and your land cruiser as the culprits behind the base's destruction and are attempting to contact the rock base, intending to join forces with Yi Wu to encircle and suppress you. Warning, there are currently 27 first-level psychics within this base, including some with rare abilities above grade B. 27 first-level mutants. Seeing this number, instead of feeling troubled, Gu Chen's eyes burst into a fiery light like a hungry wolf seeing a flock of sheep. His source crystal energy is only 4 points away from breaking through to the third level. According to the conversion ratio of the source crystals absorbed before, he only needs to absorb 4 more B-level source crystals, or 1 A-level source crystal, to complete this final and most critical finishing touch. And how could this Thunder Base, which was in the midst of civil strife and had weak defenses, be a threat to him at this moment? This is clearly a huge opportunity before him, an experience package within his reach. As long as he kills these people with special abilities, he can complete his transformation in strength before Yi Wu arrives. Go! You must go. Hunt down all 27 of these psychics with the utmost speed and swiftness. Take all their source crystals for yourself. Then, break through to the third level. Only when he steps into the third level and possesses the strength to match it, will he be qualified to face the approaching terrifying Avenger. He finally looked at the third piece of information. Intelligence 3 gold level, a domestically produced main battle tank numbered 99A is parked in an abandoned military base in the southern suburbs of Dongyang City. The tank's engine was scrapped and could not be moved, but its 125mm smoothbore main gun, as well as its matching armor-piercing and high-explosive shells, were intact. Tip: the tank's main gun is extremely suitable for resonating with the mechanical heart's ability. Once successfully integrated, it will enable the land cruiser to truly possess absolute firepower that is enough to threaten a third-order life form. Tank main gun. Gu Chen's breathing stagnated. If we say that the Vulcan Gatling is the ultimate in anti-infantry, then the main gun of the tank is anti-armor, anti-fortification, and even anti-everything, the real king of war. Once the land cruiser successfully integrates this main gun, its combat effectiveness will once again undergo a qualitative leap. It will no longer be an ordinary armed RV, but a light main battle tank covered with an RV shell. By then, let alone Yi Wu, even if facing a small army, Gu Chen would have the confidence to fight. The 3 pieces of information, linked together, pointed out the only way for Gu Chen to survive. This road was full of blood and killing, and was covered with thorns and swamps, but he had to move forward. Hunting the Thunder Base, promoted to the third level. Seize the tank's main gun and arm the Doomsday RV. Then, face the most powerful enemy head-on. Chapter 49 The hunt begins. Gu Chen, what's wrong? Your face. Su Yueshi and Shang Shui had come behind him without knowing when. They were both keenly aware of the unprecedented solemnity and murderous aura on Gu Chen's body. Gu Chen turned around and looked at the 2 girls in front of him who had regarded him as their only support. He did not hide anything and told them the contents of the 3 pieces of information in detail. When Su Yueshi heard the survival rate is less than 1%, her face turned pale as paper in an instant, and her body couldn't help but shake. And Shang Shui's big eyes, which were originally full of liveliness and curiosity, were also filled with fear. Level 3. SS level spatial ability. Physical fitness 100 times greater than that of an ordinary person. These keywords, like insurmountable mountains, weighed down their hearts and made it almost impossible for them to breathe. Then, let's run. Shang Shui said subconsciously, our car is very fast, we will definitely be able to get rid of him. No. Gu Chen shook his head. After the initial shock, his eyes had regained their absolute calmness like an iceberg that had existed for thousands of years. We can't escape. Distance is meaningless to a pursuer who has mastered the power of space. He looked at the two girls' eyes filled with fear, stretched out his hands, and gently held them in his arms, one on each side. Don't be afraid. His voice was low and full of convincing power. I won't let anything happen to you, absolutely. He paused, his eyes flashing with a mad and determined light. The only way to defeat a madman is to become crazier than him. We don't have much time. He let go of the two people and his tone became extremely serious. From now on, we must race against time. Yueshi, Qingxue, listen carefully to my next plan. He told them about his crazy hunting plan. When the two girls heard that Guchen was actually going to take the initiative to hunt down all the psychics in the Thunder Base, they were completely stunned. This is too dangerous. Su Yueshi said worriedly, there are more than 20 people with special abilities there. It's not dangerous. Guchen shook his head, his eyes full of strong confidence. They're just a bunch of rabble-rousers who've lost their leader and are killing each other. They're no match for the land cruiser. And, he looked at Su Yueshi. Your divine healing is my greatest strength. As long as you are with me, I can always stay at my peak condition. He looked at Cheng Shui again, and you, Cheng Shui, when we get the tank's main gun, I need you to use your fastest speed to perfectly integrate it with our Doomsday RV. Can you do it? Looking at Gu Chen's eyes full of trust and expectation, the fear in the hearts of the two girls was replaced by a strong belief. I want to share his burden and fight alongside him. Yes. Cheng Shui nodded heavily, with a blazing fire burning in her eyes. I will also fully support you. Su Yueshi also said firmly. Okay. A smile finally appeared on Gu Chen's face, then, our hunting plan begins now. He didn't waste any more time. The three of them quickly finished their breakfast and replenished their energy. The engine of the land cruiser once again let out a low roar, like a beast about to be released from its cage. This time, it was Gu Chen who was sitting in the driver's seat. He will personally control this steel giant to start the bloody hunt that belongs only to him and is prepared for his advancement. Their first target, the Thunder Survivor Base. The Thunder Base is built on a large prison with high walls and electric fences on the outside. Thousands of vicious criminals were once imprisoned here, and the defense facilities are extremely strong. But after Lei Heng's death, this sturdy fortress began to decay and collapse from the inside. At this moment, a bloody internal struggle was taking place in the square of the base. Wang Hu! You despicable villain! How dare you sneak attack me? I'll fight you! A burly man with a broken arm, his body radiating a metallic sheen, roared angrily at another man holding a fire axe. He was a level 1 C-class metal skin mutant. The man known as Wang Hu sneered disdainfully, winners take all. Li Gang, Boss Lei is dead, and this base should be taken over by the strongest of us. A simple-minded fool like you is not worthy. Around them, more than 20 psychics gathered, divided into several small groups, each filled with wariness and hostility. Each wanted to become the new master of this base. None of them noticed that a shadow of death, countless times more terrifying than all of them combined, had already loomed over their heads. Just when they were killing each other and fighting among themselves for power. Boom! A deafening roar, as if to overturn the entire earth, suddenly came from the main gate of the base. The prison gate, made of special steel, which was even strong enough to withstand rocket attacks, collapsed inward like a piece of paper hit by an invisible giant hand. Immediately afterwards, a pitch-black steel behemoth, covered in hideous armor and filled with an aura of destruction, bathed in the morning sunlight, slowly drove into the square with an overlord-like and unrivaled demeanor. All the psychics who were fighting among themselves stopped what they were doing at this moment. They stared in amazement at the legendary Black Devil that they had only heard of in legends, which had wiped out their entire Thunderstorm team and even killed their leader Lei Heng. What is it? That SA monster. Quick! Attack! Everyone, attack together! Wang Hu was the first to react. Although he was horrified, he was more angry at being provoked. He raised his fire axe and roared hysterically. However, what responded to him was the buzzer of death. Buzz, buzz, buzz. On the roof of the land cruiser, the ferocious Vulcan Gatling gun consisting of 6 barrels began to rotate slowly. Inside the car, Gu Chen's face was indifferent. He looked at the screen on the car, at those people with special abilities who were already equivalent to energy points in his eyes, and gently pressed the launch button. Ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta. The crimson steel torrent composed of death gushed out again. This time, Gu Chen did not hold back at all. What he wants is not just deterrence, but a thorough and efficient massacre. That beam of death, like the sharpest sickle in the hands of a god, swept across the entire square coldly. Ah! No! Screams, pleas for mercy, roars, all seem so insignificant in the face of Gatling's deafening roar. Chapter 50, Promotion to Level 3. Whether it is Li Gang with metal skin, Wang Hu holding a fire axe, or other awakened people with various strange and bizarre superpowers. In the face of the God of Fire's absolute firepower of 6,000 bullets per minute, which completely defies any logic, their fragile abilities and bodies are like paper. Blood and flesh flew everywhere, and limbs were broken. In just a few tens of seconds, the entire square turned into a veritable hell on earth with rivers of blood flowing. When the gunfire finally stopped, there was no longer a single living person standing in the square. Ding! Kill a level 1 B-class mutant and obtain 1 source crystal. Ding! Kill a first order C level mutant and obtain 1 source crystal. Ding! Kill the first order D level mutant. A series of system prompt sounds, like the most beautiful symphony, kept ringing in Gu Chen's mind. He didn't get out of the car immediately. He used the car's vital sign scanning radar to confirm that there was no other mutant alive in the entire base, and then he slowly drove the car in. He parked the car in the center of the square. Then, he got out of the car, like a king inspecting his spoils, and with an expressionless face, he collected the colorful source crystals that emitted energy fluctuations from the incomplete corpses. 27 people with special abilities, not one is left behind. When he put the last source crystal into his pocket, in his hand, there was a heavy bag filled with crystals of various colors. He returned to the car and, in front of Su Yueshi and Cheng Shui's shocked and awed gazes, poured all the source crystals onto the table. Let's get started. He sat cross-legged and said words to Su Yueshi and Cheng Shui to reassure them. Once I'm done absorbing it, we'll go retrieve the tank's main gun, giving us a powerful firepower. After saying that, he picked up a B-grade source crystal, closed his eyes, and began the final and most crucial sprint. Ding! A large amount of source crystal energy has been detected. Do you want to absorb it all? Absorb it all. Ding! Absorbing B-grade, C-grade, and D-grade source crystals. Energy conversion in progress. Ding! The host's current source crystal energy has reached 100. Energy overflow, meeting the evolution conditions. Ding! Evolving your source crystal. A terrifying energy that was 10 or 100 times more powerful than the one he had experienced when he broke through from the first level to the second level, and as vast as the sea of stars in the universe, suddenly exploded in his spiritual world. He felt as if his soul was torn into pieces by this energy, and then, under the laws of a higher level, it was recondensed and sublimated. The SS-level source crystal that had evolved to the second stage and had a golden pattern on its surface began to transform again under the impact of this energy. The second, the third, mysterious golden lines continuously emerged and were outlined on the surface of the crystal. Finally, when all the energy is completely absorbed and integrated, a brand new, perfect crystal, which seemed to no longer belong to this dimension, was shining with brilliant golden light and had 3 mysterious lines engraved on its surface. It was quietly suspended in the core of his consciousness. Ding! Congratulations, host! Your SS-level energy crystal has successfully evolved to the 3rd level. Ding! Your ability Time Manipulation has been enhanced. Ability name, Time Manipulation. Superpower level, SS level 3rd level. Ability effects, 1. Passive effect, Eye of Time Lag. The effect is greatly enhanced, making it easy to capture spatial fluctuations. 2. Active effect, Time Pause. The pause time is extended to 3 seconds. The mental energy consumption is greatly reduced. Current source crystal energy, 16,000. Ding! The host's physical fitness has received an epic improvement due to the feedback from the evolution of the source crystal. The current basic physical fitness has reached 100 times that of an ordinary person. An indescribable terrifying power, like a god that seemed to be able to control everything, surged through Gu Chen's body. He could feel that there seemed to be an extra layer of connection between himself and the whole world. His basic physical fitness has reached a terrifying level that is 100 times higher than that of ordinary people, on the same level as Ji Wu. After continuous nourishment and strengthening by Su Yueshi's divine healing, his overall physical fitness has now reached an incredible level, 110 times that of an ordinary person. He already possesses enough power to crush those of the same level. Inside the carriage, the atmosphere was completely different. Su Yueshi and Chang Shui both looked at the man who had just woken up from his promotion with eyes full of admiration and shock. Gu Chen just sat there quietly, closing his eyes and resting. He naturally emanated the terrifying aura of a third-order expert. It was both unfathomable and tangible, filling the entire carriage. He seemed to have a strange sense of separation from the surrounding space. He sits there, yet you feel as if he is infinitely far away. He is like a black hole, swallowing up all the light and perception around him. Chang Shui even had an illusion. If this car had not been bound to her mechanical heart, for a long time, she would have even ignored that there was a living person sitting in the driver's seat. Is this the power of the third level? This thought emerged in the minds of both girls at the same time. Gu Chen slowly opened his eyes. In his eyes, it seemed as if stars were being born and dying, and time was flowing. He stood up, feeling the surging power in his body, and said to the two girls who had been nervously guarding him, "Let's go and retrieve the tank's main gun. Yueshi, you drive. It takes about an hour and a half from here to the Nanjiao military base. I need some time to get familiar with and control this new power." "Okay." Su Yueshi immediately nodded vigorously and sat in the driver's seat. Cheng Shui, on the other hand, was very sensible and brought Gu Chen a cup of warm water. Then, she sat aside obediently, not daring to make a sound to disturb him. Boom! After being silent for several hours, the engine of the land cruiser once again roared low and powerfully, like a lion awakening. This steel behemoth, after completing the promotion of its master. Without stopping, it carried its three owners out of the prison square that was completely dyed red with blood and death. Rushing towards the next target, an abandoned military base in the southern suburbs of Donyang City. Chapter 51: Arrival at the military base. Gu Chen closed his eyes again and immersed his consciousness completely in his own body and spiritual world. He carefully familiarized himself with his new power and felt his physical fitness, which was 100 times stronger than that of an ordinary person. He could clearly feel that every inch of his muscles, every bone, and every cell was filled with explosive and terrifying power, as if he could punch through a mountain with one punch. He even had a feeling that if he were to face a first-level tyrant now, he wouldn't even need to use any weapons or superpowers. With pure physical strength, he could smash the tyrant into pieces with just one move. What surprised him even more was the evolution of his superpowers. Time manipulation. The passive effect, Eye of Time Lag, S-perception range and deceleration effect have been epically enhanced. Now, he doesn't even need to turn it on deliberately. Everything within a radius of 100 meters will appear in a natural, slightly slow motion effect in his dynamic vision. This gives him nearly 360-degree, all-weather battlefield early warning capabilities. The active effect, Time Pause, is extended to a full 3 seconds. These short 3 seconds may seem like just a blink of an eye to ordinary people. But in a true showdown between strong ones, it is enough to change everything. 1 second allows him to avoid a fatal attack. And 3 seconds is enough for him to dodge, then calmly and gracefully send his enemy to hell in 100 different ways. Land cruiser, driven by Su Yueshi, sped all the way to the southern suburbs. The process of crossing the entire Donyang city made them once again experience the cruelty of the end of the world. They saw groups of survivors struggling to search for food and water in the ruins. When the survivors saw their RV, which was like a giant steel beast, their eyes were not filled with calls for help, but with deep fear and panicked avoidance like a frightened bird. They also saw that in order to fight for a pack of expired biscuits, two former neighbors were fighting in the most primitive and bloody way using stones and broken glass. Human nature has long since disappeared in the face of the pressure of survival. And even more so, there are endless zombies like a gray ocean. They wander aimlessly in every corner of the city, turning this once prosperous city into a veritable city of death. But all of this poses no threat to the land cruiser. Su Yueshi's driving skills had long since become adept in daring through actual combat. She would simply step on the accelerator and crush any zombies or obstacles that stood in her way into pieces. Occasionally, when encountering some tricky first-order mutants, Cheng Shui would give early warnings through the vital sign scanning radar, before Gu Chen could speak. Then, Su Yueshi would skillfully control the ferocious Vulcan Gatling gun on the roof of the car, aim at the target, and use a short and violent burst of firepower to nip the threat in the bud. The cooperation between the two girls actually began to become tacit. Gu Chen looked at all this and smiled with relief. He knew that his team was growing at a speed beyond his imagination, becoming stronger and more reliable. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. After several hours of trekking, an abandoned military base filled with a solemn atmosphere and surrounded by high walls and barbed wire finally appeared at the end of their sight. The gate of the base was open, and inside, it was quiet. There was not a single zombie in sight, and no sound could be heard. This abnormal silence made Gu Chun feel alert. Cheng Shui, scan the situation inside the base, he ordered. Yes. Cheng Shui immediately sat down in front of the radar scanning display screen, typing quickly on the keyboard with both hands. Soon, a green scene appeared on the screen, which was an aerial view of the entire military base. However, the picture showed a dead silence. There were no moving red dots of light to indicate any signs of life. Strange. Cheng Shui frowned tightly. The radar shows that there are no life signals inside the base. Neither zombies nor mutant beasts. This is not normal. Gu Chen's eyes became sharp. An abandoned military base can't be so clean. There must be something wrong when something is abnormal. He slowly parked the RV on a high ground about 500 meters away from the base gate. Then, he took out the Barrett anti-material sniper rifle from the space ring and observed the interior of the base through the high magnification scope. Inside the base, weeds grew thick and the place was in ruins. Rows of barracks and warehouses stood silently, their doors and windows wide open, like mouths silently ready to devour anyone who came. In the center of the base, on the huge apron, a 99mm battle tank covered with thick dust but full of iron and blood was parked quietly. Its 125mm smoothbore gun, which is several meters long, points obliquely to the sky, as if silently telling of its past glory. The intelligence was correct, the tanks were there. But the uneasiness in Gu Chen's heart became more and more intense. He always felt that there were invisible eyes watching them from some corner inside the base. Yueshi, Cheng Shui, you stay in the car and lock all the doors and windows. Gu Chen said in a deep voice, I feel that the things inside may be a threat to our Doomsday RV. I will go alone. What kind of terrifying existence would it be to be a monster that could threaten the evolved land cruiser? The hearts of both girls instantly rose to their throats. Gu Chen. Don't worry. Gu Chen interrupted Su Yueshi and gave her a reassuring look. Don't forget, I'm at level 3 now. He was only wearing a light combat uniform because he knew that the next action would require extreme speed, not defense. He came to the car door, turned around and gave the two girls a confident smile. Wait until I bring back the most powerful weapon for our Doomsday RV. After saying that, his figure was like an arrow shot from a bow, rushing towards the eerily silent military base at high speed. His physical fitness was 100 times stronger than that of an ordinary person, which made his speed so fast that it left clear afterimages in the air. It took him less than 20 seconds to successfully rush into the gate of the base from a distance of 500 meters. The moment he stepped into the base. Swish, swish, swish. A dense, hair-raising sound, like countless grains of sand rubbing against metal, suddenly resounded from all directions inside the base. Chapter 52, Fighting into the Insect Swarm and Retrieving the Tank's Main Gun. Gu Chen's pupils suddenly shrank. He saw it in the shadows of the barracks, in the corners of the warehouses, in the gaps between the tank tracks. Countless black beetles, each only the size of a palm and with a strange metallic texture all over their bodies, rushed out madly like a bursting dam tide. Their mouthparts consisted of two massive jaws like alloy steel knives, flashing with a cold light. Their 6 legs, like sharp sickles, carved clear white marks on the concrete floor. The most terrifying thing is that there are tens of thousands of them, densely packed together, forming a terrifying scene that is enough to drive anyone with trypophobia crazy on the spot, a pure black sea of death. Gold-eating beetle. This is a first-level mutant insect that feeds on metal and lives in groups. Their individual combat power might not be strong, but when their numbers reach tens of thousands, they become the most formidable natural enemies of all metal creations. They can devour a main battle tank into an empty shell in just a few minutes. Although the composite armor of the land cruiser is strong, it can't withstand the continuous gnawing of this terrifying house demolition team. No wonder the base is so clean. It turns out that all the metals have already become food for these beetles. Damn it! Gu Chen cursed softly. He knew that he had to fight quickly and decisively. Without any hesitation, he increased his speed to the limit and rushed towards the 99mm battle tank with its main gun intact in the center of the apron. The insect swarm also discovered him, the invader full of life. They made a sharp hissing sound and separated into a black torrent, which swept towards Gu Chen as if it had wisdom. Gu Chen activated the Eye of Time delay, and in the slow-motion vision, he could clearly see the ferocious mouthparts and rapidly moving trajectory of each beetle. He kept turning and moving, weaving in and out of the gaps in the insect swarm. Occasionally, a few fish would slip through the net and pounce on him, but he would use his powerful physical strength to directly knock them away. Thrilling! Exciting! He is like a dancer dancing on the edge of a knife, every step he takes is on the edge of life and death. Finally, he successfully rushed to the front of the 99A main battle tank. Without any hesitation, he stretched out his hand and pressed it on the cold, dusty turret of the tank. Receive! A thought came to my mind. Buzz. The main battle tank, weighing dozens of tons, along with its huge turret and tracks, disappeared from its original position in an instant and was put into his space ring. Hiss! The insect swarm, having lost its target, instantly fell into rage. They let out a scream filled with anger and hunger, and like a black tsunami, they suddenly surrounded Gu Chen, the thief who stole their food. All escape routes in all directions, in the sky and on the ground, have been completely blocked. Gu Chen looked at the overwhelming and desperate sea of black insects, but there was no fear in his eyes. He just slowly raised his hand. Numbers are meaningless in front of me. His voice was cold yet full of divine majesty. Time, stand still. Buzz. With him as the center, the whole world was once again paused. The surging and violent sea of black insects, which was enough to devour everything, came to an abrupt stop less than half a meter away from him. Each beetle maintained a ferocious posture with its fangs and claws bared, temporarily frozen in this moment. Gu Chen has 3 full seconds of absolute control. He did not attack the beetles because he knew that he could not kill them all within 3 seconds and there was no point in fighting them. His figure moved calmly through the still sea of insects. He was like a king strolling in his own back garden, leisurely walking out of the impenetrable encirclement that was enough to make any army despair. 3 seconds, here. Time, resume flow. Hiss? The insect swarm lost their target. They stayed there, chaotic and frantic, colliding and biting each other, but they could no longer find the thief who dared to challenge their majesty. Gu Chen's figure had already appeared at the gate of the military base hundreds of meters away. He turned around, took a cold look at the chaotic black ocean, and then, without looking back, rushed towards the direction of the land cruiser. When he got back into the car and saw the 2 girls' eyes full of worry and concern, he smiled easily. Nailed it. He placed the tank on the open space outside the RV. Looking at the huge tank that Gu Chen brought back, the atmosphere in the RV fell into a kind of almost frozen silence. Su Yueshi and Cheng Shui stared at the tank in amazement. Cheng Shui, in particular, had eyes that were already large and bright, now widened to a radiant light of disbelief, as if she had seen a miracle. She stared at the tank intently, her breathing becoming rapid. She looked like a devout believer who had just seen the deity she had believed in all her life. This is, the 99A? It's really the 99A main battle tank. Her voice trembled with extreme excitement, even with a hint of tears in her voice. ZTZ-99A. The pride of the army. It's mine, it's the most perfect land battle tank I've ever dreamed of. She stretched out her hands, wanting to touch, but was too excited and in awe to dare. Her cautious look of desire and fear was adorable to the extreme. Now, it's ours. Gu Chen said with a smile. The moment Cheng Shui's small hands touched the tank, her whole body trembled violently as if she had been electrocuted. Buzz. An invisible breath and a soul full of iron and blood that only she could feel were transmitted from the tank to her palm, producing an unprecedented intense resonance with her unique, mechanical heart ability. I can feel it. Cheng Shui closed her eyes and muttered to herself. A crystal teardrop slid down the corner of Cheng Shui's eye. It's crying. Its heart is dead. It's unwilling to accept this. It's just like a pile of scrap metal, abandoned in that place. These words left Su Yueshi, who was standing by, stunned. She can actually communicate with machines on a soul level. Gu Chen looked at her, his eyes full of anticipation. Cheng Shui, now it's up to you. Merge it with our Doomsday RV. Cheng Shui suddenly opened her eyes, and those eyes that were originally filled with weakness and shyness were now burning with flames of confidence and fanaticism. I guarantee to complete the task, she said firmly, and her whole temperament changed. No longer the shy little sister who needed to be protected. But he is a super engineer who is about to create miracles. Her voice was high-pitched with excitement. I wanted to merge with our Doomsday RV. The tank's main gun and the Doomsday RV will combine to become our most powerful weapon. Chapter 53: The Birth of the War Fortress. Cheng Shui quickly rushed to the center console of the cockpit. Brother Gu Chen. Sister Yueshi. Her voice became extremely professional and calm, filled with an unquestionable command aura. The following fusion transformation may cause unpredictable changes to the vehicle. I need you to fully cooperate with me. You say, we do it. Gu Chen said without hesitation. Okay. Zheng Shui took a deep breath and her eyes became extremely focused. First, I need to activate the tank's core armament module and connect it to the RV's fire control system through the underlying protocol. No problem. Sister Yueshi. Zheng Shui looked at Su Yueshi again. The fusion process will consume a huge amount of my mental and physical strength. I need your divine healing to provide me with continuous and uninterrupted energy support. I can't collapse halfway. Don't worry. Leave it to me. Su Yueshi also nodded heavily. She walked behind Cheng Shui and gently placed her warm little hands, which were emitting a faint golden light, on Cheng Shui's shoulders. Then, Cheng Shui looked at the two partners beside her who gave her 100% trust. An unprecedented bright light flashed in her eyes. The time to witness a miracle has arrived. She stretched out her slender little hands, one hand pressed on the tank, and the other hand pressed on the RV. Mechanical heart, ultimate transformation, activate. Buzz. A light blue data torrent that was much larger and more vast than any previous one, filled with the laws of creation and destruction, suddenly burst out from her body. At this moment, the entire cabin of the Land Cruiser was completely submerged in this blue stream of data. Gu Chen and Su Yueshi seemed to be in a vast digital ocean composed of countless zeros and ones. Su Yueshi also immediately activated her holy healing. Brilliant golden holy light, like a rushing river, continuously flowed out from her palm and poured into Cheng Shui's petite body, replenishing her mental and physical strength that was being consumed like a bursting dam. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The entire Land Cruiser was shaking violently. The lights in the car flashed crazily, and all the electronic equipment began to buzz under the strain. Gu Chen clearly saw that the metal structure of the roof of the RV, where the weapon platform of the Vulcan Gatling gun was originally installed, was slowly decomposing and reassembling in a way that violated the laws of physics. Countless blue data streams, like billions of nimble nanorobots, are carrying out a subversive transformation of the vehicle's internal structures starting from the most microscopic atomic level. The tank with its engine scrapped slowly disintegrated. Its armor, its cockpit, were all wrapped in the data stream, transformed into the purest energy particles, shining with metallic luster. Only the most core component, the 125mm smoothbore gun full of iron, blood and killing aura, was preserved intact. Fusion, begin. Cheng Shui's face had turned as pale as paper, and beads of sweat the size of beans covered her forehead. But her eyes are still as bright as the brightest stars in the dark night. Her little hand suddenly pushed forward. The huge tank main gun suspended in the air instantly turned into a stream of light. It landed on the top of the carriage and merged perfectly with the weapon platform on the roof. Boom! A loud noise like the creation of the world came from the roof of the car. The entire RV suddenly sank down. It was as if an invisible mountain was pressing down on it. Immediately afterwards, an indescribable breath of war and destruction, as well as a terrifying pressure from a king, erupted from the Land Cruiser. This pressure even penetrated the carriage and swept in all directions. A few kilometers away, the wandering low-level zombies, when they felt this pressure, roared in fear as if they had encountered their natural enemy, and fled in panic away from the RV, regardless of everything. All things submit to it. The light slowly dissipated. The data stream also gradually disappeared. Cheng Shui's body softened and she fell backwards, and was caught steadily in the arms of Su Yueshi, who had been guarding behind her. She had exhausted her last bit of strength and fell into a deep sleep. But there was a satisfied and proud smile on the corner of her mouth. As for Gu Chen, he was already speechless at the earth-shaking changes before his eyes. He walked quickly to the cockpit, raised his head and looked towards the roof. In the center of the roof, a brand new, technologically advanced unmanned weapon turret has replaced the original, somewhat crude weapon platform. On top of the turret, the 125mm smoothbore main gun, exuding the majesty of a king, is quietly pointing to the sky. On one side of the main gun, the ferocious god of fire Gatling is like the most loyal guard, guarding it on both sides. In close combat, the god of fire will clean the ground. Long range, use main guns to destroy the city. This is the true all-round and no dead-angle weapon, the well-deserved king of land warfare. Ding! Your vehicle, Land Cruiser, transformed by the SSS-level ability, Mechanical Heart, has completed its second, crucial evolution. Ding! You have successfully unlocked a new form, War Fortress, form. Current status, War Fortress Level 1. Durability, 300. Armor strength, increased by 100%. Core area replaced with main battle tank grade composite armor. Weapon system, successfully equipped with a 125mm smoothbore main gun. Vulcan Gatling gun, all weapon power increased by 200%. New modules, integrated unmanned weapon turret, energy shield primary, can resist energy attacks of level 2 and below, cooldown time 24 hours, all-terrain adaptive tracks can be extended from the inside of the tire when needed, adapting to extreme terrain such as swamps and snow. Gu Chen looked at the entry on the system panel, which was so luxurious that it was abnormal. He felt that his breathing was about to stop. Energy shield. All-terrain tracks. And that main battle tank gun that is enough to scare any third-level mutant. He knew that from this moment on, their Doomsday RV was no longer just a means of transportation. It has truly transformed into an ultimate strategic weapon that is powerful enough to change the Doomsday situation. Gu Chen walked forward and carefully picked up the unconscious Cheng Shui from Su Yueshi's arms. He looked at the girl who had exhausted all her strength for them, his eyes filled with endless tenderness and cherishment. Yueshi, take good care of her. He gently placed Cheng Shui on the large bed in the master bedroom. Let her have a good sleep. Yeah. Su Yueshi nodded, her eyes also filled with gratitude and admiration for Cheng Shui. Gu Chen did not stop. He turned around and strode to the driver's seat. He placed his hand gently on the control panel that was perfectly connected to the main gunfire control system. He could clearly feel an unprecedented terrifying force that seemed to be able to destroy everything, right under his fingertips. As long as he pressed the button to fire, all enemies would be reduced to ashes. He slowly raised his head and looked out the window, in the direction of the rock base. Yi Wu. Your death is approaching. Chapter 54, Decisive Battle. As time goes by, Gu Chen will formulate a battle plan. He will attract Yi Wu's attention alone. At the critical moment, the war fortress hidden in the dark will fire the key shot that determines the outcome. The sun sets. The strong wind howled violently across the wilderness. The dust and dead leaves that were blown up made a heart-wrenching sound like the howling of ghosts and wolves. The air was filled with the foreboding of impending storm, and the surroundings were filled with an extremely oppressive and murderous atmosphere. On an asphalt road leading to the suburbs of Donyang City, Gu Chen stood quietly in the middle of the road. He was only wearing a light black combat uniform and had no weapons in his hands. He just stood there, with his hands in his pockets, his body straight as a pine tree, his eyes calm as the abyss, as if he was not waiting for a bloody battle to decide life and death. Hundreds of meters behind him, in a hidden place perfectly shielded by the hills, the war fortress that had just completed its transformation was crawling quietly in the darkness like the most patient prehistoric predator. It turned off all lights, shut down all non-essential systems, and reduced its presence to a minimum. Inside the carriage, both girls, Su Yueshi and Cheng Shui, held their breath, their hearts in their throats. Their eyes were fixed on the tactical screen in the cockpit that displayed vital signs. On the screen, a bright green light representing Gu Chen was quietly staying alone on the dark national highway in the distance. Brother Gu Chen, does he really want to face that powerful third-level enemy alone? Cheng Shui's voice trembled due to extreme nervousness, and her small hands were tightly twisted together. Trust him. Although Su Yueshi's voice was a little nervous, it was more of an absolute trust that could not be questioned. She placed her soft little hand on the back of Cheng Shui's hand to comfort her. Gu Chen never does anything without confidence. He must have his reasons for asking us to wait here. What we have to do is to give the enemy the most fatal blow the moment he sends the signal. Her other hand tightly grasped the fire control lever of the war fortress, which was perfectly linked to the tank's main gun. She, Cheng Shui, and this war fortress that has become one with them are the last and most deadly trump card that Gu Chen has hidden in this life and death battle. Time passes by minute by minute. Gu Chen still stood there quietly, motionless. His spirit has been elevated to an unprecedented, extreme peak state. After the third stage, his physical fitness, which was 100 times better than that of ordinary people, gave him a sense of all-round control over the surrounding environment that was almost like a god. He could clearly hear the sound of wind blowing through dry grass several kilometers away. He could clearly feel the subtle changes in humidity in the air. He could even clearly sense those subtle energy fluctuations in space that were invisible to the naked eye and existed like spider webs. Sudden. His eyes suddenly focused. He felt that the originally peaceful space about 1 kilometer in front of him was torn open by an extremely violent force full of destructive aura. Here we come. Gu Chen slowly pulled his hands out of his pockets. His eyes, in an instant, were like a sword drawn from its sheath. Swish! A sharp sound of space tearing, like cloth being torn, suddenly rang out in the silent night sky. Immediately afterwards, in the air 1 kilometer in front of Gu Chen, a dark, scar-like space crack appeared out of thin air. A tall figure, exuding a suffocating aura of tyranny, stepped out from the crack in space. He is the leader of the rock base, the father of Yi Bufan, and the third-level SS-level space-based mutant Yi Wu. He looked 70% similar to Yi Bufan, but he was older and more sinister. His eyes were as red as blood, burning with madness that could burn everything. The immense anger brought about by the pain of losing his son almost made him lose his mind. As soon as he appeared, he immediately locked onto the scent of the only living person standing in the middle of the national highway. "It's you!" Yi Wu's voice was hoarse and filled with endless resentment, like a demon crawling out of the netherworld, howling, "It was you, bastard! You killed my son!" He didn't even need any evidence. When he saw Gu Chen's young and confident face, his fused smell tracking ability had already given the clearest answer. The man in front of him still had the strong aura of unwillingness and resentment that his son Yi Bufan had before his death. "Yes, it's me." Gu Chen's answer was calm and indifferent, as if he was stating a trivial fact. You dare to admit it?" Yi Wu's body trembled violently because of extreme anger. He originally thought that he would see a coward fleeing in panic and kneeling down to beg for mercy. But what he saw was a man who was calmer and prouder than him, and who was too young and strong. In his eyes, this kind of calmness was the biggest provocation and the biggest humiliation. "Bastards! Bastards! Bastards!" Yi Wu could no longer suppress the murderous intent in his heart, and he let out a hysterical roar that was not like a human voice. "I want you to die. I want to tear your soul into pieces." He suddenly raised his hand and drew a line in the air in the direction of Gu Chen. Space cutting. Sizzle. A crescent-shaped transparent blade that was invisible to the naked eye but enough to distort the surrounding air instantly crossed a distance of 1 kilometer and slashed towards Gu Chen's neck at a speed beyond sound and common sense. This strike is enough to cut a mountain in half. However, facing this fatal blow, it is enough to make any second-level mutant despair. There was no trace of fear on Gu Chen's face. In his eyes, the deep blue light containing the laws of time burst out. The third-order SS-level supernatural power time and space manipulation activated with full force. Still. Buzz. The world, once again, has been paused. The invisible, violent spaceblade that was cutting through the space at high speed stopped abruptly less than 10 centimeters away from Gu Chen's neck. It just like that, strangely frozen in mid-air, maintaining the slashing posture. The distorted space ripples around it are like frozen ripples, clearly visible. Chapter 55, In front of me, you have nowhere to escape. Gu Chen has 3 full seconds of absolute control over his time. He didn't even look at the deadly spaceblade that was so close. Gu Chen's body just calmly moved half a step to the left. This half step was like a natural chasm, completely separating him from the attack trajectory of the spatial blade. Then, he raised his head and cast his cold gaze at Yi Wu, who was still waving his hands in an attacking posture and was frozen in mid-air in the distance. The corner of Gu Chen's mouth curled up in a mocking arc, as if he was looking at a clown. He took off the heavy, domineering Barrett M82A1 anti-material sniper rifle from the space ring. He pointed the gun at Yi Wu's heart. Then, he calmly pulled the trigger. Bang! In a world of absolute stillness, a 12.7 mm armor-piercing incendiary bomb silently began its fatal blow. After doing all this, Gu Chen slowly took Barrett back into the ring. 3 seconds, here. Time, resume flow. Sizzle. The suspended spaceblade finally completed its final mission, brushing against Gu Chen's afterimage and fiercely slashing on the ground behind him. Boom! The hard asphalt road surface, like butter cut by the sharpest hot knife, silently cracked into a terrifying canyon that was 100 meters long and bottomless. And in the distant sky, Yi Wu's mind was still lingering on the excitement of having delivered a fatal blow and about to see the bastard being cut in half. But he was horrified to see that the bastard had dodged his attack half a step ahead in a way that he could not understand at all. How is this possible? His space cut is an instant attack that ignores distance. Only someone of the same level who has an extremely keen sense of spatial fluctuations would be able to evade it at the last moment. How could this overly young bastard possibly? His thoughts haven't finished yet. An indescribable, heart-wrenching pain suddenly erupted from his chest. He lowered his head in horror, only to see a huge hole had appeared on his chest at some point. A bullet, without him even noticing, severely injured him. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. How is it possible? His eyes were filled with endless, unbelievable shock. He couldn't figure it out. He couldn't figure it out at all. Why did my attack fail? Why was the opponent's attack so fast that even a space-based esper like him couldn't react? This is unreasonable. This is unscientific. Nothing is impossible. Gu Chen's voice, like a ghost, sounded calmly in his ears. In the face of absolute power, your space is just a ridiculous and fragile toy. Yi Wu looked up suddenly, only to see that Gu Chen, who was supposed to be 1,000 meters away, had appeared in front of him at some point. The distance between the two people is less than 5 meters. You are also space system? Yi Wu roared in disbelief. No. Gu Chen shook his head, with a trace of godly pity in his eyes. I can control time. After saying that, Gu Chen's figure disappeared from Yi Wu's sight again. An unprecedented fear rose in Yi Wu's heart, bringing a chill deep into his bones. For the first time, he felt that death was so close to him. He was scared. His mind, which was burned by the rage of revenge, finally regained a bit of clarity. He knew that he had hit a wall. The young man in front of him was a monster who was even more terrifying, more powerful, and more unreasonable than him. Escape. Must escape immediately. As long as he is still alive, as long as he can escape back to the rock base, he will have a chance to make a comeback. He can gather the strength of the entire base, and he can do whatever it takes to encircle and suppress this enemy. Yi Wu no longer had any hesitation. He frantically urged the vast ocean of space energy in his body that belonged to a third-level strongman. Space, transfer. He let out a roar, and the space around his body began to twist and fold violently. Yi Wu wants to make an ultra-long-distance space jump to completely get rid of this terrible enemy. However, at the moment when the space under his feet was about to form a stable space jump channel, Gu Chen's voice, like a death spell, once again rang above his head mercilessly. In front of me, you have no way to escape. Time, stand still. Buzz. The world, time and again, fell into absolute stillness. Yi Wu's body, which was about to enter the twisted space crack and complete the space jump, was forcibly frozen in mid-air. The relief of surviving the disaster and the vicious resentment on Yi Wu's face turned into a motionless and funny sculpture. He became a living target that couldn't move at all. Gu Chen did not come any closer. He simply raised his right hand slowly, and made a gesture that they had agreed upon long ago to decide the outcome, towards the land cruiser hidden in the darkness in the distance. Make fist and raise it high. This is the signal to fire. Several kilometers away, inside the cabin of the land cruiser, Cheng Shue's pupils suddenly shrank. Here it comes. Brother Gu Chen's signal. She pointed at the green light on the tactical screen that suddenly changed its posture, her voice trembling with excitement. Target locked. Safety released. Fire control system authorized. Sister Yueshi. Now. There was no hesitation in Su Yueshi's eyes, only determination. Her slender and fair hands were, at this moment, firmly holding the fire control lever connected to the 125mm smoothbore main gun. Her finger pressed heavily on the red launch button that represented victory. Fire. Boom. An unprecedented terrifying roar that seemed to tear the entire night sky apart erupted from the roof of the war fortress. At this moment, the 125mm smoothbore main gun of the main battle tank spewed out destructive flames that were enough to make even gods and demons tremble. A special armor-piercing bullet with the power added by the mechanical heart rotated and roared at a terrifying speed of dozens of times the speed of sound, tearing through the darkness. Crossing the distance between life and death, he fiercely attacked the lonely target imprisoned by time. Chapter 56, Triumph, Fusion of SS-level space power. Time, resume flow. Yi Wu's consciousness had just broken free from stillness. He was confident that the space jump he was about to complete would actually never succeed. Before Yi Wu could feel the joy of escaping death, an unimaginable sense of crisis, as if being hit head-on by a small sun, suddenly erupted. The infinite fear of death that came from the deepest part of his soul completely overwhelmed him. He turned his head in horror. He only saw a cannonball flashing with a destructive red light, rapidly enlarging in his pupils, and already in front of him. No! He uttered the last sound of his life, a sound filled with unwillingness and despair, like the shrill roar of a ghost from the abyss. Boom! The shell accurately hit his body that had just escaped from being frozen in time. He was completely defenseless and was blasted to pieces. There was no blood or flesh flying. No broken limbs. Under the close-range bombardment of the 125mm main battle tank gun, the body of the third-level strongman was like foam and could not withstand a single blow. Yiwu's entire body, along with the space of dozens of meters around him, was completely decomposed, vaporized, and evaporated at the molecular level in an instant by the extremely violent and unmatched energy. Only a huge crater was left at the site, with a red light like magma still flowing around its edge. And, at the center of the explosion, an SS-level energy crystal was miraculously suspended in the air, emitting brilliant light. This powerful third-order SS-level space-based Esper, a man with an incomparably arrogant arrogance, is the leader of a base that is powerful enough to dominate Dongyang City. Just like that, it fell. He died in the field of space and speed, which he was most proud of. He died at the hands of a weakling who he had never taken seriously and who was running away everywhere. Ding! Kill the third-level SS-level Psychic Yiwu. Reward, third-level SS-level Psychic Energy Crystal Space Cutting Dot. Ding! SS-level Energy Crystal detected. Do you want to perform fusion evolution? Fusion. Guchen stood on the edge of the huge pit, feeling the scorching airwave coming towards him, without hesitation. Ding! SS-level ability Time Manipulation begins to merge with the third-tier SS-level ability Space Slicing. Ding! Fusion successful. Congratulations, host, your ability has evolved into a third-order SS-level ability Time and Space Manipulation. Superpower, Time and Space Manipulation. Superpower level, SS level 3rd level. Supernatural effect. 1. Passive effect, Eye of Time Lag has acquired the new effect Time and Space Perception, which allows clear perception of the flow of time and space nodes. 2. Active effect, Time Pause 3 seconds can be used on a single target. 3. Active effect, Space Cutting can cut out invisible spaceblade. 4. New ability, Space Movement can teleport short distances, and can travel long distances by accumulating power. Current source crystal energy, 16-1000. A supernatural law that is larger, more mysterious, and more vast than any previous one emerged from the source crystal. The ultimate information about time and space flooded into Guchen's mind like the Big Bang. He felt as if, at this moment, he had touched the origin of this world. He could clearly observe that the space around him was no longer empty, but was composed of countless tiny, glittering space nodes. As long as he thinks about it, he can easily jump from one node to another. This is teleportation. Guchen slowly exhaled a breath of foul air. He knew that from this moment on, he had truly stood at the top of the pyramid of this Doomsday world. He raised his hand and sent a signal of victory to the Wu War Fortress, in the distance that had just made an unparalleled contribution for him. It's over. When the War Fortress slowly drove back to Guchen. A peak showdown that will be recorded in the history of Dongyang City's Doomsday has come to an end. The air still stank of the strong smell of gunpowder left by the firing of the main gun. On the ground, there was a terrifying huge pit with a red light like magma still flowing at the edge, silently telling how devastating the previous blow was. The car door slowly opened. Su Yueshi and Shang Shui, 2 girls, rushed out of the car, one on the left and one on the right, and threw themselves into Guchen's arms. Brother Guchen. Are you okay? Great. We won. Their bodies were still trembling slightly out of fear and excitement. The previous shot almost drained all their energy and strength. But at this moment, feeling the strong heartbeat and warm body temperature of the man in their arms, an unprecedented joy of victory and a huge sense of security instantly filled their hearts. I'm fine. Guchen smiled and hugged the 2 girls tightly, who had shared life and death with him. We won. This is a victory achieved by the 3 of them together. He lowered his head and looked at the 2 very different, yet equally breathtakingly beautiful faces in his arms. A gentle and holy moonlight that soothes the heart. One is lively and cute, like a star that lights up the world. Guchen felt that life was full of meaning. Guchen decided to use the remaining time to take a good rest, relax, and by the way, collect some interesting items that were not in the space ring. Before we rest, it seems that there is one very important thing we haven't done. Guchen said to the 2 girls. Huh? What's the matter? Both girls looked up curiously. Guchen glanced at their clothes, which looked a little worn due to fighting and fleeing, and then smiled mysteriously. It seems our great hero should change into some beautiful new clothes worthy of their status. The Doomsday RV drove into Dongyang City's once most prosperous but now most dead central business district. Their goal is the largest and most upscale comprehensive shopping mall here. Before the apocalypse, this shopping mall was the dream shopping paradise of every woman in Donyang City. It housed nearly every top luxury brand in the world. And now, this will become a private cloakroom exclusively for Su Yueshi and Cheng Shui. Guchen drove the Wu War Fortress directly to the magnificent main entrance square of the shopping mall and stopped. He didn't even bother to clean up the scattered zombies around that were attracted by the sound of the engine. Because Cheng Shui had already activated the light blue energy shield around the War Fortress that could defend against energy attacks of level 2 and below. The moment those ordinary zombies hit the shield, it was as if they had hit a high-voltage power grid. Their bodies trembled violently and turned into pieces of smoking charcoal. Chapter 57 Rest in Shopping. Let's go. Guchen got out of the car and opened the door for the two girls whose eyes were already shining with excitement. Your job is to shop to your heart's content. Take whatever you want, and I'll be your shopping bag. Oh yeah. Long live Brother Guchen. Cheng Shui was the first to cheer and rushed out of the car. Su Yueshi also pursed her lips, her eyes filled with an unconcealable smile and anticipation. No woman can resist the temptation of being able to clear out an entire luxury goods shopping mall at will. The three of them walked into the shopping mall that was once bustling with people but was now deathly silent. On the first floor are counters for top-notch jewelry and watches. Those priceless diamond necklaces, jade bracelets, and Patek Philippe and Vacheron Constantin watches that were once coveted by countless people. At this moment, they are all lying quietly in the dusty glass display case, with no one paying attention to them. These, can we really take them at will? Cheng Shui asked in disbelief as she looked at the diamonds that were still sparkling brightly under the lights. Of course. Guchen smiled and took out a fire axe from the space ring. He casually chopped down a thick bulletproof glass display case that contained a blue diamond necklace called Heart of the Ocean with his axe. Bang! A loud bang. The sturdy bulletproof glass shattered like ordinary glass under Guchen's terrifying force that was 100 times greater than that of an ordinary person. He took out the blue diamond necklace that was worth enough to buy several villas before the end of the world, and then he personally put it on Su Yueshi's snow-white swan neck. The dazzling blue diamond complements her holy temperament and is breathtakingly beautiful. It's so beautiful. Guchen exclaimed sincerely. Su Yueshi's cheeks were as red as ripe apples. She lowered her head and stroked the cool yet dazzling diamond on her chest. Her heart was filled with unprecedented sweetness. She had never experienced such banditry, and it made her feel pampered like a princess. What about me? What about me? Cheng Shui was standing aside, jumping up and down anxiously. Guchen smiled and took out a watch full of mechanical beauty from another broken display case. The dial was inlaid with pink diamonds. It was a Patek Philippe lady's watch worth tens of millions, and Guchen put it on Cheng Shui's slender wrist. This is worthy of the title of our chief engineer. He. Thank you, Brother Guchen. Cheng Shui smiled as she looked at the top-notch watch on her wrist, which she had not even dared to think about before the end of the world. Next, the three of them started shopping like crazy as if they had entered their own backyard. Guchen became the most competent pioneer. Any locked door or any sturdy display cabinet could not withstand an axe in front of him. Su Yueshi and Cheng Shui, on the other hand, completely liberated their nature as women. They linger in various luxury goods counters, buying without hesitation the latest bags and perfumes that they had only seen in magazines. They rushed to the women's clothing areas on the second and third floors and started their dress-up show in the luxurious flagship store. Guchen! Look! Does this look good on me? Su Yueshi walked out of the fitting room. She changed into a pure white, well-cut Chanel dress that perfectly outlined her perfect figure. Coupled with her holy temperament and the dazzling blue diamond on her neck, she is like an angel who accidentally fell into the mortal world. Guchen was stunned by what he saw. It looks good, very good. Guchen praised sincerely. Receiving praise from her lover made Su Yueshi feel sweeter than eating honey. Brother Guchen! And me! In the fitting room on the other side, Cheng Shui also rushed out. She changed her usual tacky work clothes into a pink sports suit full of youthful vitality, and wore a pair of the latest limited edition white shoes. The whole person looks like a cute sporty girl who walked out of a comic book, exuding a sense of vitality. How is it? Isn't it super energetic? She turned around in front of Guchen, showing off proudly. Yeah, very cute. Guchen smiled and nodded. In the next hour or so, Guchen completely became the exclusive audience and mobile shopping bag of the two girls. They are constantly trying on different styles of clothes. Sometimes, she is a cool and sassy motorcycle queen wearing a black leather jacket and leather pants. Sometimes, she is a noble and cool socialite wearing an elegant evening gown. Sometimes, she is a pure student wearing a JK uniform, full of youthfulness. While Guchen was feasting his eyes, he also enjoyed himself and put all the piles of clothes, shoes, and bags that they had selected into the space ring. Having a space ring and being able to go shopping with girls without having to endure the pain of carrying things is indeed the happiest thing in the world. Finally, after they had almost finished shopping in the entire women's clothing area, the two girls stopped with a feeling of being unsatisfied. Okay, it's almost done. Tsuyueshi's face was still flushed with excitement. If you take it off again, you won't be able to wear it all in 100 years. Hey, that's right. The three of them returned with a full load. Guchen drove the war fortress and brought Tsuyueshi and Chang Shui to the outskirts of Dongyang City, a beautiful place on the shore of a lake called Dingyue Lake. This used to be an upscale tourist resort, but now it is deserted, leaving only a beautiful scenery that has not been polluted by the end of the world, like a paradise. The clear lake water, shimmering in the moonlight, looks like a huge silver mirror embedded in the earth. On the grass by the lake, there are some unknown flowers blooming, colorful and emitting a faint fragrance. Guchen parked the RV on the flattest piece of grass by the lake. He no longer needs to remain highly vigilant like before. Because the biggest threat at hand has been eliminated, we can breathe a sigh of relief for now. Guchen's strength has also been greatly improved, which makes him feel more at ease. Now, as long as he is not besieged by several powerful warriors above the third level, or trapped in some desperate situation where he is sure to die, he is confident that he can take his girl and calmly leave any dangerous place. He has truly earned the qualifications to enjoy life in this doomsday, rather than just exist. Chapter 58, Relaxing Time. Wow, it's so beautiful. When Chang Shui got out of the car and saw the fairy tale-like scenery of lakes and mountains, she couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Tsuyueshi also took a deep breath of the fresh air mixed with the scent of grass and lake water, and felt that her nerves, which had been tense due to fighting and escaping in recent days, were completely relaxed. Let's rest here tonight, Guchen said with a smile. No zombies, no enemies, just the three of us. Everyone, relax. That's great. Chang Shui turned around excitedly on the grass like a happy little deer. Dinner was still sumptuous. But the atmosphere is more relaxed and cheerful than ever before. They even had the luxury of taking out a set of folding outdoor tables and chairs and a barbecue grill from their space ring. Right by the lake, we had an open-air barbecue with a picnic feel. Guchen is responsible for grilling a variety of top-quality meats and seafood. Sushi and Chang Shui chirped like two happy little birds, helping and laughing while playing. They took off their shoes and played and chased each other in the cool lake water with their bare snow-white feet, splashing a string of crystal ripples. Listening to their silver bell-like laughter, Guchen also smiled. Guchen looked at their figures, which looked particularly moving in the moonlight, full of youthful vitality, and felt a sense of peace and satisfaction in his heart. He knew that this was the doomsday life he wanted. Not endless killing and fighting. Instead, it's about protecting the ones I love, looking at them, and smiling happily from the bottom of my heart like I am now. After dinner, the three of them sat side by side on the grass by the lake. Looking up at the night sky, which is without stars but illuminated by the bright moon, it is bright and clear. Brother Guchen, Chang Shui hugged her knees, leaned her little head on Guchen's shoulder, and asked softly. Well, with Yiwu dead, the rock base will probably fall into chaos just like the thunder base, right? Yeah. Guchen nodded. A power that relies on absolute violence and fear to maintain itself will inevitably collapse once it loses its supreme ruler. Then, are we going to take over the rock base next? There was a hint of curiosity in Chang Shui's eyes. There must be a lot of supplies and survivors there, right? Upon hearing this, Guchen smiled and shook his head. I have no interest in ruling others, and our resources are inexhaustible. Besides, humans are the most complex and troublesome creatures in this world. When there are too many people, there will be disputes, betrayals, and all kinds of messy things. I don't want to waste my time dealing with those things. He turned his head and looked at the two girls beside him. Even if this world becomes the apocalypse and civilization completely collapses, we can still maintain our original nature and not degenerate into barbarians. I just want to live a good life. If there is danger, we will eliminate it. If there are enemies, we will kill them. The meaning of our lives is to pursue happiness. What I want is very simple. Just like now, with you guys, driving our RV, we go wherever we want to go. If we encounter an ignorant enemy, we'll just bombard them. When we're hungry, we'll find a place with a beautiful view, stop, and have a barbecue. When we're tired, we'll just look at the moon and chat together. These words made Su Yueshi and Chang Shui a little stunned. In their minds, moving pictures emerged involuntarily. They drove the indestructible war fortress through the uninhabited snow-capped mountains and watched a gorgeous aurora in the pure white world. They stopped on the vast grassland, chasing the afterglow of the sunset under the golden sunset. They can even go to the end of the world, sit on the highest mountain and watch a sunrise. How romantic and free this is. I do. Cheng Shui suddenly said something incredible, as if she was fantasizing about accepting Gu Chen's request. When she reacted, her face flushed in an instant. Cheng Shui stuck out her tongue. I am willing to follow brother Gu Chen and sister Yushi for the rest of my life. Su Yueshi didn't say anything, she just buried her head deeper in Gu Chen's arms. Then, she looked at him with those eyes that were so gentle that they seemed to be dripping with water and full of love, and showed everything about herself with her actions. Gu Chen smiled and stretched out his arms, holding them tightly in his arms. It was already late at night when they got back to the Land Cruiser. The carriage was already filled with the spoils of their shopping spree. The two girls, like children who have obtained their favorite toys, chattered and sorted out their new clothes, new bags, and new jewelry, their faces filled with pure joy from the bottom of their hearts. Gu Chen watched all of this, looking at their graceful curves and the fluttering hems of their clothes as they changed clothes. This time, the atmosphere in the car became a little subtle. After going through crises and hardships and the warming of emotions, the relationship between the three people has been elevated to a whole new level. When Gu Chen finished taking a shower, he walked out of the bathroom wearing clean pajamas. Abridged. Pajamas. The air is filled with an ambiguous fragrance that makes people feel distracted. Gu Chen's heart skipped a beat in this environment. He knew that tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. Turning into falling petals. Chapter 59 New Intelligence, A Sense of Urgency. Gu Chen woke up in the morning sunshine. He slowly opened his eyes, and what came into view were two equally breathtakingly beautiful sleeping faces. On the left is the holy and gentle Su Yueshi. On the right is the lively and cute Cheng Shui. The two girls, like the most well-behaved cats, snuggled up to him, one on each side, and slept soundly and peacefully. The tireless madness and beauty exhausted all their energy. A satisfied smile appeared on Gu Chen's face. He knew that from this moment on, they had truly occupied his heart, and their body and mind completely belonged to Gu Chen. And he is willing to use his own strength to protect this happiness. A new day has begun. While Gu Chen skillfully prepared a sumptuous and loving breakfast for his two partners, he immersed his consciousness in his mind. That cold yet godlike, mechanical synthesized voice sounded on time. Daily intelligence system has been updated. Updating today's information for you. Intelligence 1 Silver Level, the mysterious overseas organization that provided you with the first batch of arms before the end of the world has begun to take a keen interest in the true identity of Night Owl. They suspect that the subscriber, codenamed Night Owl, possesses the ability to foresee the apocalyptic crisis. The organization's leader, codenamed White Ghost, has sent Scarface and Baldhead, two individuals who had previously met Night Owl, to infiltrate Dongyang City to investigate. Currently, the two of them have successfully infiltrated the leaderless rock survivor base and are trying to find any clues about Night Owl from there. Seeing this information, Gu Chen's brows furrowed slightly. Of course, he did not forget where his initial capital came from. But he didn't expect that the codename Night Owl that he used just to intercept Yi Bufan would cause trouble after so long. An overseas organization that possesses a large amount of arms and acts in a mysterious and ruthless style. This is undoubtedly a huge potential threat. Gu Chen doesn't like anything that is beyond his control. This potential threat must be eliminated. He believes in eradicating the problem completely and eliminating future troubles. Rock base. He whispered to himself, with a cold murderous intent flashing in his eyes. He turned his attention to the second piece of information. Intelligence 2 Gold Level, the super tsunami caused by Typhoon Leviathan has completely submerged the entire Binhai city. A huge tide, carrying the source crystals and the brains of countless zombies in the ruins of the city, was sweeping towards the coastline of Dongyang City. It is expected that when the tide arrives this afternoon, a large number of various levels of energy crystals will be washed over and stranded on the newly formed coastline in the east of Dongyang City. Active crystal pickup. A fiery light instantly burst out from Gu Chen's eyes. Source Crystal is the most core and precious strategic resource in this Doomsday. He absolutely cannot miss this opportunity. But for him who possesses the War Fortress and absolute strength, that coastline will become his own exclusive ATM. He suppressed the excitement in his heart and looked at the last piece of information, which was also the one that made him feel most solemn. Intelligence 3 Diamond level. In Tiandu City, a 4th level psychic and a 4th level zombie king have appeared. This 4th level mutant, like Yi Wu, was a powerful evil being forcibly born by hunting his own kind and plundering source crystals. His crazy behavior greatly accelerated the doomsday process of Tiandu City and gave birth to a terrifying 4th level zombie king that even he could not contend with. All the awakened ones in Tiandu City were killed or injured in the internal strife, which allowed the zombie king to take advantage and quickly evolve to the 4th level. Currently, this 4th level psychic has abandoned Tiandu City for self-preservation and is fleeing towards the relatively safe Dongyang City. Level 4. Another powerful enemy, the strength of the 4th level was like a mountain pressing on his heart. Gu Chen had just dealt with a 3rd level Yi Wu, but he didn't expect that a more terrifying 4th level strongman from another place was already on the way. The speed of evolution in this doomsday world is much faster and more cruel than he had imagined. The strong prey on the weak, and only the fittest survive. If he stagnates or slacks off for a moment, he will be ruthlessly devoured and eliminated by a more powerful existence. Sense of urgency. An unprecedented strong sense of urgency once again enveloped Gu Chen's heart. He knew that he could no longer indulge in temporary comfort and gentleness. He must become stronger at a faster pace. After analyzing the 3 pieces of intelligence, he immediately planned a clear course of action. The following plan was full of killing and opportunities. First of all, before tonight's Source Crystal Tide begins, he must first resolve all internal hidden dangers. The Scarface and Baldhead who are investigating the identity of Night Owl in the rock base must die. Any clues that may expose his identity must be completely erased from the physical level. Secondly, in tonight's Source Crystal Tide, he must plunder enough high-quality source crystals at all costs. It was not only for his own future promotion, but also to allow Su Yueshi and Cheng Shui, the 2 girls he cherished most, to be promoted to the 2nd level or even the 3rd level as soon as possible. Finally, he had to make all preparations to fight against the unknown and powerful 4th level enemy that was about to come. Gu Chen, what's wrong? What are you thinking about? Su Yueshi had woken up at some point. She was wearing a cute pink silk nightgown. She gently put her arms around his waist from behind and rested her cheek against his broad back. Nothing, I was just thinking that our schedule for today might be a bit full. Gu Chen turned around, hugged her in his arms, and said with a smile. Gu Chen did not tell her the information about the 4th order strongman. He did not want her mood, which had just relaxed, to become heavy again. Some pressures can only be borne by him alone. He just told her and Cheng Shui, who had just walked out of her room with sleepy eyes, the information about the White Ghost Organization and tonight's Source Crystal Tide. What? A mysterious international arms organization is actually tracking us? Cheng Shui regained consciousness instantly, her face filled with nervousness. Then what should we do? They must be very powerful, right? They are just a bunch of rats who live in the past and cannot see the light. Gu Chen's tone was full of disdain and indifference. In front of me, they can't make any waves. He looked at the 2 girls, his eyes flashing with the confidence and dominance of a king. Our first target, the Rock Survivor Base. The Rock Base was once the most powerful and awe-inspiring survivor force in Dongyang City and even the surrounding areas. Because Yi Wu learned about the Doomsday in advance, the Rock Base was able to gather a considerable force. However, Yi Wu's real purpose was to keep awakened ones captive who could provide him with source crystal nutrients. Even his powerful spatial ability was taken from the minds of his subordinates. Its former leader, the 3rd Order SS-level space-based psychic Yi Wu, was the undisputed ruler. But now, Yi Wu has fallen. The entire base fell into a power vacuum filled with panic and confusion. Tens of thousands of survivors, like worker ants who have lost their queen, are in constant fear. And those 1st-level psychics who were originally suppressed by Yi Wu with absolute violence began to stir and engage in various bloody struggles in secret in order to compete for this throne. Chapter 60, Fighting to the Rock Base. The entire rock base seemed to be maintaining calm on the surface, but in fact, it had already been undercurrents and was on the verge of collapse. Scarface and Baldhead, the 2 messengers from the mysterious overseas organization White Ghost, thrive in this chaotic atmosphere. They rely on psychological qualities far superior to those of the Doomsday survivors, professional infiltration skills and strong combat capabilities. He easily infiltrated the core circle of the base and came into contact with several small leaders who were fighting for power. At this moment, in a relatively clean office, Scarface was pushing a military can in front of a small leader of the base who had a broken arm. "Captain Wang, we two brothers have no other intentions." Scarface had a hypocritical smile on his face. "We just want to inquire about someone. A guy codenamed Night Owl. It is said that he escaped from Binhai City." The one-armed man known as Captain Wang looked at them warily and snorted coldly. "Night Owl? I've never heard of it. Who are you? Why are you asking about this?" "Huh, Captain Wang, don't get me wrong," the bald man said with a forced smile. "We're just entrusted by someone. This Night Owl had a deal with us. Our boss sent us here to find him and peacefully get his things back." Of course, they didn't dare say that they were investigating the whereabouts of the arms. "Huh?" Captain Wang was clearly unconvinced. "You two look shifty and sneaky. You don't look like serious businessmen. You look more like..." He hasn't finished speaking yet. There was a loud bang outside. Boom! A deafening roar, as if to overturn the entire earth, suddenly came from the direction of the main gate of the base. The entire office building shook violently. The water cup on the table jumped up due to the shock, fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. What's going on?" Captain Wang stood up in horror and rushed to the window. The scarred man and the bald man looked at each other and saw a hint of solemnity and uneasiness in each other's eyes. They were all people who had experienced real war. Just by listening to the sound, they could tell that the explosion just now was definitely not caused by an ordinary grenade or RPG. The power was more like a heavy tank firing. When they followed Captain Wang's gaze and looked towards the main gate of the base, in an instant, the three people were shocked and scared out of their wits by the destructive scene before them, which was like the arrival of gods and demons. All I saw was the solid wall made of special steel and reinforced concrete. The base gate, which was almost indestructible and strong enough to withstand the full force of a heavy truck, had disappeared at this moment. Instead, there was a billowing cloud of smoke, and only a huge pit with a red light like magma was left in its place. And behind the pit, an armored vehicle, completely black, full of ferocious armor and kingly dominance, appeared in the thick smoke. They had never seen such a terrifying steel vehicle in their lives. The war fortress was slowly rolling over the ruins of the gate and driving into the square of the rock base in a domineering and unmatched posture. On the roof of the steel behemoth, a thick 125mm smoothbore main gun full of iron, blood, and murderous aura was moving slowly. The black muzzle, like the eyes of the god of death, looked down coldly at all the shivering, tiny ants in the base. "What is this?" Captain Wang's voice was trembling with extreme fear, and his teeth were chattering. "The enemy has arrived. They must have killed Lord Yiwu." As for Scarface and the bald man, their pupils suddenly contracted the moment they saw the car, and a sudden chill went straight to the bottom of their hearts. They felt an aura from that car that made their souls tremble. Is this really what they were trading for? No. Where did he get that weapon? The ferocious Vulcan Gatling gun installed on both sides of the main gun. That integrated unmanned weapon turret that was modified on the roof. That suffocating tank main gun is like death itself. This car is countless times more powerful and terrifying than they imagined. They were absolutely certain that the owner of this car must have some connection with the mysterious man-code named Night Owl who stole their arms. Finally found it. After searching for it everywhere, I finally found it without any effort. A huge surge of greed and ignorant ecstasy instantly overwhelmed the fear in their hearts. Hurry! Contact the boss. Scarface yelled excitedly at the bald man, using the secret code within their organization. The target appears. The target appears. Request. Request. His words came to an abrupt end. Because he saw that the unmanned weapon turret on the roof of the Black Devil had slowly turned around. The black muzzle of the main gun, which was thicker than any gun barrel they had ever seen, was accurately aimed at the office building where they were. An absolute sense of death crisis originating from the deepest part of their souls completely overwhelmed them. No. Boom. The sound of cannon fire, representing death, arrived. This time, it was no longer a high-explosive bomb. It is a special armor-piercing bullet designed to deal with fortifications. The shell, traveling at a terrifying speed of dozens of times the speed of sound, ignored any obstacles and penetrated the thick outer wall of the office building in an instant. Then, the moment it penetrated the building, it exploded. A violent shock wave exploded from inside the building. The entire five-story building, a solid office building made of reinforced concrete structure, was like a balloon blown up from the inside by a naughty child, with shattered walls and flying debris. All the windows spewed out destructive flames and shock waves in an instant. Then, the structure of the entire building completely disintegrated in an instant. Boom! With a teeth-grinding sound, as well as the sounds of twisting steel bars and shattering cement, the entire building, like a giant with its bones pulled out, immediately collapsed inwards and then collapsed completely. In the end, this place turned into a huge ruin filled with flames and smoke. Among them were Captain Wang, Scarface, Baldhead, and dozens of core members of the base. Without even a scream, he was completely buried in the dust of death along with the building. They were filled with resentment until their death. If they hadn't come to investigate, that would have been great. This may be their last thought. Inside the carriage of War Fortress, there was a look of indifference on Gu Chen's face. He looked at the red light spot on the car screen, which represented the signal of life. After the previous shot, nearly 1/3 of it disappeared in an instant. There was no ripple in his eyes. Soon, the remaining people in the base, the dozen or so first-level psychics who had already been frightened, came to the center of the square trembling like docile sheep and knelt in front of the War Fortress. Chapter 61, Source Crystal Tied on the Coast. Gu Chen slowly walked down from the car. He didn't even look at the psychics kneeling on the ground. He simply walked to the ruins of the office building and picked up the fallen source crystals from a pile of cement rubble that was still smoking. Looking at the two source crystals in front of him that were still emitting energy fluctuations, Gu Chen understood that they belonged to Scarface and Baldhead. The enemies who investigated him had been completely eliminated. Ding! Kill a first-order C-level mutant and obtain the source crystal. Ding! Kill the first-order D-level mutant. He absorbed these two source crystals and other dropped source crystals together. Ding! Absorbing C-level and D-level source crystals. Energy conversion in progress. Ding! The host's current source crystal energy has reached 34,000. When the figure of the War Fortress, full of iron blood and murderous aura, slowly drove away from the ruins of the rock base. Behind the car body, what was left was a survivors' camp that was reduced to ruins and fell into absolute silence. Gu Chen didn't care about the future of the survivors. He is not a savior, nor is he a benevolent king. Everything he did was just to clear the obstacles on his way forward and to protect the two girls behind him who had become his whole world. The atmosphere in the carriage was completely different from when we left. Su Yueshi and Chang Shui both witnessed how Gu Chen used his powerful strength and cold mentality to bring down divine punishment on the enemy. He used an unreasonable attitude to easily trample under his feet a once powerful force. In their hearts, besides shock and admiration, what is more important is an unprecedented and ultimate sense of security. They were absolutely certain that as long as they stayed by this man's side, no matter what kind of doomsday happened, no matter how powerful the enemy was, they would not be able to hurt them in the slightest. Brother Gu Chen, shall we go to the beach now? Cheng Shui's little face still had a blush that had not faded. This was due to the excitement caused by witnessing the power of the main gun. Yes. Gu Chen nodded. He glanced at the car clock and it was 10 o'clock in the morning. We still have plenty of time. Before the source crystal tide starts tonight, we can relax on the coast. He drove the War Fortress and sped towards the vast coastline in the east of Dongyang City. Before the end of the world, Dongyang City's Golden Coast was one of the most famous seaside tourist destinations in the country. Here you can find the softest beaches, the bluest waters, and the most luxurious sea view villas. But now, this place has long been ruled by death and silence. On the beach that was once crowded with tourists, there are now only the ruins of various cities washed up by the waves. There are also some scattered fragments that are no longer recognizable. Those sea view villas that were once worth tens of millions now have their doors and windows broken open and are in a mess, becoming nests for various mutated seabirds and reptiles. However, all this desolation and silence cannot conceal the magnificence and vastness of nature itself. When the War Fortress passed the last seawall, it slowly stopped beside the deserted coastline. When they got out of the car and walked onto the vast golden beach, a magnificent and breathtaking picture slowly unfolded before the three of them. The endless blue ocean sparkles in the midday sun. The sea breeze blows in with a hint of salty air. The tide rolled up white waves, kissing the golden beach again and again, making a rustling sound, as gentle as a lover's dream talk. Wow, it's the sea! Cheng Shui was the first one to rush out of the car, cheering. She was like a bird that had escaped from a cage, running freely on the soft beach with her bare white feet. Chasing the receding waves, they let out a string of silver bell-like laughter filled with joy. Tsuyoshi also walked down. She slowly took off her shoes and let the slightly cool sea water flow over her ankles. She closed her eyes, opened her arms, and felt the sea breeze, which brought with it an endless breath of freedom, blowing her hair and skirt. Tsuyoshi showed a smile that came from the heart, peaceful and satisfied. Guchen leaned against the car door, quietly looking at the beautiful scene in front of him that looked like a painting. All the fatigue and pressure brought by tension, fighting and escape seemed to be completely washed away at this moment by the vast ocean and the gentle sea breeze. At this moment, Guchen felt that there was something in his heart that he had to say. I really want to borrow their angle grinder. But Guchen did not disturb them. He just quietly watched the two girls playing and fighting on the beach, like elves fallen into the mortal world. His eyes were filled with endless tenderness and doting. Guchen took out several comfortable beach chairs, a huge parasol, and even a small refrigerator filled with iced drinks and fresh fruits from the space ring. Then he lay down on the beach chair and put on sunglasses. While enjoying the rare sunbath, he was vigilantly monitoring all movements within a few kilometers around him using his powerful ability that had evolved into time and space perception. In the afternoon, just as the intelligence predicted, something strange began to appear on the sea. The originally calm tide became increasingly turbulent. Wave after wave of huge waves swept towards the coast from the distant horizon. Guchen's eyes were attracted by a shiny object in the waves. I saw a wave that had just surged onto the beach. After it receded, it left behind a D-level attributeless source crystal about the size of a fingernail, emitting a soft white light. Here we go. A gleam of light flashed in Guchen's eyes. The intelligence came true. The source crystal tide, brought about by the super tsunami, has already begun its prelude. Yueshi. Cheng Xue. Come and see. He waved to the two girls in the distance. The two girls heard the sound and ran over curiously. When they saw the source crystal in Guchen's hand, which seemed to be sent by the waves themselves, they were surprised and covered their mouths. This is. It's a gift from the sea, and it's also our work this afternoon. Guchen showed a bright smile on his face. Picking up a bunch of source crystals for nothing naturally made him happy. As he spoke, he pointed to the sea in the distance. As the waves continued to wash over, more and more source crystals sparkling with various colors of light were brought onto the beach by the waves like colorful gems. Chapter 62, Huge amount of source crystals harvested. Although most of the source crystals washed ashore are only the lowest grade D and C source crystals. But the number is staggering. Oh my god. So many. Little stars began to appear in Cheng Xue's eyes. What are you waiting for? Guchen smiled and took out two small waterproof bags from the space ring, specifically for them to collect the source crystals they picked up. Guchen reached out and handed the waterproof bags to them. The competition begins. Let's see who among the three of us can pick up the most source crystals before dark. Great. I will definitely win. Cheng Xue was the first one, cheering and rushing out like a little girl looking for treasure on the beach. She started her scavenging career with great enthusiasm. Tsuyoshi also pursed her lips, her eyes curved and full of smiles. She took the bag and joined in this childlike competition. Guchen looked at their energetic and happy figures and smiled himself. He did not compete with them for those low-level source crystals. Guchen activated time and space perception, raising his terrifying perception, which had evolved to the third level, to the limit. His gaze penetrated the shimmering sea surface and explored the deeper seabed. He knew that truly good things would not be washed ashore so easily. Really? In his perception, he clearly observed that in the seabed sand layer about 100 meters away from the coastline, there were several source crystals emitting extremely bright light. The light spot containing pure energy is slowly rolling along with the undercurrent. Those lights are, at least, a level, or even, possibly S-level. Guchen didn't hesitate at all. He took off his shirt, revealing his muscular body that was full of explosive power and well-defined lines. Then, seeing Tsuyoshi and Cheng Xue's surprised expressions and their eyes filled with a hint of shyness. Like the most agile cheetah, Guchen plunged into the cold seawater. Time flies quickly in this treasure hunt game full of joy and harvest. When night falls again, a bright moon hangs high in the sky. The three of them return to the war fortress with a lot of harvest. In the carriage's living room, the large dining table was already piled high with their spoils of the afternoon. The colorful source crystals formed a small mountain of radiant light and a dreamy halo. A rough estimate was that there were at least thousands of these source crystals. Among them, the vast majority were picked up by Su Yueshi and Cheng Shui, and there were only low-level source crystals of grade D and C. Gu Chen took out the precious high-level source crystal that he had salvaged from the depths of the seabed from his waterproof bag, which was already full. 3 A-grade source crystals, 1 B-grade source crystal, and even an extremely rare S-grade source crystal that has reached the second level. This second-order S-level source crystal has a deep and dark appearance throughout, and its surface sparkles with azure blue like the heart of the ocean. Inside it, lightning seemed to flash from time to time, emitting heart-pounding, violent energy fluctuations. This may be the source crystal dropped by the electric eel mutant in the ocean. Wow, brother Gu Chen! You are so amazing! Cheng Shui looked at the beautiful blue source crystal, her eyes filled with admiring little stars. Okay, now, start absorbing the source crystals. Gu Chen smiled and divided the hill of source crystals into 3 piles. He kept the most precious second-level S-grade source crystal and an A-grade source crystal for himself. Then, he divided the remaining more than 1,000 low-level source crystals, 2 A-level and 1 B-level source crystals into 2 piles, and pushed them in front of Su Yueshi and Cheng Shui respectively. These are all yours. Your 2 tasks tonight are to absorb all these source crystals. Gu Chen said. I hope that after absorbing these source crystals, I will see 2 partners whose strength has been upgraded. They can serve as my helpers and help us take our combat effectiveness to the next level. This is too much. Su Yueshi looked at the mountain of source crystals in front of her, somewhat unable to believe it. Not much. Gu Chen shook his head, his tone becoming extremely serious. In this apocalypse, the only truth is your own strength. You must grow up as quickly as possible. The 2 girls looked at Gu Chen's eyes full of trust and expectation and nodded heavily. Yueshi, Cheng Shui, let's start now and enjoy the fruits of our victory. Su Yueshi and Cheng Shui, in the car, began to frantically absorb the mountains of low-level source crystals. It was a wonderful night for all members to grow stronger at a rapid pace. Inside the carriage, earth-shaking changes have taken place. Su Yueshi, after absorbing hundreds of low-level source crystals and 1 A-level source crystal. The SSS-level origin crystal core in her brain finally completed the huge transformation from the 2nd level to the 3rd level. The brilliant golden holy light enveloped her entire body. The radiance surrounding her made her look like a holy goddess descending to earth. Ding! Your partner Su Yueshi has successfully evolved into a 3rd-level mutant. Ding! His SSS-level ability, Holy Healing, has been enhanced. Ding! New ability unlocked, Life Sharing. You can establish a lifelink with a designated target within 100 meters. As long as you survive, the target will not die, and can slowly recover from their injuries. Ding! The talent Immune to All Poisons has evolved into Holy Body, immune to all negative statuses of level 3 and below, and deals extra damage to all dark and undead creatures. Current source crystal energy, 13,000. On the other side, Cheng Shui also absorbed hundreds of low-level source crystals, and then successfully broke through to the 2nd level. The light blue stream of data wrapped around her petite body, making her look like a technologically advanced electronic elf from the future. Ding! Your partner Cheng Shui has successfully evolved into a 2nd-level mutant. Ding! His SSS-level ability, Mechanical Heart, has been enhanced. Ding! New ability unlocked, Energy Core can convert its own energy into the core energy to drive the machine, greatly reducing the machine's energy consumption and slowly charging it. Current source crystal energy, 69,100. And Gu Chen, after absorbing the 2nd-order S-level lightning source crystal and an A-level source crystal. Ding! The host's current source crystal energy has reached 99,000. All 3 of them achieved huge and very satisfying improvements. Chapter 63, The Unexpected Powerful Enemy. Inside the carriage of the Wu War Fortress, everyone was still immersed in the great joy and excitement brought by the leap in strength. Su Yueshi was looking curious, feeling the unprecedented energy in her body. A vast sea of golden holy light was swirling in her body. She just had a thought, and a faint golden halo full of life breath jumped and emerged from her fingertips, illuminating the entire carriage with a sacred and peaceful atmosphere. After reaching the 3rd level, she felt as if she had developed a wonderful resonance with the laws of life between heaven and earth. She could even clearly hear the weeds outside the car that had survived the disaster breathing with joy in the breeze. On the other side, Cheng Shui was lying in front of the center console like a child who had obtained a favorite toy. She placed her small hands, which emitted a light blue data stream, on the control panel of the War Fortress, and excitedly performed various new adjustments. Wow! This is amazing, she exclaimed in surprise. Brother Gu Chen! Sister Yu Shi! Come and see! After I advanced to the second level, my mechanical heart seemed to have completely merged with the RV. I can now provide energy for the RV. It doesn't even need to consume other diesel or solar energy. My own special abilities alone can provide it with a constant supply of core energy. It's more than enough to maintain daily driving and the operation of all systems. This means that the Lu War Fortress has, in a sense, gotten rid of its dependence on traditional energy and has become a vehicle that is close to a true perpetual motion machine. Gu Chen looked at the two girls in front of him, who were genuinely happy because of their improved strength. A relieved smile also appeared on his face. He could clearly feel that their growth could bring him more satisfaction and security than his own promotion. Because they are indispensable members of the team, and each one is the most important component. He walked to the car door and pushed open the heavy armored door. A fresh sea breeze mixed with sea salt and a hint of bitterness and saltiness blew in my face. He looked at the blue ocean in front of him, which had returned to its calm state after being washed by the source crystal, and a sense of pride arose in his heart. However, just as the three of them were still immersed in this great joy and beautiful vision of the future. In Gu Chen's mind, the cold mechanical synthesized sound quietly refreshed after midnight. The intelligence system brought a fatal alarm that was enough to make any third-level strongman's scalp tingle. Daily intelligence system has been updated. Updating today's information for you. Intelligence 1 gold level, a terrifying third-order mutant creature deep-sea giant kraken mutated giant squid, has been attracted by the massive amount of source crystal energy. It was the culprit that caused the collapse of the Binhai Cross Sea Bridge. It possessed two extremely rare accompanying abilities, S-level, optical and energy mimicry, which could perfectly conceal its form in the environment and block most energy detection. And the SS level, blinding poison ink, the ink it spews out can not only deprive you of your vision, but also corrode your spirit, causing permanent blindness and insanity. Warning! It has identified you as its prey. This deep-sea giant kraken quietly sneaked up behind your war fortress 10 minutes ago. Its attack will begin within 10 seconds. What? Gu Chen's pupils contracted in an instant, his heartbeat accelerated, and all the muscles in his body tensed. An extremely cold and piercing sense of death crisis, like the most terrifying deep-sea cold current, suddenly rushed from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. He didn't even have time to warn the two girls in the car. Because, at the same time he saw the information. Boom! A deafening roar, as if an underwater volcano erupted, suddenly exploded from right behind the war fortress. The entire vehicle weighs hundreds of tons and is a war fortress, converted from the armor of a main battle tank. It was unexpectedly lifted up by an invisible, huge purple tentacle that seemed to come from hell. The war fortress was forcibly lifted off the flat beach and flew into the air. Ah! Inside the carriage, Su Yueshi and Shang Shui were so frightened by this sudden and earth-shaking change that they screamed in terror. Their bodies, in a state of weightlessness, slammed heavily into the roof of the carriage. And Gu Chen activated time and space manipulation at the first moment. He used space movement to instantly flash to the side of the two girls, stretched out his arms, and held them one in each hand, tightly protecting them in his arms. Gu Chen used his body, which was 100 times stronger than that of an ordinary person, to withstand all the attacks for them. Bang! War Fortress rolled half a circle in the air, and then fell heavily back onto the beach, making a teeth-grinding sound, which was the wail of twisted metal. Everything in the carriage was in a mess. Alarm! Alarm! Vehicle structure damaged. Durability reduced to 210-300. Alert! The left track system is severely damaged. Maneuverability reduced by 70%. The crisp and anxious alarm sounded frantically in the carriage. However, this is just the beginning. Before they could recover from the violent shock. Clatter, clatter, clatter. Several terrifying dark purple tentacles with a diameter of more than 3 meters, a length of more than 50 meters, and a surface covered with countless huge suction cups and barbs. Like a prehistoric giant python, it suddenly broke out from the sand beneath them. These tentacles, like chains from hell, used an unmatched force and strangled the huge body of the war fortress to entangle, bind, and lock it. Crunch, crunch. The body of the main battle tank, built with composite armor, began to emit a terrifying metal creaking sound under the mad strangulation of these terrifying tentacles. The surface of the car body was even left with deep, terrifying dents by those huge suction cups and barbs. Su Yueshi and Shang Shui were placed in the driver's seat by Gu Chen. At this moment, Tsuyoshi was trying to start the RV to escape from danger. No. No. The car can't move. In the driver's seat, Tsuyoshi stepped on the accelerator desperately, trying to free the RV from the restraints. But no matter how loudly the engine roared, the four huge wheels could only spin madly and helplessly in place. The entire car was being dragged towards the bottomless deep ocean bit by an irresistible force. Chapter 64, Fighting the Kraken. What is this? Cheng Shui looked at the nightmare-like scene captured by the external camera on the car screen. She was so frightened that her face turned pale and her whole body was shaking. What frightened her the most was that the vital signs scanning radar was actually quiet at this moment. This is a top-level lurker with powerful abilities that cannot be detected by radar. On the radar screen, there were no other life signals except the green spots of the three of them. It seemed as if the huge tentacles wrapped around them were just a bunch of ordinary lifeless ropes. This is the S-level ability, optical and energy mimicry. This terrifying deep-sea monster not only blends itself perfectly with the surrounding sand and seawater visually. Even his own huge energy fluctuations belonging to a third-level lifeform were completely blocked and hidden. It is a perfect and deadly silent hunter. This is a third-level mutant giant squid. A trace of solemnity flashed in Guchen's eyes. He knew that he had encountered the most difficult and dangerous enemy he had ever encountered. He couldn't stay in the car anymore, he had to go out and fight. Once dragged into the sea by this monster, even the indestructible War Fortress will be doomed. Yueshi. Cheng Shui. Listen to my orders. Gu Chen's voice appeared clearly in the ears of the two panicked girls. Cheng Shui. Concentrate all your energy on the weapon system. Use the main gun and the Vulcan Gatling gun to strike hard at those tentacles that are wrapped around us. Don't stop. Yueshi. After I leave, immediately activate the energy shield. Use high voltage current to assist in the attack. Then, find a way to drive the car to the shore. Your mission is to confront it. I will defeat it. After saying that, he no longer hesitated and took out a dozen high-explosive grenades and several RPG-7 rocket launchers from the space ring. Then, he teleported to the outside of the car door that had been slightly deformed by the tentacles. He jumped up from the ground like a cannonball. The deep-sea giant monster's huge mental will, which was full of tyranny and disdain, instantly locked onto Gu Chen. This tiny bug that dared to jump out has angered the deep-sea monster. A terrifying tentacle that was originally wrapped around the roof of the car suddenly loosened. This tentacle was like a siege hammer, with a sharp whistling sound that tore through the air. It swept towards Gu Chen in mid-air. Faced with this devastating blow that was enough to flatten a hill, there was calmness in Gu Chen's eyes, and he remained absolutely rational. Time and space, stand still. Buzz. The world is frozen again. The huge tentacle carrying tremendous force suddenly stopped less than half a meter away from his body. Gu Chen's figure moved calmly in the still air. With a flip, he landed lightly on the huge tentacle. Then, he increased his speed to the limit and followed the huge tentacle that was frozen in time. He ran wildly towards the turbulent sea, where the monster's body was. 3 seconds, here. Time, resume flow. Boom. The huge tentacle lashed out fiercely at the empty space, creating a terrifying gully several meters deep on the beach. Gu Chen's figure had already left the original place, and now he was only one step away from the deep-sea monster. Now! Fire! He roared hysterically to his companions in the car through the radio. Ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta. Boom! On the roof of the car, Cheng Shui had already aimed the muzzles of the Vulcan Gatling gun and the tank's main gun at the huge tentacle that had just attacked Gu Chen and was in a stiff state. A crimson torrent of steel mixed with a high-explosive bomb whizzing out from the tank's main gun. At the same time, at the same position, precisely, it poured onto the tentacle. Puff! A dull tearing sound like the cry of a giant beast was heard. That terrifying tentacle that was so tough that it could even make dents in the armor of the War Fortress. Under the concentrated fire of the Vulcan Gatling gun and the main gun, it finally reached its limit. It was interrupted abruptly in the middle. Purple-black, smelly blood as thick as oil spurted into the sky like a fountain. Roar! A spiritual roar filled with endless pain and rage suddenly erupted from the bottom of the sea. The entire sea surface began to surge violently. The real body of the deep-sea monster suddenly emerged from under the sea. A huge head with a diameter of more than 50 meters, like a small island, covered with countless hideous tumors and pale eyes, slowly appeared. This scene will make your sanity drop wildly at a glance. The Kraken's golden vertical pupils were as big as searchlights and filled with brutality and madness. At this moment, Chun locked onto that figure tightly, causing it great pain. Sizzle, 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 sizzle. At this moment, Tsuyoshi also launched the energy shield attack mode. Violent blue arcs of electricity instantly spread across all the tentacles wrapped around the car. Those tentacles were like loaches thrown into a frying pan, spasming and twitching wildly. Feeling the sudden pain, the Kraken subconsciously loosened its grip on the RV. Now! Go! Tsuyoshi seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, drove the Wu War Fortress, and rushed back to the shore desperately. On the other side, Guchen had already fought against the deep-sea monster that was furious to the extreme and had revealed its complete body. The final head-on confrontation begins. He activated his time and space perception and could see every move of the giant monster. He used space movement to constantly flash and shuttle between the giant monster's 7 tentacles that were still dancing wildly. Guchen was like the most graceful dancer, repeatedly walking on the edge of death. With every flash, he would throw a high-explosive grenade with the safety pin pulled out accurately into the center of those huge suction cups or the base of the tentacles. Boom! 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 The sound of explosions one after another never stopped. Although he failed to cause fatal damage to the giant monster, he succeeded in completely enraging it, causing all its attention to be focused on him alone. Roar! The Kraken was completely enraged by this insect that was destroying its body like a flea. Its huge head suddenly tilted back. Then, it opened its huge mouth, which was as big as the abyss and could swallow a truck. An attack as black as ink and full of sticky malice came, spewing out terrifying ink with strong pollution. The ink gushed towards Guchen like a flood. SS-level superpower, blinding poison ink. Alarm bells rang in Guchen's heart. He knew that he must not be touched by this thing at all. Without thinking, he activated space movement again to dodge. However, at this moment, the poisonous ink that kept gushing out was like an airtight net, completely blocking and confining the space around Guchen. The blinding poisonous ink covered all the surrounding space nodes, making Guchen's space movement ineffective. It looked as if the terrifying ink that could deprive him of his vision was about to devour him completely. Chapter 65, Killing the Kraken. The space teleportation was blocked by Duomo, but fortunately, Guchen could still pause time. A hint of firm determination flashed in Guchen's eyes. He no longer tried to use space movement to escape from this dragnet. Instead, he quietly waited for the ink that symbolized death to sweep towards him. He carried the RPG-7 rocket launcher in his hand on his shoulder. Then Guchen poured all his mental power into the third-level source crystal in his mind. The SS level, time and space manipulation, that had already merged with his soul was pushed to its limit, and the huge area around Guchen was all frozen. In front of me, all your tricks are just futile. Time and space, stand still. Buzz. With him as the center, the entire beach, along with the net that was about to swallow him, were paused at this moment. Everything fell into absolute stillness for 3 seconds again. Guchen's figure began to move calmly in the still world. He aimed the muzzle of the RPG in his hand steadily at the Kraken. The bloody mouth that was wide open due to spewing poisonous ink was now completely defenseless. As long as you pull the trigger, a high-explosive rocket will penetrate the Kraken's mouth directly into its huge head and then explode. This shot is my return fire. Guchen pulled the trigger. Whoosh! In a world of absolute stillness, a high-explosive rocket began its rather heroic journey. After doing all this, Guchen took out a piece of steel plate at random, blocked the poisonous ink that was pouring down from the sky, and walked out of the poisonous ink net that was about to be completely closed. Guchen left so easily. 3 seconds, here. Time, resume flow. Boom. The Kraken's consciousness was still lingering in the excitement of the poisonous ink that was about to devour its prey. But the next second, a devastating pain that could not be described in words completely overwhelmed it. The high-explosive rocket accurately hit its open mouth. It penetrates all obstacles and reaches the most vulnerable brain of the Kraken. Then, the high-explosive rocket exploded in its huge, soft, and defenseless head. Puff! An extremely dull and loud noise was heard. It's like popping a giant water balloon. The giant head of the deep-sea monster, which was as big as an island, suddenly exploded from the inside. Countless purple-black smelly blood and white brain matter gushed out in all directions like a volcanic eruption. Its 7 huge tentacles that were still dancing wildly suddenly froze. Then, as if a rope had lost all its strength, it collapsed limply onto the sea surface. An extremely powerful and terrifying third-level dual-powered overlord that came from the 10,000-meter deep sea died in such an extremely frustrating way. Ding! Kill the third-level mutant creature deep-sea giant monster, dropping, third-level S-level mutant energy crystal optical and energy mimicry, third-level SS-level mutant energy crystal blinding poison ink. Ding! New source crystal energy detected, do you want to absorb it? Absorb it all. Gu Chen's figure instantly appeared on the beach dozens of meters away. Looking at the huge corpse slowly sinking, he absorbed the source crystal without hesitation. Ding! Absorbing the third-order S-level source crystal, providing 25 points of energy. Ding! Absorbing the third-order SS-level source crystal, providing 125 points of energy. Ding! The host's current source crystal energy has reached 249,1000. A vast energy that made his whole body feel comfortable flowed into Gu Chen's body, instantly restoring his mental strength that had just been depleted due to the extreme battle. It even vaguely increased Gu Chen's mental strength by a lot. Gu Chen slowly exhaled a breath of foul air. He knew that this sudden and extremely dangerous crisis was finally over. He turned around and looked at the war fortress, which, although a little scarred, still stood stubbornly on the beach. Looking at the 2 girls who were getting out of the car and running towards him, their faces full of joy and concern. A smile appeared on his face, as if he had let go of all his tension. The joy of surviving the disaster filled his heart. The enemy who posed the ultimate death threat to them has been killed. The extremely huge corpse of the deep-sea monster has slowly sunk to the bottom of the sea under its own weight. In the end, only a huge purple-black bloodstain was left on the sea surface, which did not dissipate for a long time. The war fortress rested quietly on the ravaged and devastated beach. It had just gone through a brutal battle, and although it had won the final victory, but the car body was covered with scars and looked like a tired steel giant. Back in the carriage, the joy of surviving the disaster was being replaced by another solemn emotion. Cheng Shui, the chief engineer of War Fortress, began to inspect the damage to the car body. With a serious look on her face, she began to conduct a detailed battle damage assessment back and forth inside and outside the car. In her hand, she held a professional industrial-grade tablet computer that she brought from the repair shop. Then he continued to record various data, looking focused and serious, like a chief physician who was consulting with a critically ill patient. Gu Chen and Su Yueshi followed behind her, looking a little nervous. How is the situation? Gu Chen looked at the terrifying dent tens of centimeters deep on the left side of the car's armor, which was squeezed out by the giant monster's tentacles. As for the left rear track system that had been completely deformed and completely detached from the wheel hub, his brows furrowed tightly. He knew that their RV was seriously damaged this time. Cheng Shui didn't answer immediately. She walked to the rear of the car and carefully inspected the engine grill and exhaust system, which had been severely impacted when the monster flipped over. Then, he climbed onto the roof and checked the primary energy shield generator, which had obvious cracks. After doing all this, Cheng Shui jumped down from the roof of the car, her little face filled with unprecedented solemnity. It's very bad. She looked at Gu Chen and Su Yueshi, with a hint of heartache and fear in her voice. It's much worse than I thought. She handed the tablet in her hand to Gu Chen. On the screen, a staggeringly detailed 3D battle damage model has been generated. First, the exterior armor. Cheng Shui pointed to the areas marked in dark red on the model. Chapter 66, Heavy Damage, Go to Repair. The composite armor on the left and bottom of the vehicle has suffered severe metal fatigue and fractures from the Kraken's terrifying strangulation force. Although it only appears dented from the outside, its defense has actually dropped by at least 80%. If it were to withstand another attack of the same level, this spot would absolutely be pierced through in an instant. Secondly, it's the motoring system. Her fingers moved to the position of the wheels again. The hydraulic retractable structure inside the left rear all-terrain adaptive track has been completely destroyed and cannot be repaired. Furthermore, due to the violent impact when the car was overturned, the axles of all 4 tires have experienced varying degrees of displacement. For a modern RV, even basic straight-line driving becomes extremely difficult, let alone high-speed driving. The most deadly part is here. Her finger finally touched the cracked energy shield generator on the roof. The shield generator's core transistor has cracked. While it can still be activated, it can only withstand one more low-intensity attack before it completely overloads and explodes. By then, not only will we lose our energy shield, but the power of the explosion may even affect the entire weapon system. Listening to Cheng Shui's calm and professional analysis, those words were like a death sentence for a terminally ill patient. Su Yueshi's face turned pale in an instant. She had never expected that their seemingly indestructible Doomsday RV had become so fragile after experiencing such a great battle. Gu Chen's heart also sank to the bottom. He knew that Cheng Shui was definitely not exaggerating. The war fortress was only level 1, and it was attacked by a level 3 enemy, so it was undisputed that it suffered such damage. Then, can it be repaired? Su Yueshi looked at Cheng Shui, her voice trembling slightly, but still with some hope. No problem. Cheng Shui's answer was firm and full of unquestionable confidence. After the initial solemnity, the heat like a forging furnace fire rose in her heart again, filled with blazing flames. As long as there are enough high-quality materials. Her little face was filled with confidence. She patted her chest and spoke with great assurance. Don't even think about repairing it. Now that I've reached the second level, I can make the Doomsday RV even stronger than before. Many times stronger. Materials. Gu Chen's eyes lit up instantly. You mean? That's right. Cheng Shui nodded heavily, her gaze directed towards the western suburbs of Dongyang City. Let's go back to the Tianqi Auto Repair Shop. There must be enough steel materials there to repair and strengthen the Doomsday RV. Okay. Gu Chen made a quick decision. Let's set off immediately. Even though it was severely damaged, the Doomsday RV was still able to start successfully, but the track system on the left rear side was damaged, causing a significant drop in its moving speed. War Fortress is like a veteran soldier who is exhausted and has suffered many wounds. Under Su Yueshi's careful control, the car limped slowly towards the Tianqi Auto Repair Shop at a speed of no more than 40 km per hour. Along the way, they didn't even dare to bump into a zombie. Because Cheng Shui said that with the current degree of damage to the front corner of the car, if there is another high-intensity collision, the entire front corner of the car may fall off directly. This feeling of being trapped in a desperate situation made the three people realize how important and urgent it was to repair and strengthen their RV. Any mutant beasts or zombies that are ignorant enough to try to get close along the way, Gu Chen would use the simple and efficient time pause and name and headshot to clean them up from 100 meters away. After more than an hour of long and boring snail speed driving, they finally returned to this place, which was full of memories for Cheng Shui Tianqi Auto Repair Shop. As the Wei War Fortress slowly drove into the huge and empty central maintenance workshop that was large enough to accommodate several trucks for repairs at the same time, Cheng Shui, the former owner of the repair shop, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, we're here. A bright smile filled with confidence and pride appeared on her face. Leave it to me next. In the following time, Cheng Shui completely entered her master craftsman mode. She was like a top-notch conductor about to conduct a magnificent symphony. Calmly and efficiently, he began to give orders to Gu Chen. Brother Gu Chen, I need to remove the crawler track of the excavator. After using it to replace and repair it, the crawler system and driving stability of our RV can be completely restored. Gu Chen, without the slightest hesitation, immediately became her most capable deputy. Gu Chen, relying on his terrifying strength that was 110 times greater than that of an ordinary person and the convenience of time and space manipulation, moved those huge mechanical parts weighing tens of tons. Just like moving toys, they were easily moved from various corners of the repair shop to the side of the War Fortress. And Su Yueshi once again placed her warm little hands, which were emitting brilliant golden light, on Cheng Shui's shoulders, infusing her with endless, vast life energy. This is an unprecedented team collaboration. Led by Cheng Shui's SSS-level ability, Mechanical Heart, the ultimate transformation that can be said to create miracles has officially begun. Cheng Shui stood in front of the War Fortress. Her petite figure looked particularly insignificant against the backdrop of the huge steel behemoth. But the confident and fanatical aura she exudes, like that of a creator god, is enough to impress anyone. She slowly stretched out her hands. Mechanical Heart. Her voice was ethereal and sacred, as if she was chanting an epic poem about creation and destruction from ancient times. The forging of steel began. Buzz. A huge, vast, and mysterious energy, as if it contains all the mechanical and creative laws in the universe. An extreme light blue data torrent suddenly surged out from Cheng Shui's body. At this moment, the entire huge maintenance workshop was completely submerged in this blue, ocean-like stream of data. Chapter 67 RV Upgrade, New Intelligence. Guchen and Tsuyoshi seem to be in a vast mechanical ocean composed of countless precise gears, bearings, circuit boards and energy pipelines running at high speed. And in the center, Chang Shui is the only master. "Break down!" she cried out. All that was seen on the huge body of the Wu War Fortress were armor and parts that had been damaged and cracked in previous battles, and had degraded performance. All of them were wrapped in the blue data stream and easily decomposed into the most primitive energy particles that shone with a metallic luster. "Reorganize!" she screamed again. Those more intact and powerful mechanical parts from the heavy excavator that Guchen brought over slowly floated into the air under the pull of the data flow. Fusion. Evolution. An extremely bright light burst out from Chang Shui's eyes. She put all her will and energy into it. Boom. The entire maintenance workshop was shaking violently. Countless mechanical gears flashing with blue arcs appeared out of thin air from the ground, walls, and ceiling. These electric arcs are like the most dexterous and efficient construction workers, integrating those brand new parts suspended in the air with the reborn steel body of the War Fortress, in a flawless way that is beyond human imagination, fitting perfectly together. The crawler track of the excavator replaced the original damaged left rear crawler system. The excavator's mechanical arm is installed at the rear of the vehicle. The energy shield generator was covered by a new, thicker armor that shone with energy aura. Even the space inside the car has expanded outwards a whole circle due to this incredible transformation. The whole process is full of miracles, breathtaking grandeur, and magnificence. When the last data stream is integrated into the vehicle body, the light slowly dissipated. A brand new RV appeared. This war fortress, which had an even more terrifying appearance and was filled with destructive power inside, lay quietly in front of them. Its appearance is completely different from before. If we say that it was a rampaging iron rhino before, so now, it is a mecha tyrannosaurus equipped with powerful machinery and ready to go. Ding! Your vehicle, War Fortress, has completed its evolution after being transformed by the SSS level ability, Mechanical Heart. Current status, War Fortress Level 2. Durability, 500/500. Armor strength, increased by 200%, evolved into adaptive energy composite armor, capable of slowly self-repairing. Weapon system, 125mm electromagnetic railgun evolved from the original tank main gun, with greatly improved range, power and accuracy, and capable of firing a variety of special ammunition. 6-barrel electromagnetic rapid-fire machine gun evolved from the original Vulcan Gatling, with a faster firing rate, no need for physical ammunition, and direct energy consumption. New module, full environment life support system can maintain internal ecological cycle in extreme environments such as underwater and vacuum. Core energy, already bound to Chang Shui's mechanical heart, enabling self-circulation of energy. Guchen looked at the entry on the system panel, which could no longer be described as luxurious, but could only be described as abnormal and unbelievable. This series of brand new and sparkling entries made him feel like his heart was about to jump out. Electromagnetic railgun. The rear of the car is equipped with a robotic arm. Full environmental life support system. The armor of the entire vehicle body has also evolved into adaptive armor. Guchen turned his head and looked at Chang Shui, who had exhausted all her strength and fell limply into Tsuyoshi's arms again, falling into a deep sleep. He was very grateful in his heart that he had such a reliable helper. Everyone who had been sleepless since the source crystal tide could finally lie down on the bed and have a good rest. Time passes. Inside Tianchi Auto Repair Shop. The interior of the Wu War Fortress is also brand new. In the carriage, on the cozy master bedroom bed. On Guchen's left is Tsuyoshi, and on his right is Chang Shui. After a period of deep sleep, the two girls' physical and mental strength, which had been exhausted due to previous battles and transformations, have been completely restored. At this moment, they were like the most well-behaved cats, one on the left and one on the right, snuggling tightly beside him, sleeping sweetly and peacefully. There was peace and satisfaction in Guchen's heart. He stood up slowly. Daily intelligence system has been updated. Refreshing information for you. 2 new pieces of information appeared in his consciousness in an instant. Intelligence 2 diamond level. Due to the continued increase in zombie virus activity worldwide, the ecosystem is being forced to evolve at an accelerated pace. In 7 days, a strange red moon will rise. Under the shining light of the red moon, all surviving animals and plants around the world, and even some ordinary humans who were originally unable to awaken, will be forced to produce supernatural energy crystals in their bodies. This means that from that day on, the entire world will enter a new era of evolution, of chaos. Seeing this information, Gu Chen's pupils suddenly contracted. Everything evolves. This news is heavier and more subversive than any previous bad news. He knew what this meant. A blade of grass by the roadside could suddenly sprout sharp vines. An ordinary sparrow could spit out deadly flames. An ordinary survivor who was struggling for a piece of bread yesterday could suddenly awaken all sorts of bizarre superpowers tomorrow. The danger level of the entire world will skyrocket at an exponential rate. A strong sense of crisis, like an invisible shackle, once again firmly locked around Gu Chen's heart. He must, in this last precious time, improve his own and his team's strength as much as possible. Reserve more rare resources to cope with the upcoming era of evolution of all things, which will be extremely chaotic. He forced himself to suppress the turmoil in his heart and turned his gaze to the last piece of information. Intelligence 3 Silver Level. A group of mutant rats successfully migrated to Dongyang City through the city's sewer system and have completed initial reproduction and expansion. They possess an extremely terrifying gnawing ability and reproduction rate. Tonight, when the red moon descends, this massive rat swarm, already numbering hundreds of thousands, will emerge from the sewers of Dongyang City, surging to the surface and launching a devastating, indiscriminate cleanup operation across all areas of the city. They will devour everything edible, including but not limited to food in warehouses, packaged foods in supermarkets, and even cables and building materials. Within 3 days, all survivors in Dongyang City, and any uncollected supplies, will be devoured by them. Chapter 68 Doomsday $0 Purchase. Mutant Rat Tide. Gu Chen's brows were tightly furrowed. Although his space ring contained a huge amount of supplies that were enough for the three of them to live luxuriously for hundreds of years. Theoretically speaking, even if all the supplies in Dongyang City were consumed, it would have nothing to do with them. But deep down, Gu Chen has an extreme possessiveness for material things. In his opinion, those ownerless materials scattered in various corners of the city, although he could not use them for the time being, were all potential wealth belonging to him. He could refuse it, but he would never allow it to be wasted by a group of disgusting rats crawling out of the sewer. We can't let these beasts get away with it. An extremely clear idea instantly took shape in Gu Chen's mind. He would do his best to grab all the valuable, undestroyed supplies in the city and put them into his space ring before the rat tide broke out tonight. He wants to have a $0 shopping event in the apocalypse. On the breakfast table, Gu Chen told Su Yueshi and Chang Shui everything about the Red Moon's great changes to the world and the imminent invasion of the mutant rat tide. National evolution? Chang Shui's little face was full of shock. Then, doesn't that mean that from now on, we could be attacked by anything around us at any time? Yes. Gu Chen nodded. So, we must become stronger, and be careful every night when the red moon rises. Then, what should we do about the rat tide? Su Yueshi frowned tightly. When she thought of the scene of thousands of rats pouring out of the sewer, she felt physically uncomfortable. We're not short of food, but it's such a shame to just watch those precious supplies being destroyed by them. Her thoughts coincided with Gu Chen's. So before the rat tide breaks out tonight, I've decided to launch an unprecedented, zero-yuan shopping event in Dongyang City. Zero-yuan shopping campaign? Both girls were stunned. That's right. Gu Chen's eyes flashed with a desire for supplies. We're going to drive our war fortress and bring back all the valuable supplies in this city that are worth rescuing. Food, drink, clothing, supplies, toys, as long as we like it and as long as it can fit in the space ring, everything is ours. We're going to make those poor rats about to crawl out of the sewers face an urban desert that we've completely emptied out. This plan instantly ignited the fire in the hearts of the two girls. Chang Shui, in particular, raised her hand almost immediately and shouted excitedly, I agree. Great. $0 shopping in the apocalypse. I've wanted to do this for a long time. And Su Yueshi, after the initial surprise, pursed her lips and smiled. She knew that this might be the most interesting activity they would have in this last peaceful time. Okay. Gu Chen slammed the table, full of energy. Then, the sweeping team is now established. Chang Shui, you are responsible for using the vital sign scanning radar to plan a sweeping route for us that has the fewest zombies and the highest efficiency. Yueshi, you are responsible for driving our war fortress and being ready at all times to provide fire support and treatment. And I. He paused and gave a confident smile. Be responsible for being that shopping bag that can hold the whole world. Morning. War Fortress, the world's most domineering shopping cart that had just completed a new evolution, let out a roar full of excitement, drove out of the Tianchi auto repair shop, and sped towards the city center of Dongyang City. Their first target was Dongyang City's largest and most well-stocked warehouse-style supermarket chain. Report to the captain. Cheng Shui sat in front of the radar and reported seriously like a real navigator. At the intersection ahead, turn left. There's a small group of zombies, about 30 of them. Turn right. The road is clear, but you'll need to detour for 15 minutes. Charge in a straight line. We need to knock over at least 7 abandoned cars. Please give us instructions. Yueshi, attack in a straight line. Guchen sat in the co-pilot seat, closed his eyes and gave the simplest and most domineering order. Receive. There was also a blush of excitement on Su Yueshi's face. She stepped on the accelerator suddenly, and the huge body of War Fortress, like a tiger out of the cage, rushed towards the abandoned cars blocking the road with unmatched momentum. Boom! Bang! Bang! A series of loud noises. Those roadblocks that seem like natural barriers in the eyes of ordinary survivors were as fragile as building blocks in front of the rammed back front of the War Fortress. They were easily knocked away and crushed. The entire road was forcibly cleared to create a smooth path. Wow! That's so cool! Cheng Shui cheered excitedly. This is their current strength. In the face of absolute power, any obstacle will become a smooth road. Soon, they arrived in front of the huge warehouse of a huge warehouse-style supermarket. The warehouse's shutter door was tightly closed, but it was covered with countless scratches and dents from impact. Clearly, fierce fighting had broken out here after the apocalypse. Brother Guchen, the radar shows that there are a lot of life signals inside the warehouse. Very dense. It should be a group of zombies trapped inside. Cheng Shui reported immediately. Obviously, someone had visited this warehouse, but there was no doubt that they had turned into zombies. This shows that there are still a lot of supplies inside the warehouse. Don't worry about them. Guchen got out of the car and came to the huge rolling door made of heavy steel plates. He didn't consider finding a way to open the shutter. He just slowly raised his right hand. If you can't get through, use your fists to get through. After the third stage, his terrifying physical strength, which was 110 times greater than that of an ordinary person, was completely concentrated in his fist. Open it for me. He growled and punched the heavy rolling door hard. Boom! A loud bang like thunder, extremely dull and deafening, erupted. The steel rolling door is several centimeters thick and can withstand the impact of light trucks. It was as if it was hit head-on by a siege shell. With Guchen's fist as the center, it suddenly caved inward and twisted and deformed in an instant. Countless cracks, like spider webs, spread wildly in all directions. Chapter 69 heading to 2 other target points. Immediately afterwards, there was a loud clang. The entire huge rolling door, along with its frame, was torn off the wall. The entire door flew backwards towards the interior of the warehouse, crushing a dozen zombies at the front into meat paste. Roar! Inside the warehouse, the hundreds of zombies that had been trapped for a long time went berserk in an instant when they saw Guchen suddenly appear and stand at the door, exuding the scent of fresh flesh and blood. They roared and rushed towards Guchen like a flood that broke through the dam. However, Guchen just stood there quietly. The corner of his mouth curled up in a cold arc. Then he slowly raised his left hand. No matter how many there are, it doesn't mean anything. Time and space, stand still. Buzz. The world is frozen again. The surging and violent tide of corpses, which was enough to tear any group of survivors into pieces in an instant, stopped abruptly less than 1 meter away from Guchen. Each zombie maintained a ferocious posture with its fangs and claws bared, and was ruthlessly frozen in this moment. Guchen has a full 3 seconds, which is absolutely the time he controls. He did not look at these frozen sculptures. Guchen's figure moved calmly through the still tide of corpses. He walked into the depths of the warehouse like a king strolling in his own back garden. 3 seconds, here. Time, resume flow. Roar. The tide of zombies lost their target. They stayed in place, and began to collide and bite each other in chaos and frenzy. But they couldn't find Guchen, the invader who dared to challenge their majesty. And Guchen's figure had already appeared at the other end of the warehouse. He ignored the zombies that were still in chaos. He simply stretched out his hand and gently placed his palm on the huge rows of shelves piled high like mountains. Receive. A thought came to my mind. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A miracle happened. The rows of huge shelves, tens of meters high, are filled with all kinds of packaged foods, beverages, canned goods, and snacks. The shelves and all the supplies on them disappeared from the spot as if they were greedily devoured by an invisible giant beast. 1 row, 2 rows, 10 rows. Wherever Guchen passed, all the shelves and all the supplies. All of them were collected into his space ring madly in an incredibly efficient way. When the zombies in the warehouse finally discovered him again and rushed towards him roaring, he had already emptied nearly half of the entire huge warehouse. Guchen looked at the zombies that were rushing towards him again, and just sneered with disdain. Space movement. His figure disappeared from the spot in an instant. The next second, he appeared on the other side of the warehouse. Then, he stretched out his hand again and took away half of the remaining supplies in the warehouse. After doing all this, he calmly turned and left amid the roars of unwillingness and anger from the zombies that were about to rush out of the warehouse. The whole process is smooth and full of artistic beauty. He didn't even kill a single zombie, but walked through the crowd of zombies, in and out 7 times. Because these low-level zombies are not worth wasting any energy on. The main purpose of this trip is to collect supplies. There is no reason to expend energy on low-level zombies that are so low-level that they won't even drop source crystals. When he returned to the war fortress, with a huge amount of supplies that would make any survivor base jealous. The adoring look in Su Yueshi and Chang Shue's eyes was as if they were looking up to an omnipotent god. Where to go next? In the cockpit of the Wu war fortress, Su Yueshi skillfully controlled the steel behemoth, driving it through the city streets full of ruins and debris as if it were flat ground. At the same time, she turned her head and looked at Guchen beside her with her sparkling eyes full of excitement and anticipation. The miraculous shift of the universe that just happened in the supermarket made Su Yueshi's heart surge with excitement. If it is said that all the previous experiences made Guchen feel the sense of security brought by strength, now, this crazy $0 shopping made her truly experience the incomparable satisfaction and happiness of having all the wealth in the world in her pocket. Don't be anxious. There was also a relaxed smile on Guchen's face. He turned his gaze to Chang Shui behind him. She was lying on the sofa, holding a radar screen in her hand, her hair hanging down, and her 2 white legs shaking gently. All Guchen's eyes were filled with her petite figure, who was studying the city map carefully. Our chief navigator and engineer, Chang Shui, he smiled and raised his voice. Do you have any new suggestions? Report to the captain. Chang Shui immediately raised her head from the map, raised her hand playfully, and then began to report with a serious look on her face. According to my analysis, our current reserves of food and drinking water are, well, enough for us to live luxuriously for thousands of years. Therefore, I believe that our focus in the next phase should shift from collecting necessities for survival to collecting things that can improve the quality of life and collect scarce supplies. Her fingers slid quickly across the electronic map, circling 2 new target points that were flashing red. The first target point, the International Hardware and Building Materials Expo Center, located in the north of the city. Her eyes flashed with fanatical light as if she had seen a priceless treasure. That's the largest distribution center for hardware, building materials, tools, and mechanical parts in Dongyang City, and even in the surrounding cities. Inside, you'll find everything you can imagine, and even more. From the smallest precision screw to a giant industrial-grade lathe and 3D printer. And tons of various types of special steel, composite materials, wires, and cables. The second target point, Chang Shui's finger moved to the other end of the city. The Global Cold Chain Warehousing Center is located in the southern port area of the city. It's the largest frozen food transfer station in the entire eastern coastal area. Inside, there are dozens of giant cold storage facilities as big as football fields. Although, after the apocalypse, the power system there must have been paralyzed, but the corner of her mouth curled up into a cunning smile like a little fox. Based on Dongyang City's temperature and the structure of the cold storage, the top quality ingredients stored in the deepest cold storage, such as Wagyu beef flown in from Australia, king crab shipped from Alaska, and various expensive deep-sea fish. These ingredients are still in the deepest cold storage, where the ambient temperature is close to -40 degrees Celsius. They are definitely still fresh. Listening to Chang Shui's clear and well-organized analysis, the following 2 goals have been determined. Hear about many top-quality ingredients that I had only heard of but never seen before. Su Yueshi's stomach couldn't help but growl. She looked at Guchen, and her beautiful eyes were filled with the 3 big words, I want to go. Approve. Guchen smiled and made the final decision. Chapter 70. The sweep begins. Attention everyone. Gu Chen cleared his throat and gave orders in a funny and ridiculous tone, imitating the captain of a long voyage. Doomsday sweeping team, adjust course immediately. Our next target is the stars and the sea. Oh no, it's snails and seafood. Oh yeah. Receive. The carriage was once again filled with a happy atmosphere. War Fortress, driven by Su Yueshi, turned the car around and headed towards the International Hardware and Building Materials Expo Center in the north of the city. The International Hardware and Building Materials Expo Center covers an area several times larger than the previous supermarket. This place is composed of dozens of huge exhibition halls that look like warehouses. Each exhibition hall represents a different field, including the Precision Instrument Hall, Heavy Machinery Hall, Chemical Materials Hall, and so on. When the War Fortress broke open the rusty gate of the Expo Center and drove in, a unique industrial smell filled with rust, engine oil, and various chemicals hits you in the face. Brother Gu Chen, the radar shows that this place is very clean. Cheng Shui looked at the sparse, almost negligible red spots on the screen and said with some confusion. Logically speaking, there should be a lot of zombies in such a large place. Not surprising. Gu Chen's eyes swept across the surrounding exhibition halls, whose walls were covered with huge scratches and impact craters. His eyes grew sharper. This place must have been visited by a far-sighted group, or perhaps a clever group of survivors, in the early days of the apocalypse. He could imagine that at the beginning of the Doomsday, when everyone was still frantically looting supermarkets and convenience stores for food and water. There is also a small group of far-sighted people who have turned their attention here. Because in the apocalypse, a sturdy hammer, a roll of strong wire, or even a generator are worth far more than food with a limited shelf life. However, they stopped there. Without a treasure like the space ring, others would not be able to move away even if they had precious supplies. There is a lack of food here and survivors will definitely not stay, so there are no zombies here. Then, are we still going in? Will all the good stuff have been taken away? Su Yueshi asked with some concern. Empty it? Upon hearing this, Gu Chen sneered disdainfully. How much can they move? Hundreds of kilograms? A ton? Or can they move an industrial lathe weighing tens of tons? For ordinary survivors without spatial rings, what they can take away is always just the tip of the iceberg. And we are here to take over the entire treasure mountain. Gu Chen's eyes flashed with greedy and fiery eyes. He parked the War Fortress in the central square of the entire exhibition center. Okay, he stood up and said with a smile to the two girls who were already eager to try. Let's start our free shopping. Remember, our target isn't those scattered tools that can be easily taken away, but the biggest, heaviest, most sophisticated, and least likely to be moved, the real big guys. The three got out of the car. This time, Gu Chen did not let them act separately. Because he was about to start a truly crazy, great shift of the universe. The first stop they entered was that heavy machinery hall. As soon as you enter the door, a strong smell of engine oil hits your nose. Inside the huge exhibition hall, there are all kinds of dazzling steel behemoths full of industrial beauty. There is a giant gantry crane that is more than 10 meters high and has a huge robotic arm. There are heavy excavators that are up to 20 meters long and can easily raise a small building to the ground. There is even a 5-axis CNC machine tool imported from abroad, worth hundreds of millions, that is specially used to process aerospace-grade precision parts. Oh my god, oh my god. Cheng Shui looked at the various heavy machines in front of her, which she had only seen in textbooks and top industrial magazines. She was so excited that her whole body was shaking, and the light in her eyes was brighter than all the diamonds in the world. Do you like it? Gu Chen asked with a smile. I like it. I like it so much. Cheng Shui nodded vigorously, like a little girl who had received the best gift in the world. Then, take them all away. Gu Chen's tone was calm, yet full of unquestionable dominance. He walked up to the tall giant gantry crane and stretched out his hand. Receive. Buzz. In Su Yueshi and Cheng Shui's eyes, which were already somewhat numb but still full of shock. The gantry crane weighing hundreds of tons, like a steel giant, along with its huge base and track, disappeared from its original position in an instant, and was casually put into the space ring by Gu Chen. Next. He walked towards the heavy excavator. Receive. Next. He walked towards the imported CNC machine tool worth hundreds of millions. Receive. It was as if he were patrolling his territory. Wherever it passes, no grass grows. Any treasure that he set his eyes on was madly taken away by him in a completely unreasonable way. Su Yueshi and Cheng Shui following behind him, had completely become two fans who could only shout wow, like cheerleaders who were shocked to the point of numbness. After the entire heavy machinery hall was moved, only a huge empty shell remained. They then came to the Chemical Materials Museum next door. Here, tons of various industrial raw materials are piled up. Some can be used to make special composite armor, and some are raw materials for high-strength carbon fiber cloth. It can be used to make high-temperature alloys, such as rare titanium and tungsten ingots. There are even several barrels of mysterious liquid that are strictly sealed in explosion-proof barrels. Even Guchen didn't know what it was used for. It felt like a military-grade chemical reagent emitting a dangerous aura. Collect! 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 Guchen didn't hesitate at all. Although, he still doesn't know what the specific uses of these things are. But he firmly believed in one truth. I can't give away things that I don't need to others. In the next few hours, they carried out an unprecedented, thorough cleaning of the entire International Hardware and Building Materials Expo Center. From the photolithography machines used to manufacture chips in the Precision Instruments Hall to the small models of nuclear generators in the Energy Equipment Hall, from the tons of special cement and steel bars in the Building Materials Hall to the millions of various wrenches, hammers, and screwdrivers in the Daily Tools Hall. All of this was accepted by Guchen without any hesitation. Chapter 71, Kill the Mutant Wolves and Harvest Top-Quality Ingredients. When they finally walked out of the expo center satisfied, Guchen's space ring, which originally seemed a little empty and was like a small world, has been filled with various big guys full of industrial atmosphere, nearly 1/10 of it. And behind them is the once glorious, huge expo center. It has completely become an empty city with only the shell of the buildings left. So tired, but so satisfied. Back at the War Fortress, Chung Shui collapsed on the soft sofa in the living room with a happy look on her face, like a well-fed and lazy kitten. Her spirits were somewhat exhausted. But in her heart, she felt an unprecedented great satisfaction from the crazy shopping spree just now. Okay, we've almost stockpiled our hardware. Guchen looked at the two girls and said with a smile, next, it's time to replenish our software. He turned his gaze to the last and most anticipated destination on the map, located in the southern port area of the city. Attention everyone! Doomsday sweepers, get ready to go! Destination Global Cold Chain Warehousing Center. In the evening, War Fortress arrived at the Global Cold Chain Warehousing Center located in the southern port area of the city. Compared to the city center, this place seems more desolate and dead. Huge cold storage rooms, like giant white cubes, are neatly arranged, casting huge shadows in the afterglow of the setting sun. There was a faint fishy smell in the air. Because of the power outage, the outer part of the cold storage was thawed and emitted the smell of rotting seafood. The environment makes people feel very depressing. Brother Guchen, the radar shows that there are a lot of life signals here. Chung Shui's face became a little solemn. Also, these life signals aren't zombies. They move very fast, and their bodies are also very large. It's a mutant beast. Guchen's eyes also became alert. It seems that where there are good things, there are always hyenas that come along smelling the scent. He parked the RV at the entrance of the storage center. You stay in the car. Guchen said, the enemies here may be a bit tricky. I'll call you after I clean them up. After saying that, he got out of the car alone. Guchen's steps were calm as he walked towards the cold storage area that was emitting a strong smell of blood and decay. He just walked into the first cold storage, the door of which was open. Ouch! A wolf howl filled with wildness and brutality came from the deep shadows of the cold storage. Immediately afterwards, 7 or 8 mutant gray wolves, as big as lions, suddenly jumped out from behind a pile of rotten goods and surrounded him. They have black manes as hard as steel needles and their eyes emit a fierce green light. From the corners of their mouths, there were still dripping fishy saliva and bits of flesh of unknown creatures. Obviously, they have regarded this place as their canteen and territory. And in their eyes, Guchen, the uninvited two-legged sheep, was undoubtedly an easy-to-get snack. Faced with this ferocious group of mutant beasts that could tear any group of survivors into pieces in an instant, there was still no trace of fear on Guchen's face. He just slowly raised his eyes. A hint of cold indifference flashed across those dark eyes. A bunch of bastards who don't even have a source crystal. His voice was calm, yet full of unquestionable authority. And you dare to bark in front of me? Time and space, stand still. Buzz. The world is frozen. Gu Chen's figure, like strolling in the garden, passed calmly between the mutant gray wolves that were frozen in time and maintained their ferocious and biting postures. His fingers casually flicked the forehead of each mutant gray wolf. 3 seconds, here we go. Time resumes flow. Those 7 or 8 ferocious mutant gray wolves didn't even understand what was happening before their heads exploded with a loud bang, as if they were detonated by an invisible and powerful bomb. Red and white splashed all over the floor. Kill instantly with a snap of your fingers. Gu Chen didn't even look at the corpses. He just continued walking deeper into the cold storage. He knew that the truly good things were always hidden in the deepest places. Gu Chen passed through one ordinary cold storage after another, where the food had been thawed after the power outage, and began to rot, emitting a foul odor. Finally, in the deepest part of the storage center, he found the cold storage for top-quality ingredients, which still exuded a chilly air, with thick frost on the door and still maintained a temperature of -40 degrees Celsius. With one punch, he blasted open the huge iron door that was made of special insulation material and was half a meter thick. A bone-chilling cold current, yet filled with the unique aroma of fresh ingredients, hits you in the face. Inside the huge cold storage, rows of shelves were neatly stacked with all kinds of top-quality ingredients from all over the world, preserved intact by ice. Boxes of a 5-grade Kobe Wagyu beef with a clearly visible snowflake texture. Piles of Australian lobsters and Alaskan king crabs that are bigger than an adult's palm. There are also pieces of priceless bluefin tuna that are completely frozen. A fiery light burst out from Gu Chen's eyes. Mine. Mine. All mine. He started to buy goods to his heart's content. When Gu Chen returned to the RV, loaded with a huge amount of supplies that would drive any survivor force crazy. They started the RV and slowly drove away from the global cold chain warehousing center, which had been completely emptied. The western skyline has been completely dyed red by a magnificent yet ominous sunset. The sunset is like blood. Night is about to fall. And an evolution of all things predicted in intelligence, which would completely overturn the entire Donyang city, is about to begin. The atmosphere in the carriage was completely different from the solemn and imminent storm outside. The air is filled with warmth and joy. Cheng Shui, the second member of the Doomsday shopping team, was lying in front of the small hill made up of countless top-quality ingredients with a happy look on her face, carefully counting their trophies of the day. 300 kilograms of Australian M12 plus grade marble Wagyu beef. 52 Alaskan king crabs. 117 Norwegian salmon. And, oh my god, there's even French black truffles and Guillerdo oysters. Every time she read out a name, she couldn't help swallowing. The adorable look of being obsessed with money and drooling over food made Su Yueshi beside him laugh uncontrollably. Chapter 72 The Crimson Moon Arrives. Su Yueshi, under Gu Chen's guidance, was trying to handle a giant king crab for the first time. Although she was a little flustered during the process and was pricked several times by the barbs on the crab legs, her beautiful eyes were full of novelty and joy. Gu Chen leaned leisurely on the sofa, savoring a cup of fragrant top-grade Blue Mountain coffee that had just been brewed from a fully automatic coffee machine. He silently looked at the 2 girls in front of him who were very excited about the pile of ingredients, his eyes filled with a doting smile. Okay, girls. He put down his coffee cup and said with a smile. Stop playing. We have a big show to watch tonight. Find a good seat and prepare some sunflower seeds and drinks. Big show? Both girls looked up curiously. Gu Chen did not explain, he just sat in the driver's seat and activated the War Fortress. He did not return to any familiar place, nor did he choose to stay anywhere in the city. Gu Chen drove this steel behemoth all the way north. Finally, before night fell completely, they arrived at the northern suburbs of Donyang City, on the top of a mountain called Chonlin Mountain. This is the highest point in the entire Donyang City. Standing here, you can take in the entire city's night view. Gu Chen parked the War Fortress on the most open viewing platform on the top of the mountain. Then he pressed a button that Cheng Shui had newly installed. Buzz. There was only a slight sound of mechanical operation. The thick roof of the RV, which was made of brand new and sturdy composite armor, slowly slid to the sides like a convertible sports car. The roof revealed an enormous panoramic sunroof made of high-strength bulletproof glass. Wow! Su Yueshi couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. They lay on the soft and comfortable sofa in the living room, and when they looked up, they could see the vast and deep night sky. Do you like it? Gu Chen smiled and took out the popcorn, potato chips and iced cola that he had prepared long ago from the ring and placed them next to them. This is the latest masterpiece of our chief engineer Cheng Shui. Hee hee. Cheng Shui said proudly, raising her cute little chin, this is called stargazing mode. Then, we can lie at home anytime and watch the stars, the moon, and the aurora borealis. Su Yueshi snuggled happily in Gu Chen's arms. Looking at the night sky above my head, although there are no stars, it is illuminated by a huge, bright crescent moon. She felt as if she was in the most romantic dream. However, at this moment, something strange happened suddenly. I saw the originally bright crescent moon in the sky emitting a soft silver glow. Unexpectedly, its edge was stained with a strange, blood-like, crimson color. Moreover, this layer of crimson is rapidly spreading towards the center of the moon at a speed visible to the naked eye. The moon has turned red. Cheng Shui was the first to discover the abnormality. She pointed at the sky and exclaimed. Su Yueshi also raised her head and watched the moon, which had completely transformed from silver white to a blood moon full of weird and ominous aura in just a few tens of seconds. An inexplicable strong sense of unease arose in everyone's heart. Gu Chen's eyes instantly became solemn. He knew that the evolution of all things predicted in the intelligence, which would subvert the entire world's ecological landscape, had begun to have an impact. Its prelude, the scarlet moon, has arrived. As the color of the moon changed, countless invisible mysterious energies filled with violence and evolution descended from the sky like a tide, covering the entire earth. Roar! Ouch! Grumble! Every corner of Donyang City, whether it is the city ruins or the mountains and forests. All the surviving creatures, zombies, mutant beasts, even ordinary plants and animals that were still struggling to survive at this moment, seemed to be injected with the most violent stimulant, and they all roared to the sky. Under the crimson moonlight, their bodies began to undergo drastic mutations that were visible to the naked eye. Some zombies' bodies suddenly swelled up, their skin keratinized, and they became hard-skinned zombies with stronger defenses. Some of the mutant dogs grew in size again, and even a faint flame ignited at the corners of their mouths. Even the ordinary insects in the mountains and forests are growing and mutating wildly at an incredible speed. The whole world seemed to have pressed the fast-forward button of evolution at this moment. What on earth is going on? Cheng Shui looked out the window at the creatures that were becoming increasingly hideous and violent under the crimson moonlight, her face turning pale with fear. The evolutionary feast has begun. Gu Chen's voice was low and solemn. He knew that this was just the beginning. And at the same time, in every corner of Donyang City, there are survivors hiding in the ruins, struggling to survive like rats. Likewise, it was bathed in this strange crimson moonlight. Some of the survivors with weaker constitutions could not withstand the violent energy and fell to the ground screaming. His body convulsed, blood oozed from all his orifices, and he died suddenly. And the other part, the lucky ones. In other words, survivors with strong wills will survive after experiencing the initial pain. They were ecstatic to discover that an unprecedented powerful force had been born in their bodies. My hand. My hand can discharge electricity. A survivor screamed in disbelief as he looked at his palm that was flashing with blue arcs of electricity. Ha ha ha. Power. I feel it. Endless power. Another survivor punched a half-meter thick wall next to him, creating a huge hole. He looked at his fist and laughed crazily. They have awakened. In this cruel evolution of all things dominated by the scarlet moon, they became the lucky ones chosen. Countless survivors will be eliminated, and a world where the strong prey on the weak and the fittest survive is about to come. However, before these lucky people could recover from the ecstasy of this windfall, they had already come to their senses. A nightmare that was enough to drag all of them into hell quietly descended from beneath their feet. Squeak, squeak, squeak. A burst of dense, scalp-numbing, sharp hissing sounds that seemed to be able to pierce the eardrums suddenly resounded from every corner of the underground city. Chapter 73, Mutant Rat Invasion. Then, every manhole cover, every vent, every underground pipe outlet in Donyang City. Like a broken dam, countless black creatures suddenly gushed out. It was an endless swarm of mutant rats like a tide. Their number is more than hundreds of thousands. It's simply overwhelming. Each mutated mouse is the size of a house cat. Their eyes glowed bloodthirsty red, and their mouths were filled with extremely sharp teeth. Under the crimson moonlight, the eyes of countless mice flashed with a heart-pounding cold light. These rats are a group of terrifying predators that reproduced and mutated in the underground sewers and eventually formed a huge group. They were also endowed with the energy for evolution by this scarlet moon, and then, stimulated by their predatory instincts, fell into a complete frenzy. Food. Food. Everything edible belongs to us. A huge collective consciousness filled with greed and hunger echoed among the rats. The swarm of rats turned into an unstoppable dark torrent of death, rushing and sweeping towards every corner of Dongyang City. Their goal is to devour any edible food and find and invade all places where resources still exist. Supermarkets, warehouses, residential buildings. And the survivor base, where those who have just awakened their special powers and many survivors are still immersed in ecstasy. The most primitive and bloodiest battle for resources between rats and humans is about to begin under the crimson moonlight. Inside the War Fortress, 3 people watched the clear real-time images taken by the high-altitude drone on the car screen. It's like watching an extremely realistic and shocking doomsday disaster movie. They watched what was happening in the city below the mountain. Then we saw the terrifying rat tide that flooded street after street like a black tsunami. We also saw a survivor who had just awakened the fire ability. He was surrounded by a swarm of rats and desperately burned hundreds of rats to death. They were completely overwhelmed by the endless and fearless swarm of rats that followed, and they could only utter half of their screams. It was completely eaten, leaving only a bloody skeleton. Elsewhere, a small base consisting of dozens of survivors is relying on sturdy buildings to struggle against the attack of the rat tide. They used the crude weapons in their hands to fight bloody hand-to-hand combat with the rats that tried to squeeze in through the gaps in the doors and windows. The entire Dongyang City has turned into a huge and cruel rat predatory ground. The number of survivors is dwindling. But the rat tide is also being consumed. The pictures sent back by the drone shows. The streets of Dongyang City were covered with a thick layer of black mutant rat corpses. The smelly blood formed streams and accumulated into disgusting pools of blood in the low-lying areas of the city. The bird's-eye view of the city, which is like hell, makes people feel terrified. Inside the carriage, the 2 girls, Su Yueshi and Cheng Shui, were looking at the images transmitted back by the drone, and they both felt uneasy. It's too scary. Cheng Shui looked at the bloody scene, her face turned pale with fear, and she subconsciously shrank into Gu Chen's arms. Su Yueshi's face was also full of pity. Although she was used to seeing life and death, such a large-scale fight and the hellish situation in the city still made her feel a little depressed. Only Gu Chen had an expression of indifference on his face. His eyes were calm and deep, like a chess player who had already jumped out of the chessboard and was at the top. He was coldly observing the futile struggles of the chess pieces on the chessboard. This is the cruel nature. He spoke slowly, his voice devoid of emotion. Evolution, gifted by God, is fair to everyone, but the competition of life is always the survival of the fittest. This rat influx was a devastating disaster for the survivors in Dongyang City, but it was also the most brutal screening. Those who survive this disaster will undergo a true transformation, both in terms of strength and character. Only those who survive will be qualified to face the even more chaotic and cruel new era that follows. Su Yueshi and Cheng Shui fell silent after listening to Gu Chen's unique and cold analysis of doomsday sociology. They knew that what Gu Chen said was right. The reason why they can sit here safely like this, watching this disaster as if watching a movie. It's not because they are kinder or luckier than those people down the mountain. And it's simply because they followed the right person. This night is still very long. The sound of gunfire, explosions, human screams, the hissing of rats, echoed in the city at the foot of the mountain for a long, long time. Until the enchanting crimson crescent moon slowly disappeared into the sky. This city, which had just experienced a baptism of madness and blood, finally and slowly returned to silence from the devastating rat tide. War Fortress, like a lonely steel giant, quietly rests on the top of Changlin Mountain. After witnessing the entire disaster, the girls were unable to calm down. Su Yueshi and Cheng Shui's little faces were filled with fear and relief. They couldn't imagine if they were not in this indestructible steel fortress. If there wasn't a man as powerful as a god by their side. Then, in that black torrent of death that was enough to swallow everything, how small and helpless they would be. It feels so good to be alive. Cheng Shui muttered to herself as she looked at the city square covered with the corpses of survivors and rats on the screen. Yes. Su Yueshi nodded in agreement. She turned her head and looked at the man who had been leaning on the sofa with a calm face and closed his eyes since just now. His beautiful eyes were filled with endless tenderness and dependence. She knew that the reason they had the right to live, a right that any doomsday survivor would envy, was all because of this man. It was Gu Chen who saved them and allowed them to escape this cruel screening. Gu Chen slowly stood up. There was no trace of emotion on his face. The hellish scene at the foot of the mountain seemed nothing special to him. The brutal conflict, like ants eating each other, didn't even make his heartbeat speed up a bit. His sights had long been set on a broader and more dangerous future. Chapter 74: The Fisherman Benefits. Most of the rat population was wiped out. However, throughout the city, supermarkets and warehouses that once stored large quantities of supplies were now completely destroyed, and not a single intact grain of food could be found. And those gathering places of survivors that were originally scattered in various corners of the city. At this moment, more than 80% of them have completely extinguished their life fire. Only a very small number of survivors who were strong enough, or lucky enough, survived this cruel test of the waves. Although they suffered heavy losses, they also gained huge wealth. The brains of the countless mutant rats they killed in the battle also contained the purest, first-order source crystal. A new, more brutal dispute between people over trophies is about to be staged again on the ruins. And Guchen, watching all this, just calmly prepared to launch the war fortress. He cheered up and said, "Let's go. This drama is over. Now it's our turn to clean up the battlefield and reap the benefits." His target was the rat tide source crystal that had not yet been divided up by the survivors. Guchen walked to the cockpit and slowly zoomed in the drone's camera. Afterwards, the camera locked onto the city center, the area where the fiercest fighting had taken place last night and where the corpses of mutant rats were most densely piled. On the carpet made of countless black corpses, there were twinkling, colorful lights as bright as diamonds. That is source crystal. Under the catalysis of the Scarlet Moon, first-level source crystals were born in the brains of many mutant mice. Although, most of them are only the lowest level D and C. But, there are just too many of them. The corpses of hundreds of thousands of mutant rats mean tens of thousands of first-level source crystals. This is a huge amount of wealth that is enough to make any survivor force crazy. Wow! Cheng Shui was the first to let out a scream of surprise. She looked at the street on the screen, which looked like it was covered with gemstones, and little stars began to appear in her big eyes. So many source crystals! Oh my god! If we can get them all, then we can all break through. Su Yueshi also understood Guchen's intention in an instant. Her voice was trembling slightly with excitement. That's right. Guchen nodded, his eyes flashing with a sharp light like a falcon, determined to win. Last night, those survivors fought with all their might against these mutant rats in order to stay alive. Now, they are either exhausted or wary of each other over a small piece of profit, even fighting each other to the point of bloodshed. They simply don't have the ability or time to collect the largest share of the spoils. The corners of Guchen's mouth couldn't help but curl up. We are the ones who benefited from the conflict between the two sides, and we are now going to reap the fruits of victory. He launched the war fortress. This giant steel beast, which had been lurking on the top of the mountain, once again let out a roar full of power and dominance. Target, Dongyang City Center Square. Our source crystal feast begins now. War fortress, like an unstoppable chariot of death, descends all the way from the mountain road of Qinglin Mountain, crushing towards the city that had just experienced the baptism of blood and fire and was full of death and opportunities. Along the way, they met many teams of survivors who had survived the bloody battle against the mutant rat tide. Each of these survivors was ragged and covered in blood. The faces of these people were filled with exhaustion and numbness after surviving the disaster. When they saw the war fortress, a giant steel beast that looked like it came out of hell, their first reaction was neither a cry for help nor hostility. Rather, it is the ultimate fear that comes from the depths of the soul. They threw away the weapons in their hands that were still dripping with blood, rolled and crawled, and hid in the ruins on both sides of the road. They trembled and dared not even raise their heads, for fear that this black devil would crush them into pieces like an ant. Guchen didn't look at them much. In his eyes, these people are just ants who are not even qualified to be nutrients. It is no longer worth spending time and energy to kill them. These people pose no threat to Guchen. Soon, they arrived at the central square of Dongyang City. This was once the most prosperous landmark in the city. Now, it has completely turned into a disgusting shura field. A carpet made of a mixture of mutant rats and the corpses of human survivors covered the entire square. The smell of blood, so stinking that it almost suffocates people, permeated the air. And above that black sea of corpses and blood, countless colorful source crystals, like fireflies in the dark night, emit alluring light. Brother Guchen, the radar shows that there are still many signs of survivors in the surrounding buildings. Cheng Shui looked at the red dots on the screen that represented life signals and were spying on them, and said nervously. They seem to have set their sights on this place, treating it as their trophy. Upon hearing this, Guchen just shook his head and said regretfully, "Soon, they will know that they are wrong." He slowly drove the Wu War Fortress to the center of the square and then stopped. He was in no hurry to get off. He simply used the car's broadcasting system to transmit his majestic and emotionless voice of judgment to every corner of the square. "This place, now, belongs to me. I give you 10 seconds to disappear from my sight, otherwise, I will kill you without mercy." 10. 9. The sound of the broadcast, like the countdown of death, echoed in the ears of every survivor who was hiding in the dark and watching all this. Damn it! Who is this guy? How arrogant! We fought so hard to take this place. In the ruins of a department store, a leader of the survivors, whose superpowers had just been upgraded to the second level, growled angrily at his men. "Boss, don't be impulsive. That's the Black Devil. It's the monster that destroyed the Thunder and Rock bases." An informed subordinate beside him was immediately frightened out of his wits and grabbed him tightly. What? 8. Gu Chen's countdown continues. Fuck. You're so cruel. After weighing the pros and cons, the leader of the survivors finally chose to surrender. He gritted his teeth, with a look of reluctance and fear on his face, and gave orders to all his men. Retreat. Let's go. Chapter 75, Tens of thousands of source crystals harvested. Similar scenes were happening in every corner around the square. No one dared to challenge Gu Chen's majesty. When Gu Chen counted to 3. On the radar screen, the red spots of light that were originally spying on them had disappeared completely like the receding tide. The entire square was completely transformed into a private territory belonging only to Gu Chen and the other 3. Okay, girls, now it's our turn to clean up the battlefield and harvest the source crystals. Gu Chen stood up with a smile of victory on his face. He got out of the car. Su Yueshi and Shang Shui also followed and walked down. They looked at the square in front of them, which was covered with source crystals. Their beautiful eyes were filled with excitement and anticipation. Brother Gu Chen, there are so many source crystals. If we pick them up one by one, how long will it take us to finish? Cheng Shui looked at the source crystal carpet that seemed to stretch as far as the eye could see and asked worriedly. Who said we have to pick them up one by one? Gu Chen smiled mysteriously. He walked slowly to the center of the square. Then, he took a deep breath and increased his mental power, which had become as vast as the ocean after reaching the 3rd level, to the limit. In his eyes, the brilliant blue light containing the laws of time and space burst out. Time and space manipulation. He growled. This time, what he wants to do is to make the source crystal move in space. This is a brand new skill he conceived after being able to observe the nodes of time and space. Space, attraction. Buzz. An invisible wave erupted. A terrifying force field that was difficult to see with the naked eye but was powerful enough to distort light suddenly erupted with Gu Chen as the center, sweeping towards the entire square. The next second, a miracle happened. All I saw was that on that vast square covered with mountains of corpses and seas of blood, all the colorful source crystals of various sizes were scattered on the ground. They were all as if attracted by some invisible, most powerful magnet, and suddenly broke free from the dirty flesh and blood. They turned into gorgeous colorful light bands, as bright as meteor showers, rising into the sky from all directions. Then, in midair, tens of thousands of source crystals gathered together to form an extremely dazzling, source crystal tornado. Oh my god. Su Yueshi and Shang Shui were both completely stunned by the magnificent scene before them, which was like a mythical epic, and were speechless. They looked at the man who stood in the center of the source crystal tornado, his clothes fluttering in the wind, his eyes as calm as water, as if he controlled all the power in the world. All that remains in my heart is the most extreme and fanatical admiration. Receive. Gu Chen just uttered a word lightly. The huge source crystal tornado circling in the sky made a rustling sound like hundreds of rivers returning to the sea. Accompanied by a pleasant sound like the sound of nature, all the source crystals poured into his space ring. Just 1 minute. The entire square and all the source crystals were cleaned up instantly by him in the most exaggerated, efficient and incredible way. After doing all this, he calmly walked back to the 2 girls who were already frightened like 2 stone sculptures. Okay, he smiled and snapped his fingers. The source crystals have been cleaned up. Let's go home and divide the spoils. War Fortress returned to the top of Changlin Mountain again. Inside the carriage, the floor of the living room was covered with a thick layer of source crystals that were still emitting brilliant light. There were so many of them that they almost completely submerged the entire carriage. Su Yueshi and Chang Shui, two girls, are like two happy little squirrels. They excitedly plunged into this ocean of gems, laughing with joy like silver bells. Gu Chen looked at their carefree and happy appearance and laughed himself. He knew that this unprecedented big harvest was enough to make their strength explode again. Okay, stop playing. Gu Chen clapped his hands. Now let's begin our final and most important agenda item for today. Everyone, absorb the source crystal. In the next few hours, the three of them began their major project of absorbing the source crystal. Gu Chen picked out the highest quality B grade and C grade source crystals and kept them for himself. As for the remaining tens of thousands of D-level source crystals, which were of lower grade but large in quantity, he divided them evenly between Su Yueshi and Chang Shui. The entire carriage was completely enveloped by a huge energy wave that was so dense that it almost became tangible. When the last ray of source crystal light completely merged into the bodies of the three people, the energy tide emitted by War Fortress, which was so huge that it almost distorted the surrounding space, slowly subsided. There was silence in the carriage. Su Yueshi, the first one, completed the absorption. After absorbing nearly 10,000 D-grade source crystals, her third-order SSS-grade source crystal core was finally filled again. Su Yueshi's temperament became even more holy and ethereal. Under the soft light in the car, her skin even emitted a faint golden glow like moonlight. She just sat there quietly, as if she was a statue of a goddess carved from the most perfect white jade, full of compassion and the breath of life, so beautiful that one dared not look directly at her. Ding! Your partner Su Yueshi, source crystal energy has reached 342-1000. On the other side, Chang Shui, after absorbing the same huge amount of source crystals, finally broke through the huge bottleneck from the second level to the third level, which was like a chasm for countless psychics. The light blue data stream, filled with the aura of laws, completely enveloped her petite body. Ding! Your partner Chang Shui has successfully evolved into a third-level psychic. Ding! His SSS-level ability, Mechanical Heart, has been enhanced. Chang Shui looked like an electronic fairy who had completed her final transformation. Her big eyes became brighter and more lively, as if countless data streams composed of zeros and ones were flashing rapidly in them. She has lost some of her previous childishness and innocence, and has gained some confidence and composure in controlling everything. Chapter 76 Mechanical Overclocking. Ding! Cheng Shui's new ability unlocked, mechanical overclocking can instantly increase a certain performance of the bound vehicle tenfold in a short period of time, such as main gun power or engine horsepower. After use, it will enter a 24-hour cooldown period. Ding! Cheng Shui's physical fitness has been epically improved, reaching 100 times that of an ordinary person. Current source crystal energy, 197-1000. After the third stage, Cheng Shui's physical fitness, which is 100 times stronger than that of ordinary people, also makes her originally petite body contain explosive power. And Gu Chen, after absorbing the B-level and C-level source crystals, the energy of his third-order SS-grade origin crystal core also experienced a huge surge. Ding! The host's current source crystal energy has reached 691-1000. Gu Chen slowly opened his eyes, and in those deep eyes, it seemed as if the laws of time and space were flowing. He could clearly feel that the power in his body was more abundant and lasting than before. The 691-1000 source crystal energy surged through his limbs and bones like a rushing river, ready to burst out with devastating power at any time. Opposite him, Su Yueshi and Chang Shui also woke up from their promoted state one after another. All three of them achieved unimaginable huge improvements. Especially Chang Shui, after successfully breaking through to the third level, she unlocked the magical skill of mechanical overclocking. It also increased the instantaneous explosive power of the War Fortress to a terrifying level that even Gu Chen felt palpitations. The power of the main gun has increased tenfold. This means that they now even have the possibility of severely damaging, or even killing a fourth-level strongman instantly with a single shot. Although, Chang Shui has just stepped into the threshold of the third level. But the combined strength of their small team has truly reached the pinnacle of this apocalyptic world. Enough to make any survivors tremble and look up to them. I feel like I can punch through a building. Cheng Shui clenched her small fist, which was still slender but contained terrifying power, and felt the huge changes in her body with a look of curiosity. Gu Chen looked at Cheng Shui, who looked like a child who had just gotten a favorite toy, full of surprise and joy, and his heart was filled with warmth. Looking at the cheerful Cheng Shui, Su Yueshi also showed a gentle smile on her face. Gu Chen stood up, stretched himself, and announced in a doting tone. All right. To celebrate, all of us have been promoted to the third rank. Tonight, I've decided to hold the most luxurious and sumptuous celebration banquet. On the top of Changlin Mountain, inside the Yi War Fortress, the lights are bright. An extremely luxurious dinner party is underway, which is enough to make any top wealthy person before the end of the world astonished. The large dining table was covered with a hand-embroidered silk tablecloth that was purchased for free from a top luxury store. The tableware was gleaming silver knives and forks and crystal wine glasses. The dishes on the table were so abundant that it was outrageous. The main dish is a whole fish feast made with the top-quality bluefin tuna weighing 300 kilograms found in the global cold chain warehousing center. The tuna belly is melt in your mouth, fatty and rich. The middle part of the tuna, lightly grilled with a blowtorch, exudes an enticing charred aroma. There's also fish soup, made with fish bones and heads, which is milky white and incredibly delicious, and various delicacies made with the best parts of the fish. The whole bluefin tuna was perfectly cut into pieces by Gu-chan's amazing knife skills. Under Su Yueshi's meticulous cooking, they become mouth-watering works of art that are colorful, fragrant, and delicious. Next to the main course, there were also some side dishes prepared by Chang Shui. There is a sweet and refreshing crab salad made with the fattest crab legs of Alaskan king crab. There is the fragrant cheese-baked lobster, which is made by using the huge tail of Australian lobster, top-grade cheese, and baking it in the oven. There was even a small dish of top-quality caviar, as translucent as black pearls, carefully scooped out of the can and spread on freshly toasted golden bread. The drinks came from Gu-chen's space ring, including 1982 Lafite and a bottle of sweet-tasting top-grade champagne specially prepared for the two girls. The value of this dinner, if it were before the end of the world, would be enough to easily buy a luxurious villa. And now, it's just an ordinary celebratory dinner for them. Come. Gu-chen raised the crystal wine glass in his hand. In the glass, the mellow wine like a ruby was shaking gently under the light. For us, a new life that is getting better and better. Cheers! Su Yueshi and Chang Shui also smiled and raised their champagne glasses. Bite! The three cups touched each other gently in the air, making a crisp and pleasant sound. Wow! It's so delicious! Chang Shui was the first to pick up a small piece of bread covered with caviar with a fork and put it into her mouth. The salty and fresh taste full of the flavor of the ocean exploded on the tip of her tongue. She squinted her eyes happily, like a cat that had stolen the most delicious dried fish in the world. Su Yueshi elegantly picked up a piece of tuna belly with a texture like top-grade snowflake marble, dipped it in a little soy sauce and mustard, and then slowly put it into her mouth. The next second, her eyes suddenly lit up. It is an ultimate taste experience that is hard to describe in words. The fish meat melted slowly at the temperature of the mouth without requiring any chewing. The rich and sweet top-grade oil instantly enveloped her entire taste buds. She couldn't help but let out a cute nasal sound filled with happiness and satisfaction. Gu-chen looked at their cute appearance, which was completely conquered by the food, and smiled himself. He poured himself a glass of red wine, and then slowly savored these hard-earned delicacies made by everyone. At this moment, he felt as if he owned the whole world. The atmosphere of the dinner was relaxed and pleasant. They chatted, laughed, and shared each other's joy. Brother Gu-chen, Chang Shui asked vaguely while gnawing on a huge lobster claw covered with cheese. Are we really powerful now? Even the third-level Yiwu was killed by a single shot from us. Now that my mechanical overclocking can increase the power of the main gun tenfold, then, do we no longer need to be afraid of that fourth-level expert coming from Tiandu as mentioned in the intelligence? This question made Su Yueshi raise her head curiously.